Good morning, guys. Hello. Welcome to the stream. Hello, Harshal. Hi, Pawan. Hi, Chill. Hi, श्रीयश. और कम करती हूँ. अच्छा लग रहा है मुझे ये एपेक्स म्यूजिक. बहुत टाइम बाद सुन रही हूँ. Hi, Paji. Hi, Kapil. Finally, favorite come. Excuse me. What do you mean? Yeah. Supporting S8Ul team? Yes. It is my favorite. You are right. एमएमबीआर का मैच देखा? कैसे देखूंगे, अभी सो के उठी हूँ मैं. यार आई रियली वांटेड टू वॉच, बट आई गेस मैं रात को सोते हुए रिवॉच करूंगी. वही ऑप्शन है एक मेरे पास. हाय यश. आज इतना जल्दी? यस, क्योंकि मैच है ना, ग्रैंड फाइनल्स. अपनी टीम को सपोर्ट भी तो करना है. थैंक्स यार चिल. चिल पता है मुझे रात को नींद ही नहीं आ रही थी. मैं कब सोई हूँ मैं भूल गई. 4 बजे शायद. 4 बजे सोई हूँ. आसपास डैम बिग सैल्यूट टू हिम रिकवरिंग फ्रॉम अ सर्जरी. ओ हाँ, मेरे को तो शार ने बोला था कि उसका कुछ सर्जरी हुआ. मेरे को तो पता ही नहीं था. ब्रो आई फील सो डिस्कनेक्टेड फ्रॉम वैलो ई स्पोर्ट्स का न्यूज़ वगैरह. जब से ट्विटर छोड़ा है कुछ पता ही नहीं चलता है मुझे क्या हो रहा है वैलो ई स्पोर्ट्स के वर्ल्ड में. वर्ण ने जो क्लच किया था 9-2 में, मैंने कुछ मैचेस नहीं देखे हैं भाई. डब्ल्यू स्ट्रीमर ऑलवेज ऑन टाइम अनलाइक मैक. यस. खैर बहुत दिन से वैलो भी नहीं हुआ, तुम लोग मिस भी कर रहे हो. मैं कल करती हूँ वैलो इफ मैक आता है तो. 4 बजे सो के उठे कब? अब भी 8 बजे. बाय द वे ज़ीकन इज नाउ प्लेइंग कंट्रोलर. वो तो पता था रोल कुछ वो चेंज ही करेगा. वो कुछ लोग को लग रहा था कि डबल डुलिस्ट वैसा करेंगे, बट मैं यूशिरो इतनी लेट कौन सोता है? इतनी लेट नो ब्लॉग्स होते हैं डेली, जैसे कि कपिल, पाजी, यश. मैं डेली जल्दी सोती हूँ, कल लेट सोई. बाप रे 4 घंटा. आज जल्दी सो जाना. मुझे नींद आने पे ही सो पाती हूँ मैं, ऐसा कुछ वो नहीं है. कल अंडर 19 वर्ल्ड कप में भी क्या मस्त क्लच किया इंडिया ने. शुरू होने वाला है. एक्चुअली मेरा तो दोपहर होता है. नो स्ले. ये क्या लिखा है? थर्सडे. अच्छा ट्विच ड्रॉप से ये थर्सडे, फ्राइडे, सैटरडे. हाय सोहेल. हमारी सारी टीम लास्ट मैच क्वालिफाई क्यों करते हैं? कल तो डर गया था यार. कल के तो देखो मैंने देखे नहीं मैचेस, बट हैप्पी यार क्वालिफाई हो गए. टॉप 20 इज गुड. आज सेकंड स्ट्रीम भी होगी. यस संडे है ना. मेरा प्लान था फॉर रिएक्शन एंड सम गेमिंग. आज थोड़ा कम गेमिंग का प्लान था क्योंकि शाम को मैं को बाहर जाना है. बट हाँ, तो मैं देखती हूँ ये वॉच पार्टी के बाद डिसाइड करती हूँ कि मैं इस पे कंटिन्यू करूँगी या मैं मोस्टली न्यूज़ स्ट्रीम करूँगी. आधा घंटा ब्रेक लेके ऐसा सोचा है मैंने. सो लेट्स सी. मैं तो 3 घंटा सोया था बस एक बार. अरे मैनेज हो जाता है. यू जस्ट नीड कॉफ़ी. अभी मुझे कॉफ़ी नहीं मिली है. ग्रुप गेम्स नहीं होंगे, नहीं होंगे। ग्रैंड फाइनल्स है कपिल, 5 गेम। Vince and Phil.
Today's ALGS finals are dedicated to Vince Zampella.
आज वीसीटी में स्टिंगर कुछ नेक्स्ट लेवल है हुआ है।
ALGS Championship in Sapporo, Japan.
ऐसे तो उनकी वेबसाइट वैसे डायरेक्ट वहीं से आता हूँ। ओह
Man, oh my, do want me doing the view. But the man, he left my mail to the May. So, on the control line, I need eat the I need to K kind of what go, whatever hole they come, me mata tori koni not a
ब्रेव फर्स्ट साइड में मुझे टोस्ट लगा। कैसे टोस्ट कैसे लग रहा है ये?
Justice とか言ってるから悪役も生まれる世界は矛盾が矛盾を生んではどっかで誰か泣いてる二の国作ろうぜ LGS 頭がいっぱいその場しのぎじゃで現実世界を生きる想像してわげまで大人って何考えさせられる毎日でもあんまり意味はねえ今日は最高の戦いにしよう頭がいっぱいでもお前はお前でいいお金じゃ買えない大事なものいっぱい当たり前だって思ってたことが今になって曲がって見えるイマジン一回きりならこの人生 crazy になるまで求められない breaking 頭では理解してるけども戻れない今しかないこの世界で making
Hi Ja, welcome to Cookies.
でも思い出す世界は still crazy この地球のどっかでまた会いましょう南の島のブレイメン一回きりならこの人生 crazy になるまで求められない breaking 頭では理解してるけども戻れない今しかないこの世界で making よ昨日までは死んだよ
मुझे लगा था 8:30 से मैचेस ही है।
思い出す世界は still crazy この地球のどっかでまた会えるなら baby 南の島のブレイメン
यू
調子はどうださっぱら
वो साउंड ऑलरेडी बहुत ज्यादा है.
今日は俺のために本当に素敵なメンバーが集まってるみたいだな特にそこの君イケてるな
ये क्या है अभी?
スタイリストといい勝負してるぜさてさてご機嫌うるわしゅう皆様今日は本当にスペシャルな日だぜそう今日は ALGS ここに来てくれたみんなまさに最高のゲストだそして俺本日の盛り上げ役この会場を最高に熱くする男空前絶後超絶怒涛のレジェンドミラー
पता नहीं अनमोल होगा मे बी.
そうねミラージュ盛り上げ担当っていうかなんていうかやりすぎ担当っていうのかしら
あまり褒めない方がいい調子に乗るだけだ
クリプちゃんよファンが俺らのこのライバル関係大好きなのは分かってるぜみんなファンアートありがとうでもお前が怒ってる本当の理由は俺が応援してる ALGS のチームが勝ったからだろ
I guess.
最高だ
このドア方面いつのこと話してるんだ
कल तो जापानीज में रहे हैं.
そうよ前の大会で勝ったのはヨーロッパよ
俺は何でもお見通しだ次のチャンピオンチーム
ये लोग इनके कैरेक्टर्स का कुछ कॉन्वर्सेशन दिखा रहे हैं कि क्या है.
最高のファンまあそうかもなでもそこの君スマホいじってなんかしちゃったりおっと撮影中見とけよインスタ用のサービスショットだこの笑顔 LINE のスタンプにもしとけや
あ見てミラージュよりすごい人が登場したわオズワルドさんステージを思いっきり盛り上げてちょうだい
हिंदी with Japanese accent. Oh. अभी डांस भी होगा क्या? अच्छा ये अलग है.
お前らが火をつけな導かれた島国さ俺たちのジパングに素顔そうじゃ漬物の目をした奴らはハングリー人の数デジタルスノー光のらせ飛び交う今日眠れない昨日の俺今このステージに立ってショーあの日の俺の負けがトリガー力をつけた今レスポンス全てひっくり返す時が来たぜそれはまさに今飛び出すジャンパー I feel like
इधर भी जापानीज सबटाइटल दो भाई किधर है सबटाइटल
トップスピード俺の足だかロボティ夢に見てた俺は奥さんバチャルの中飛び跳ねまるでヒップホップフリー寝で定めるワンハネまるでミリオンバラビルのように高く積んでいくまたたくまに宝み仲間とティーン誰かじゃなく俺とビュー昨日は負け犬今日はチャンプ取りに来たぜキンそれは己に肩証なんだ Keep doing my thing 18金光るリンこのはセイが bring bring
फेक जापानीज नहीं देख सकते सबटाइटल
RGS いけますか Show me your head love I get the middle trigger finger I get the middle trigger finger I feel like an octane with a home on it I get the middle trigger finger Simmer up Get the middle trigger finger up Simmer up I get the middle trigger finger Get the middle trigger finger up Sim up LGA 札幌今日の熱い戦いをみんなで応援しましょうありがとう
इंडिया स्पोर्ट्स में ऐसे इवेंट कब होंगे?
本当に最高だったなオズワールド
इंडिया में लोग को गेम से मतलब ही नहीं है जो ऐसे इवेंट्स होंगे.
さてさて俺の愛しいご友人たちレジェンド諸君そしてその他ご意向発表の時間だであれトロフィーどこ行ったこの辺にあったと思ったんだが
実はトロフィーの紹介は
कितना क्यूट लगता है जापानीज एक्सेंट. एग्जैक्टली नारुतो. गेम देखता ही कौन है इंडिया में जो ऐसे इवेंट्स होंगे? कोई देखता ही नहीं गेमिंग. अरे भाई
私の地元札幌と ALGS イヤー5チャンピオンシップへようこそ今日勝ち抜いたチームには最高の栄光が待っているよ
एक और परफॉर्मेंस. अच्छा नहीं ट्रॉफी दिखा रहे. भाई कूल है. मस्त ट्रॉफी है.
작년에 챔피언십 할 때는 결승도 못 가서 되게 분해가지고 좀 울었던 기억이 있는데
Our drive to win is just unparalleled compared to everyone else. You know, I think it's our tournament to lose.
Hi Shashank.
It takes confidence to win, and if you do that, you can win it all.
ये ट्रॉफी हमारे बूट कैम्प में कितना अच्छा लगेगा ना. मैं तो चुप हूँ.
I love the atmosphere of the crowd. This many people, they bring the hype. It makes us energized.
이번 트로피에는 반드시 제 지문이 묻힐 것입니다.
皆様こんにちは ALGS Year 5 Championship Match Point Finals へようこそ
Guys YouTube में भी इंग्लिश में है ना?
ALGS Year 5 Championship
Oh,
Sunday My name is Ryan
English.
and I'm joined by 平岩さん平岩さんと一緒に全てのチームを温かくお迎えするのを手伝ってくれるのでよろしくお願いします
はい、平岩康介です。よろしくお願いします。盛り上がってますか、札幌。
Trophy so cool, I know, right?
皆様楽しんでますか皆様楽しんでますか
さあ、これから世界最高の60人が入場します。世界最高の歓声で皆さん迎えてあげてください。
On that note, let's get the first team out here and get the show on the road. まずはタイからやってまいりまして、この3人 representing the SEA region. Give it up. 5 Fears の入場です。
5 Fears. 64.7% top 10 to top 5.
日本のチーム名を冠したアメリカの強豪、決勝常連のノックド、ドロップドがキーオンを引っ張ります。 From the United States of America, Groove Gaming!
北米地域からやってまいりまして、ただいまクレイジーシーズの入場です。 All the way from North America, it's time.
Crazy.
They aren't raccoons, and there aren't 100 of them, but they are the Crazy Thieves.
उस पे 100 Thieves क्यों लिखा है? मोशी मोशी आ रही है. हेलो मंथन.
ベテラン3人を擁するアメリカの U ファン FPS は自身のキャリアハイ世界準優勝を超えられるか。 From Americas,
इसको देखो. म्यूइंग कर रहा है. Oh, it's Crazy Raccoon and 100 Thieves. तभी the logo said 100 Thieves with a raccoon. ये क्या है? What?
去年よく見た名前ですけれども、優勝できたのですが、ただいま Go Next の入場です。 We've seen this name many times last year. They were the champions. This org will want to double up on their victories. Let's welcome out Team Go Next!
世界最強のハヤブサ軍団全員が12大会連続出場。皇帝インペリアルハルが狙うのは世界最多4度目の世界一。 Ladies and gentlemen, ALGS Open Champion Team Falcon!
हेवी ऑडियंस है. जिंक्स कब से शुरू करना है? वो क्या होता है? अच्छा हाँ, इसमें इंपीरियल हॉल है.
北米地域から勝つことしか知らない若者たち NA からやってまいりまして、 Shopify Rebellion の入場です。
Shopify Rebellion.
All the way from North America, these young guns know nothing but victory and won't allow anything to stand in their way. It's time for Shopify Rebellion!
オーストラリアの3人、シャーキーは初代世界王者、唯一の世界大会連覇メンバーです。三度の栄冠なるか。 From APAC South, S8Ul Palworld!
अरे यार गलत टाइम पे गई मैं. S8Ul.
北米地域から名乗るザ・ピープルズ・チャンプというホットドッグマフィアの入場です。 We know
Hot
them, we
dog.
love them, we call them the People's Champ.
Hot dog mafia.
Hot dog mafia.
भाई ऐसे नाम है आधे तो कि ऐसा लग रहा है ट्रोल करके रखे हैं ना आधे टीम्स के तो.
パジャマをまとった忍者たち。競技経験はまだ長くないものの EWC では3位入賞。クレフ、マクロビン、ベイン from the United States of America.
Oh, ninjas in the jungle. ये पक्का लान इवेंट है ना? मुझे लग रहा है फैंसी ड्रेस कंपटीशन है.
続いては SPI e スポーツの入場でございます。
अपने को भी रखना चाहिए घेवर ग्लाइडर्स भाई साहब.
From the APAC North region, it's time to bring out the ones, the only, the electrifying SPI eSports.
अरे SBI मैं तो भूल ही गई थी.
ジェントとドゥープレックス2人のベテランが迎えたのは18歳のパニック。
SBI लंच टाइम में खेलने आया है.
新時代の TSM 世界奪還なるか。
Oh TSM.
From Americas TSM。
北米地域からこのあんまり甘く見ない方がいいベテランたちがバータースプロの入場です。 The overperforming but underrated veterans, it's time to bring to the stage none other than Virtus Pro.
勢いのあるエイパックサウスの覇者、史上初東南アジアに優勝トロフィーを
Trophy looks so good.
できるか。タイが生んだ強烈火力 from APAC South Genji Esports。
शेंजी भी है. SBI सुबह मैच खेल रही है, आफ्टरनून में लंच. तो काम कब कर रहे हैं लोग? काम वाम सब मोमा है.
北米地域からいよいよバモスレガシーがいう時がやってまいりました。レガシーの入場です。
भाई ये तो ऐसा लग रहा है शूट के लिए आए हैं.
Vamos Legacy.
हेल्थ ऑल गुड नाउ. हाँ, वो तो मुंबई ने गिफ्ट दिया था मुझे बीमार करना.
ヨーロッパの軍師ハーキス12大会連続の決勝進出。残るは優勝の2文字だけ。
भाई तो कम सोई हूँ, मम्मा को कॉफी बोल के आती हूँ. मम्मी भाई देना ही भूल जाती है मुझे कॉफी.
From Europe,
EWC में यही टीम्स क्रेजी खेल रही थी ना. एक तो अलायंस थी, एक कौन सी थी वो जो जीती थी ना.
スーパーノーバの入場でございます。 The team that houses the Grim Reaper, the absolutely phenomenally funny Supernova.
फाल्कन्स भी. हाँ, अलायंस फाल्कन्स ये लोग भाई क्रेजी. वीके गेमिंग एंड में जीत गई थी. वायरट कोहली
北向
गेमिंग.
きにただひたすらに努力を重ね、ここまで最多の5チャンピオン。偉大な先人たちに続き再び韓国に優勝トロフィーを持ち帰れるか。エイパックノース代表エンターフォース36。
札幌の皆様、日本からこれから上がっていく強さがとんでもない強さのチームでございます。皆様 Unlimited でございます。From Japan, the team that know nothing but victory as well, will not let anything stand in their path. They have grown from strength to strength. It's time to meet Team Unlimited.
苦しかった。それでもまたここまで戻ってきた。さあ日本の悲願世界一へ、リブレースカーネル・ガルシアゆかゆく from Japan クナテ
पापा ने बना दी
全て
कॉफी
のチームです。このチームの一人が ALGS5 王者となります。
वे क्या एलिमिनेट हो गए? ओह
手伝ってくれて
नो
本当にありがとうございます。決勝の方はどうでしょうか。
昨年はね、最後にこの札幌で GO NEXT が大きな歓声を浴び
Let's
ました。
go
今年はどん
guys
なドラマが生まれるか、最後まで皆さん最高の声援で日本の熱さ世界に届けましょう。よろしくお願いします。
So that's all the 20 teams that will be taking part in today's match point finals, and one of them is going to be your
Match point finals.
champions. Who's it going
It
to
is
be? Well, I guess
it is
that's
named
the
match
$1
point
million question.
finals because the rule
これから行う
सभी रूल एग्जिस्ट करते हैं ना मैच
準備
point
はできていますか。まだまだですね、まだまだですね。札幌の皆様、これから行う決勝の試合を見る心の準備はできていますか。
足りないぞ、もっと出せよ。世界大会だぞ。
With that said, let's kick it back to the desk and get the show on the road. Take it away.
Well, if
That's
you
why I
hear
love the beer.
rumbling in Hokkaido, it's not thunder, it's not an earthquake. It's the fans at the Sapporo House Premise Dome screaming at the top of their lungs for Fnatic and Unlimit and the APAC North home teams who they want to bring home a championship for the very first time in the ALGS. And what a moment, what a place to do it. This is the thing that these players work all year for, and we are at the precipice of greatness for one of our 20 teams who have made it through the gauntlet of the last 4 days to participate in the elusive, the exclusive match point finals. We win or we go again today, so buckle up. It's going to be a fun ride. Welcome to the desk here as we get the show started today. What an electrifying start. Oz World, we've got VTubers all across.
मैच पॉइंट कितने वो
That was pretty awesome.
सेम
My
नहीं
name is
होता
Ray
था
Day,
क्या?
and I'm
मैं
joined by
भी भूल गई
amazing
पूरा रूल.
compatriots to fill out the show and kick us off with the storylines that matter most. Glitter Explosion, Snipe Down, and Jayhawk, all talents in their own right. What a pleasure it is to have you joining us here from Sapporo at around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Now, Lauren, talk to me a little bit about what this stadium feels like, because it's easy to see it on the screen, but when you're here, it's a different
50
beast when those
point
APAC teams come out.
I mean, the fact that we are sold out yet again with even more people this time around for champs here in Sapporo,
50
Japan,
कैसे?
is
50
electric.
तो बहुत कम
Literally, I
नहीं
was just
है.
talking to Gaston about it while we were watching all of those opening
अच्छा,
performances,
वैसे
the walkouts by
first
all of our players,
50.
already starting to get emotional. We haven't even started the matches, so I'm in trouble. I already know I am.
It's just a special feeling, that tape roll snipe, and you see the hands reaching out for the trophy. There's something very, I think, representative of what each one of these teams is trying to do. It's so close. What's going to be the difference in the team that grabs it today?
Yeah, I mean, we could see when the players
तो
were
उसी
walking
को
out, some of
बोलते
them were all
match
smiles,
point.
just soaking it in with the crowd and being embracing it. Other people were just straight-faced, ready to get on that stage and get to work. And honestly, just being there before
जो
and just
भी
soaking all that
मैं
in with
भूल
the
गई
crowd.
कि
When you're
कितना
on that stage, you have your
पॉइंट्स
headphones
थे
on and you're really
बट
not
उतने
aware
पॉइंट्स
of
जिस
everything
टीम
that's
के हो
happening
जाए
around
उसके
you.
बाद
When
अगर
this crowd
वो लोग
erupts when you're
जीत
walking out,
जाते
that's
तो
when you're
दो
like, oh my
जी
gosh, this is
मतलब
the
खत्म.
moment that we prepared for. The nerves might be there, but as soon as that first game starts, you know the practice has been put in. It's time to get to work.
Jayhawk, this has been a tournament that might have been the most even across all regions that we've seen in ALGS history. Coming into today, there are still some favorites, but the
50
stories are
है.
everywhere, from the teams that
तो
barely
50
made it in
पहुंच
to the hot
के
dog mafias, all the way
जीता
up
तो
to the
बस हो
top
गया.
with the Falcons and Alliance here. It's anybody's tournament.
Absolutely. You cannot fall asleep at the wheel. I mean, listen, Liquid, VK Gaming, these are teams that have champions and they didn't make it here. And so that just goes to show how brutal this tournament has been. One of the most competitive events we've ever seen, like you said. And I think that every single set we've seen so far, there hasn't been one team that dominated all 6 games, outside of maybe that first Falcon set in group stage. But even they showed weaknesses at some point on certain maps. And so I really think we're in for an incredibly competitive set. I feel like this one might go the distance.
If you've been watching over the last 4 days, you've seen these teams on their journeys, but maybe you're just catching up with us. Maybe you haven't seen the ALGS for a while. Let's introduce you to the
next
teams
match.
who have made it to match point finals. We call it Championship Sunday. Either way you want to slice it, it's the best day of esports anywhere, in my opinion. Alliance. I mean, a top team who's won already, but has yet to win in the ALGS official format. They're looking for their first here, and a championship trophy would go again to Europe if they were able to do that, with Go Next being our winners. Falcons also, so much from the super team. It's split up. It's Hal's big chance to claim supremacy as the best IGL ever in Apex Legends history. But let's see what these teams are fighting for. Alongside the big names, there are some names that got in here and are just happy to be playing. We talked with Rambo on Hot Dog Mafia. Still kind of a dream, Lauren. I said anything can happen. He relaxed a little bit, but he couldn't relax too much, knowing that first place has $600,000 to his name if he could take it.
Literally life-changing amounts of money on the line for these teams. And you notice everybody's getting paid all the way down to 30th, but we're already, we're in the top 20 now.
Yeah.
So some of those squads have gotten what they're looking for, and the top 20 are still fighting to get that lion's share.
It's such a big moment for these teams. It goes deeper than just the money snipe. There is something that these teams fight for that is personal. We've seen so many personal stories from Virtus Pro and Lou talking about losing his father, and doing this for him, a moment to seize an opportunity that would claim, yes, the victory, yes, the title.
मैंने जब देखा था उसमें तो 830 था
that he mentioned has been open since that moment. It's very special to be able to play on the stage.
Yeah, we've talked to a lot of players so far that, they have other reasons that they're playing for. We've talked to Rambo, who opened up a little bit. We had Lou, who opened up, and they're dedicating these to their father. And then you have a lot of these Japanese teams that are
Game 1, Game 2 दोनों live दिखा रहे हैं. पागल तो है ना?
For the win or just for the money.
पागल ही है.
There's so much pride in just the ability to say you are the best, that you accomplished one of your dreams, not just for yourself, but even dedicating to someone else. That is just something that you can't really grasp unless you are in that position.
It's such a special place, and I always try to take note of it, and around the atmosphere here in the Sapporo Dome, it's impossible not to. However, I want to start shifting gears towards the teams that, if you've seen the ALGS before, you probably have heard their name. Lauren, I want to talk about Alliance, because this is a team that no matter what has represented EMEA and has done it so well. They're a LAN winner in their own right, but not with the official ALGS. Hockeys is looking to do that differently today.
Yeah,
Aspas dominated.
We've got to the point where we can't
कुछ नया बताओ.
without Alliance. They have been representing EMEA for so long at this point. And now, like you mentioned, they're looking for that official trophy, that official title under their belt. They were able to get second at the Open this year, but then fell off a little bit with that
भाई
low
मैं
finish,
देखती ही
the
नहीं.
mid-season playoffs. And for Alliance, that's really good for some teams. For Alliance, that's not what they want. They know that they can bring home that trophy. And when you look at their team, okay, like you said, you've got Hackis in here, you've got Effect, and you have Unlucky. Not only do most teams pray to have two players as good as Effect and Unlucky, but you're still getting that firing power out of Hackis as well. While the IGLing is happening, they are an indomitable force in this lobby. They come out of winners in 6th place, so they have a decent spot when it comes to that POI draft. And when you see where they ended up, they are looking pretty comfortable across the board on all of these maps. And I am so excited to see, is this their land? Is this when they can finally do it?
This is the big question, but comfort is something Hockeys leans into. We asked, what are you going to change? He said, more the same. He's played with these guys for so long, and not only that, one of the longest standing relationships between an IGL and an org in ALGS history. Alliance getting this championship win would mean so much for not only their org legacy, but Hockeys as well. Jay, I want to pivot towards a team from APAC who has kind of been the storyline for us, because ALGS and Apex Competitive has shifted to a controller, almost dominant esport, and now you see a team that's dominating in their own way. 3 mouse and keyboard players basically one of the biggest threats in this lobby.
Absolutely. We're talking about Genji from APAC South. And listen, APAC South, the one region that really says we don't care about aim assist. We're not here for the controllers. We've got the triple M&K demons. And I feel like that word demon really encapsulates Genji because this is the roster that's going to haunt a lot of our teams out on the edge. When you run into Genji, you don't know what's going to happen because they are pure chaos.
यार last time honestly मस्त खेली थी. It raised my expectations. And अभी Zekan है, so yeah, let's see this season.
But what I know is that they're going to be running teams down. At the same time, they've been known
एक तो मैं खुश भी हूँ दुखी भी हूँ. खुश की finally VCT season फिर से start हुआ. Finally the GOAT की watch party फिर से शुरू हो गई है. But कब होती है वॉच पार्टी? रात के 3 बजे. 3 बजे देखूं मैं उसकी वॉच पार्टी.
And so they've realized if we want to make it to end game, sometimes we need to be fighting for positioning instead of for the KP. And once they get past that 50 point threshold, that's where we'll see that switch. At the same time, though, they have to stay true to themselves. So we're going to see that aggressiveness throughout the rest of the lobby.
And aggressiveness is the name of the game. There's a lot of
ऐसे भी बात कर सकते हो. शिरो सोवा में इनका टाइम आ रहा है.
Favorites who love to fight.
सोवा में नहीं, मैं तो भाई वैरायटी स्ट्रीमर, मैं तो खुश हूँ वैरायटी बन रह के. But yeah, I'll play Valorant for you guys.
That I'm sure humans will get in like 20 years by now. They're doing it so efficiently.
भाई तो तुम लोग ने इतना ज़्यादा ऑडियो करवा रखा है, मेरे को कान में दर्द हो रहा है.
One of the most winning, basically the most winning IGL player, and almost the most kills, over 2,000 with just 8 kills. He'll probably pass that mark today. Imperial Hal, and of course the Falcon snipe down.
Yeah, I mean, what
मैच कब स्टार्ट होगा? I don't know.
This is by far the most
क्योंकि शेड्यूल में 8:30 मैच का टाइम लिखा था.
This man, it just feels like he's always breaking some
हो
sort of
जाएगा
record. So
खैर
we
अब
talk
I
about
guess
8
फिर
kills to get to
9:30 होगा.
2,000. Not only that, this is an event where
MIBR
they got
स्टार्ट
first
तो
place
अच्छा
and
हुआ
then
है
the bracket
सीजन.
play
लेट्स
going
सी
into
क्या
this.
होता
No
है.
team has ever
अभी तो एक ही
won
मैच
event
हुआ
being in first place.
है.
I would not be surprised to see them take home the trophy.
कम
here
कर
and
दो.
break
अरे
that
नहीं,
record as well.
चैट
This is
में
a
कई
team
लोग
that
कह
won
रहे
the
थे.
Orleans.
Let
They got
it be.
third last champs, and we talk about a roster that has been so consistent.
हमें
it
वालों
doesn't
नहीं
even matter if
Palworld
they come
देखना
out
है.
strong.
मुझे भी
We've seen
Palworld
what they can
खेलना
do
है.
even when they get behind. There was an event where they
And
were
कल
so
मैं
far
ट्विच
behind,
पे नहीं
everyone
आई
was
because
counting
I
them
was
out. They won
sleepy.
back
तो
to
मैंने
back
सोचा
to
कि
back
बेस
games
ट्रांसफर
to
ऑफ
bring
स्ट्रीम
home
कर
that
देती हूँ. उसमें
championship.
मुझे
So we talk
घंटों
about
लग गए.
composure.
But
Teams that
हाँ,
have been here before, that are able
तुम
to
लोग के
take
लिए
in that
छोटू
pressure,
सा
know exactly what
सरप्राइज
they
है.
have to do. This is them. And it feels like
आज
Hal is one of those
खेलेंगे.
people that's just kind of grabbing teammates. You know, he got Waltzy that first win at the last event. Guild doesn't have a tournament win under his belt. If he gets a win here, it's just he's just kind of collecting teammates, handing out trophies to anyone he can.
वैरायटी
But, I mean,
स्ट्रीमर
this is one of those
एक्सेप्ट
events
BGM
where
है.
Falcon
ब्रदर
can
PC
solidify
गेमर हूँ
themselves,
मैं.
Hal
ठीक है.
specifically can solidify himself as just the greatest of all time. No one even in a close realm of what they are at, and it's going to be exciting to see if they can continue that momentum leading into this finals.
हाँ, for us guys, not because you're in a toxic relationship with the game. I think this time it is for you guys. I agree, पहले मेरा वैसा था, but trust me, अभी मेरा मन उठ गया है Valorant से. And it's not the game, or it's not me, or it's not like the person I play with. It's only Mumbai server. The problem is only Mumbai server. सिर्फ मुंबई सर्वर की वजह से मेरा वो गेम से अभी इंटरेस्ट जीरो हो रखा है.
Someone he had played with in different iterations of his team. The other team that I think is the biggest story here in terms of players who want a championship to move up. Not just in terms of the
toxic
respect
cycle
that they have,
because of win traders.
But in terms of like kind
See,
of
like I enjoy the grind, but grind का मतलब ही नहीं है ना when you are trying so hard, but team में तुम्हारे नमूने आ रहे हैं जिनको सिर्फ गाली गलौज से और blame करने से मतलब है और उनको win trade करना है. Why should I put in so much मतलब efforts भाई? इतना मैं क्यों करूँ? इतना try क्यों करूँ मैं?
Verls, obviously we know him from TSM, playing with Hal and Reps and figuring out a way to almost create another version of that TSM dynasty. But now they're all together without a win in this roster. And the storyline is, can they come together, the whole become greater than the sum of its parts, and find a way to get over that final ledge to scale the mountain officially and to claim victory, not just as
But what I do is
players, which is a tough way to
वो
put it,
बाजू
but
वाला
as
जो
a new
तीसरा है ना
collective unit that is
उसको
stronger
उस पे
than
मैं
they have
जाती हूँ उस पे
This storyline is
ब्लेज
really
मट तो
interesting,
मेरे
and I
पार्टी
also
में रहता ही है
shout
उसको
out
उस पे
Papa
फेंकती हूँ
who is at
वो
every
तोड़ के
single
दे
event. I
देता
don't
है.
think Mama's here this time
ऐसे कर
around, but
देती हूँ.
I know she's watching, so big shout out to you. It's a family affair for the Verholst, the Jim Burtons
शुरू
family as
करो
well. And of
शुरू
course, I'm
करो.
sure Phony's got some love over here. I saw his sister at one of the events at the Open. So it's always great to see how that impacts things, Lauren. And I know that this is just the top of it. these teams have so much to give when it comes to motivation.
Absolutely. We talk about how
बेकार है
important a
भाई
support
मुंबई
system is, and the
सर्वर
fact that we have players who have that consistent support system at every LAN. It's just that little extra boost
So
that you
she's
need
wearing
going
full
into something
glitter
as
outfit.
stressful as competing on this type of a stage.
Absolutely. Jayhawk, I want to finish out this kind of
पूरा
overview
ऊपर
of the
से
team in a
नीचे
region we can't
चमकीला
ignore, which is APAC North. And then Limit,
कितना वेट
basically the
करवाएंगे
second
पता
biggest
नहीं
yells
बाबा
outside of Fnatic. This is a team that you've had your eye on the entire
आज
time.
मैंने
Absolutely.
डरावना
Listen,
सपना
these other
देखा
four teams, a lot of experience.
हैं?
They have a
तुमने
rich
कपिल को
history
देखा?
in the ALGS. This Unlimited team burst onto the scene in an incredibly explosive fashion at the ALGS Open.
Sad,
Talked
bro,
about it a couple
sad.
times. That 4K20 bomb that Yulari man dropped.
अभी
the
Apex
word
खेल के
spread
ALGS
quickly
जाओ
about this kid's name, and he
और कुछ
continued to do it. I mean, they made the finals of that LAN. The problem was they had a little bit of a bump in the road at the midseason playoffs, placing 36, and so there was a lot of question marks. Now they've answered
इतनी
some of
देर
those
इन्होंने
with the
बातें
win in
करी है
Pro
हम
League,
सोचो कितने
but
सारे
there's
पैल
still
पकड़
question marks
लेते
because in the
हैं
winners bracket we saw
Bro,
them
we are
struggle
so
against some of
obsessed
those
with
best teams in the
Palworld,
world. They had a
bhai.
big bounce back in the final 3 games of Elim round 2 last night, and I think the key difference there was, and I talked about this with Genji, the lesson on the
कपिल
edge,
भाई भी
you're
लाइक
not
मुझे
fighting
क्यों
for kill
तोड़ा
points, you're
उसको
fighting
आदत
for
हो गई है
positioning. They have to realize what the god spots are, and that's where they need to be going after. If they can do that, we could see
Excuse
this
me,
crowd
क्यूट
going
अपना थोड़ी
crazy with
बोला
Unlimited
वो
win.
I mean,
हाँ
I
हाँ
think that's
क्यूट
going to
नहीं
be
बोला
another
तभी तो मैंने
factor
पाजी
with
का
so
नाम
much
नहीं
support
लिया
from APAC North snipe down. It is going to, like we almost saw with
टेस्ट
Unlimited,
खेल के
get a big
EWC
win
जाओ
at the top of the day, go almost 19th, 18th, 12th, whatever, then get a big win at the end of the day. That's enough in a match
सब
point
कर
finals as
लेती
long as
हूँ
you cross over 50 to get the job done.
पबजी खेल के
having
उधर
that
भी चली
lackluster,
जाती
you
हूँ
know, winners bracket and
PMWC
then
है
heading out
मैं ही
and
तो हूँ एक
immediately bouncing back and dropping the game. I mean, to have 3 bad games in a row.
नहीं नहीं ब्लिट्ज ओपी
going
मैं
into the final
सिर्फ
3
बेस
games, just
वाला
thinking
काम
backs
की
against
रात
the
को
wall. We've done it. They won Pro League, so they know how to do it. They had the bad performance, like you mentioned as well. But to have those back-to-back perfect
मैंने
games in
इसलिए
the first,
स्ट्रीम भी
second,
नहीं
and
किया आई
third,
वाज
to carry that
एक्चुअली
over, to hear the
एग्जॉस्टेड
crowd. What is there's a
एंड
quote I
आई
believe
न्यू
where
कि
it's like,
मुझे
if you
सुबह
are
जल्दी उठ
prepared,
के
you
वॉच
don't
पार्टी
feel
भी
anxious
करना है
because
तो
you know that you've put in
इसलिए
the work and put in the effort. You can soak it all in. Nervous might not be the word. Anxious is kind of good sometimes, but nerves are not there if you know you put in the work and you put in the talent. And every single one of those players on that roster have
एंड
all
आज
of that.
दिन
And it's
में
going
भी
to be
मैं
exciting.
ज्यादा
If they
नहीं
come
खेल
out strong,
पाऊंगी
Watch
पर
out. This is
देखते
going to
हैं
be a fun time. And of course,
इफ
we
आज
haven't
मुझे
mentioned
नींद
the
नहीं
teams
आई ना टाइम
like
से तो
Shopify
मैं ट्विच
Rebellion.
करती हूँ
We've
रात
got
को
Legacy, who are no
वापस
longer
आके घर
carrying the Team Liquid banner, but find themselves yet again in a finals. What a story
कैंडी
that
क्रश
would be
खेल के
if
10
they
के
get over
लेवल
the
रीच कर लो
precipice this time around.
उसमें 10 के
More than
लेवल
we'll
से
cover as the games begin to start. And speaking of that,
भाई
we've
मैंने
got
तो
our votes
खेला ही
for who
नहीं
we think as a talent team
मेरी
is
मम्मा ने
going to
थोड़ा
take
बहुत खेला
the
है कैंडी
victory. We
क्रश
have a
मैं
lot of
बीच
fun
में
with
खेलती
this.
थी बट एक कोई और
Falcon
गेम है
seems to
मम्मी
be
पापा वो
the
खेलते रहते
choice
थे
for
पूरा
most
टाइम
of
मेरे
us
को उसका
here, but
नाम
there's
नहीं
an
पता
alliance out there, Lauren.
बट इट्स नॉट
Oblivion
कैंडी
for
क्रश
just
वो
trying
तो
to
मम्मी ने
catch up.
काफी कम
Oblivion,
ही
maybe they
खेला है
can score 300 points today.
I love that
भाई
attitude.
मैं तो पता है गाइस
too. I mean, he's
वो
just
गेम
going
नहीं
for it.
था फोन पे वो उसको क्या बोलते थे मैं भूल
Of
गई
course, Dia with Unlimited, he
रोड
said
टू
nobody
व्हीलर
picked
वाला
him, and I think that's okay.
तो
A team that obviously
मैंने वो
can score a
खेलना
lot.
शुरू किया था भाई भाई मुझे वो गेम इतना पसंद आ गया था ना मैंने मम्मा को भी सिखा दिया था तो मम्मा और मैं खेलते रहते थे पूरा टाइम रोड टू व्हीलर खेलते रहते
He's
थे
already got
भाई
more points than you, but this is a good pick. And Snipe, I think I'm with you there. I think Falcons might end up taking this one.
Yeah, I mean,
भाई रोड टू व्हीलर वाला एरा भी क्रेजी था गाइस मैं सुबह शाम खेलती थी मैं बेड पे पड़े पड़े सिर्फ वो गेम खेलती रहती थी ये लाइक 2 साल पहले की बात है ना 23 में आया था शायद से मैं फोन नहीं मतलब BGMI के बाद हुआ होगा कि मैंने फोन पे इतना कुछ खेला है ना नॉन स्टॉप RTV खेलती थी मैं नॉन स्टॉप और फिर इतना टेम्प्ट हो गई थी मैं दूसरे लोग को उसमें पैसा लगाते देखते हुए कि मैंने भी थोड़ा सा कर दिया था हाय बट इट वाज फन
Time to set it
Addict
up.
हो गई
Let's
थी
bring
मैं
in our casters here. Game 1 is
वैसे
close to
टाइप
being
का गेम मैंने
underway,
पहले
and
खेला
we've
भी
got
नहीं
the
था
dynamic duo ready to start
कैंडी
us
क्रश
off.
इज
Of
ओनली
course,
इन
it
माउस
is
एंड अदर
on
आल्सो रीच
set.
23
Fantastic.
लेवल मेरी मम्मा ने कम खेला है मेरी मम्मा दूसरा वो गेम खेलती है
Everybody that has made it to
अब तो वो
Sapporo
भी नहीं
is
खेलती
packed in here, Dan. There is barely a place to stand.
इतना जल्दी स्ट्रीम हाय गोल्डी या इट इज वॉच पार्टी फॉर आवर S8Ul Apex टीम फाइनल्स है फाइनल्स
Is here 20 teams with a chance at glory.
A chance to cement yourself in esports
नीचे वाला
history.
ड्रेस आप पे
I've
ज्यादा
already cried
सूट
twice
करेगा
today, so who knows how much I will going forward. The crowd is insane. This arena is unbelievable. And these players are
खरीदती
living
हूँ मैं,
in
रुको।
what will be, I'm sure, a memory they will remember for the rest of their lives.
1 hour हो गया, अभी तक मैच स्टार्ट नहीं किया। हाँ, अब हो रहा है गाइस, हो रहा है फाइनली। फर्स्ट स्टॉर्म पॉइंट था क्या? हाँ, स्टॉर्म पॉइंट है फर्स्ट। स्टॉर्म पॉइंट का एक ही है, ओलंपस भी एक ही है, ये ई डिस्ट्रिक्ट 2 है और वर्ल्ड है। मैं फिर से भूल गई कि मेरे फेवरेट मैप का नाम क्या था। स्टॉर्म पॉइंट तो नहीं लग रहा, डेफिनेटली नहीं लग रहा।
Very interesting here in the grand finals. We drafted all 4 maps.
हमारी टीम
last
कहाँ है?
night,
द
but it
मिल,
was
द मिल
depending on
किधर
where
है?
you finished in that winners bracket.
ओ,
If you finished in
एकदम
the top
लेफ्ट
10,
में।
you would draft the first 10 picks. If you came from the elimination bracket,
Let's
you
go
would be 11th through
guys.
20th. And that is for
ओलंपस
every single
में
map.
भी
So for
मैं
Falcons
भूल गई
example,
क्योंकि मुझे
they
काफी
would
टाइम हो
draft
गया
first
एपिक्स छोड़े।
every single time, each time we got through on
एपिक्स
these
कब
maps. Now
खेलती
we
थी
are
मैं?
going to see
21 में।
Falcons at Echo HQ.
यप,
as
21
their
में
pick
12
when it comes to
घंटे।
this one, where we're
भाई
gonna
मैं
see
एक गेम ना पकड़ देती हूँ और फिर मैं खेलती रहती हूँ पागल जैसे।
down at Cenote Cave. Gen G.
ये कौन सी गेम है? एपिक लेजेंड्स तुमने खेली नहीं क्या? मैं 21 में बहुत खेलती थी क्योंकि तब एक टूर्नामेंट खेला था ना, तो तब मुझे मेरे टीममेट्स ने सिखाया था। मेरी टीम में प्रो प्लेयर्स थे भाई, वो बहुत क्रेजी खेलते थे, तो वो लोग ने मुझे इतने अच्छे से सिखाया था ना कि मुझे सब समझ में आ गया था। तो फिर मैं खेलती थी और मैं एडिक्ट हो गई थी इस गेम से। मैं अकेले ही खेलती रहती थी पूरा दिन। मैं फ्लैट तक पहुंच गई थी, फिर मैंने छोड़ दिया था। पूरा दिन मैं अकेले खेलती रहती थी एपिक, बहुत मजा आता था। हीरो पालवर्ल्ड के एक्सपर्ट्स खेलेंगे। हाँ भाई, लाओ भाई। Let's go, let's go। अभी तो ये लोग लूटेंगे स्टार्टिंग में एकदम शांति। ट्विच पे कितने एपिक्स की क्लिप्स है? अबे हाँ, मेरे ट्विच पे कितने क्लिप्स है? Split fiction when? Split fiction खरीदना पड़ेगा यार मेरे को। मैंने पता है जब लिया था फिर लाइक मॉर्टल स्कैम कर दिया था, तो फिर मैंने रिफंड कर दिया था वो गेम क्योंकि मॉर्टल खेलने ही नहीं आता था। आई वाज लाइक ब्रो, इतना एक्सपेंसिव गेम खरीदा है मैंने एंड खेल ही नहीं रहा है, तो मैंने रिफंड कर दी, वापस खरीद दी।
The real question is, do they even know yet? Have they been able to hit a ring console themselves? We don't know right now just because their names are covering it, but yes, I can see a ring console in the area, so they should have had that information, at least a survey beacon to get somewhere.
इसमें तो ड्रॉप फाइट नहीं होती है ना, इसमें ड्रॉप फाइट कैसे होगी?
Virtus Pro had a ring console as well. Hot Dog Mafia are going to move past them.
Fnatic is already so close, कैसे? हमारी टीम के एकदम, अबे ये लोग का फाइट भी शुरू हो गया। Highest KD player in Palworld esports, one and only Hero. हाय क्यों बोला मैंने?
That's never good as well, and that means that they're going to try and capitalize. As soon as you see a Newcastle go down, you try and push, but it is going to be a trade, 1-for-1.
Slayer, who had a phenomenal group stage performance. Some of the biggest kill numbers that we saw throughout the entire tournament in that particular round. He's going to have to do something similar here. Rambo has been finished off, so Virtus Pro will be able to reset here, and the 2v2 becomes a 3v2, and Skillcakes and Albrelelli will have to hold it.
और ये हॉट डॉग माफिया है।
Be a choice of trying to escape potentially, but it looks
Okay,
like
इनका एक down भी
maybe
होगा।
are just going to leave this one for now. Retreat and say perhaps this is job done. This is not worth overextending for.
एक केपी लेके भाग गए ब्रो वो लोग।
In this area, and other teams might join.
Yeah, knowing this is pretty close to a lot of teams.
अबे Fnatic तो अपनी टीम के पास, अच्छा हाँ लेगेसी उधर है, तीन टीम्स क्यों हैं इधर?
Game number 1. Smart ideas though is not being on your back and not being
गई
finished.
Fnatic,
And unfortunately for
गई।
Colonel Garcia, he is going to fall victim here. Fnatic
भाग
in a
जाएंगे क्या
little
ये
bit of a
लोग?
precarious situation in
I
game number
guess,
1. Oblivion are the ones who are doing the damage.
A lot of teams running into trouble in their rotation, trying to force their way into center barometer as quickly as possible. But just as we saw
Recover तो कर ही
yesterday,
लेते हैं banner
these
वैसे।
early fights prove pivotal. They could be the difference maker from, you know, just finishing with a couple of points or actually winning the entire game. Some of these positions are absolutely massive.
You've got on the Valkyrie alongside Live Lace on the Caustic. We'll have to find a way to get Colonel Garcia back into this game. The one thing that they do have, of course, is a mobile respawn beacon. They also have his banner, so they're going to be able to get him back in pretty quickly. Elsewhere, you can see that Hot Dog Mafia
Actually,
and
उसको
Skill
पता है ऋतु
essentially
के
do
साथ
like
खेलना
for like. They
चाहिए.
are
It
trying
will
to
be
respawn
like
their
very
teammate,
fun
and everyone will
stream.
be back up to threes if they can do this successfully.
Now, the best performing teams from this tournament so far on Storm Point, Gen G and Falcons are up there. They have been the two best teams so far, and if they can find that same kind of form, that same kind of averages across games of 10 plus points per Storm Point match, it would be the perfect way to start things off here for their chances in match point finals.
I was about to say, I'm waiting for the roar and just to see
really
how
locked
locked
in
in this crowd is for Fnatic to get a respawn, let alone a kill, let alone a squad wipe. So that's going to be a lot of fun to listen to throughout today's action. Go next, take it to the skies, and landing on the sands. They're going to get that castle wall down, and this is where they're going to try and rotate, or maybe play for a little bit longer.
And a circle like this,
Bro, how is it already looking so intense? अभी तो शुरू हुआ है.
19 of them. But of course, you have a team like Gen G, for example, who are running a more aggressive composition, may struggle a little bit to get into this zone and actually be able to hunker down. So instead, they're probably going to look to try and be aggressive and push other teams when they get the chance to do so, and maybe take some of those more kind of covered areas that are available in this circle.
Nice shot coming in from Henchman with the triple takes, going to get a little shield crack. One thing that Gen G won't be able to do is be anonymous in this lobby. When you're looking at compositions, Caustic Newcastle +1, essentially for everyone it looks like in this lobby. Apart from Gen G. Gen G, no Caustic, no Newcastle, Bangalore, Crypto, and Mad Maggie. If you see any of those legends in a composition, you know Gen G, you're pretty close, and they're more than likely going to fight you.
Yeah, it's the only Crypto, Bang, and Mad Maggie in the lobby. Otherwise, people are running Alter or Valkyrie. Like I said, this is the kind of most agreed upon meta that we've seen so far in this tournament, but that will change as we go into Game 2, and either Newcastle or Caustic are banned, depending on what happens. Most likely it will come down to a coin flip, with it being so many of them featuring here in this lobby. But speaking of Gen G, on the journey they go, and perhaps just on the hunt to try and get a little bit of extra Evo here before then moving in and hunting down some of their enemies.
Find a Salt Pill, they're also going to be able to the survey beacon on in a few moments' time as well, with the path that they've decided to take. I'm interested to actually see where this barometer zone does go, because there's a lot of different options when you come to barometers. A lot of times you see it pull down to
यार मैं जब खेलती थी ना मैंने खेला सबसे ज़्यादा लाइफलाइन है, बट मुझे वो वेलकायरे अच्छी लगती थी.
I mean, almost impossible to play for a lot of
Like
people.
मैंने बहुत बाद में जाके वेलकायरे खेलना शुरू किया था जब अनलॉक हुई.
It's a game number 1 does make it a little bit more
EWC के बाद भी कोई नया एजेंट आया है क्या इसमें, नया लेजेंड?
left up on that high ground, you see them pull towards where Legacy are currently set up as well. It's a very interesting one, and if you are able to have Valkyrie in your composition,
तुम लोग मेरा केडी का पीछा छोड़ोगे?
maybe you're going to be able to get ahead of a lot of
एक
traffic.
तो लोग आलो में मेरे केडी के पीछे पड़े रहते हैं जो कि नेगेटिव रहता है, और पालवर्ल्ड में पीछे पड़े रहते हैं जहाँ अच्छा केडी है.
Where our teams will have to play.
Another team I do want to point out, Supernova also have been fantastic on Storm Point so far this tournament, also averaging over 10 points per time we see them on this map.
Supernova full chilling एकदम late.
They're kind of playing edge at the moment.
Shopify Rebellion तो मस्त बैठे हैं अब निकल गए. अब तो सबको भागना पड़ेगा.
Composition, of course, to Gen G. They don't have that Maggie ball to try and rip and then create that damage and that initial push that they would need for the opening. So it's going to be a very different game for them, but I thought at some point
Supernova safe खेल रही है, उनके पीछे एक और है.
But instead Gen G are still going to be playing this one a little
Gen
bit
G.
slower and a little bit further out.
Well, Hackis wanted that
Palworld में
survey
खेली
beacon,
होता
wasn't
है,
able to hit it. He
of
tried to stick it. Effect had to jump up and protect his buddy. And in fact, now, speaking of protecting your buddy, it's going to be Unlucky who just throws down that mobile shield and allows Hackis to re-engage with it to get that information. So just cycling some of the utility to make sure that Hackis stays on his feet, and Alliance will be able to grab the lay of the land with that survey beacon where everybody is currently set up. Just makes it a little bit easier for them to plan what their rotation is going to be. One team who might be holding them out, though, on the bridge is Hot Dog Mafia. And like we mentioned earlier, it's the first time that we've seen in esports in the Apex Legends Global Series a man walk on our main stage dressed as a hot dog.
My question about Alliance is, what Alliance are we going to see today? Will we see the Alliance we briefly saw on day 1, where they set the highest point total so far in a single game? Are we going to see EWC Alliance, for example, that was able to lift that trophy, which of course was a non-ALGS competition, and they are still looking for that ALGS trophy? Or will we see the Alliance who kind of faltered a little bit, looked a little bit slow, a little bit lackluster towards the end of the group stages? Because if we do see Alliance at their very best, they are almost unbeatable at times when it comes to those 3v3 engagements.
historically, you would say
Last
match point
end
finals
zone
alliance have always
पहुंचते हुए तो
started a
भाई
little bit slowly.
बहुत chaos
And they're
होने
picking up
वाला है.
momentum. They're one of the later teams sometimes to hit match point, but it's very rare that they won't. However, I think for them, it would be a huge, I would say, coup when it comes to how they will be feeling as a team, how emotionally they're going to be able to react. If they can hit match point in the top sort of 3 or 4 teams, I think that'll be a big momentum boost for them.
Just to give you an idea of like how this lobby is going to play out, we have still yet to see a player fully eliminated, if not picked back up. 60 players still on the map. As I say that, Lewis has been taken down, MT goes down as well, and Virtus Pro are at 6s and 7s.
भाई बीपी
It
वाले
looks
full
like Slayer
sandwich
might
हो
not be
गए.
long for this world either, but we'll use those knockdown shields plus the Newcastle wall to try and survive here.
But the one thing that he does have is the potential to get some barrels down and create a little bit of fake cover. But sticking a res with this castle wall being shredded away is very risky, especially when you've got
Oi.
36 looking to be the team who gets the first full elimination
Confirm
of one of our
कर दिया
squads
बे.
in our match point finals. MT's going to be finished. It's actually Waltzy's going to be credited with that kill after end of Force 36 will finish him off, but I think they want to finish off Slayer here. They want one more KP. They're going to make sure that they get it as well. The caustic ult goes in. Virtus Pro will be the Red Bull first strike. They are out of it in match number 1.
Sadly, it felt like
एक मिला ना हमको ये nice.
Get Virtus Pro out of this position. It'll be dangerous if they play that.
S8Ul मर गई नहीं.
So they all agreed upon just eliminating them as quickly as possible. Now we look over to Gen G, and they are going to be pushing Alliance here. Wrecking Ball comes out, good damage initially, but Alliance will hold.
Syringe being popped here by Gen G and by Asia. The zone closing behind them. You wonder if they're going to just try and push this one again. Power amp going to be dropped off here to Dexter to try and get maybe a couple of smokes
Bro
back. Maybe
named
to
himself
try and cause a
Asia.
little bit of carnage here, because as we know, in the smokes, your aim assist ain't going to do what it does. And when you triple M and K, that doesn't really matter for you. So smoking in and causing a ruckus could be the play here. EMP's going to go off. This is engagement now for Gen G.
Gen G just want this fight. They're desperate because they know they can't afford to be too slow here.
Right, drill goes in as well. That's going to chip away the damage. And
ये क्या हो रहा है?
the spray on the M and K. Gen G putting the pressure onto
गए मरने वाले लोग.
Hot Dog Mafia now queuing through the wall into this tunnel. Maybe the perfect third party. Unlucky on the Newcastle, trying to keep Alliance alive. And we'll be able to stick at least one res. Can Unlucky survive, or will this be the end of Alliance?
Yeah, Hot Dog Mafia was going to say they're going to hear this, and they're going to push in, take 3 KP. Alliance will be the first one to be eliminated. Did Gen G escape? Yes. Single member of Gen G was able to escape out the backside. So Hot Dog Mafia, the biggest winners. Alliance, obviously, biggest losers of
इतने
that one, but it
matches
was all
हैं.
initiated
ऐसे
by
तो
Gen
5
G.
दिखा रहे
Now,
हैं,
I've been
but
saying this all
इसमें वैसा
tournament long.
rule
If you
होता है
come
ना.
across Gen G, you
5
probably
point
want to
वाला.
run. They will if
50
you. They
point
want to
reach
fight.
किया
They want
this
the
team ने.
KP.
If they win the next game तो खत्म हो जाता है finals. वो जीत जाते हैं.
That final member of Gen G.
Take a look at where this zone is going to be going, as you say. Gen G being hunted down by the Mafia of Hot Dogs. And Ziki might not be longed for this game. They've found Ziki. Ziki, goodbye. Gen G eliminated. That will be the end of them, as 17 squads will now remain in this lobby. 4 kills, by the way, for Albrelli and the Hot Dog Mafia. But going back to the conversation very quickly, hold up, about zone. Hot Dog Mafia, got to be careful and get Rambo back up here.
Well, it's Monsoon with a charge rifle. Who else would it be? Oblivion onto Hot Dog Mafia, the two who had the most interesting entrance to the arena, it has to be said today, but I loved it. Now, Hot Dog Mafia will be able to get back up, though, as the zone now starts to close, and it will be pulling further south, slightly southeast, I'd say, but down towards Team Falcons and TSM.
5 fears, they land, but not comfortably. Keon's going to get one onto Go Gaps here, and it might be a case of a couple of teams trying to pressurize them. And Floyd's going to be able to get that castle wall down and maybe actually able to reset momentarily. You're seeing some of those charged up arrows flying towards them from a bow check plus a frag grenade. That's doing some damage, and that's actually going to destroy the majority of this castle wall. Speaking of Hot Dog Mafia, they've taken the place of Virtus Pro, who went out a little bit earlier, and they're trying to do what they can to survive.
If we learned anything from the Virtus
यार वो
Pro,
तो ये
it's
लोग
not
को
in a
आदत
position
हो
to
जाता
hold.
है.
Hot Dog Mafia will be eliminated despite their aggression earlier, being
Regular
able to take
देखते
down
हैं.
the likes of Alliance and the remainder of Gen G. KP is great, but sadly they will not be competing in the end zone here and in that final circle. A team that might be, though, Team Falcons, they are set up perfectly for this one. This is a fantastic read from the CEO himself.
2 kills for Imperial Hal means he's now 6 away from 2,000 ALGS kills.
Falcons भाई zone में आने वाली teams को hold off कर रही है.
Back in the driver's seat, of course, for Falcons now as
But इनको भी तो जाना ही
this
है.
team in a very, very good position in this game, number 1. Crazy Thieves. It was a very up and down day for them. It's been a very up and down tournament for them, but they made it here, Dan. But now they've got a long, long way to go towards that end game.
Yeah, what matters is they are on the up, they are on the rise. They've had their down, and now it's about actually showing what they're made of here in a grand
भाई एक ही
finals
जगह पर
lobby.
कितने teams लड़ रहे
They've already
हैं.
been able to take one member of NIP out, but they are not over-committing to this one just yet. They are taking this one carefully because they know how vulnerable you are from a third party.
I think they're going to try and counter slam here, but they've got to be very, very careful because Oblivion on the outside of this building, on the north side of Barometer as well. McLovin will be finished. Kurev has gone down as well. Phony will get the second, which means there's only one remaining member alive for them to deal with. Oblivion, though, actually going to smartly, I think, leave. The timing not good for them. You can see the zone is closing. And with all of Crazy
Oh,
Thieves
right.
still healthy, it would be a big
CRT
risk for them to move
phony,
in.
100 Thieves phony था ना.
And this kill
EWC.
feed's about to be set ablaze. I mean, I'm predicting at least
He was
8
playing
teams are going
crazy,
to die
bro.
here on this rotation. Zone starts to close. Up into the sky teams go, but Crazy Thieves taking this fight on the ground.
Ninjas in Pajamas will finally be eliminated. Verholz will get the final kill onto Vayne. As now you see a couple of teams trying to Valkyrie into a position for this end game. One of them is going to be Unlimit. What a performance it was from these 3 gentlemen to get into match point finals. The crowd fiercely behind them on the walkouts as well, supporting the APAC North powerhouse. And Peace has been a player that a lot of people have been talking about as one of those guys that can win you a tournament.
Could definitely win them the tournament. They have been able to stabilize here and found themselves pretty much center zone. Enter Force 36 down. Fnatic also
बस टीम
eliminated.
बाहर होती जा रही है अब तो.
And they will be dropping like
पता
flies.
चल नहीं
It's
रहा
all
इतना.
to because the
बस
North
टीम
is
बाहर
still
हो रही
being
है.
forced in. Crazy Thieves the next to
गई
go.
11 squads now
Crazy
remain. Go
Thieves.
next. They're just about inside of zone, but by the skin of their teeth, and they've also got Supernova looking down on them and a couple of barrels coming their way. They've got to be very careful as Legacy will be the next team to fall. Shopify Rebellion have just introduced themselves to the game as well. Duplex will be taken down from TSM. Koiful going to be credited with that knock.
I was about to say they've silently found their way into the southeast side of the map, and yes, they are amidst the water, but they do have place to play right now and should be able to walk in a little bit later on. But it's still Team Falcons who are pretty central here. They have lost Hal, but he's going to be picked back up on his feet, and they are holding off Oblivion right now, who have joined their kind of area here in the south.
Falcons trying to command some space. Good news here for Falcons. Oblivion have just had one knocked, and that's thanks to Shopify Rebellion. Shopify Rebellion aren't safe inside of this next zone. It's going to be a difficult cross for them. But I think they're just trying to play the clock a little bit here, waiting for teams on that northern side who will have to move first to take care of each other, guarantee themselves a couple of placement points, and then make their move. Oblivion, the threats of Falcons have been dismissed. Falcons own the zone.
2 more kills for Imperial Hal. 4 away from 2,000. Could he reach it in match 1 here of these match point finals? Definitely possible, looking at where this zone's going, where these teams are going to be pushing from. Plenty of KP available for Team Falcons. Could they start this whole thing off with a win?
One worry for them is light ammo. They do not have much of it, and historically, that's always been the story when it comes to Imperial Hal. Unlimit have just been eliminated as well, so we're down.
Best babies in there.
Pro Gaming are making their play. By the way, Shopify Rebellion have transferred over from the very kind of southeastern side of the zone right over to the northwest, so a complete flip of the map for them.
Yeah, I think they had to, otherwise they were just going to be focused by the likes of Falcons, but now the zone is going to be forcing all these teams from the east into each other. TSM, Supernova, SBI,
ये TSM ऐसा भाग के गया ओपन दो स्क्वाड से कमार खाई है लेफ्ट राइट.
This one as well, you can see he's peeking to see if there's any damage that he can take an advantage of.
अभी फाल्कन को क्रॉस करना है अपनी टीम को. आईटी होने वाला है उनका. SBI गए. चलो लंच टाइम.
Shopify Rebellion are under fire as well. S8Ul are the ones who actually hold on to this position very successfully. Supernova now go down as Grow appear from nowhere, it would seem. 5 squads are now remaining.
By the way, Grow Gaming are picking up kill after kill, team kill after team wipe, I should say, after team wipe. And you can see from the POV of Noct, he has 6 KP himself. 2k damage already in the bank for Noct here. And now they've got Go Next, who's going to be their closest threat.
14 kills for Grow Gaming right now across the whole squad. The closest to that is Falcons with 6.
One
As now
more
Summer
down.
Rebellion sadly could not survive on that northwestern side and will go down. So we have our 4 teams for this final circle. Falcons hold the south, S8Ul down to the west, and then go next to
Falcon के
Grow
दो ही
Gaming
बचे हैं क्या?
northeast slightly, who probably will have to face each other. But the Falcons are just going to want to force these 2 teams into each other right now.
Falcons have the best position and they own half of the zone here. And not only that, they own the high ground. Everybody else has to traverse uphill. The undulations are not in your favor unless you are dressed in a Team Falcons jersey.
And we've seen dropped in a position like this before. Remember, Optic Gaming
Oi.
dominating in a match point finals,
मैंने
but just
तीनों आए, वो
couldn't
लोग
cross
split
that
खेल रहे
finish
हैं।
line. Will he be able to right those
अरे,
wrongs here today in Sapporo? As now Falcons looking to step up.
अबे GN वाले कहाँ से आ गए?
Elsewhere by Go Next.
गई hashtag 4 nice try Falcon थी पास और एकदम से वो GN वाले कहाँ से आ गए भाई go next ने go next कर दिया
And not allowing them to move.
Every team has exactly the same composition, by the way. Those castle walls are going to make a big difference, but Guild absolutely shredding through Grow.
And even though the castle wall goes down, the damage is being done, and that is Grow Gaming with just the new castle remaining. They are out of here, and it's Falcons who gather more.
Placement point इतना मेरे को याद नहीं यार कितना होता था
2v2. Imperial Howl taking damage though, has to be very, very careful of this caustic gas. Wolsey taking the time to pop the battery, needs to get close to his teammate here.
This could be a good res though. He's going to actually try and pick up. It's a res on both sides.
It's a res on both sides, and Howard's going to send it here. How wants to get this done? Falcons, game 1 has been
हाँ
theirs. Can they close
अरे मैं
out?
हटा ही देती हूँ
Falcons are your champions of match number 1.
अबे Falcon ही जीत गई
As he makes a statement here in the Sapporo Dome. Can anyone keep up with this Falcons roster? They have been dominant all tournament long, and they start Sunday just as they finished Saturday.
Imperial Hall ना मान रहा
He's back in the driver's
Kill
seat.
13
And it's like he never left. Imperial Howl leading the way.
face
For
cam delay कर
Falcons to
रहा
win the first game of match point finals. The
Way.
number 1 seed finished with a number 1 next to their name.
Have to give a shout out to Grow Gaming, 14 kills as well for them, so they were just off Team Falcons in terms of points scored. Look at that, 21 on the board for Grow. Go Next also reaching that final circle, getting 13 on the
famous
board.
player
Elsewhere,
है
it
ये।
was kind of spread between those who were able to get into the circle and pick up a kill here or there.
मैं तो esports follow भी नहीं करती थी but I don't know how Imperial Hall को मैं Twitch पे पता नहीं कितने 4-5 साल से follow करती हूँ जबकि मैंने कभी Apex esports देखा नहीं था पहले I mean एक बार देखा था थोड़ा सा but that didn't come
When you look at that game from start to finish,
bro is just too famous
from Team Falcons,
दिख रहा है but voice delay हो रहा है
they pick up kills. No one can get close to them, Dan. Think
होना
about
तो
that
नहीं
end game. The amount of space they
चाहिए
were consistently able to just keep as their own. They would not let anyone be comfortable. They were constantly outputting damage. And then with the space that they had, they were sending one player to finish off one team, 2 players to finish off a team, where the other one was anchoring and making sure there was no pushes available to any other team and any other threat. It is brilliance from start to finish from Team Falcons.
I think what's impressive is all of them were outputting the damage as well. As you say, it doesn't matter who
हमें
they send
8 points
to
मिले
do
ना
that
ये
damage, to
game
find those kills. Every single one of them laying down suppressing fire for the other. And I love that final circle as well because both
ये भी
teams
YouTube
recognized they
glitch
had to
है
kind of go for the res. It was almost a response to one Newcastle res for the other. But because Falcons hit it first, it meant they were able to dictate the pace of that fight. And Hal did not hesitate.
YouTube तो पता नहीं मैं इतना देखी नहीं but Twitch पे मेरे साथ जरूर हो रहा था मैं ग्रिम का stream जब भी देखती थी उसका voice and face cam में वो रहता था out of sync
Final moment as well, just timing the res perfectly. He gets the mobile shield down and makes the most of what Newcastle offers. And again, a little bit of an unsung hero, I think, when it comes to the success that this Falcons roster seem to be having in recent times. But it's just one game, everybody.
I love
and if you've watched enough ALGS, you will know that one game, it can dictate the pace, but it certainly does not dictate how the trophy will be lifted at the end of a series. A lot of games to go here, and even though it's a great start for Team Falcons, it's certainly not the end of things here. Ryan is down on our main stage right now. Ryan, what have you got for us?
Well, I think the first thing to say is that I think the Falcons have been playing really well. I think they've been playing really well. 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 They've been playing really
エイペックスの皆様、ただいま特別な方がいらっしゃっています。
ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग लाइक पता नहीं कोई टीम का केपी ज्यादा हो तो वो भी हो सकती है फोर्थ
It's now time
हमारे ज्यादा नहीं थे ना
of
पॉइंट्स
Sapporo, Katsuhiro Akimoto, who has graced us with his presence and given us some of his very valuable time. 本日時間をいただきましてありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
少しだけインタビューしていただきたいと思いますので、はい、早速ですが、まずはこのプレミスドームに集まっている選手やファンに一言お願いしてもよろしいでしょうか。
はい。全国各地、そして、世界中からこの札幌ダイヤハウスプレミスドームにお越しの皆さん、ようこそ札幌おいでくださいました。ありがとうございます。
So I asked the mayor if he could share a few questions, just a few nice words for the fans here in the dome and everyone watching around the world. And he said that to everyone who's traveled from all over the world to the Daiwa House Premise Dome, welcome to Sapporo. And on behalf of the 1.97 million people here in Sapporo, he would like to extend a heartfelt welcome to all the players, staff, fans, and everyone here involved in the ALGS. ありがとうございます。続いては Next question. So I'm going to ask him, how do you feel about the ALGS being held here in Sapporo this time? 今回 ALGS が札幌で開催されることについて市長はどのように感じられていますか。
はい、去年もですねこの会場にお邪魔をして、本当に熱い戦い、そしてファンの皆さんの熱量というものを感じて、大変嬉しく思っておりましたし、こうしてまたステージアップしたこの大会が札幌で開催されることを大変嬉しく思っています。今年はこの大会自体が5周年迎えるということでありますし、APEX レジェンズ自体ゲームそのものがねもう7周年、来月ちょうど7年目を迎えるということでありまして、多くのファンの皆さんに愛されるこのゲームを札幌で開催されるということで大変嬉しく思っています。
मैंने उतना देखा नहीं यार।
So he said, I had the privilege of standing on this stage 1 year ago, and I still vividly remember absolutely being overwhelmed by the passion and energy of all the fans. It's a great honor to see that previous tournaments' massive success leading up to this one, returning to Sapporo and the Premise Dome once more, even bigger and better than ever. I'm sure we have people here who joined us last year, as well as those visiting Sapporo for the first time. As your host city, nothing would make us happier than for you to cherish the memories of your time in Sapporo and Hokkaido, alongside the excitement of this extravaganza.
Player POV. इसमें तुम्हें player POV कहाँ मिलेगा भाई?
This ALGS is being watched by a huge audience online. Do you have a message for those watching from the distance?
बराबर बार-बार सीख जाते हैं। I guess उसके लिए बहुत anime देखना पड़ेगा।
メッセージお願いします。
はい、多くの皆さんがねこのオンラインで視聴していただいていると思いますけど、この ALGS を通じて札幌、北海道を初めて知ったっていう方もたくさんいらっしゃるんじゃないかなというふうに思います。ちょうどこの時期ですね、雪で大変美しい札幌です。そういう意味ではスノースポーツも楽しむことができますので、ぜひ今度はこの現地札幌にお越しをいただいて応援をしていただきたいと思います。
अरे जब मैच चलेगा तब तुम्हें दिखेगा गेम। अभी एक मैच खत्म हो गया है, अभी नेक्स्ट शुरू होगा, होने वाला होगा, इसमें ज्यादा गैप तो होता नहीं है। डुओलिंगो से सीख लो, इतना महंगा सीख के क्या फायदा, मैं भूल जाऊंगी। फ्रेंड्स की थी भूल गई, क्या फायदा। नेक्स्ट मैप क्या है? क्या था?
木曜日から多くの選手の皆さんがね大活躍してますが、今日は最終日ということで、このチャンピオンシップ目指して頑張っていただきたいというふうに思います。私も応援しています。頑張ってください。
If Paji speaks Japanese, will he become Japanese Sing? What do you mean? He already is. He is Japanese Paji, bro.
No regrets. I'm looking forward to seeing incredible gameplay that unites the players and fans in excitement. Thank you very much for this.
आपने एपेक्स मोबाइल भी खेला था बट मुझे पसंद नहीं आया था। Apex PC
With that said, it's time to continue with match point finals. So back to the desk for
Apex
more action.
Mobile ganda.
Thank you very much. It's always great to hear from great people down, and we're always hyped
What
to be
do
here
you
in
mean?
Sapporo
I mean,
as well.
he
You know, we
is
love coming back here every
Japanese.
single year. It's a great place. We have been treated.
You had
absolutely
breakfast? नहीं नहीं मैंने मम्मा को तंग नहीं किया मैंने मम्मा को कहा या बाद में कुछ भी बनाओ दे देना तो मैंने बनाना खाया कॉफी पिया
I mean, all the fans have been loving it so far, but we've only had one. We still need to keep going here. If you've not watched ALGS before, firstly, why? And secondly, welcome.
एक तो कम सोने की वजह से वो हो रहा है मुझे बट इट्स एक्चुअली गुड मेरा पालवर्ड ने ना शेड्यूल जीजी कर दिया था आज अगर जल्दी नींद आ गई तो बढ़िया है वरना जीजी
they will be the ALGS champions here in Sapporo. But it sounds simpler than
I'm so tired of eating roti and chawal. Yesterday I ate Maggi. उल्टा मेरा पता नहीं रोटी एंड चावल कुछ ज़्यादा ही कम हो गया कंजप्शन. I think it's because मैं स्ट्रीम से पहले मांगती हूँ ना कुछ खाने को तो मम्मा मुझे चीला वगैरह ये सब भी दे रही है आजकल ज़्यादा चीला या पराठा ताकि फिर मेरे को भूख ना लगे. बहुत दिन हो गए बे रोटी चावल वगैरह तो मैंने खाया ही नहीं है. एक दिन फ्राइड मैगी एक दिन नमकीन सेवइयां मैं ये सब भी खा रही हूँ भाई. फिर कल मैक एंड चीज खाया परसों भी मैक एंड चीज खाया मैं यही सब खा रही हूँ. अब थोड़ा कोशिश करूंगी डाइट ठीक रखने देखते हैं. मेकिंग का चीला यस आई लव चीला ब्रो इतना यम लगता है ना. As mom will make malai broccoli, I just hope edible ho. देख लो guys.
A little bit more difficult to find those points, especially if the zone doesn't go your way.
Yeah, it's one of those.
भैया ने जब थोड़े दिन पहले वो बनाया था ना फर्स्ट टाइम ट्राई किया था उसने पनीर टिक्का हम लोग ने तंदूर में बनाया इतना अमेजिंग था ब्रो इतना टेस्टी. तो भैया ने एक और चीज भैया एक्चुअली बना रहा था वो क्या बना रहा था मलाई मलाई नहीं हाँ मलाई ब्रोकली टिक्का. I guess हाँ मलाई ब्रोकली टिक्का बना रहा था भैया वो तो फिर भैया ने सोचा चलो ये बना रहा हूँ तो पनीर टिक्का भी बना देता हूँ तो मुझे वो मलाई ब्रोकली टिक्का उतना अच्छा नहीं लगा बट पनीर टिक्का वाज क्रेजी. चीला के साथ भैया केचप दही थोड़ी केचप चीला के साथ दही कैसा कॉम्बिनेशन है.
Crazy Thieves, Unlimit, and Shopify Rebellion all averaging over 14 points per map when we see them on this one. Will they be able to find that same form so they can catch up the likes of Team Falcons? Also worth noting, no Newcastle here in this game. Caustic will still be alive, but we will not see anyone being able to compete with Newcastle, which does change the compositions significantly here. And as you see, you're not going to see as much Caustic as you would have, but there is still 15 of them, which will be banned going into next. But some teams are just straying away from that. In particular, Falcons going for Alta, Crypto, and Bangalore.
A little bit of change, like you say, to the composition here for Falcons. Maybe just prioritizing a few more KP.
दही तो मैंने कभी नहीं
Well, they have the breakfast this morning. Zone's coming their way every time.
Yeah, whatever it is, they don't share it with anyone else because, like you say, the zone is going back to them as well around the Grow Tower. So it's going to be a very, very easy start for them when it comes to where they're going to be playing from. Oblivion are on their way there as well. Crazy Thieves over at Icarus, they're going to have a pretty easy rotate to where this zone is going as well. And the great thing for Ninjas in Pajamas, and one of the great reasons that Somage University is so popular as well, is you pretty much get Elysium to yourself as well because you don't want to land at Elysium knowing that you're going to be held out. It's very difficult to rotate out of. And if you're at Somers University, you know, you can just go and claim the extra Evo that's there. You get the extra ring console that's available. You get the extra survey beacon. So Ninjas in Pajamas, not only the huge amount of loot that is available at one of the biggest POIs in the game, but also you have the access to the Evo and the info that Elysium gets you.
I mean, Raven tweeted out he was delighted with their POI draft, despite the fact they were in 19th. I mean, they obviously prioritized a different map, but then when they saw this was open, they were the first team that actually went for Olympus eventually. And maybe they're going to be rewarded with it here because this is a great zone for them. They can loot up, they can get into a fantastic position for their
I
Evos,
like
but
that.
then also can move relatively quickly to zone.
POV
Now,
लगाऊं,
they will be
सबको
joined
POV
shortly
देखना है
by
क्या?
lots of Crazy Thieves. Go next, Oblivion are also arriving as well. But we are already having about 10 teams that have now found themselves within zone here.
Go next, approaching the Grotals at the moment. A little bit further out. You can see how difficult it is to rotate a lot of the time here on Olympus as well. Even with the additional cover and the additional kind of buildings like you're seeing right here. Between some of the POIs, it is more open than a lot of other maps. So you have to keep that in mind when you are kind of planning when you're crossing some of this open ground. It can be a little bit tough to do, and certainly having a Void Nexus down is going to make it a little bit easier should things go a little bit south. Team Falcons versus Unlimit is what we're looking at right now. And this is just outside of Dockyards here. This is going to be isolated fight, and it almost looks like both teams are going to just disengage here, as VP will be out first in the lobby again. That is back-to-back games and back-to-back donuts for VP.
Certainly not the best start for Virtus Pro, but they shouldn't be too disheartened. There's definitely time to catch up, or at least you
Boring
think so.
होएगा exact. Like we are doing match watch party. We are not doing the S8Ul gameplay watch party, bro. It's a watch party. We are supposed to watch the match. Commentary नहीं होगी, कुछ नहीं, सिर्फ टीम को देखो. That is not watch party. आपको देखना है, आप खुद लगा के देख लो भाई and enjoy करो उधर. इधर रहने दो मत.
And Alliance will get their first kill
मैं मैच ही
in this
देखूंगी.
game. Now, we saw in the in-game chat they weren't particularly happy with how JG played in that last game, and I'm sure that Hackis, which is usually not the most outspoken when it comes to letting people know how he feels, certainly was, Dan, in that particular circumstance.
He said he'd been nice for the last few days, but he's not having it anymore. Can they stop
अरे guys, जिसको POV देखना है तो आप खुद लगा लो ना. I am doing match का watch party बस. अब मैंने last time बोल दिया, बार-बार नहीं बोलना है
Also overlooking it, they did get the first knock onto Jem Burton, but I don't know if they'll be able to capitalize here.
I will say, not a lot of playable areas for any teams to play at the moment, and one of them is belonging to Shopify Rebellion. A lot of caustic gas down, as you imagine. The barrels are going to make it very difficult for teams to push, and they want to try and finish off this fight against Crazy Thieves. Jim Burton's going to be down as well. Great shots coming in from Koiful. But Verholst has flanked, and Verholst has turned this into a 1v1.
And we've seen what Verholst can do in a 1 versus 3, let alone a 1 versus 1. But is anyone else there? TSM are probably going to close in on this one. So I like this play from Verholst. Try and get a little bit of support. But Shopify Rebellion are doing the same. They're up to a 2 here.
I think they're going to be up to a 3. Koiful's going to be able to crawl back behind this Trident with 2 up. Unfortunately for Crazy Thieves, Phony has been finished off, so it's only going to be 2 members of Crazy Thieves, and TSM are still circling like sharks. I got it out eventually.
TSM Merkling, as now they're going to be shooting onto Shopify Rebellion, though, which will allow CRT just to have a little bit of a breathing space. And maybe see if they can get into an area where they can potentially get a res.
Oh, मैं वो तो भूल ही गई. इसमें वो भी तो होता है, highest big legend gets banned for the next match. मैंने ध्यान ही नहीं दिया उस टाइम स्टार्टिंग में. कौन था highest big last time और अभी ध्यान ही नहीं दिया एकदम. आपने खेला है Apex? I have 200 plus hours.
And as the solo last player alive, Panic is after him.
Panic's after him, but NIP now also starting to approach this one as well. So you've got to be careful here.
Placement points like first, second, third, I guess. वो ही top 3 आएंगे तभी थोड़ी decent मिलेंगे, अच्छे मिलेंगे. But KP ही matter करता है ज़्यादा.
Showing some good resilience in those areas as well. Sometimes, historically,
starting में fight से ना risky भी है, but I think वो better रह सकता है. क्योंकि if you manage to escape, respawn भी हो सकते हैं अगर कोई down होता है तो.
TSM have had Panic to thank time and time again. One of my favorite
भाई Falcon तो फिर Falcon है ना भाई.
And dealt damage whilst teams were in their rampart walls. Now, Fnatic able to get back up to a 3, now trying to push in. And again, it's going to be Alliance on the other side.
Five Fears have been eliminated. Labelace can't finish off one of the Alliance members inside of this little cubby. Finally, they will be able to do so. And Alliance versus Fnatic is an ongoing story. Labelace, you've got to be careful, though! You're in the zone, he wanted the KP! But all it means is that Alliance will survive, and Fnatic will be eliminated.
Mandar, thank you for the one gifted.
Lost in the
Thanks.
moment, perhaps. But
Pratik को मिल गया. W, thank you,
After their second battle with
Mantha.
Fnatic, now can actually get a
मेरा
chance
तो
to
किसी ने
take a
Steam
little
ID
look
hack
at this zone
कर
and how they want
ली.
to approach it. They hold the northern zone at the
किया?
moment. Check back in with the
Steam
lobby
ID
leaders,
भी
Team
hack?
Falcons, who have been able to pick
भाई
up one
मेरी
extra
नहीं
point
होनी
purely
चाहिए
from
भाई,
placements.
बहुत
That's
गेम्स है
one
मेरे
extra
पे.
point closer to a
बहुत
match
पैसा
point.
लगाया
Now,
मैंने.
Team Falcons always have a
मैं
very
गेम्स खरीद खरीद के ही तो
critical
गरीब हो
way of
जाती
thinking
हूँ.
about Apex Legends. Let's jump into a listen and see what they're
जितने
feeling like
पैसे तो
right
मेरे
now.
आते भी नहीं है YouTube से, उससे ज़्यादा मैं गेम्स पे लगा देती हूँ. Sad life.
Come left, come
No
left.
smoke for 3 seconds. I
Come left, come left.
फिर नहीं मिला. प्रैश तुम्हारा तो
You're
कुछ
good,
सीन
I'm
है.
good, I'm good.
There, go.
चेक कर लेना, तुम्हारा क्लेम वाला ऑन तो है ना, मुझे डाउट हो रहा है.
Just fucking
150 members करवा दिया. Oh, I did not realize. W.
that comp sucks.
Thank
It's
you,
three,
yeah,
it's three
thank
kills if there
you.
wasn't two squads. Yeah. Is there any line lag?
Yeah, I do.
I need you to hit that fucking map room.
I mean, they're sitting on it. It's hard. I can hit it
I
from
can shoot
here
them.
still.
We
There's
can
a
shoot them.
power amp in here. Power amp in here.
I need that.
So it looked initially like Falcons and Unlimit might match up against each other again, but much like we saw before, Team Falcons decide to disengage. They know that it's a little bit of a risk to take that fight early on, and now you can hear in the comms that they're just going to try and play for a little bit more information. So Falcons playing this one slowly. They did have a long way to go from where they dropped over to where this Grow Tower zone is going to be going, but if you look back at the zone, you can kind of get the idea of how Olympus plays. Take yourselves back to the previous game. Everyone stacked up in Barometer early. There's just not playable space. Everyone is just having to play slowly, find someone
Heroes
in the
energy
zone.
cancelling
For
is negative.
now,
What the fuck negative?
forward and take
पनौती
these fights
अच्छा.
and see
सिड भाई हाँ. सिड भाई का वॉच पार्टीज का सीन भूल गई थी मैं भाई. क्रेजी पनौती. मैं तो भूल ही गई थी. कब से नहीं देखा क्योंकि मैंने.
Try and make it work. Now, it would have been interesting if Falcons had sent it on Unlimit, because Unlimit's composition is a very interesting one as well. Maggie, Sia, and Ash. And maybe they'll live to regret it later, because that sounds like a composition that is ready to send
Guys,
it on
कोई
someone
बात नहीं
else.
यार, मैं तुम
Speaking
लोग
of
को
sending
गिफ्ट
it
कर
on someone
दूंगी
else,
मेंबरशिप.
it's Gen G themselves, the team that had sent it on
S8Ul
to Alliance
के लिए
in the
pray
previous
करो
game, and
कि
Alliance
जीते
were
हम.
the first team that has experienced that this tournament, and they certainly won't be the last as well. Gen G have been known for their aggression. They won Pro League doing it.
जीते
and
या
now
तो
they're looking
top
to try and
3.
find some more success here in the match point finals.
Well, SBI are
Gifted.
in a fight with
Done
Legacy right
फिर.
now as we jump over to watch
कितने
that.
का होता है गिफ्टेड को
Jaguars is going
देखने
to be
को
the last
जरा.
alive. It's a
पैसे नहीं मेरे
huge
पास.
numbers advantage for SBI, and it's going to be
गरीब हूँ
Legacy
मैं.
who cannot survive. As SBI, I think when you talk about
भाई
turnarounds
गेम
in
खेलने
form,
वाले को
looking back on
सपोर्ट ही
day
नहीं
one, we were
मिलता है
like,
भाई. कैसे पैसे कमाए हम?
done well to get here.
छोड़ दूँ गेम
Yesterday was a
खेलना
completely
मैं.
different story. It was like, wow, you guys have made map point finals and you're looking phenomenal.
They just started to understand the meta of the game. They understand how these lobbies were going to play out. They looked pretty woeful on day one, but now
गलत बटन दबा दी मैं.
they completely earned their
मुझे
spot here
फोन
in
पे
the grand
गिफ्टेड
finals,
का
and
आता ही नहीं है.
they are a team that
अरे
is a
हे.
genuine threat as we look
Guys,
forward
फोन
as
पे
well,
गिफ्ट
because
नहीं
their
होता.
fighting ability has been fantastic, and even their macro
What
has
is
really
this?
surprised me as we've got further and further into this tournament.
Team Falcons are all up to purples. They'll be ready to fight. You can see that they've got overflow on Imperial Hal as well. So he's
नहीं
gonna
नहीं
get
मुझे
those
नहीं दिख रहा.
heals back nice and quickly to re-engage.
कोई बताना मेरा 50 गिफ्टेड
They do
कितने
have
का
a
है?
walk in here on Grow Towers. Nobody's holding this high ground at the moment. Even with a couple of drones.
छोड़ो कितने का भी है bro. Hashtag one और top 3 50 gifted done.
Top of one of those towers and will be slowly rotating like a rotisserie chicken.
Second stream पे करूँगी. Reaction stream
Falcons
पे.
are good. Hot Dog Mafia will be fine. The teams outside of the zone is the concern.
8,000.
S8Ul go next.
चलो
Go
कोई
Gaming.
ना.
Ninjas in pajamas
जीतना बहुत
should be
बड़ी
okay.
बात है.
Down on the
8,000 कम
southern
है
side,
उसके
but
लिए
a
चलेगा.
lot of ground
कोई
to
बात
cover and not a lot of cover to do so with.
Just a reminder, Falcons Imperial Hal 3 kills away from that 2,000. I'd be surprised if he didn't hit it this event. Now, Grow Gaming, second place.
गलत गेम्स खेल रहे आप. FF खेलो. Watching Skyrocket. FF खेलो. पक्का. अरे भाई मैंने प्लान किया था पता है just for content purposes. थोड़ा सा बीमार होके ऑफ ट्रैक हो गई मैं.
Just missed out on that winners on the grand finals via winners.
यार बात ये है कि आइडियाज बहुत आते हैं, करने का भी बहुत मन होता है, बट जिधर से हेल्प चाहिए ना वो हेल्प नहीं मिलती है, फिर मैं डिमोटिवेट होकर छोड़ देती हूँ. तो मेरे साथ पिछले 2 साल से ना यही हो रहा है. सोचती मैं बहुत कुछ हूँ, बट इट्स लाइक एवरी सिंगल थिंग आई हैव टू डू इट अलोन. अकेले जो करना है अकेले करना है, वैसा सीन हो रखा है. तो कभी कभी वो चीज़ ना थोड़ा हो
for
जाता
teams.
है.
You cannot cross without taking damage if you're not there early. And McLovin with that triple take is causing problems.
इसलिए फिर I just end up playing variety games क्योंकि उधर I don't need anyone.
Also, this
मस्त
is
मजे
Olympus
में
without
खेलो.
Newcastle as well. I think it was a very important ban that happened. It would have been a completely different game if Caustic was the one that had went instead. And now teams very much struggling to get across open ground. You kind of want to rely on an altar in this scenario where you just go into that void and you end up on the other
Guys
side.
पनौती आ गया चलो GG.
But even then, you've only got a second.
भाई हमारी team.
1.5 seconds of invulnerability. It's Hot Dog Mafia who are looking out over this one. But even they don't feel safe right now, and Al can't even get back.
Oblivion are going to cause problems. Abralele is going to be dragged back, though. You can see he's going to be recalled. Grow Gaming have finally been
Roblox खेलो members के साथ content ही content. वो थोड़ा सा कुछ members ना धोखेबाज निकले पार्टी बदल लिए वरना मैं तो खेलती थी यार उनके साथ अभी क्या करूं पार्टी बदल लेते यार जिनके साथ खेलने लगती हूँ.
Frag grenade, and they are going to push this one. They recognize that KP is going to be probably their best way to accumulate points in this game.
And they are very much sending it onto them, and he's got his initial knock, and then you back off because two are dead. And that's going to be yet
भाई Falcon ने मान दी.
one member of Hot Dog Mafia who has been able to survive.
Guys Falcon जीत रही है trust me #1 अभी से लिख के ले लो. No one can.
She just got eliminated as well in that kill feed.
You know.
11 squads now left.
Stop them. Falcon is winning.
They weren't able to do so. Go next. They're taking damage as well as E36 will continue to rack up.
मैं आयुष भी बोलता होगा मैं क्यों आया स्ट्रीम पे सुबह मूड खराब कर दिया.
Damage dealer to get that final player in life down to his knees and back into a death box as Imperial House steps forward now for Falcons who are trying to force their way into this zone, and they're doing it by killing E36.
And that will be his 1999th kill.
भाई Falcon तो रुक ही नहीं रही है मारे ही जा रही है.
2,000 kills in his ALGS career.
Bro, they're already at 31 points. Yeah.
And Falcons have somehow managed to weasel their way into zone. They have tiptoed.
भाई थम जाओ भाई.
Now are part of our top 10 squads.
नहीं मत थमो भाई जीत रहे हो तुम क्यों रुकना ही क्यों है रुकना ही क्यों है जीत रही है Falcon तो easy bro. Falcon is winning this.
Just so measured. CNAP is measuring heads, and one of them belongs to Kazak. Last player alive here for E36, but with that big gun in his hands, he's still causing problems.
Falcons are hunting. And if I was the rest of the lobby, I would not want anything to do with
Guardian Angel gift कर रहे हो ना Guardian Angel?
Just thinking, someone give it to me. Someone give me that.
Does he even know?
If I know how. He probably knows. Abralele, ex-teammate.
Guardian Angel तो मंगस में होता था.
Have been eliminated as Sinap with that Kraber takes down Kazak. And Hal has to retreat to the safety of his teammates now. Shield cell going to be popped. The overflow will get him back, but no, there's a player maybe sneaking behind him that he wasn't aware of.
अच्छा members.
Are aware of it though. It's going to be Oblivion who are on the other side of this. Those stairs just protecting your tippy toes so you can reset here.
भूल गई थी मैं.
Hot Dog Mafia one back in this game. Abralele goes down. It's panic from zone once again for TSM. How can
Brain lag.
2,000 skill? It's always that situation. It's the hardest one. It's always the hardest one. Oh, wait a minute.
About to close, by the way.
Hold up. Hold up. 2,000!
मैंने भूल गई. Bye मैं सोया नहीं हूँ मैं. ठीक है? सोया नहीं हूँ मैं.
We've already seen what can happen in a 2 versus 3. But what an achievement that is.
2000 career kills.
Of the audience here in the Sapporo Dome, but now there's bigger fish to fry here for Team Falcons. They are back up to a 3. Great job from the
भाई एक बार के लिए ऐसा नहीं लगा कि SBI S8Ul एक ही घर में पार्टी कर रहे हैं. Bro ऐसा ही दिख रहा था उस एंगल से. I was like what? हम 5 कैसे हो गए एक टीम में?
4 bullets to play with.
मिला ही नहीं बहुत. I mean कोई लेता ही नहीं है ना Guardian Angel इतने महीनों के गैप में कोई लेता है तो मुझे याद कैसे रहेगा? So it's actually your fault. It's not my fault. You guys.
I will say he's one of those players with the Kraber in his hands who's a little bit hot and cold. Sometimes it doesn't look too comfortable. Sometimes it looks like he can't miss.
That's another knock as well. The stick from Imperial Hell onto Fun. All the meanwhile, Alliance are dominating the eastern side. Whilst we're following Falcon's journey, and for good reason right now, They are definitely going to have competitors on the other side of this zone. NIP will be eliminated. TSM were able to get those kills. Can they reset though? Dupe is down.
भाई हम एंड तक आ तो रहे हैं but where is KP?
It's the Kraber again. This time it's SPI, an egoist who connect with a big shot here, and TSM, who have done a phenomenal job this game of holding this spot down, are now finding themselves increasingly under pressure. House found another kill onto Fun. It's going to be the zone who does the final piece of damage after that.
कितने मैचेस होंगे? अगर फाल्कन ऐसे ही खेलती रही तो भाई 4th मैच में ही खत्म कर देगी ये, क्योंकि उनके 50 तो हो ही जाएंगे, पर उनको जीतना है बस.
Fourth, and he does take down Unlucky. He'll at least take one with him, and he's not done yet. Finally, he gets eliminated.
Yeah, his ego is again with the Kraber.
BO3 है या 5 पाजी वालों नहीं चल रहा BO3.
As effect. We'll jump back behind that trident to pop this battery. Even with 2 players alive, we know that Alliance can still be a problem. And it looks like Hackis is trying to move into a position to stick this res now. It's Effect's job.
अपने आप को सुपर चार्ज भी कर सकते हैं. ट्राई किया करो मैंने.
But Hackis has to go huge. Last pair alive for Alliance cannot.
पारी कर भूल गए हाँ.
Through the void passage will take out Alliance.
Oblivion have been so resilient, but now we check back in with Team Falcons. SPI were above them, S8Ul in front of them, and how continuing to deal damage, but they are being very passive.
हाँ, it's a smash point वाला rule. Like जो भी team 50 first पहुंचती है उसके बाद they just have to win a game and they win the tournament. So that's why.
Barely any health to play with. Gets the shield swap and looks to confirm these kills, these downs to get the points on the board here.
Oh, nice.
Oblivion just been eliminated. Elsewhere, Egoist versus, I believe it's Guild. As Guild will now fly in. Guild wins it against SPI.
3v2.
Alive here for Falcons, but surely now S8Ul have the simplest of jobs of winning.
Go! Let's go guys. KP पता नहीं कितना था, but इसमें अच्छे points मिल गए. Yeah.
Olympus certainly does offer up entertainment, if not anything else. A beautiful game from Falcons, who somehow, someway.
Let's go. कितने points मिले होंगे? 20 मिलते थे क्या? Hashtag बन के भूल गई मैं क्योंकि.
Place in the series, but Team Falcons now find themselves 8 points away.
W.
And not only that, but we also saw history.
Hello, Star.
2,000 career kills in
12 placement points. 12 मिलते हैं भाई, इसमें तो बहुत कम है. इसमें तो फिर KP is like very important. उस पे ही होगा.
That's the real question. 2 games gone.
भाई लेकिन इस बंदे को कोई रोको भाई.
Even with S8Ul taking home the win in the previous game, Falcons now sit on 42 points overall. As we take a look at the IGL, the CEO, and some of his stats from day 4.
I mean, what an incredible player. He's now at 2,002 kills, may I add. He has surpassed the 2,000, and he really does look like he's at his very best yet again. Back into his most comfortable role, back on top. And will he be lifting a trophy yet again, an ALGS championship? That is another question that still has yet to be answered. But at 8
Keshav, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Let's go. Thank you so much, Keshav.
Still pretty far away.
Chat में Prats रोता हुआ दिखेगा guys अभी. Thank you guys. जिसको भी membership मिले W भाई A-Star को मिल जाती है हमेशा. जब भी A-Star stream पे आता है उसको membership मिलती है.
But you've really got
to Sanjay और Prats दोनों.
You can't afford to slip too far
behind. Bye,
Next legend to be banned will be Caustic. So Newcastle Caustic continuing to be the first legends to fall out of the pool after the bans are complete. So neither of those defensive legends will be available until potentially we do see a little bit of a reset later on. This is how things look like we mentioned. 42 points for Falcons. They need just 8 points to activate match point. The rest of the chasing pack will know that, and Falcons are not going to have these next games easy.
Yeah, this is very terrifying for the rest of the lobby. You know full well that Falcons are more than capable of picking up.
कोई नहीं Prats, you know what to do. S8Ul #1 और top 3. अब 50 में तो तुम्हें मिल ही जाएगी फिर. You see?
Especially when you have no idea really of where they might be coming from. Especially with some of these compositions are so similar as well. Will Falcons stick out, or will they play something it maybe goes under
Let's
the radar a little bit.
Let's go.
All of these questions, of course, we're waiting for answers for. I mean, we've got fans from all over the world here in Sapporo. You can see them, so many fans of different teams, different organizations. And when I say so many, that's how many. It is a wall of humans.
यार ये देख के एपेक्स खेलने मन हो जाता है मुझे.
And it is a sea of ALGS
अब तो मैं भूल भी गई खेलना.
one of them has been a special part of this event so far.
It's
अबे हाँ मुझे एपेक्स खेलना बंद करे कितने साल हो गए.
The pictures do it justice, but until you feel that wall of
भाई
noise,
मुझे 5 साल हो
it is
गए
not like
एपेक्स
anything
छोड़े.
I've experienced at an esports event ever. And if that does happen, if we do see a big win from one of these teams, maybe a Fnatic win, for example, I'm very curious to how loud this arena
Thank you,
And it's
Vinay.
gonna be
Thank
a
you.
lot of fun indeed. We'll just have to wait and see, Dan. We're going to just still hold on to see if that's going
आज
to be the
try कर
case.
सकते यार आज मैं ज़्यादा देर
very
नहीं
busy this
हूँ.
morning. His name is Ryan,
आज
and he's
नहीं,
down on
some
the stage
other
right now. Ryan, who
time.
have you found this time around?
I was sick. Oh, are you okay now?
また特別な方がいらっしゃっています。
Those were the days. I used to play in 2019. Oh, उतना जल्दी तो नहीं खेला था मैंने. 2019 में मैं क्या खेलती थी?
By the presence of an absolutely spectacular
2019 में एक सेकंड मेरे पे पीसी नहीं था. 2019 में तो मुझे मिला था पीसी.
About his inspiration behind that track.
2019 में पीसी मिला था. And the first thing I did was install GTA San Andreas, my favorite game. And then फिर मैंने PUBG PC खेला था.
いやすごいなんか今回に関しては自分がメインというよりも自分がこの大会を盛り上げる一部になれるっていうことにもう本当に光栄に思ってます。
はい。So I asked him what it's like for him to come here to the finals and perform in front of all these amazing people, and he said that it makes a change because normally he's the main.
Are you doing? I'm good,
Vinay.
I'm
he felt
good.
like he was just a small cog in a huge, well-oiled machine trying to boost the quality of the
W
show.
था
And that was a
GTA.
really nice
GTA
experience
San
for him.
Andreas is my all-time favorite.
そしてI want to ask him about Stim Up now. What's his inspiration? Where did this all come from? 続いて Stim Up のインスピレーションは何でしたか?
अच्छा नहीं वो
スティーブア
बन गया.
ップ自分の作らせてもらった今回のテーマソングなんですけど、それのインスピレーションはもう完全に自分が好きなキャラクターのオクタンをからインスピレーションをもらって作りました。
Next ना RDR 2 करेंगे जब भी होगा थोड़ा पालवर्ल्ड के बाद. RDR 2 के बाद GTA शुरू करती हूँ मैं. भाई न्यू घोस्ट का इंस्पेक्ट एनिमेशन is so cool. कल ही अपग्रेड हुआ.
Brought Stim Up
Good
to
for
fruition.
you.
So yeah, amazing stuff. 続いて聞かなくても多分いいんですけれども、Apex の一番好きなレジェンドは誰でしょうか?
DJ San Andreas का एक्सट्रीम तो बनता है. मैं सारे खेलने वाली हूँ वापस से. GTA 6 से पहले मैं सारे GTA वापस से खेलने वाली हूँ.
It's okay.
Hopefully I will try my best. कौन सी वाइस सिटी से शुरू करेंगे? वाइस सिटी का वो जो आया था ना.
いやそうですね。なんかやっぱ本当
क्या
世界
था
から集
वो?
まってくれてるみんなが本当頑張ってくれて
Remastered version
なんか
वाइस सिटी
切磋琢
का.
磨頑張ってくれるの一番嬉しいんですけど、
मैंने
やっぱ
सब खरीदा हुआ है.
関西一の日本としては日本の
आज भी भूल गई संजय. आज मैं आज भी प्लान कर रही थी बट फिर मेरा बाहर जाने का प्लान हो गया एंड देन वॉच पार्टी का प्लान हो गया इसलिए मैंने कैंसिल किया आज भी. लाइक मैं पूछने वाली थी पाजी कपिल को फिर मैंने इसलिए नहीं पूछा क्योंकि वॉच पार्टी करते करते ऑलरेडी काफी लेट हो जाएगा. फिर ज्यादा टाइम नहीं बचेगा खेलने के लिए
応援してます。
क्योंकि मुझे जाने से पहले पालवर्ल्ड भी थोड़ा संभालना पड़ेगा. बाकी देखते हैं.
賛成ですね、賛成ですね。わざわざ ALGS ファイナルズまで来てくださっていますが、ネッシーのプレゼントがあります。ネッシーをどうぞ。ちょっとこれを。
Are we not there yet? Yeah, we are not there. We are not even closed.
ありがとうございます。おおすごいオクタンのメガネだ。
オズワードのパフォーマンスいかがでしたでしょうか?
इस बार आरवी देर में हम स्लो प्रोग्रेस कर रहे हैं बट इस बार कुछ अलग मजा आ रहा है क्योंकि हम बिल्कुल सीरियस नहीं खेल रहे. तीनों फुल उसमें टाइम पास कर रहे हैं. पिछली बार तो हम लॉक्ड इन थे. अभी तो भाई फुल टाइम पास चल रहा है उसमें. बट ज्यादा मजा आ रहा है
so
इसमें.
much, Reinhardt. Thank you so much, Oswald. We
कितने
are
matches
here
है?
with another ALGS championship. We got
fix नहीं होता
World's
इसमें.
Edge Among Us, game number 3, and
50
Falcons
points
are looking
होने
to
के बाद
see
जो भी
one
टीम जीत
already
लाइक
40+
एक गेम जीत
points
जाती है वो
after
जीत
2
जाती
games
है.
alone.
Yeah, I don't know how many games we're getting today if they keep playing this well. And if it
मुझे
wasn't
ही
any
नहीं
worse
मिलता
for the other 19
कोई.
teams out there right now, Vicky, we are about to go into Falcons' #1 draft pick. Skyhook West, arguably the most powerful POI on any of the 4 maps we are playing today here at the Grand Finals.
I mean, can it be done here? I mean, they have to keep up the momentum, right? And as we go through these different maps, and it's in a snake draft kind of format too, you have to also realize that there are legend bans to be dealt with. Although how Papanafi got his 2K career kills in the ALGS, that is not easy. But with the years of dedication, you've heard it from Hal himself. He means business. He wants to showcase why he is the best, why they nickname him the CEO. But Falcons, they haven't achieved that 50-point threshold yet. $2 million on the line for a total prize pool. And we have fans from all around the world, Japan, showing up in the crowd.
I mean, with an average of 21 points a game so far, it does not seem very far-fetched that they could get a third of that and make their way across the line to have the potential to win from game 4 onwards. Look, we've had some close calls, Vicky. We've been there, you know, holding our breath as Optic almost did it in 4. But it's going to be such a tough slog because we were looking at some of the other numbers before. Match point finals at LAN.
मैं तो भूल ही गई थी.
7, 8
मेरे बर्थडे पे बनते ना, इस बार बर्थडे पे नहीं बने थे. तो आज बर्थडे है. क्या पोजीशन है सोल की? I think it's #2.
Here's the draft, as you can see. A couple of teams going in for this one early with Falcons at Skyhook West. They don't get Skyhook East to themselves. A lot of
पसंद है आपको? पसंद है?
So far this land, but
पसंद है?
will be slotting in over there, and I've got a shout out to them as well. Honestly, they had, I think it was 19th seed.
एक प्लेट मेरे लिए भी. Dancing.
It's great with a lot of teams prioritizing World's Edge when it comes to these tricky rotations and expecting, I mean, we have no Newcastle, right, after game number 1, so that goes hand in hand with the amount of altars that you just saw in that previous game. I'm expecting to see more altars going into game number 3 here on World's Edge. But as you said, with Team Falcons holding that record, coming out of the elimination bracket, by the way, and taking it in 6 games, this is a different iteration of Falcons, and this is a different level of competition from the rest of our teams in this lobby.
No stumbles here in Sapporo just yet. As you said, the lower bracket run in
Guys, जो भी पूछ रहे हो बार-बार, मैंने ये मैसेज डाला है. जो भी पूछ रहे हो, मुझे नहीं पसंद bro. How can someone not like छोले भटूरे bro? Like no. Bro, even हमारे घर पे पिछले साल गेस्ट्स आए थे स्विट्जरलैंड से. मतलब वो लोग कितना मतलब अलग खाना खाते हैं. स्टिल घर पे जो छोले भटूरे उनको मम्मा ने बना के खिलाए, वो लोग पागल हो गए थे. एंड हमने एक्सपेक्ट नहीं किया था. हमें लेजिट लगा कि ये लोग तो खाते नहीं होंगे, मुश्किल से 2 भटूरे खाएंगे. भाई उन दोनों ने अकेले 6-7 भटूरे खाए. उनका मन ही नहीं भर रहा था. How can someone not like chole bhature? How?
Where this zone is pulling, perhaps towards that cliffside or even that building by that Moby respawn, and you can already see Oblivion making their rotation where they have a ring console.
बस 6-7 bro, उनके लिए ज़्यादा है. मैं खुद 3 से ऊपर नहीं खाती हूँ.
And we talked about the POI priority
अच्छा, you
for Team
hate
Falcons,
oily.
who like to split loot here over by Trials as well as Skyhook West. They have that.
मेरा भी favorite है बर्थडे पे
console,
गए थे देखो.
and they're denying that information from the team that lands in Skyhook East, which is
Hi Flash.
Yeah, sometimes you have to venture over the other side, but yeah, with the 2 survey beacons there, actually they're pretty blessed. They've even got an Evo harvester.
Reaction stream and after watch party. Like देखते हैं watch party कब तक चलता है. उब्बे फाल्कन को सिर्फ 8 points चाहिए. Like हाँ, ये गेम वो आराम से भी खेलेंगे ना guys, तो भी उनके 8 points हो जाएंगे easily. Like सिर्फ वो placement के लिए खेल के भी कर सकते हैं एकदम safe. End में fight लेंगे तो भी हो जाएगा. फिर next game वो full जीतने के लिए खेलेंगे. Bro, tactic अच्छा है कि starting में KP कर लो, starting में खूब points ले लो, but risky भी है, but मतलब वही सही है.
Trailing right behind some more of these teams who have already gone ahead and rotated like NIP through the choke. of the Vault tunnel that exits
सब
out of
target करो है,
Skyhook
अभी बोल
Alliance,
रही हूँ।
who sometimes split loot over to that northern side of the train tracks where there is that balloon, so that way we have that one straggler.
मैं वही तो बोला जैसा खेल रही है 4th मैच में खत्म है
They had the
टूर्नामेंट
ring console just in case ninjas in pajamas wanted to do something similar. So a lot of these teams also opting for the altar. I believe altar will actually get banned in the next game. 14 altar picks in this lobby as Alliance now move up to see if anybody's in the tunnel, because Hot Dog Mafia are right there trailing on the other side of the map. But
when you come back in Apex, yeah, you can play, but ऐसा मैं अकेले खेलूंगी मजा आएगा किसी को?
engaging the fight versus Hot Dog Mafia.
Because I don't have anyone to खेले मेरे साथ.
have to be very careful.
But हाँ मैं
It
खेल
might
सकती
be
हूँ,
too
मुझे
late for them
problem
already.
नहीं है.
Albraleli full killed. Rambo down. It's just Skittles, who I believe is still up and running.
थोड़ा टाइम तो मुझे फिर से हाथ बिठाने में लगेगा ब्रो, मैं भूल गई हूँ खेलना. उस टाइम भी इवन पता है कभी कभी ऐसे क्रेजी प्लेयर्स आ जाते थे भाई जो पिटाई करते थे, मैं तो जस्ट सीख ही रही थी खेलना.
And you could see the scan too on that survey beacon to call them out. And TSM, I love the energy in the arena when TSM had their walkout. Trying to hide here on the other side of Harvester. And in a zone like this, there's a lot of spots to coexist in Harvester. Could get a little risky if you go for some early rotates in the middle. But even better though, if you look at Fnatic.
जैसे मैं अभी पालवर्ल्ड एक्स्ट्रा खेलने के लिए ट्विच पे आती हूँ ना, उस टाइम मैं एपेक्स खेलने के लिए ट्विच पे आती थी. यूट्यूब पे लोग इंटरेस्ट नहीं लेते थे, फिर मैं ट्विच पे जाती थी, मैं इधर खेलूंगी ये.
From that tunnel side that exits out of landslide, which is where Alliance is going to be moving from.
Yeah, I'd also say it's anything but a no-fly zone over here, and with Valk still in play, Fnatic do have to be very worried about those missile swarm slams. Skittle Cakes trying to get away here and grab the res. I was looking at some interesting new stats we got access to from our boy Hugo on the stats desk, Vicky. Skittles was actually, as far as
भाई ये कितना क्यूट है. No, the pink caramel looks so amazing. भाई एपेक्स की स्किन बट क्रेजी होती है, नाइस
So
स्किन.
you can understand why he's the one still alive here, even though he's not the crypto with Invis, he's not the altar with escape options, even on the relatively slow Watson. For this
इंडिया का कोई बेस नहीं एपेक्स का इतना मजा आता है गेम में. इंडिया का है ही किसमें भाई, बीजीएमआई एफएफ के अलावा कहाँ है? बस बीजीएमआई एफएफ इनका गेमिंग वहीं से शुरू होता है और वहीं खत्म हो जाता है इंडिया का.
Looking for this reset, and S8Ul have heard of it. They're rotating on the edge of staging, and they have a ring console on their rotate, leaving out a
मैंने HF बोला क्या?
also survey, so they got the information to see which teams have been moving from the north side before they try to show their face over by the house on the cliffside of the
फिर
south.
गैस स्टेशन से मैं स्केप से मारवी आरडीआर वेरिएंट में अमेरिकन ट्रक से. भाई ये तो मुझे लिस्ट दे रहे हो क्या? ऐसा बोला भाई, मुझे खुद को गलत सुनाई देती है खुद की बातें. ऐसे बोला ना, ठीक है. हमारे ऐसा ही होता है बीजीएमआई टू एफएफ टू बीजीएमआई. हाँ ना यार, इट इज सैड ब्रो.
Last game, it worked out for them. They actually bided their time and then came in for the third party. The game before that, Vicky,
सही बोला आपने, that's rare.
Falcons were taking more.
कहाँ है हमारी टीम? ये रही.
And maybe change their fate. I'm going to have a look at this map right here. It goes down towards
World's
Harvester,
Edge,
extremely
the
expected.
epicenter.
All the
World's
teams know this.
Edge.
Look where the mountains are in this zone. There's not enough space to the north of them for this zone to end in landslide or towards monument. Has to go Harvester. Extremely easy zone to read for all of these IGLs.
Which is why when you still have the Valkyrie in play,
मेरे को मेरा फेवरेट मैप नहीं याद आ रहा. उसमें बीच में एक ना वो बिल्डिंग होती थी, वो हॉट ड्रॉप होता था, मैं हमेशा वहीं उतरती थी. मैं नाम ही भूल गई मैप का.
In the underparts of Harvester, but with the amount of altars, you also have to keep your eye on for any kidnapping opportunities too. With this zone now moving over to that cliffside.
हाँ, Falcons तो सेफ ही खेलेगी. They just need 8 points. End तक जिंदा भी रह गए तो हो जाएगी उनके.
Which squads are going to be rotating in their direction?
अगर Falcons 50 points पहुंच गई पर चैंपियन नहीं बनी तो मैचेस चलते रहेंगे या फिक्स मैचेस है. मैचेस चलते रहेंगे बट 50 पॉइंट्स रीच करने के बाद नेक्स्ट गेम जीतना है. लाइक ऐसा नहीं होगा कि ये गेम में उनके 50 हो गए और ये गेम जीत जाए, ऐसा नहीं होता. लाइक गेम खत्म होने के बाद पॉइंट्स क्योंकि दिखाए जाते हैं ना, वो कंसिडर होता है। सो ये गेम के बाद उनके 50 हो गए तो नेक्स्ट उनको सिर्फ जीतना है। #2 है ऊपर आ तो रहा है। ई डिस्ट्रिक्ट
is that these guys are just so in sync, and he trusts Koifel to make plays on his own. Ultra is basically impossible to micromanage a teammate on because the windows
अब मैं यही है World's Edge
is just so short. Like you almost can't.
यही है guys, यही मैप में होता है वो hot drop शायद।
Have Koifel on that is
5 साल हो गए ना, थोड़ा
that most other teams cannot
दिमाग में थोड़े मिक्स हो गए हैं
It makes the most
मैप्स।
sense when you have a heavy fragger player like Koifel.
यही लग रहा है मुझे। हाँ मैंने इधर भी ये वाला मैप मैंने सबसे ज्यादा खेला क्योंकि जब मैं खेलती थी ना यही मैप था गेम में।
Trailing behind S8Ul.
यही था, आई थिंक यही था, यही लग रहा है मुझे।
that they were doing, and NIP are approaching right behind them
Or
here.
maybe I'm
as
confusing
S8Ul
the
has to be
two
careful.
maps.
Sharky with a nade at his door, loses out on his shield, but the ramparts are out. You have to be careful with the Sheila, and it blocks out the Sparrow ult just slightly.
I think that was a bit of a mistake there from
अबे
He wanted to get it in
फाइट हो गया ब्रो।
isn't able to. Now they're facing down a Sheila.
And Fnatic also gets some knocks here in the feed. They're getting involved as NIP get the next knock. One left for S8Ul before they're the first team to fall in this game 3.
I don't think there was anything
No
SA could
way,
do about
man.
that. You know, they try and move back
No
room by room and hold
way.
themselves, but with the damage coming from the other way, nothing to do. Falcons, they need 8 points for match point.
Alliance versus Falcons with How being the
अबे
first
Falcon
to
को
knock.
मार रहे
They
लोग।
wanna go for a reset. They do not like taking this fight. We saw Alliance holding this tunnel side for a very long time, and Falcons now
भाई banner ही
rotating
मत
on
लेने
this
दो।
end. Also had the beacon behind them, but they don't want to risk it before backing away. As Waltzy, they could not get How. They took the portal back.
एक और डाउन अकेला बचा है।
Be an opportunity or maybe very
पहले तो मतलब EWC के टाइम चैट नहीं बताया था कि बैनर लेने का भी वो कुछ इजी वे है कि वो लोग ले ही लेते हैं। मैं भूल गई क्या था, अभी भी वैसा है क्या? अगर वैसा नहीं है तो नहीं ले पाएगा। अबे कुछ तो किया इसने। अच्छा हाँ, तुम लोग ने कहा था बैनर क्राफ्ट हो जाता है, इसने कर दिया, इसने कर दिया क्राफ्ट, यही बताया था तुम लोग ने। बैनर क्राफ्ट हो जाता है। इंपीरियल हाल जिंदा होने वाला है। एक बच गया अपना, हाँ एक आई थिंक भाग गया। So, उसने मारा लेगेसी ने, कंफर्म किया उसको। लेगेसी ही बचा है, सो
trying to plan ahead with the
उसको भी बैनर क्राफ्ट करना पड़ेगा।
Can he get this reset for Team Falcons, who are at 42 points? Match point being 50. It's looking a little grim here. Hopefully he's got the men.
वहाँ से तो I don't think so मिलने वाला है।
Into the zone. Go next at least. Now go and take the place of Team Falcons to look at Alliance, who have stationed up in the choke where we saw Hot Dog Mafia by staging and these rampart walls. Gen G being another one of those teams. Asia has not let go of the Mad Maggie, and I don't expect anything different here for a team like this. As also Legacy really improving coming through as Team Falcons do get the respawn and the reset on
दोनों कर दिए उसने ब्रो। फाल्कन ने अपने भी हो गए दोनों। अबे सेम जगह ही है फिर से। फिर से सेम जगह, फिर से।
Exactly, that's why you see Legacy's 1 HP. They didn't want to risk it at first. They want to be able to reset. If they can't take that fight as super
दोनों टीम रिकॉल हो गई, हाँ और दोनों सेम जगह है, इनका फिर से फाइट होगा। मेरे को तो लग रहा है अभी।
Strike Supernova. Looking at to make sure that there is no 3P here before going right back up to the high ground. You see 9 Impulse too. Gonna be able to try to get that reset with Falcons now moving in for the fight.
Here's that forced fight between Falcons and S8. The zone is
Let's go.
Neither of them really have any options.
Let's go, उनके नहीं होंगे, उनका मैच पॉइंट नहीं हुआ। Nice, 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 nice. मैच पॉइंट नहीं होगा उनका ये गेम। 8 तो नहीं मिलेंगे इतना जल्दी आउट पे, बिल्कुल चांस ही नहीं। आई थिंक सिर्फ केपी है, वो भी शायद पता नहीं कितना, 1 है या क्या। बट लेट्स गो, नाइस नाइस नाइस। हाँ वो RV2 मैच पॉइंट 25 कुछ थे, अपन तो बहुत दूर है। फिर फाल्कन्स थी क्लोज, बाकी सब टीम्स दूर है। फाल्कन्स ने बहुत मारे बे।
over by Harvester.
फर्स्ट गेम में उन्होंने
and
बहुत
they
वो
had the
पॉइंट्स ले
information
लिए थे
on
ना.
where that zone was polling.
This is a super weird zone, actually. I don't think the teams are going to be expecting how much of this is in the middle of Harvester.
Hey,
We're
mera
seeing it in the map right now. Look at that. There's barely any space
मैं
outside of
वैसे
the
वेलकाइरी
Harvester building and
खेलना
the snake.
खेलना शुरू करने का रीजन था मुझे उसकी स्किन मिली थी बहुत क्यूट सी स्किन थी इसलिए फिर मैं खेलने लगी थी.
East side, but my lord, teams like Shopify Rebellion and Gen G, who thought they were in a primo spot, are going to be, well, probably slamming their desks right now.
I mean, if anything, 5 years, so this is their POI. As Supernova get eliminated, they had gotten that ring console. They saw this as they predicted where that zone was pooling when they had the opportunity. Legacy now looking at SBI. Look at where they're coddled, though. Into this corner.
अबे उसका नाम देखो SBI.
I mean, they have to,
मित्रा.
right? Because there's so many teams holding the high ground, but
फाफा
it's gonna be
फीफ.
difficult with Legacy.
एक सेकेंड, what's that name, bro? Team name 5S और उसका नाम फाफा फीफ. What is फाफा
Just
फीफ?
that little bit of cool rock to sit on.
Some volcanic foundation
फाफा
for
फीफ,
them.
फाफा फीफ, फाफा
You
फीफ.
see snipers as Fanatics still hold on to the high ground.
Fafa
Blaze
Fif.
with the purple
फाफा
evo.
फीफ.
Colonel Garcia behind the rampart walls. As everything
MVP
is
कौन
set
है? फाफा
in their
फीफ.
direction from nades to
मार कौन रहा है?
lava.
फाफा
They
फीफ.
may have heard you,
मर
Gina,
कौन
but
गया? फाफा
EMP
फीफ.
to
क्या है?
delete the rampart
ओला
walls.
पूछ रखता तो
Asia's
अच्छा होता.
hungry.
फाफा फीफ.
And they're looking to take these fights. And look
फाफा
at the
फीफा
stack
फीफा नहीं है
alternator
फीफा.
and the R9 in this weapon loadout that he's rocking.
I think Asia's actually going to be pretty mad right now. How did that wrecking ball and the drill not hit? If Mad Maggie is meant to be able to do one thing, it is to absolutely pulverize teams who are in small corners like that. Somehow, it didn't work out. Whatever, they got the kills, it's fine. Put enough pressure on them to
गई
swing,
भाई
which Gen G
SBI.
needed, right? Because they were on.
मुझे लगता है उनका लंच ब्रेक हो गया होगा इसलिए वो लोग फिर बोलते कि हो गया हमारा अभी टाइम खत्म है अभी लंच ब्रेक अभी हमको जाना है ऐसा लेट लिए
Lou, though, he was one. He gets set down. Slayer.
पापा मेरे 20 टाइम्स बोला रिकॉर्ड करके अलार्म लगाना है भाई तुम्हें हमेशा ये तब आड़े टेढ़े अद्भुत अलार्म क्यों चाहिए होते हैं ऐसे उठते नहीं हो क्या तुम
Are Ninjas in Pajamas, are they thinking about the almost land win they had near Harvester? Or have they been able to clear that from their minds and play with a fresh perspective here? It's going to be a little tougher for them as they move in from the west side. They're on top of Virtus Pro right now, a team who has had a fantastic tournament until today started.
One of those teams that takes a little bit of time to find that momentum. We
Eight
see Shopify, by the
seconds.
way, popping off in the feed.
S8Ul #2 दिखा उसके बाद जो टीम थी मैंने देखा सीधा #5 क्यों है अच्छा जो एलिमिनेट हो गई उनको नहीं दिखाते आई गेस तो #3 अभी जो है वो बाहर हो गई होगी तभी मैं कंफ्यूज हो गई
They get taken out. 11 squads now left.
Bane often cited as one of the most
McLovin.
underrated players in Apex. Flies under the radar a little bit. Maybe we wouldn't be saying that if he had been the one lifting the trophy earlier last year. Asia continues to impose his will upon the lobby.
Oh my goodness.
Jen panic down now. That's the
ओवरऑल दिखा रहा है बट जो एलिमिनेट हो गए ये गेम में उनको नहीं दिखा रहा तभी #2 के बाद सीधा #5 आ रहा है and then #8 वैसा कह रही हूँ तो जो टीम्स अभी जिंदा है सिर्फ उनका ही दिखाते हैं लोग जीते पे कितने पॉइंट्स मिलते हैं 12
Maybe Fnatic are in for a big game, but it is not to be. Verhulst chips in and Fnatic will be eliminated.
Remember where Oblivion was from the very beginning. Coming
अगर अच्छा ग्लिच लगाऊंगा तो वापस तभी मैं वापस हो जाती हूँ Let's go just go
with Monsoon dressed up in the mid outfit. Legacy, Nizul getting the follow up with the nade. Ninjas in Pajamas get eliminated. 7 squads left and Oblivion are trying to get involved in this fight. They see
दोनों तरफ से मारा है बे NIP को
Gen G grab 5 KP, but they can't make it into the top 7. Shopify, they look like they're in all sorts of pain here.
12 9 7 5 3 8 ऐसा होगा I guess.
He still got the KP though. That's what they wanted.
या फिर और कम हो जाता है.
This is match point finals. You still need 50 after they get taken out. The S8Ul now climb up on the height.
I think there was an
Yup. Placement points कम है तभी. किल का गेम है ये guys.
Getting a little bit of that.
वो जो बोलते हैं नूब लोग वो किल का गेम नहीं है ये किल का गेम है.
S8Ul, they're looking to take the back-to-back.
Yeah, they're also up to 36 points, Vicky, and looking to overtake Falcons with a big end game here. They are just so judicious in the way they decide which fights to take. And that's why you're always seeing them in
5 के बाद 4. हाँ एक होता है क्या फिर 5 4 3 2 ऐसा है.
Known for not making mistakes.
Legacy are right behind them though. They've also been able to secure 5 KP behind S8Ul 7. And looking at Oblivion in a 3-way box, everybody stationed up in a zone like this while Legacy are hiding right below. CRT, Phony's looking at them. You see the EMP. It's just a 3-2-1 go. As Jen's on the Mad Maggie. It wasn't their EMP. Now they have to look behind them because the Ultra TPs set them from right there. Legacy get eliminated. They deter the pressure. But this is time for E36 to clean up what is left.
हमारी टीम में शीला है. भाई मशीन गन लेके बैठा है भाई वो.
S8Ul, Oblivion do know they are there, but Crazy Thieves are focused at E36.
मशीन गन से भून दिया.
They're setting up those rampart barriers.
Oh, but they moved up from the high ground. Crazy Thieves, they get eliminated. S8Ul,
Let's go.
they capitalize. They're at 43 points right now. They're looking to take the dub. 2 squads left with Oblivion still on the other side of the building.
Oh my god, Jesco looks so locked in. Oblivion, they are going to be running straight into the crosshair of Jesco. Maybe they can wait it out. An Ultra TP? No, doesn't go. Maybe the backstab? So many options.
अबे उनके पीछे आ गया. एक
They're looking.
दो.
Steamroll. The speed run, but they lose on a 1. It's only up to Legacy.
पीछे आ गया घूम के पूरा.
The melee, he's won. Legacy, he's hiding behind the knockdown shields. Oh, Oblivion.
यार इंटेंस हो गया एंड में यार वो पता है था उड़ के आके मार दिया. बट कोई ना #2.
As Oblivion take game number 3.
The reload so long, so slow. #2. But I guess कितना हुआ होगा 9 + 9 50 तो नहीं हुआ.
May have left his earthly body if he had lost another 1v1 to melees.
भाई ये लड़की उसकी जैसी दिख रही है. एमिली.
For his mental health, I am so happy that he won that.
Emily.
And it was, I mean, the decision making from Legacy there at the
Close
end.
तो है but नहीं हुए होंगे 50.
Because he hits one melee.
काफी points
Like
चाहिए
he can
थे.
see the health bar. That's a change we've had in Apex for a while now. He only needed
20
one
मिले ना.
melee.
25 दूर थे हम.
How much do you practice? It's not
25 दूर
necessarily
थे
that
हम.
easy to hit, but God,
40
that triple take
25 दूर नहीं थे हम.
took 150
I don't know
years to
25 दूर थे.
reload.
ये जीत जाते तो 50 हो जाता. यार 25 दूर थे गाइस. हम 20 मिले हैं तो फिर 45 हुआ. 49 थोड़ी. क्योंकि स्टार्टिंग में दिखाया था ना तो 25 दिखाया था. यह 45 है.
They keep themselves in contention with 18 total points that game.
I kind of wish Jesco
हाँ
had
I
felt
guess
himself a
जीतते
little
तो
bit
हो
more
जाता
there.
because इनका KP भी ऐड हो जाता. या exact 50 होता
He
शायद.
doesn't do it. He
50
decides to stick
51.
behind his amped cover, right?
See
And then
45
it's
40
Oblivion thinking to
45 हो
swing
गए.
around and
यप मैंने
catch
वही
him
तो
off
बोला
on
25
the
चाहिए थे
off
हमें
angle.
50 के लिए.
It could have
जीतते
been
तो हो
there.
जाता. भाई बट क्लोज था यार वो. राइट आ गया. कोई नहीं.
So far in the series results,
मुझे लगा था कि अपना एडवांटेजेस पोजीशन है. निकल जाएगा.
almost went back to back, but no match point. 50 point threshold. 45 points right now for S8Ul.
बट अभी ऑल टीम्स भी क्लोज आ गई. अभी ये दोनों क्लोज है. Oblivion बाकी का चलो फिर भी कम चांस है. Oblivion कर सकती है. 18 points.
The POI advantage that they had as
18
first seed
points
into
कर
World's
सकते हैं.
Edge. And of course, here in Match Point Finals, Gino, We got E District on the horizon.
And I mean, you can get unlucky.
भाई लेकिन एंड वाला क्या इंटेंस था, उसने चाकू भी मारा लो करने के लिए, पर रिलोड भाई मुझे एक बार के लिए लगा ऑलमोस्ट कि हो जाएगा
We saw Hal. He got it. He was purple straight away. So things it's not necessarily that they weren't going their way, but Falcons look, still 42 points. S8
जीने से 3KP 3VP और होता भाई तो कह रही हूँ 50 हो जाता, 51 हो जाता.
I was gonna say he heard you, Genome. He
48 होता नहीं, KP भी मिलता ना. अभी जो टीम के साथ था 3v3 उनका एक भी KP थोड़ी मिला हमें.
Inching closer to the 50 points. I want to hear more from you guys at the desk after the action that we just saw.
Thank you, Vicky and Genome. Great cast there. I gotta say, if Genome casts any more games, Apex South is certainly gonna win the championship. With how much of a fan he is. And, you know, I love it because he's got to represent. Welcome back. Rainday here as your host. After 3, we've seen Falcons, we've seen S8Ul, and Oblivion take a win. Big implications for that. Remember, prizing goes to first place for our match point finals winner. But those push-ups, that represents a potential tens of thousands of dollars that could be in Monsoon's hands if it were to finish with them in third. So a lot to be excited about.
मुझे तो एक बार के लिए लगा ये एक और चाकू मारेगा बे.
At halftime, it's Dia, it's SpiderTip off the cast, and Graceful back in the mix. Welcome, guys. Dia, that was a great game, and what's better than a full stadium in Sapporo and a 1v1 to finish off Game 3?
Yeah, it's been
Six
incredibly
match we
impressive
might have
from minute
winner.
one, even before the game started today.
हो भी सकता है. अच्छा अभी 3 ही हुए हैं. हाँ.
Sold out arena, I might add.
I guess.
But the games certainly have not disappointed. Falcons, of course, with that big game
बहुत अच्छा खेले यार. बहुत अच्छा.
And since then, the Oblivion win just now
मेरे फेवरेट मैप पे ही खेले बॉल चाहिए.
Scrapping, never
यही था ना,
could
मैं अभी
really
भी
pay off
confused
in
हूँ
these
वैसे.
match point finals.
I mean, a dominant performance from Falcons. S8Ul have been there, almost back-to-back wins. Tiff, what stood out to you in these first
हमें
3
घबराना नहीं है. Yes,
for
yes.
our match point finals?
I mean, match point
मैं
finals are
check
just something that's
करती हूँ
completely different, right? You look at our winners bracket yesterday.
Apex,
S8Ul and Oblivion were both in it, but
Wolves,
unfortunately they were in the bottom 10, forced
Edge
down
map.
and having to scrap through the Elim round 2. So to come out
map
on this
लिख
stage
दिया.
was almost very similar to what that winners round looked like, and to perform this much better.
हाँ 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 यही इधर hot drop होता है, यही था.
Was more points than they earned in an entire
यही
series.
तो है hot drop वाली जगह.
Graceful, 32 points at the end of a lobby like this. You're going to be somewhere in a decent mix.
यही वो बिल्डिंग है ना hot drop. हाँ. इस वर्ल्ड से जी था मेरा फेवरेट. ये वाली बिल्डिंग पे hot drop करते थे. बहुत इंटेंस फाइट होती थी. कूदते.
It's a long way away from now sitting in a position where you could be third place with hundreds of thousands of dollars in your pocket.
Olympus.
Life-changing money, really. But the
हाँ
biggest
ये
thing that
दूसरा है.
we've
ये
seen
मैंने
throughout
कम
the
खेला
all
बट ये
three
भी काफी
matches is
खेला है.
how
ये 2 ही
hungry
मैप से
people are.
सबसे
It
ज्यादा
was
जो
12
खेले.
team circle 5, and you see proactive plays endlessly. Right team is trying to ape you, left team is trying to ape you. They're trying to go for you. You get double swung, you down one.
अरे वो ऐसा होता है गेम में कि हर सीजन या कुछ सीजन में मैप्स बदलते रहते हैं. तो जो होता है मैप वही आता है अपने आप. तो मैं जब ज्यादा खेली उस टाइम यही मैप्स थे गेम में. इसीलिए. हाँ और फिर बाद में मैंने खेलना भी इसलिए छोड़ा था. उसके बाद जो गेम आया था मैप आया था ना वो मुझे एकदम घटिया लगता था. तो फिर मेरे को मजा नहीं आता था. तो फिर मैंने खेलना ही बंद कर दिया था.
I mean, this is a benefit not just to the players in the lobby who get a chance to not have someone else on match point, but to the fans as well. We're going more games. S8Ul just narrowly
match
missed
point
out
है तो
thanks to
total
Oblivion,
number
but
of
Dia,
matches
this
क्यों
game
होगा?
too, I mean, this is where they started to find their rhythm.
Yeah, this
There
looks
is
like a
no
real
fixed
comfort
number
zone
of
for
matches
Falcons
क्योंकि
as
smash
well, to be
point
honest.
rule है.
Even the fact that Guild managed
तो
to
जब
secure
तक
the
50 रीच
second
करने
place
वाली
by
कोई भी टीम
eliminating
जीतेगी
SBI
नहीं.
proves
चलते
to
रहेंगे
me
गेम्स.
the Falcons were still firing on all cylinders. They had not taken a break from game 1, but it was a big step up for S8Ul.
पाजी देख लो मॉड है ये.
Teams from the group and elimination stage.
You cast Olympus.
2 घंटे में ये डिस्कशन 10 बार हो गया है.
Being able to go for it more when you're on these familiar maps like World's Edge, like Stormpoint, that give these players a sense of comfort heading into a big moment where nerves often sometimes take main stage?
I think so, because if you were watching the POI draft, a lot of the teams were focusing on those Stormpoint POIs, those World's Edge, so they know that they can get the majority of their points there, and then they'll filter in with maybe E-District or even Olympus. Olympus is still that really large question mark in a lot of our teams' tool belts, which is why you're looking forward to the analysts, the
ये
coaches,
वॉच
to make sure
पार्टी
that
के
they've
बाद बाद
Recon. Of course, we had it in scrims, but it doesn't always play out like that once you get to this main
ब्रेक
stage. Now,
लूंगी
I
या
do want to give a
देखूंगी
huge shout out
reaction
to
and
Ruby Caster
games.
there. That's going to be the Oblivion coach and analyst.
लेकिन
And
मेरे
that
मैक्स
is
इन
so
मैचेस
much
दिखा रहे हैं
information
बट
to bring
उतना
to the table
जाता
to
ही
put
नहीं
them
है
on the top
खत्म हो
thus far,
जाता
and I
है
would love to see that momentum continue.
Let's take a look at our standings
उतना
here
गया ही नहीं है
after 3 as we settle into
EWC में भी तो याद है कितने मैचेस 6 हुए थे शायद से
finals threshold.
और बड़ी बात है छोले भटूरे हाँ हम लोग खा के फिर आऊंगी
But if you reach 50 points, let's say next game,
मतलब I can continue same stream पे भी मेरे को कैसे भी
they've got to win
चलेगा
after that. So we at least have 2 more games, considering that S8Ul and Team Falcons most likely will cross it the next game. But you never know. And of course, when you look at Team Falcons betting against them, it's
लाइक 10 मैचेस तक तो गया ही नहीं है कभी यार मतलब तुम सोचो ये रूल है तो सब किल पॉइंट्स करते हैं एंड देन 50 होने के बाद कितने 4th 5th गेम तक तो 5-6 टीम्स आ जाती है 50 पे तो फिर जीतना ही है उसके बाद तो हो जाता है उतना लंबा चलता ही नहीं है वो कह रही हूँ मैं
I mean, it's so
Fixed
hard
number
to
of matches
like,
है ही नहीं
pinpoint
इसीलिए
immediately. But looking at how many teams were alive and people were opting for fast rotate, it was absolutely crazy. That reminded me of several years ago when everybody just knew how to play fast zone and were kind of scared of taking fights because everybody was going to 3P, which
What you talking about?
Every alter was absolutely
मुझे भी
just
बताओ
trying to get whatever KP they could. Which is why
मुझे
you also
left
see
out
that
feel
alter
हो रहा
ended
है
up getting banned. So now the proactive play is going to be way less
अच्छा
because the options you have
अच्छा
now is
उसने
no,
ऐसा
you
कर
can't really
दिया
just
ठीक है
take a peek and try to get something. You're either committing now, either for the kill or get
टीम
wiped.
कोई भी
And that's
हमें तो
gonna make
पागल
people
देखना
maybe
है
even prone to be less, more passive, I would say.
कल करते
one, guys, as we
अगर
head
देखते
into
पालवर्ल्ड
the
आज
second half of these games, or I
मैं
guess the
थोड़ा
next
तो
3
खेल
before you
सकती
see
हूँ
the stats
ज़्यादा
come back out. For those who are a fan of ALGS esports, we've got something even more exciting to announce than Game 4 starting. That's
खाने के बाद
Year
फूड
6
कॉमा मैं तो
starting.
उठता ही
That's right,
नहीं
an announcement for the pathway to the ALGS Year 6. You already knew we were coming back to Sapporo for 2027, but we've got our locations of our lands ready to be released now. Riyadh will be where we take place with our Split 1 playoffs, but we will return to having a Split 2 playoffs. And the home will
11th
be
7th
Las
July
Vegas for
to
this year.
11th
Exciting stuff. Book your
Split
tickets. You
1
know
in
that is gonna be
Riyadh,
popping.
Split
And of course,
2
Sapporo, we will
in
return
Las
to champs. The
Vegas
dates are right there. Take a
and
picture,
champs
settle in,
Sapporo
take PTO
Sapporo
now,
किधर है
because it is going
Sapporo
to be
ने
a
सुना
jam-packed
मैंने
year, returning to those fan favorites of the global lands. Also, a big note.
21st मतलब वो next year है champs
$1 million. So each of those playoffs will have a $2 million prize pool, the
January
same as champs. Very exciting. Plus our $500,000 per each split for our regions. What a treat! Everyone in the ALGS.
तुम हमें मत मारो हम तुम्हें नहीं मारेंगे अच्छा ये बात कर रहे
And
थे
speaking of news, well, Nicewig had his own idea.
नाला तो करा भाई हेलो
Legends. I happen to be
अरे भाई
along with them, and
अभी वाला सपोरो में ही हो रहा है ओके तो मतलब सेम जगह होता है क्या जापान हाँ अभी तो जापान में हो रहा है वो तो मुझे स्टार्टिंग का 1 घंटा देख के समझ आ गया कि जापान में हो रहा है बट मैंने सिटी नहीं सुना था सपोरो पहले कभी नाम नहीं सुना था सिटी का
Welcome to ALGS
Hi,
Today,
Shreyansh.
tonight, the home of all of your ALGS news. And I'm Wig. Yes. Our top story tonight.
I talked to an eyewitness who reveals the real truth about why Hal and Zero split up.
I can't wait for that.
ब्रो ये उसके जैसा दिख रहा है एक सिंगर था ना
Outside the arena now. Monsoon, how's it looking out there, buddy?
जिसका नाम थोड़ा सा वियर्ड था लिल समथिंग एकदम उसके जैसा दिख रहा है
Glad that's not me out there, Rain.
Ooh, you're telling me. On to roster updates. 100 Thieves will compete in this event as Crazy Thieves. And full disclosure, my co-anchor is also the co-owner.
Damn right. How about you tighten up when you're next to a co-owner like that, Rain? The next segment isn't really news related, but anyone knows the next land location? Please tell me. They don't tell me anything anymore, and I don't know why.
They don't tell you these things because...
grab it no
Wayne
no
likes to leak things.
he
Yeah,
looks
dude, I get it.
like
Whatever, man.
Exactly. It's time now
एक
for our
second
Phony
if I
Report.
remember
We've got the main man
correctly
himself standing by with some of the players.
Yo, Pony, what's good? My boy, how we doing down there, man?
ये देखो इसको देखो एंड तुमने देखा था ना उसको
Facts. Be good, bro. Be good out there.
अभी थोड़ा अलग लग रहा है अभी थोड़ा अलग लग रहा है
Wait, Phony, come back.
What do you
मुझे लगा थोड़ा
You didn't ask
familiar
anybody anything. Listen, there's some players behind you. There's Sorale. I see them over there. Ask them a question. They must be excited to play in front of their home crowd.
I got it. There's a big moment for you. What are you looking forward to the most?
गाइस फोनी था क्या लास्ट टाइम जो सर्जरी के जस्ट बाद खेलने आ गया था?
楽しみです。あなたも含め誰一人として容赦はしません。そこのお前もな。
I don't know what he just said, but I'm sure it was nice. Back to you guys.
Phony, there is no one like you, my man. You're doing the best out there. You're the best, bro, I swear.
Yeah, the best. Let's just go to our top story of the night.
Hal and Zero, rivals, turned teammates, now rivals once again. We all know the story. Zero left Hal. It wasn't a fit of personalities, or was it? I have received some information from a strong insider source as to the real reason as to why they split up. Now, I know you want to keep your identity a secret, but tell us what you know.
Zero and Hal, they didn't hate each other. They were the bestest of friends. They knew they needed to split up in order to bring the drama back to Apex. The arguments on stream, the crash outs, it was for content. They did it for us.
You heard it from me first. Two of the ALGS's biggest players conspiring together for the good of the scene.
Wait, Wig, this is not quite...
Adam Sandler with long curly
I
hair.
know you're going to doubt it, but we can hear it from the players themselves. Here is what Zero had to say.
भाई अब से मुझे कोई पूछेगा ना who's your inspiration for your clothing choice? I will say Adam Sandler.
What does Hal have to say? Zero and I are best friends. Wig, we watch television together every night.
And there you have it. You can catch more exclusive ALGS information over on the B stream at
B-Stream? Man, I knew there was something to
Phony
this.
था I think. Scripted news मर्सी भाई की IP है.
For us.
Listen, wait, I don't think we're fooling anyone with this dude. I don't even lift as much as Waltzy.
God damn it, Wig. Why are you guys always trying to come up with a conspiracy?
You are telling me that he just left randomly. No.
You two keep trying to bring viewers to the B stream. What is going on? Y'all don't have enough.
You never know about this stuff, right? You literally never know.
They are clearly not best friends.
What a load of best friends? Who would believe that?
I know, right? So stupid. You want some chocolate?
Well, you gotta leave it to Nice Wig and his reporting, Tiff. He never fails to make things interesting here at our lands.
I just think you need to give that boy an Oscar. I'm telling you, that was some really good chemistry right there. We're gonna need a round 2, but I wasn't expecting the ending there. Hal feeding Zero a little chocolate.
I mean, Dia, you know, are we exposing the truth here?
We're exposing something. I'd like to think it's your acting skill.
Okay,
I don't see you angry very often.
That's true.
Whenever Wig interrupted you, I saw that little...
Come on. The B stream, like this is main stage, baby. This is finals. You better be on the A stream today. I'm gonna go take something up with Wig here if you guys go over there. So stay with us. Graceful, obviously, is somebody that you know, is looking forward to these 4 games coming up, or these 3 games before we see it again. As a pro in this situation, you're trying to stop Falcons from getting the match point. What do you have to do if you haven't got the gas yet and you need to turn things around quickly?
I think they have to opt their, strategize a little bit better and change things up, because now we always have 2-3 games to feel out how the lobby is playing out. Clearly, everybody was fast rotating, specifically tied to World's Edge. Other maps now that, especially since we're
ये कर लो मैं क्या कर रही
they will
थी?
have more time to play their own plays.
मैं भूल गई मैं क्या कर रही थी? क्या तुम इनको कह रहे हो?
Opportunity here to take a break, give our players a chance to
कितना टाइम फॉर नेक्स्ट मैच? अभी 3 हो गए ना, तो थोड़ा सा ज्यादा ब्रेक लिया है, बट प्लेयर सब दिख रहे पीछे बैठे हुए, सो शुरू होने वाला है. आफ्टर 3 बनता है यार थोड़ा ब्रेक ब्रो. इतना प्लेयर्स को भाई चाहिए होता होगा. आपको नहीं, चैट को. अच्छा, मेरा मैसेज क्यों नहीं दिख रहा है? सीधा एनर्जी ने C9 को जो धोया है. अबे C9 तो मार ही खाती रहती है, बट ब्रो आई लव ज़ेपा ब्रो. मार खाते रहते हैं वो लोग, बट ज़ेपा इज अ वाइब. ज़ेपा ऑक्सी दोनों ही बड़े मस्त बंदे हैं भाई, दोनों क्रेजी है.
As we get started, everybody. Game number 4 on E District. We got
Game number 4.
which is important to note for the teams
E
that may
District.
find that
E
momentum
District
very
कौन
early
सा
on here
है
in this
ये?
game number 4, because again,
नहीं
game
ये
number 5
ठीक है.
will be
ये
brought
ठीक
back
है,
to
not
this
bad.
map, and I
वो
feel like at
गंदा
this
वाला
point,
मैप
since
का
it
नाम
is
नहीं
match
याद
point
मुझे.
format,
अच्छा
a
E
lot of teams,
District.
even though they have been playing more reserved like we've been seeing at the beginning part,
ये मैप पे मैंने श्राउड को बहुत देखा है खेलते हुए. वो लोबा खेलता रहता था पूरा टाइम.
As a lot of these teams also playing for the
2K
objective
में
of
stream है
getting these
मेरी
ring
यार.
consoles, because we are moving all the way down south towards
2K
where
है मेरी
Legacy is
stream.
by Shipyard Arcade, and they'll get the scoop too because they got the ring console.
Twitch
as
की
well
वजह
as
से
the
बंद
serving.
किया था 2K बट अभी तो 2K है.
Definitely expecting
रीस्ट्रीम नहीं होता मतलब Twitch पे BT है 2K का पता नहीं
I
क्या.
think we've had about one Shipyard Arcade ending in the last like 1,000 maps we've
उसको भी
tracked or
सॉल्व
something.
करूंगी.
So
अच्छा याद दिलाया तुमने.
if that happens, we can pop off. It's like unlocking one of those. Sorry.
नहीं मैंने 2K सेटिंग्स रखी है.
The cards.
1080 है कैसे पॉसिबल?
Unwrapping them, is that what it's called? Anyway, unwrapping like a holo Nessie, man. Like the ultra rare stuff. That's what
मेरी
we have
सारी
to wait down
settings
to
2K
Shipyard
वाली
Arcade.
है.
I'm picking draft point.
Low latency.
Viaduct.
भाई YouTube नशे कर रहे हैं क्या guys?
A little on the outside chances, but
सारी settings
either
2K
way,
वाली
Legacy
डाली है
are
मैंने
pretty
क्योंकि.
close. Of course, the other Legacy on the map, S8 Legacy. He's a little bit further away. They start over at City Hall, and they were very happy. They got 3 out of their 4 POI picks.
And with 5 points left needed to be at match point,
Guys,
S8Ul,
2
they make the
second.
rotate. Falcons
2
8
सेकंड
away, but
रिफ्रेश
Oblivion
करना मैं
have
ट्राई
now
करती हूँ
closing the
इससे शायद
gap
सही हो
ever so
जाएगा.
slightly
2
the bridge to overlook the action closer to that evil harvester.
Yeah, so Falcons, have they moved all the way down to Shipyard Arcade there because they think that's where it's going to
Abhi?
finish, or because that's a good staging ground to then go north into draft point? I'm going to be fascinated to find out. Definitely wouldn't be second-guessing Hal's ring prediction the way that they have been playing so far in this tournament. It's been fantastic. And Virtus Pro going here as well. Okay, if there is one thing that could indicate it's going Shipyard Arcade, it's the fact that we do
आ
have
गया
those
2K
circles
चलो.
touching,
Thank you for letting me
at the
know.
very outskirts
एक
of the
चीज
map. That
गड़बड़
is
थी
one
मैंने ठीक
indicator
कर दी.
that it's like a full pull and not a pull back. But I was just really scared to believe that because, again, we've had like almost 0 endings at Shipyard Arcade.
It's been so rare because we usually see it pull towards the City Hall side, right? The northwestern side, but a little bit of a different point here too. Nice shots coming in from Lou. As everyone are looking at the teams that still need to find more of these points. VP sitting with only 2 points alone. We're trying to get our predictions going. I want to hear predictions from you guys back at home watching in the chat. How far do you think we're going to be going? Who do you think is taking it? Tweet at us. Tweet at the Play Apex team. Hashtag ALGS. As Oblivion, they keep themselves in the conversation. Double white, 1 blue for fun here. They take to the skies, but look at the amount of G7s. You can see the line of sight of the firing from the teams that are right below them.
We got a lot of teams heading to the arcade here right now. Everyone wants to get on the machines and have a jam here.
Now
and
we have
the fact
2
that
teams,
Oblivion
I
have
guess, who are
moved in
gonna
as
try to
well.
play
Falcons,
safe.
by the way, actually went back to Old Town. This is easily
सारे हम लोग 1080p को बेकार बोल रहे हैं. I mean, if you have seen Twitch, you will say that about YT का 1080 because it is trash. Twitch का even 720p is better than YT का 2K stream. Even 720 Twitch का 720. YT के 2K से better है.
Over there. We look at Shopify Rebellion. They are the furthest from the
1 kill, 1 point, yes. 1 kill, 1 point.
Towards Vicky, they go towards Hot Dog Mafia, who have yet to really get up and running today. Ninjas in Pajamas, they're currently traveling through Energy Bank, or perhaps Gen G, who also, despite grabbing those couple of kills in our previous game, are still in the bottom 10.
Playing objective too, because there is an evil harvester at the very least. Exiting out of the choke from Galleria. They're also going to be able to get a scan, see which teams are waiting for them on the other side of Energy Bank.
ये मदर टेरेसा का फोटो बना हुआ है guys, देखो.
Out of heights too. Hot Dog Mafia being another one to try to rotate quickly. We know that they land in Electro Dam. So they've opted to rotate all the way from the east side where there's another ring console, another survey. Supernova on the horizon. And since they're prioritizing specifically Hot Dog Mafia and getting that survey beacon, Supernova will note with that light that
Same
they
आयुष
were
मैं उसका
called
stream
out,
चला के ही
and
सोई
Team
थी
Falcons are to their
4
side,
बजे भी
rotating out of Humbert Labs where they also have a ring console. And they have a
50
high
होंगे
ground
वैसे ही
too.
मैच खत्म
As
नो
well as
नो
Crypto
नो
Drone. So with that
50
Supernova,
पॉइंट्स
we're forced to
कर
back
लिया
away
जिस टीम
into
ने
the zone
नेक्स्ट
towards
गेम
Stadium.
जीतना है उनको मतलब नेक्स्ट या उसके बाद एक गेम जीतना है बस 50 करने के बाद दे जस्ट हैव टू विन वन गेम
Yeah, look at that. Opting to take the zone
जिन जिन
damage
टीम का
purely,
50
you
हो
would
जाएगा
imagine,
ना
to grab that
उसके
ring console
नेक्स्ट
information.
उसके बाद
Do
से
Shopify
बस उनको
Rebellion
एक
or
गेम
Hot
जीतना
Dog
है
Mafia want to follow in their footsteps. Perhaps they can hear them. Perhaps they
Ads
have
बहुत
that
है
information from the
हाँ
scan.
तभी
Looks
तो
like Shopify Rebellion actually have a closer one
तभी तो
inside
सारे
the
स्ट्रीमर्स
zone.
उधर बोलते रहते हैं सब्सक्राइब फॉर नो
Might be able to
एड्स
hit that first. Meanwhile, Falcons are doing
डैसनर
exactly
डालता
the
है
same. at
सब्सक्राइब
Humber.
सो आई कैन
Some
फीड माय
players
फैमिली
waiting as
मैं भी
the
ऐसा
ring
डालूंगी
closes to
मम्मी
hit
मारेगी फिर मुझे
Love the patient play here too.
Oh my god.
Knowing that they have to play objective at this point. While Shopify also had that ring console, but Team Falcons, once they get that info, they have the evac tower, and they're going to start rotating up. While Shopify Rebellion look at Hot Dog Mafia, it's a little bit of a pile-up that is inevitable on the east side of the zone.
हमारा टीम
But
has to
in a
cross
zone like
50
this,
and
going
they
so
then
deep
win
towards
दोनों एक ही
Shipyard,
मैच
I mean,
में
where do you
नहीं
go if you don't have
एक मैच
the
में
ability
नहीं
to fly, right? You're
50
going to need a
पॉइंट्स
rotational
होने
legend
के
to really
बाद
help
से
you
वो
out.
होता है लाइक मैच खत्म होने के बाद पॉइंट्स कंसीडर करे जाते
A little bit more.
हैं ऑनगोइंग मैच में नहीं
Half a
होता
draft point, and the thing that's getting me is the fact that we're no longer touching the circles, which, again, one of the things that indicates it will keep pulling in that direction, but also there's a lot of water. And, I'm a broken record at this point, but canals are basically all the end spots in E-District. So does that mean it pulls towards the draft point canals, favoring teams like SBI and Crazy Thieves?
With the teams that don't have access to that ring console, they're really banking on that northern circle pool. As
कॉम्प्लेन बीमार 5 मिनट में 2 मिनट का ऐड होता है भाई वो लोग बहुत एड्स रन करते हैं बिकॉज दे अर्न अ लॉट उससे कुछ स्ट्रीमर्स तो बोल बोल के एड्स रन करते हैं चैट को बोल के लाइक उनको कोई रेड करता है ना बहुत ज्यादा व्यूअर्स होते हैं तो वो लोग एड्स रन कर देते हैं इवन ऑडियंस कहती है कि रन एड्स ये वो उधर फुल मस्ती चलता है
As Monsoon, he is the captain
How
now.
is S8Ul doing?
Still sticking with that
currently
#,
hashtag one
hiding
MRC.
up on the top of the high ground of these buildings.
3 matches के बाद ये 4th है.
They've already set up the Watson fences down here in the middle. My biggest fear though, Gino, is the amount of cryptos in the lobby.
अभी #1 है ये गेम में सिर्फ लाइक 50 पॉइंट्स कंप्लीट करने हैं मतलब 5 पॉइंट्स चाहिए 50 होने के लिए ये गेम में अगर 5 पॉइंट्स में मिल गए उसके बाद बस एक गेम जीतना है बट फैल्कन भी क्लोज है तो या अभी एक और टीम ऑब्लिवियन भी क्लोज आ जाएगी अगर ये गेम उन्होंने अच्छा निकाला
I mean, there's a couple of people you look at, Hal, MT, Phony, people
Run
that you
ads,
rely
yes.
on to be able to call these zones with great clarity.
नहीं ये नहीं है इससे पिछला वाला था
They've gone for different
World's
options, so
Edge.
it's really hard to pick between them as we do see the Rebel first strike with Fnatic going down.
Hal also gets a little bit of revenge for Fnatic because they follow up for the 3P and catch Henchman. Now go next, thankfully. Have a portal in play, and they get that reset. I was hearing the arena hold their breath when they saw that fight as Fnatic go out early in this match.
एपेक्स आता है तुम्हें जो मुझे तो नहीं आता मैं खेलती थी मुझे बट छोड़े हुए 5 साल हो गए मर्सी तो यू कैन से कि मुझे भी अभी नहीं आता है थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा बट मेरे 200 घंटे हैं पहले बहुत खेलती थी मैं
of TSM here in this finals lobby. Go next now. Hiding behind these rampart walls, safe and sound, but getting information from Kinda in the crypto.
Obviously, a lot of cryptos in this lobby, so teams will be pretty much aware of where everyone else is set up. It gives them a lot of information to be able to plan their next moves.
आप तो एक्स स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर हो एपेक्स के
Falcons, that's probably just
अगर स्ट्रीमर टूर्नामेंट
here.
काउंट्स देन यस आई वाज #2 थैंक यू
Quite safely ensconced in this room. No altar means
इफ वो
there's
टूर्नामेंट
very
से थोड़ा
few
पहले सीख
options
लिया
for
होता
people
गेम तो
to
#1
come
होते
at them. No doors to
यार
blow off.
होते
There's a
ही
single
नहीं ये
zip line with a
सब
small
सिर्फ
aperture
बीजीएमआई के
as
होते
well as
रहते
the
फालतू के
indestructible doors on either side.
मस्त टाइम था यार वो एपेक्स के स्ट्रीमर टूर्नामेंट्स वालों के स्ट्रीमर टूर्नामेंट्स वो अलग टाइम था बेस्ट टाइम था वो
This is going to be crazy. Team Falcons
So
still have
much
this info,
fun.
by the way. They know Oblivion's right on top of them. The nades set in their direction as the bunker doors open. They have the catalyst and they have the spikes, but they look like chameleons because they're looking in front by these bunker doors. They're looking at Oblivion right above their heads, and they're hearing the fighting all around them as they take out the amp damage from the barriers.
So one of the fun things about this, Vicky, is
Really
because
ready to
these
understand how
zones
console
are
edition
so
से कौन सा
rare,
मैप में क्या है?
we're just going to see some freewheeling, right? These teams have had
जो हम नॉर्मल रैंक
extremely
खेलते
little
हैं
practice
उसमें
of
इतना
playing
दिमाग ही
a
नहीं चाहिए होता.
tight end zone in
मैं तो हॉट ड्रॉप करती थी, मारो मरो ऐसा खेलती थी मैं. मजा आता है बहुत. फास्ट पेस देना क्योंकि
when they're doing this in scrims, there's less teams alive. They're not playing as high quality, so this could be a completely new experience for many of the teams in this lobby right now.
I'm not gonna lie, looking at the zone gave me whiplash. I mean, it gave the other teams too, like forced to rotate so quickly because look at the Mythic bin, untouched on the north side of draft point.
आना मारो मरो वही बेस्ट है भाई.
To the north side, saw that circle pool, wasted no time, said we gotta go over there
Hello,
because
yeah,
now there's a bridge separating us and that next potential zone. I honestly have only seen the zone like once within my own personal
कितने रनर्स
games.
का अभी 3 प्ले हो गया. I think YouTube ने सुन ली उनकी.
Have set up on the further north side.
रैंक में हॉट ड्रॉप हाँ. भाई हम ऐसे ही खेलते हैं भाई. डरते नहीं हैं.
Leads you into Shipyard.
I mean, if Vicky hasn't seen it, I'm barely anyone has seen it. I mean, she's on 12 hours a day. Wow, that's really saying something.
मैंने ना जितने गेम्स खेले हैं ना गाइस मैं ऐसे ही खेलती थी. इसलिए मुझे वैलोरेंट में बहुत टाइम लग गया. क्योंकि वैलोरेंट में भी मैं स्टार्टिंग में ऐसे ही खेलती थी एकदम अग्रेसिव. मैं अभी वैलोरेंट में इतना पैसिव हो गई हूँ ना मुंबई सर्वर में ब्लेम सुन के. बट मेरा प्ले स्टाइल तुम मान लो पबजी मोबाइल एपेक्स हो गया कुछ भी गेम ले लो मैं हमेशा से थोड़ा अग्रेसिव टाइप ही खेलती आई हूँ क्योंकि मुझे आदत ही उस चीज की थी. वैलोरेंट ने मुझे थोड़ा ऐसा बना दिया है. वैलोरेंट में क्योंकि ना मैंने बहुत टॉक्सिसिटी फेस किया है उस वजह से ऐसी हो गई मैं. बहुत टॉक्सिसिटी फेस किया. लाइक किसी को आइडिया भी नहीं है कितना उसने मेरा मेंटल और वो सब बहुत फक किया. गेम प्ले मेंटल हर एक चीज प्ले स्टाइल खराब कर दिया. बट मैं हमेशा से ऐसे ही खेलती आई थी पहले.
If we look at teams who want to fight, Vicky, Unlimit have taken the most fights out of any team in the entire tournament. They are drilled, they are ready, but are they good enough to beat Ninjas in Pajamas?
Or are their skills limited with NIP playing this very patiently? On the other side of that wall, you can see the pings, forced to call in an evac. I'm not gonna lie, Yulari Man having this alternator is terrifying. The gold barrel, he's got the purple mag as well as a double tap. Oh, but they're baiting! They're baiting! Making it seem like they're gonna take the evac tower to see. If NIP want to push onto them, maybe take the evac tower themselves, they're getting involved in the fight. As it finally starts, and it works! It works for them! The Wrecking Ball sent out as they get the first knock onto Vayne. Backing away, they don't want to try to overextend, but a huge nade confirms that pickoff. With 18 squads left, I love the utilization from Unlimit.
20 seconds left. Not willing to swing. They had done so much damage to Ninjas in Pajamas there, but they wanted to take that sort of swing angle, but they sat there in the zone and then...
I mean, it's because, look around 4. It's closing in the next 8 seconds as SBI get the respawn. They can't risk this because this is going to make your eyes water.
They are so far from the zone as well. Literally pulling to the northeastern side of Shipyard. Crazy Thieves have actually managed to make themselves fantastic chances to win this game, perhaps if they can get Burhulst back up, because the zone is very much pulling to them, but it looks like Shopify Rebellion on the other side is causing them some issues.
Hopefully, maybe they could work around to get a beacon here, as Legacy also try to fight right in front of them, but they try to play their life and they get eliminated. It was only Yanya left as Genbitter picks that up. S8Ul 5 points away from match point, but so many nades hurdled at their feet. Oh my goodness, everyone sent those nades as S8Ul cannot qualify for match point.
Our number 1 team goes down. A scarce 5 points needed for them. They try to play it safe, but the rotation is just too hard. Late into Shipyard Arcade is a death sentence.
You know what's waiting for them since we have the back-to-back E-District and the Grim Reaper of match points coming up as the duo of Onset and Yasin. We're gonna have to see, because we always like some more Apex as Burhulst is back in the game. No team looking to contest them, because guess what? We have a pile-up between GoNext, E36, and VP, but Falcons, they've lost out on Wolsey. They may be the next team to go out unless Wolsey can get revived.
I mean, this is a kick-ass wall from Guild, completely blocking Unlimit to try and get in. They just get the res, but no time to get his health back up. Now it's all up to Hal.
Hal, the last one alive. It's a lot to deal with, but he's playing up the blue knockdown and with a jump. And the push, Team Falcons get eliminated. That is our two top teams out of this lobby. We are going the distance as Oblivion are still alive.
Al is statistically, undoubtedly the most dangerous player in this server, but not even he can turn that fight around. Unlimit with too much aggression will get in there, and that means we've got at least 2 more games, Vicky.
It's not Monsoon without a sniper in his hand, by the way.
Sorry guys, आ गई मैं.
Charged up Sentinel. Zam's in the other.
भाई साहब टोबो की रोने की आवाज से मैं डर गई भाई मुझे लगा पता नहीं क्या हो गया I am back.
It's round 5 and they're not in that next zone. They're looking to get more KP because they know
क्या हुआ गई अपनी टीम
with 35 points. Alliance also looking to reset as 5 fears get eliminated.
It's a little harder for Oblivion. They've got to do
दोनों
more,
मर गए
but
दोनों के पॉइंट्स नहीं हुए Shit.
Alliance and SBI.
Effect comes in from the skies of the dropship, and they look at Egoist, SBI. Having Egoist back away for now, Alliance combined together. Look at UNL, Unlimit now, dropping in from the top. SBI get eliminated, and it's all these teams looking to desperately get this KP. Oblivion are hailing from above, all this extra damage without overextending.
Oh my god, they just got quite a few kills there. 7 kills, Oblivion. This is just desperately needed KP if they want to hit match point right here, right now, up to 42. They have the high ground. This is exactly the kind of spot that Monsoon thrives in, that he succeeds in. Every time we see him up high.
क्या हुआ अरे कुछ नहीं हुआ मैं बताती हूँ उसके थोड़ी सी लग गई थी तो वो चिल्ला रहा था तभी मेरे को लगा पता नहीं क्या हो गया इसलिए मैं बाहर गई शांत हो गया अभी वो
VP in a lot of trouble as Oblivion. We highlight this before, and he's literally doesn't have an extended mech. He doesn't have the sniper stock here, but that's fine. He still
Oblivion जिंदा है क्या?
And 6 shield cells. That's all he needs.
Oblivion मारो हाँ ना इनका हो जाएगा वरना जिंदा है अबे हाँ है भी ऊपर एकदम Oblivion 50 हुआ है किसी का अपनी टीम का नहीं हुआ ना
And Oblivion are just waiting patiently.
मुझे तो लग रहा है इनका होने वाला है 43 है भाई इनको 7 ही चाहिए और अभी जिंदा है तो 7 तो हो जाएंगे आराम से
Is he going to go for one of the risky kidnaps, even in this position, even when they're on the cusp of match point? Or does he save it for a more, you know, prudent kind of move?
किसी का ही नहीं हुआ oh shit ऐसे ही होता है
Getting more KP, he gets that first knock. Monsoon playing this patiently though. I like the way he's
Maro, Oblivion ko maro.
Makeshift cover, but Shopify Rebellion.
Let's go Shopify.
They hear what's going on and they travel uphill.
मरा.
As they don't hear them.
नहीं होगा इनका भी नहीं होगा
Verhol's holding onto the high ground.
CRT did get that respawn by the way with all 3 members here. We said if they're up and they're 3, they've got a chance.
Let's go Shopify बोला था मैंने क्यों बोला मैंने
It could be over for them.
Unlimit and CRT shaking hands and allowing Oblivion to stay alive. But with Bleaker looking at the rampart, them trying
Let's go Oblivion, yeah!
He didn't have a shield and they survive. The script writers are hard at work.
Let's go Oblivion. Never mind it तो सच हो रहा है मतलब I did not mean it bro don't take it seriously yeah 49 oh phony bye
and Jen Burton puts his hands up in the air. He wants the adulation and frankly he deserves it after that match.
किसी का नहीं हुआ मैच पॉइंट किसी का नहीं हुआ किसी को नहीं मिलेगा
Crazy Thieves managed to do it.
They take one down on the way. Somehow they get them back into it and finish with 11 kills. That's 23 points for them in the game and puts them up to 39 overall.
Placement
4
मिलेगा
matches
ना?
done, dusted, Vicky. Still
उतना नहीं
0
मिलेगा ना?
teams on match point.
I guess.
But they get closer. Oblivion a point away.
Hmm,
When I was stuck
49.
in Tokyo with fun,
उन्होंने
he told me,
casters
you know
नहीं
what?
बोला इसलिए मैंने
This
बोला.
may be it. Looking to maybe look at the retirement
Competition
home,
बढ़ जाएगा.
take a step
Yup,
back.
yup.
Yet here we are, a point away from match point. It's so crazy.
100
even
Thieves
crazier
Crazy
the way
Thieves
that
कब
Crazy
बनी?
Thieves were able to
Collab
reset
है.
too, coming out of Humber
Crazy
Labs and holding
Raccoon
that
100
choke
Thieves का.
on the northeast side of Shipyard. But with that reset and being able to claim the high ground of that building kept them out of a lot of the trouble that was forced on that bridge, right? They wanted to clear their back from the beginning. That's why originally when they got the res, there was no other team that really pushed them there because everybody else was coming in either from the north side or even the west side of that zone.
Yeah, and look, you know with Oblivion, Monsoon has one of the most, he's a darling of this scene. One of the coolest backstories, and as you said, this could be Fun's last land. I don't know, man, if they take home the trophy, maybe he's going to start rethinking things, but that's what he told me when we had to spend the night in Tokyo together, delayed on the way to Sapporo by all of the snow that you can see coming down around us. Now, at 49 points,
Must be feeling yourself. I mean,
Next ban हुआ है सबसे ज़्यादा था मतलब
They're
ये.
pretty happy to see that they weren't the team that everybody wanted to jump on top of. I mean, imagine being Monsoon.
No
in this
Sheila next
situation
game, guys. No
where
Sheila.
They were at risk at potentially not even qualifying for this finals after he lost out in a very intense 1v1 that you and I were able to cover. But it's the reset, right? And everyone's like, oh man, I mean, the alt tab, it happens to everybody, but it was an expensive
इसमें
issue,
legend भी ban हो
but he still
जाएगा.
was able to make it.
भाई तुम स्ट्रीम देख रहे हो कितनी बार बोला मैंने.
Look, he's intense inside the server, but hey, as soon as he takes the headset off, just such a lovable human. You can hear the crowd loves him. We love him. The scoreboard kind of loves him right now.
And shout out to his fiance for all the support. Riley in the crowd, always coming side by side with Monsoon. The dynamic duo to show her support to Monsoon as they're able to find themselves in that first place.
You know, I think they got, I think he actually made the proposal here in Japan.
तो वो क्या हुआ था? अरे मम्मा झाड़ू से वो मैट साफ कर रही थी मैट पे मार के. तो टोगो को तो हर चीज में घुसना है, तंग करना है. वो आ गया बीच में, गलती से मम्मी से झाड़ू से उससे लग गई और वो बहुत रोया, बहुत चिल्लाया. वो उसका भाई यही चल रहा है, उसको आया 1 महीना होया बट वो कैसे ना कैसे खुद के चोट लगवा लेता है. बहुत ज्यादा ही ध्यान रखना पड़ रहा है. थोड़े दिन पहले भी उसके पैर में लग गई थी. तभी तो मुझे लगा भाई पता नहीं क्या हो गया, वो बहुत तेज रोया, मैं इसलिए बाहर भागी. यार अब ये स्वेटर, इसमें गर्मी लग रही है, सुबह ठंडी थी. आपके जिसे खुद को लगा लेता है. वाओ वाओ.
Well, one thing I will say is it's pretty unlikely we get a replay of that game. As we said, Shipyard, we rarely see it unless something's changed. I imagine we'll be going...
Hero का hero for real, excuse me.
Donut and a donut for Falcons in the last 2 games. But I think they've done well enough in the rest of the tournament that they've still got plenty of confidence.
इतना इंस्पायर्ड नहीं होना था. नेक्स्ट मैच मजा आएगा. ओब्लिवियन का तो मैच पॉइंट पक्का है. S8Ul का भी मैच अच्छा जाए. नहीं ओब्लिवियन और फाल्कन का मैच पॉइंट पक्का है, बाकी नहीं पता. राजशेखर यार मैंने पिन किया है, स्मैश पॉइंट रूल होता है ये गेम के फाइनल्स में, आप वो पढ़ लो, यू विल अंडरस्टैंड.
American now. That's fine. I've done a little bit better this time round. We have Misery and Rye standing with us now.
Bro, she has three different colors in her hair. पर उसको सूट कर रहा है.
I think Sapporo is like honestly my favorite place in the world now. It's such a beautiful city. So to anyone watching at home, if this is your chance to attend championship next year, go for it.
टोटल मैच कितना है? पिन मैसेज का आखिरी वाला भी पढ़ लो. पिन मैसेज पूरा पढ़ लो. डोंट बी लाइक कपिल गाइस. सावधान रहें, सतर्क रहें, स्मार्ट बने. डोंट बी लाइक कपिल.
Sergio is sitting a little bit with Papa Jen. He gets a little bit crazy, doesn't he?
Yep, certainly does.
Obviously, after that win, that's pretty exciting. But I do have something fun for you guys. We actually have the ALGS Championship little card packs here, okay? So I want you guys to pick one from the deck, because there could be a little hollow Nessie in there. So why don't you open that up and show the camera exactly what you guys have?
I have fake nails on. This is hard.
It's very difficult with us with nails, yes. You got to really rip into it, guys. Like tear it with all your heart. We could do some like little bit of a card ASMR right now.
I cannot.
And what do we get? You've got the Nessie there, right? Look, well,
I'm sorry.
She can't open it, but what I do want to do is I want to take a short little moment to shout out our darling friend Fee. She is currently very sick in hospital and she's the biggest Apex fan. So I want to say we absolutely love you, Fee, and we hope that you stay super, super strong, and we'll definitely be home to give you a big cuddle. We love you, Fee!
Love you, Fee!
Back to Genome and Vicky.
Or so you thought. Well, indeed, you thought it was going to be Genome and Vicky. Unfortunately, it's going to be Gaskin and myself on set, who are back on the mics to take you through these next few games down. We got a lot to talk about, and certainly got the energy going as well, because I cracked myself a fresh Red Bull down. It was delicious.
Oh, lovely. Well, no team has made match point yet. I thought when we were coming back, I didn't, actually, I'm going to be honest, I didn't think we would come back with how Falcons were playing when we left it at 1 and 2, but still, no one has made match point, albeit Oblivion very, very close. Just one single point away from being that first team to cross the threshold, but we're still going to have to get there going into matches 5 and 6 here.
Yeah, I mean, we will do indeed. We've still got a lot of work to do, and like I mentioned, if you fancy cracking a fresh Red Bull to get a little bit of energy in you, you can head over to the Red Bull Gaming Sphere, which is in the fan zone. Plenty of Red Bull available for you to enjoy, and Dan Gaskin has just gathered himself what I can only imagine is a half-empty Red Bull, because you've been chugging through them today, brother.
That I have, keeping me going, that's for sure. And we might need it at this pace. Who knows how many matches we are going to be going. If everyone keeps going back and forth, trading out games, then we could be going a little bit further than usual, or maybe further than expected for some of these teams. You can see plenty of fans in the audience for all different teams, and yeah, one has appeared.
So, back to business then. Back to the business of what we got in front of us, back to match point finals. Like you mentioned quite rightly, no one yet has crossed that 50-point threshold. That is when match point gets activated. After that, that team who's on 50 or more points has to win a game to be crowned champions. Now, we do have a lot of teams in the lobby extremely close, and one thing that's a standout to me, Dan, and I'm sure for everybody who's watching right now, is how close the leaderboards actually are. And also, a quick thing, by the way, double E-District. We're back-to-back on E-District as we snake back.
Yes, it is a snake draft back, so this is going to be the only time for now that we see back-to-back matches until we get to Storm Point again at 8 and 9, when it would be back-to-back. They're on, and they're fourth. So will we be able to see the same success from the likes of Oblivion going here into E-District? They only need one more point to be that first team to cross the match point threshold.
But you can see at the top of the lead, at the top of your screen, excuse me, momentarily, the score.
फ्रेंड्स की कैरेक्टर है हाँ वो वाला बहुत वार्म था ना सुबह ठंड थी अभी उतनी नहीं लग रही तो I had to change
49 points is where they find themselves. 1 point required to activate match point. S8Ul just behind them, 45 points. 5 points needed for them to activate match point. Then you go on to Falcons, 42, and even after that, Crazy Thieves with that big win in the previous game. They're on 39 now, Dan. It's very, very doable for them to hit match point right here in this next match.
Yeah, since those first two incredible matches from Team Falcons, they've yet to find a point in matches 3 and 4. So either we're their good luck charm, or Vicky and Gino maybe are their curse at this rate. But they will certainly need to pick up the pace and start to find points, because otherwise teams are going to begin to surpass them. Those Crazy Thieves
sorry Gojo
after their victory on E-District as well. Now, in terms of the legend compositions, we know that Rampart was banned going into this one.
एपेक्स के बारे में बताओ थोड़ा
Caustic and Newcastle, which means that
निबंध लिखूं 10 लाइन का एपेक्स लेजेंड्स एक बैटल रॉयल गेम है ये स्टीम पे अवेलेबल है इसमें बहुत सारे लेजेंड्स होते हैं ऐसे ऐसे Heroes Chandler और Ban bro Why does that question even exist, bro? It's Chandler. No one comes even close to him.
Some of the legends that have been banned it's always interesting to see who's switching things up. You see Fnatic changing from Rampart to Watson, a lot of Ramparts to Watson kind of doing the same job.
Supernova from
हिंदी में लिखना है, इंग्लिश हिंदी मिक्स नहीं चलेगी.
Rampart to Maggie. I think there's going to be a change of pace from the cheeky Hardeki game
Apex Legend. एक वीडियो गेम क्या होता है?
When we get into match point finals, there is the possibility we might get a reset in certain particular.
एक खेल है.
Legends typically are the first and usually only legends.
इसमें आप ऊपर एक जहाज से गिरते हो मैदान में. है? जहाज से मैदान में गिरते हो और फिर बंदूकें ढूंढते हो और दूसरे खिलाड़ियों को मारते हो. क्या चल रहा है पता नहीं. ब्रेन रॉट.
A bit of an upturn of form. I know that Verhulst has been a little bit more vocal in some of the calls that have been made by the team and the squad. It seems to be working.
युद्ध के क्षेत्र में यार. Exactly. Match paused. Why? Cheater found.
Even really got to 2 or 3 steps through their loop path before we had to.
नहीं ये पूरी दिख रहा है. अब तो मेरे को ठीक लग रहा है. मुझे स्टार्टिंग के 1.5 hours बहुत स्लीपी और वैसा फील हो रहा था. Now I'm एकदम energetic. अब नॉर्मल हो गई मैं. अब नॉर्मल तो पहले से थी. अब नॉर्मल हो गई मैं.
Peaking too early and also of course not peaking too late. If you can find that sweet spot, you might be that team that lifts the trophy. And of course, Crazy Thieves are not just.
चलो जी आप कौन सा गेम अच्छा खेल लेती हो क्योंकि मुझे पता नहीं है. मैं अच्छा यार अच्छा तो मैं सिर्फ लूडो खेल पाती हूँ. बाकी मैं थोड़ा सा बोलते ना क्या बांग. अरे वो क्या बोलते हैं भूल गई मैं. छोड़ो. बोला मैंने हाफ आवर आपने 2 किया फिंगर. 2 फिंगर थी ना. एक लंबी है एक छोटी है तो 1.5 हो गया ना. यार आप स्मार्ट नहीं हो मेरे जैसे.
Crazy Thieves fans in the house here as well. They erupted after this victory and it means that Crazy Thieves are on their.
अरे सही में यार अच्छा तो मैं नहीं बोलूंगी अभी मैं कुछ भी खेलती हूँ. या I would say I used to play Valorant really good but अभी तो मेरा गेम से इंटरेस्ट ही हट गया और गंदा भी खेलती हूँ. अच्छा खेलने के लिए जो चीजें कुछ हैं जो गई हैं वो वापस आएंगी तो ही होगा और वो आनी नहीं है वापस. So yeah.
It's Apex South just seem to have this consistent crop of talent that comes through, hits these match point finals, and whether it's Alcadzia, whether it's teams with Zero and Jimbo.
Valo ही अच्छा खेलती थी अब नहीं but not anymore.
Comes through and performs in these match point situations.
I am washed.
We know about that and we know his caliber. That man's a land champion, but I mean it doesn't get too much better outside of that match number 4.
Yeah, and will they look back at match 3 though when they were in that final 1v1? Not able to clutch up. If they had, they would have been on match point, which is, I think, what
Thanks, Piyush.
Look at this team and say, you know, when you're in a 1v1,
this is too much big brain stat.
On the line, are you going to be able to step up to the plate in that moment? And the fact it was against Monsoon after what had already happened previously.
Valo त्याग तो नहीं मजा आ रहा है ना. I know.
Made up for that one in the individual 1v1.
Well, still some work to do for them, of course, to hit match point, but very close to doing so.
I think थोड़ा कम खेलोगे.
Previously mentioned that man has lifted trophies. He knows what it takes to win in those big moments. And speaking of big moments, now that we're getting to the point, Dan, where we're 50 points is kind of on the threshold.
How funny it is to see two dumb people talking about smartness. Brother, then stop talking to Ayush, bro. Why are you talking to Ayush if you don't want to see two dumb people talking about smartness? Just stop it. Stupid. Time to play FF. हाँ यार मैं FF का अच्छा प्लेयर बन सकती हूँ शायद guys.
Whether that's a rotate that opens for you, whether it's an end game that you participate in, it feels like there's one real clear opportunity that when you're
Pause क्यों हो गया? किसी का पेट खराब हो गया क्या?
This is our do or die win tournament moment.
Well, a team who has been in that position before, albeit not in an ALGS tournament, is Alliance. They have been able to lift the trophy.
Minecraft try करो यार. I actually want to. अभी पालवर्ल्ड चल रहा है ना. अभी मैं एक साथ कितने सर्वाइवल खेलूं. I also want to try Hytale.
Expectations that are set for the EMEA powerhouses that are Alliance. Two of the most incredible fraggers around and one of the best IGLs around. I know there's a lot of talk coming into it about.
आप खेलते थे. मैंने S8Ul सर्वर में ही ज्वाइन किया था फर्स्ट टाइम. मैंने उससे पहले नहीं खेला था. एंड देन फिर मैंने ये लिल ब्रो से बात किया था कि खेलना है मुझे करके. सर्वर वर्वर करते हैं. ये लोग ने बनाया और फिर मैंने खेला ही नहीं. अब खेलूंगी मैं सोच रही थी एक्चुअली. मैं एक मंथ पहले मुझे आया था थॉट दैट कि मुझे खुद का एक सर्वर शुरू करना चाहिए. वैसा कुछ करने सोच रही हूँ मैं. आई माइट डू दैट. माइनक्राफ्ट अब वो क्रेज नहीं है. पर भाई ने अभी 5 सेकंड पहले लिखा माइनक्राफ्ट ट्राई करो. व्हेन आई सेड आई एम प्लानिंग टू डू इट. क्रेज नहीं है यार लेकिन सही है. हाइटेल 1100 का है. भाई वो दिखने में इतना अच्छा नहीं लग रहा था. 1100 फॉर दैट गेम. भाई लोग पालवर्ल्ड ना ले ले उससे अच्छा. पालवर्ल्ड दिखता कितना क्रेजी है. हाइटेल तो सस्ता गेम लग रहा था रॉब्लॉक्स टाइप दिखने में. 1100 खैर ट्राई करने के लिए बाय करके रिफंड कर दूंगी. इजी. अच्छा कंटेंट सर्वाइवल जाएगा तो व्यूअर्स आ सकते हैं. उसमें मैं कुछ कह नहीं सकती मैं, बिकॉज मुझे ना सच्ची माइनक्राफ्ट के बारे में उतना पता नहीं. आई हैव टू ट्राई. उसके लिए खेलना पड़ेगा काफी. सर्वर बनाओ. हम कैसे ज्वाइन कर पाएंगे वो बताओ. ऐसा कर सकते हैं कुछ सिस्टम. लाइक आई कैन क्रिएट अ मेंबरशिप टू ज्वाइन माय सर्वर. दैट इज अ गुड आइडिया. इफ एनीवन वांट्स टू ज्वाइन एक स्पेसिफिक मेंबरशिप पे उसका लेवल पे डाल दूंगी. कोई एक मेंबरशिप पे मे बी इस वाले पे डाल सकती हूँ. फर्स्ट पूकी है ना. या तो बॉट फैम पे डालूंगी या उससे ऊपर एक ऐड करती हूँ. बट करेंगे माइनक्राफ्ट. मुझे एक्चुअली खेलना है. एक्सपीरियंस करना है माइनक्राफ्ट को स्टार्ट एकदम स्क्रैच से. बट थोड़ा फिर वैसे रखेंगे. if we are allowing other players to join तो rules रखेंगे. and कोई rules follow नहीं किया उसको kick थोड़ा strict रखेंगे. नहीं मतलब ये दिन आ गया कि मैं रेगा से गेम सीख. नहीं मतलब ठीक है बाय. ठीक है बाय. मैंने एक दिन उसका पालवर्ल्ड स्ट्रीम खोला. भाई का लेवल 50 प्लस कुछ है. भाई को बेसिक चीजें ही नहीं पता. मैंने कहा है. मैं कहा है रहेगा और माइनस में. मैं मस्ती में बोलती हूँ. मेरे को मस्त लगता है रहेगा. चिल एकदम. आई लाइक चिल पीपल.
So for Oblivion, it's as simple as getting top 15, 1 point secured. Get 1 KP, 1 point secured. And then you just have to start thinking about that next match. But you could also deny points from the rest of the lobby by going on to win it yourself here.
Well, Falcons have had a couple of quiet games after an electric start, an almost perfect start. It almost felt too perfect. And maybe it was too perfect for Team Falcons. They find themselves still needing 8 points to hit match point. On the right-hand side of your screen, you can see how many points are required. Oblivion, if they don't hit it, by the way, I mean, you thought Mon was a bit pissed when he didn't win the 1v1 the other day. I think they all might be doing something similar if they can't get that.
Let's go, Oblivion. Let's go, Team Falcons. You can do it. You can do it. Let's go.
difficult teams to take
So
the fight
close,
against.
man.
And also, Oblivion find themselves a little bit split right now. I'm not sure whether they tried to split up in hope that maybe they could.
एक तो मैं ये बार-बार legacy देख के confuse हो जाती हूँ. एक बार के लिए लगता है अपना legacy. Confuse हो जाती हूँ मैं.
Towards draft point, down towards SBI, Fnatic, and
सबसे highest कौन pick हुआ है?
Yeah, draft point going to be where our game is going to be.
कौन दिख रहा है सबसे ज़्यादा?
Oblivion, by the way, a very
Wraith
interesting
दिख
game.
रही है,
When you think
बहुत
about it,
teams
they've
में
got
Wraith
one
है.
player, the hit match point. Job is to stop everyone else.
इसका नाम क्या था? मैडी था, मैगी.
Try and find an S8Ul composition and see if you could recognize.
नहीं, actually Watson है.
But maybe just through
I think Watson है सबसे
how
ज़्यादा.
they're playing the game, who those teams are going to be. Now, remind if you're watching LGS for the first time,
Watson is getting banned.
this particular competitive format, teams will not know who they killed until they are fully dead and they pop up in the kill feed. So you're kind of playing a guessing
Watson
game a lot of the time
getting
about
banned.
who you are fighting.
And it's also far more difficult now with legend bans in selection as well, because it's going to be different compositions every single game as people switch things up depending on what is available to you from those legends in question. Now, Fnatic, one of these teams, they were already down over towards draft point, and they're starting to see that other teams are joining them here. They're going to be the furthest southwest team. Apart from maybe Virtus Pro, who could move in a little bit later, Fnatic are going to have watch over a lot of this lobby joining them here.
It's going to be a little bit of a slow burner this game. Like we mentioned, E-District just in general, lots of places to play. Phony in the kill feed has taken down Oblivion, one of them, and been finished. So that 1 point
Fnatic
is
तो
a
दिख ही
little
नहीं.
bit further away for Oblivion here, and it's Crazy Thieves.
I
the
think
winners
उन्हें
of
समझ
previous
में आ
games,
गया है
who might
कि
be
नहीं
looking
हो
to
रहा
deny
है.
them. Just trying to have a look at our map over here
तो
where Oblivion are. They're kind of trapped
वो
in the
लोग
middle of
अभी
the zone at the moment,
बूस्टर
so
से
to
डांस
actually exit
सीखने
might be a
गए
bit
हैं.
difficult for them.
ये सोच के कि बूस्टर का डांस करके वो भी एंट्री करेंगे तो उनको लक मिलेगा जैसे बूस्टर का है और
whilst everyone dies in
समझ
the
रहे
first
हो?
zone. Instead, you've got to actually try and...
Sounded like you, that was loaded.
It definitely is. Anyway, here is Oblivion against Crazy Thieves. Can they get that 1 point?
कपिल भाई सोए नहीं है. नहीं, वो बिना सोए ऐसे ही रहते हैं. डिफॉल्ट है उसका ये.
Watson in the composition is certainly going to help them slow things down here, but finding a way to get Blinkster back in the game, looking very, very difficult. Monsoon on the Seer. It's going to be able to get some information on where the surrounding players and teams are, but they don't have the banner at the moment. With no crypto available for them in the composition to go and grab it, it's going to have to be done manually here. It's looking pretty tough, and I think they just want to play for that 1 KP, by the way, but the way that they're playing right now.
I wouldn't be surprised if, as a duo, they decide to just send it if they do see an individual that is there for the taking, so they can get that point and then just relax going into the remainder of the game.
I mean, it can't end here, can it? This tournament does not end in this game. No one is on match point. So if they hit it, someone else, that's cool. They get a chance in that next game. So I think it's the smart thing to do. 5 fears, only 5 points on the board for them. They'll need 45 in this game if they are to hit match point. And as good as they are, it's looking like a very, very tough thing to do. Fun is down. Supernova eliminated in the meantime. Elsewhere,
So soon. Nice try, yaar.
point that they need.
Nice try, bro.
History has a horrible
Almost, bro. Just
sometimes.
1 point चाहिए था. नहीं, कोई बात नहीं. Next game हो जाएगा. 1 point ही है Oblivion. Nice
the
try.
next game early exit, and they will not be the last either. So now we turn our attention to S8Ul and Falcons. Can they cross it here in match 5? Just felt like it was going to be a simple over the
कोई
line
नहीं यार
finish for
Oblivion. तुम next game करना, ये game Falcon को करने दो.
These lobbies are so
Just.
difficult to get into the final 15, let alone get into the final circle.
वही तो 1 point ही तो है.
5 fears are outside of zone right now, not by far. Zone closing behind them. They're going
Thank
to get a
you.
little bit of info on where the later land's
Yeah.
going to be, and hit Nevac Tower where they know that someone is not going to be when they land. Again, a long way to go for them. Only 6 points in the first 4 games for them. Elsewhere in the kill feed, you can see TSM and Grow having a little bit of a playful fight as Gent is going to get that knock. As we turn our attention to Falcons.
Well, they have been able to find 1 extra point, Falcons, through a KP. That's 1 more than they had done in the previous 2 matches, so at least
Sandwich खा के छोले भटूरे बनने नहीं ना अभी. This is my
it was a
breakfast.
situation where Falcons
Breakfast late है क्योंकि मैंने मम्मा को कहा था जब आपको टाइम हो आप तब बना लेना.
a replay of the
But that's why I'm eating only 1, nah? I'm not eating 2 because I have to save some space for chola bhature.
Against Supernova. Now remember, Supernova did switch over to a very aggressive composition, but sadly it was unable to keep them afloat here, and 5 Fears put a point on the board, a much needed point for them.
जस्ट मेरी आवाज सुन के सोते हो पाजी पाजी आप इसके बाद सुन के सोते हो तभी गुस्से में उठते हो समझ गए पाजी सुबह उठ के जब भी आते हैं उनकी आवाज ऐसी होती है एकदम जैसे बस तोड़ देंगे किसी को
popped and stay safe, and for TSM to stay healthy. Fnatic now moving up a little bit closer from the building we saw a few moments ago to see if there was a third party opportunity. It looks like the call's been made to back up though.
हर टीम में वॉटसन दिख रहा है.
Clear cut, safe enough for them to commit to.
Oh, nice EMP. That's going to change this fight entirely. You can see now.
Let's go, Falcon!
Walk through Shopify Rebellion here.
You would imagine so. A lot of damage.
You got this, Falcon. Let's go.
And it's not just
Let's go.
doing the damage to Shopify Rebellion. A lot of teams getting involved, and Shopify are out. 17 squads.
Nice rhyming, yaar.
We've lost 3, and Falcons find themselves 6 points away from match point.
लूपमून का आवाज सुन के सोते हो हाँ ना लूपमून का आवाज सुन के
Everyone
सोते
seemed to want a piece of Shopify Rebellion there. Crazy Thieves got it, Hot Dog Mafia got it, and Falcons all have 1 each. And of course, that's just going to be 1 extra point each as well. Virtus Pro have got the respawn. And remember, Oblivion have been eliminated from this game, so they won't be able to get towards match point until the next match. As Go Next look to try and find their way a little bit closer, but Light has just got a lot of information here. And it's TSM on the receiving end of this one. Yeah, maybe don't take that portal.
Light. Yeah, give me light.
It's a scary sight to come through that portal and see Duplex out in the toilet. It's a terrifying proposition to go up against, and maybe this pure aura of Duplex being in that position was enough to send Go Next back.
ज़्यादा ही सीजनिंग डाल दी मम्मी ने पर मजा आ रहा है.
Down on the outside of their building, and a couple of nades being thrown through. It's Ninjas in Pajamas and 5 Thieves, I think, who are trying to do some damage to this position. Alliance are having to share a building they really don't want to.
भाई हाँ ना कितने क्लोज है ऐसा लग रहा है एक ही टीम है.
He can really influence and force these teams to fight.
होगा.
And it's so funny, isn't it? There's so much of the map still to play.
Papa Beep, let's go, Papa Beep.
To try and secure one of these locations for the late game. Having to play friendly neighbors.
भाई ने अपना नाम ही अनलकी रख लिया ये मुझे रखना चाहिए अनलकी really.
One of these teams has to be brave. Now it is going to be an armor check. You can see on the other side they had purples.
Alliance with a big swing outside. Elsewhere, by the way, look at the distance. It's going to be Falcons who are actually picking up the majority of these kills. Guild got one. Imperial, how with the right draw on Mad Maggie from distance managed to pick up one as well. And 5 Fears will be eliminated. So Alliance will be saying thank you, Falcons, for the help. We'll survive for now. But effect will fall, and it's Phony who was lurking this whole time, being a nuisance, who'll get the KP.
A little bit too adventurous, but there is going to be a respawn beacon as Virtus Pro are eliminated in 16th. So now we do see 1 more point added to every team alive here into the top 15, which is 1 more to the Falcons and S8Ul, who are now 3 and 4 points away from crossing that match point threshold.
And Falcons are safe in zone here. There must be opportunities for them to pick off kills of late.
Bro, Epic Mobile doesn't give justice to this game. This game is amazing.
Or maybe people who are just standing still in the open.
You should try on PC if you can.
Some good damage with that 30-30 repeater. As Falcons trying to kind of work their way slowly, not just towards match point, but in the context of this game.
Falcons मार रहे भाई बहुत मार रहे हैं. ये करके रहेंगे points. Match point करके रहेंगे ये लोग.
Energy loadout for the entirety of this game. Should he switch?
Match point होने वाला है Falcons का.
Wait and see, but for now he's going to be able to output damage consistently.
You can see the zone's going to be shifting a little bit further west now. TSM still dead bang center and just had a mythic bin spawn on them as well.
Match point होने वाला है Falcons
the
का.
far western side, which I actually really like this position right now because you can not only have a lot of tabs on what's happening on the east, but you can probably pick up some kills from the likes of Genji and Unlimit, who are probably going to be forced this way.
गाँव में कोई है ही नहीं. खुद कर लो.
Crazy Thieves right on the edge of zone now. Ninjas in Pajamas are the team who are kind of holding. They will be safe. Like
If Yash can do it, you can do it, bro.
And they do have
कल आप कितने बजे सोए थे 4:30.
how many teams they can have
सोया नहीं हूँ मैं.
in order to get into a position to put the 7 points on the board that they need to hit match point. It is looking a little bit difficult. I think that it's going to be a big moment in this game for Crazy Thieves. How they rotate in towards this zone. They do have Wraith, and Phony was on Wraith to try and thread the needle when it comes to finding a place to play, but this is a tough moment for them. To be safe for the next zone, it's one after that.
You guys did not do it, what?
I'm being told by the voices in my head that TSM got a Kraber from the Mythic Bin as well, so maybe some last-minute action that's going to happen.
Map ही देखने वाले हैं क्या अब हम?
Voices in your head tell you much more friendly things than mine.
You just got to keep tabs on them. Got to be friendly with them, as now Unlimit having a couple of pop shots over towards Fnatic. I don't think this is going to end up in an actual engagement, but Unlimit will use that Ash Portal to head on in. And remember, Go Next were very close to them here, but this is a very stacked area in terms of elevation and the different places you can play. So Unlimit are going to be more than happy where they currently reside. A little bit vulnerable to certain angles, so you just have to kind of keep your head on a swivel here.
भाई वाल्डन के तो सही में होने वाले हैं गाइस, वो लोग सर्वाइवल खेल रहे हैं.
Get those hands up. Use that heartbeat sensor on Seer to find out where the teams surrounding are going to be. Don't have any real defensive legend whatsoever to hold this space down. So
भाई उनके सही में होने वाले हैं, सर्वाइवल खेल रहे हैं पूरा.
Will be enough to force teams to retreat for a few seconds, but when you get EMP'd, things become a little bit more different. Just an update as well as we see the zone continue to move, by the way, over to the east, away, excuse me, to the west, away from Crazy Thieves' position. No team still has hit match point. 7 points here as Crazy Thieves finally have to be put in a position to make their rotation. Let's jump into the comms now. It's a massive moment for Crazy Thieves.
I got stuck. Need to push back. Get away from me. Drone. Get there. Careful of mirror. We're good. No mirror. Shoot them off, and we can go back. They're enough. You can go back. Taking it back real quick. Pop the strange, I'm going. Wait. I'm going now. Going back. No fence.
So through the portal once, through the portal twice, weren't able to take that team down in front of them. Hot Dog Mafia.
भाई इनके कॉम सुनने में मजा आता है.
By other hands in the lobby here, and Hot Dog Mafia now being out of their way, maybe clears a path on this bridge. Imperial House finds another kill onto Yanya. If they can finish this one off, not just the fight, but the KP, that will be another point, and they are getting closer and closer to match point.
Yeah, full wipe here would be.
अरे इन्होंने सही में कर लिया.
It's going to be good shots coming out of Hal as well. Just the one more required.
They've had that knock, but they haven't finished it yet. 48 points in the bank for Team Falcons. 2 more.
कर लिया इन्होंने सही में.
14 squads now remain in the lobby. A kidnap attempt? Did he get someone? He did! He got killed! Gil gets kidnapped, gets ripped away from Team Falcons! It's Panic who makes the play, and now Waltzy and Hal have to fight 2 points on their own.
Panic has been unbelievable on Raid so far.
Bro!
Here comes Yanya.
Well, it's still a 2v2, remember. Yanya, still alive. I'm pretty sure there's another Legacy player alive. They only got the one finish
उसको
initially.
लेके मार दिया. TP
So
से.
the opportunity for Waltzy and Hal to make a play on that duo. Elsewhere, back to the bridge. Crazy Thieves and S8Ul having a look at each other here.
Remember, S8Ul very close to that match point threshold as well. They need 4 points right now, but Crazy Thieves starting to get closer and approach them. Look at the amount of damage.
ये क्या हुआ पता नहीं, उसको टीपी में ले गया कि वो गलती से चला गया और मार दिया. क्या हुआ बट कुछ हुआ क्रेजी.
Sharky with the Volk does make a difference. Sharky now versus Verholz.
Nice.
45 even out for just a second. But the initial damage done means
very low. वो भाग गया. Nice. Save.
Teammates and Crazy Thieves will be down. 48 points now still for Team Falcons as we change our attention back over to Imperial Howl.
That's both Falcons and S8Ul. They need 2 more points now to cross this threshold, and Imperial Howl is getting aggressive.
Bro, they just need 2 points. इधर 2 है.
We're talking about, and the utility being one. There's the first.
Frag grenade follow up here. Nears all last alive.
भाई ये ले गया 2 points ले गया 2 points. ले गया 2 points.
But with Nears all ticking and Legacy
falling.
It's still 1 point required.
Yeah, Noct got the initial one onto Diesel, that's why.
Yep.
1 point away.
Just when you thought the Falcons had done the job, Grow Gaming and Noct make it a little bit more interesting.
Well, at least you've still got the Crypto alive, though, and you have the banner. Still a chance for Falcons to get back up to 3. Just the 1 more point required. And they will be our first team to cross the match point threshold. Or will S8Ul do it? But it is a slightly different journey S8Ul have to take. They are further away, but technically they might have to go through Falcons to get to zone here.
They do have Valkyrie, though, and they do have the Skyward Dive. available. Now, this is going to be
Valkyrie.
S8Ul do use the Valkyrie ultimate. They take to the skies, and by being able to scan where those teams are, they are hoping and praying they can find somewhere to land. Falcons still need this 1 point though. And we saw Oblivion came into the game needing 1 point. It's not as easy as it looks. Oh, McLovin.
Oh my goodness. In and out, there's 3 rats in the tunnel, and you have to be avoiding that, and he does. Alliance also in the kill feed. Unlucky and Hackis both get to
Strong killing, they are gonna get the 1 point. ले लिया. मैं just बोला I have a strong feeling they are gonna hit the match point. जिस हिसाब से खेल रहा है ना Imperial भाई.
But as for S8Ul, did they land?
Bro is playing very smart.
If they get 1 more position, they will gain 1 more placement point, but then they would also need that extra KP. Will we be seeing 2 teams on match point? At the moment, they're under a lot of fire. Riot drills here, there, and everywhere. Unlimited are below them. Genji just on the other side. Grow below them as well. There's definitely kills available for S8Ul.
हमको भी 2 चाहिए यार. Like
naturally force all these teams together.
Even KP would do यार.
In this final circle.
Survival tough होगा actually. Honestly, इधर survival tough लग रहा है मेरे को.
Excuse me, I think it actually might be Effect who's last alive for them as a solo on the Catalyst. No, it was Unlucky. Got there eventually. He was on the Catalyst.
It's one of the
I was going to say, at least they're getting nothing there as well.
There he is. But as I said, 11 teams left in a final circle. You wouldn't see this on Olympus, let me tell you that for free.
Drones up in the sky for the Cryptos. You can see 4 of those knocking about. That's Jesco! Oh! He's on his back!
मैं बोला ना जगह बहुत गंदा था.
Can you be the hero that S8Ul need? Sharky trying to commit, trying to find it 1 point! 1 point away!
Shit, अगर 2 जाते तो हो जाता.
S8Ul will not be able to join Falcons on match point.
Shit, अगर 2 जाते. मैं बोला था इधर सर्वाइवल टफ है यार. वो गंदी जगह थी. कितना उन लोग का ग्रेनेड्स वगैरह आ रहा था सब कुछ. Star.
Can anyone else get there? Go next, perhaps at 37, but it looks like they're falling as well. Henchman, the last remaining player.
जगह बहुत गंदा था. भाई अगर बट वो ले जाता ना एंड में 2 भाई मजा आ जाता. हो जाता बे मैच पॉइंट. अब सिर्फ फैल्कन्स को जीतना है नेक्स्ट यार.
Ninjas in pajamas. Great shots coming in from McLovin with that double tap on the alternator.
Just 1 point आना. अब Oblivion और S8Ul 1 point पे है. यार बट Falcon पे एडवांटेज है. उनको जीतना है. वो जीतने पे फोकस करेंगे नेक्स्ट गेम. नहीं इतना अर्ली नहीं मिलता ना. कितने नंबर पे आउट हुई थी? काफी जल्दी गए थे आई थिंक. गाइस मेरा पैस हो गया.
That they don't overcommit here. Wrecking Ball will go down, but it doesn't really connect. Using that evac tower to jump up to soar through.
11 तो नहीं मिलेगा. 11 was too soon. NIP जीत गया. NIP तो बट काफी दूर थी ना. मेरा पैर हो गया. मैं ऐसा लॉक्ड इन हो गई थी.
Put themselves within 4 points of match point. They are the champions of match number 5 on E-District. But the story coming out of it, Dan, is that Team Falcons are the only team who can now win the tournament in this next game.
And I thought we were going to be here after match 3 rather than match 5, but alas, all that matters for Team Falcons is they will be the first team that has the chance to win this tournament, uncontested as well. If they lose this one, it's a freebie. You move on to the next. The question is, can they do it in 6? I think Hal tweeted out saying he was going to do it in 7 today.
That's foreshadowing.
But S8Ul and Oblivion were unable to cross that elusive 50-point mark. NIP get close. Crazy Thieves only 7 points away. Grow Gaming 8 points away now as well. So teams are starting to close in. If Falcons do not win it here, you'd have to imagine going into match 7, we should at least have 3 teams on match point. A 23-point game there from NIP was huge for their chances of trying to catch up here. they will be hoping they can deny Falcons a victory so that they will have the chance to win
भाई
this trophy.
Falcons
He's just
का
swinging
कुछ
backwards and forwards at
करो.
the moment. It could have been so different, this game number 6 that we're about to head into on World's Edge. Should 2 more
जो
points
सबसे
have been
दूर
shared
थी
between
मैच
two
पॉइंट के वो
teams,
ही ले गई
Oblivion
मैच
1
पॉइंट.
point away.
वो ही लेके गई है मैच पॉइंट.
S8Ul 1 point away. But it is the ice and the experience of Team Falcons, who are the only team who managed to do what was required to be eligible to win the whole thing in this next game. Head to head in front of you, here's some of the stats from our top teams.
It's going to be a frustrating one for S8Ul.
No,
you could see the disappointment when they just realized they hadn't quite got there. And the questions will be asked, could we have gone for a little bit more of an aggressive push earlier on? Should we have tried to wipe that squad? But the focus of the entire lobby now has to be, let's stop Team Falcons. And now the beauty of Matchpoint, the beauty of Apex Legends, is this crowd will now be willingly going against Team Falcons just to witness
Oh,
more
Shashank ने
Apex
एक
Legends.
efforts डाले
If
guys.
Falcons are eliminated at any point in this
12,
next
9,
game, the crowd will
7,
erupt,
5,
bar the small pocket
4.
Falcons fans, I'm sure.
Yeah, I was going to say, we were talking about this backstage. It's like it's one of the only esports in the world that celebrate a team not winning. It's a wonderful, wonderful dichotomy that we have in Matchpoint finals. If you want your team to win,
So 6,
you have
7
to
का
hate
same
what
है,
you're
3
also,
है.
the teams that have hit Matchpoint, it is a fascinating thing to watch and spectate as a fan of whatever team that you find yourself in. But this man, what a turnaround.
11 या 10 था तो
I
भी हो
always give
जाता.
that man credit, and I'm not talking about Drauga, lovely bloke, but I'm talking about Imperial Hal, you know, took the risk, said I don't want IGL.
पूछो 11 से 15 भी 1 मिलता है ये तो
That's what
भाई.
he said in his own words.
अच्छा है,
And
not
it didn't work
bad.
out, right? And then he takes the responsibility of saying, do you know what? I was built to be an IGL. I'm going to go back into that seat. I'm going to find my way back in. He's probably
Falcons लेके
realising
जा
as
रही है
well that there's
भाई.
going to be some teething pains with that.
Falcons
There's going to be a lot of
लेके
eyes
जा
on
रही
him,
है.
but you see why he's so damn good. You see why he leads from the front. He's superb.
Job not done yet, though. I will say, job not
Gonna
done
be
yet.
GG.
Late's job is not done yet, but they have found themselves on match point. How are you doing out there?
Yes, thank you so much, Gaskin. Obviously, it's been absolutely exceptional today, but there is one more thing that I want to talk about today, and we have the MVP trophy right next to me with my lovely assistant here showing it off. It's actually one of the Phoenix kits, but it is for the MVP. Our wonderful Hugo, who runs through the stats with damage, kills, damage differentials, will actually head towards the MVP at the end of the day. So it's about 50% the player stats, and the other 50% is from the talent on the broadcast. So I'm taking bribes just a little bit. But by my side, I have another lovely assistant here. We've got Snipe with one of the beautiful jackets that the MVP's team can actually win as well. So we've got some beautiful prizes here for that most valuable player. And in the running at the moment, you know, we're looking like Imperial Hal. Yulari Man is up there as well. Jen Burton sneaking on up, so it could be anyone. I want you guys at home in the chat there, maybe write your favorite MVP player, but I'll head it back over to Gasket and Onset.
It's back. That Phoenix gets cool, isn't it?
Bribes?
I want one of those.
Nice
I
show
hate that we're
for
in charge of making big decisions.
I didn't agree to
I
this.
do, I
डर
do
लग
this
रहा है
job
अब
to
काफी.
avoid making big
Let me go
decisions in my
discuss with
life.
some of these players just a second.
Let's actually, I'm going to go around with a little whip around, see if anyone's got any
I
cash.
am glad, though, that Hugo is getting the majority because, yeah, the stats, for me, as a
Shout out,
stat
Hugo.
man, you know, Hugo's addition to this broadcast team has been
Guys, क्या
unbelievable.
लगता है
The journey of
कितने
just
और
creating a website,
matches
is
में
Apex
खत्म
down
होगा?
or not, and now he's running everything just on stats. Love you. Now, anyway, moving on to match 6,
1,
we have our first
2.
match point team.
मुझे
Can
नहीं
they do
लगता
it
है
in
2 से
six?
ज़्यादा
We move over
लगेंगे.
to World's Edge. Do
I
you know where they're
just
dropping, by the way?
have a
Sky
feeling.
West.
West.
Sky West is
There
number
was
one
a time.
seed.
There was a time where Skyhook West was the winningest POI
On
on
match.
World's Edge. Probably still is statistically. I'll ask you.
3.
But
ये विनय को
there
देखो
was a
10.
fantastic chance here for Team Falcons to
विनय
win
इज लाइक कल
this
तक यहीं
entire
बैठेंगे
dark
हम. कल तक चलेगा
And they will know it.
ये.
And now we talk back, or we turn ourselves, I should say, back to that
Char,
conversation we were
nice.
having about the one chance. Falcons have a free
Match
hit right now.
6.
No one else in
इसमें
the lobby is
वॉटसन
on
बैन
match
होगी
point.
ना.
No one else in this match 6 can
वही
win the
दिख रही थी
tournament
सबसे ज़्यादा.
outside of Falcons. Now, that's interesting for a few reasons. One, everyone knows that Falcons are dropping at Sky West. Everyone knows probably where Falcons are going to be rotating from. But two,
If we win the
really can
tournament,
kind of
will the
put the
trophy
nerves up
stay with the
everyone
players
else, because
or
Falcons, if
have
they
it in
do
the
it
collection?
here, it would be with everybody looking at them. It would be an
इतना मुझे
insane thing
आइडिया
to do
नहीं है.
as the first seed, the first team
Oh
to
my
hit
God,
match point,
Sid
to
bhai
set a
raid,
new record,
really?
to break that
Thank
curse,
you.
and go
Then I
through to
will
be
like सिर्फ
champions.
आपका stream देखने
Crazy
को
thing is here as
मौका
well, they were running
मिलेगा.
Catalyst already. And I don't know if this is foresight
और
or
भी
more
रखते
just
हैं
a
ना
happy
क्योंकि
coincidence.
लाइक
A lot
बीजेएमआई
of
की
the
अपनी
lobby are
सारी
going to move to
ट्रॉफीज उधर
Catalyst now
है
because Watts has
मॉडल
just
के
been
टाइम
banned
का
as one of the
पबजी
last
का
controller legends
एवरीथिंग
that's
इज
actually
देयर
left available
So,
to
yeah,
hit ring
और
console. Obviously, there are
bootcamp में
legends that
आएगी.
can do it elsewhere, but alas, expect to see a lot of Catalyst going into World's Edge here. More difficult to target a Catalyst team that was playing it previously. One of the
जो
only few now we're
MVP
gonna
अगर
probably
कोई
have at least
बनता
10
है
plus
वो
teams
उनका
doing the
पर्सनल
same
होता है
If
जो
I
बनना
was
है
on the teams, by the way, League Ops would hate me.
like
I mean,
tournament
they already
trophies.
do, but I do, and I'm not even on the stage. But I'd be
Thank
walking
you
through-
guys
I'd be
for
going,
joining
I'll
my
put my hand
stream.
up,
Thank
I'll be
you.
like, I need the bathroom. And I
Like
would be
कर
walking
देना.
past,
Thank
and I
you.
would be making a note of everyone's comment.
Hello Prashant.
And I would be banned
Someone
from
nerf
tournaments, which is why I
Imperial,
can't compete anymore
bro.
now. It's not because I'm not good enough. It's because,
He's
it's
just too
because I
good.
find any competitive edge I can, which is outside of the rule book.
So good news if you are a Falcons fan. Mark isn't behind the stage. He won't be able to give them the POIs, at least.
It's
I don't
like
know anyway,
Faker
the console way.
of
Other good news is they have found a World's Edge victory already this
lol
tournament. When
like
teams start to cross
जो
match
लोग
point,
follow
that's when I
नहीं
start
करते
to
वो
look at the
game या
statistics
उसका
of how
e-sports
many
still they
teams
know
have
about
actually
him
won
वैसा
on this
सीन
map. What is their percentage
Imperial भी like
conversion
जो
from
Apex
top
इतना
5
देखते
to
भी
winning
नहीं
the
वो
entire
still they
game
know
as well, which will go a little
वैसा
bit
सीन
deeper into that if Falcons are able to find themselves in that top 5. Anyway, Team Falcons, excuse me, have been one of the best
Falcons के
teams
सारे
around,
trophies
and
उनके
World's Edge
boot
might
camp
just
में
be
हैं
their home.
मैं तो ऐसे ही बोला आपने भी तो सारे boot camp में हैं
Match 6 to get underway
अपने
is take a
जितने भी
look back
trophies है
on
सब
one of
वहीं
those
तो
Team
है
Falcons victories, and we're going to hear what it sounded like to be inside of the headsets and inside of the comms.
No, he's not Faker of Apex, bro. He's Imperial of Apex. Okay. Bro has made a name for himself.
I'm healing. He's Newcastle, he's rezzing. Double rezzing, the double rezzing. Can we swing? Can we swing? Can we swing? Can we swing? Can we swing?
Good heal.
Hustle. Dead. Let's go. I got it. Don't worry. Let's go, baby. Come on, bro. Don't fucking gonna worry about it.
एक पॉइंट आ जाते थे यार पोजीशन ही गंदी थी यार इतनी गंदी पोजी पे फंस गए थे मुझे तो यही लगा था कि पोजीशन इतनी गंदी है ना ये लोग फाइट लेंगे फॉर 2 पॉइंट्स क्योंकि फाइट ले लेते तो ज्यादा चांस होते 2 केपी चाहिए थे बस हो जाता
And he does that a lot, actually. It breeds confidence. A few times you see Waltz in 1v1s, he's like, don't worry, I got it.
I mean,
like, stop panicking. You're making me panic. Just let me win it.
As an anchor player, it's your job to just kind of calm things down, anchor the team.
Falcons शायद टारगेट होगी मैंने अभी तक तो यार देखा नहीं है
so
इसमें
many
ऐसा
times throughout broadcasts over the last year. Such a vital part to this team.
That 1 HP in third match भाई वो तो इंटेंस था नाइफ भी किया उसने रीलोड पे भाई फिर जीती मुझे तो लगा था सेकंड नाइफ आने वाला है तो ऑप्शन ही नहीं था ब्रो आपका आवाज ऐसा है आप सच में हैं ऐसा है का क्या मतलब है क्योंकि जैसा भी है ऐसा ही है
Rememberable example. You are right though.
मतलब मुझे नॉर्मल मुझे नहीं पता मेरे को तो खुद को मैं नॉर्मल सुनाई देती हूँ बट हाँ मैं अगर बाद में मेरी स्ट्रीम देखती हूँ तो आई साउंड लाइक अ किड बट मुझे नॉर्मल आवाज आती है फिर अगर एकदम नॉर्मल साउंड करना है तो मुझे ऐसे बात करना पड़ेगा ठीक है ऐसे मतलब लो पिच में एकदम अभी नॉर्मल आ रहा है थोड़ा
Galleria, the official PC partner of the ALGS Year 5 Championship.
नहीं ये तो ज्यादा हो गया ये तो बाकी कैसे करते हैं ना वैसा हो गया हाँ ठीक है नहीं हो रहा गाइस नहीं हो पाएगा वो ही है केपी के लिए जाते तो मर जाते तो अपन सोचते सेफ खेलते तो हो जाता सेफ खेलने वाली जगह नहीं थी सेफ खेलने के लिए यू नीड अ सेफ पोजीशन ब्रदर सेफ खेलने के लिए सेफ पोजीशन होनी चाहिए ना वो पोजीशन एकदम ही अनसेफ थी हर एंगल से जैसी है वैसी ही है भाई ऐसी आवाज है अभी मैं क्या करूं इससे अच्छा पता है क्या है ऐसी आवाज है मेरी ये ज्यादा अच्छी है आई थिंक 2-3 वॉइस चेंजर है आपने इनबिल्ट यार मैं ऐसी हूँ यार मैं बचपन से ऐसी हूँ मैं क्या करूँ कांट चेंज मेरे इमोशंस के साथ मेरी आवाज बदलती रहती है इट्स नॉर्मल फॉर मी हीरो भाई का आवाज हीरो भाई ठीक है पंगे नहीं लेना तो वीडियो को लगा मैं हीरो भाई को बोल के दिखाओ मुंह तोड़ दूंगी मैम 200 जी पे गए तो मेंबरशिप लेनी है। ये अच्छी स्कीम है, मेंबरशिप लेनी है तो मैं ही पैसे भेज देती हूँ ताकि तुम मेरी मेंबरशिप लो। लाइक क्रेजी ब्रो।
Welcome back to Match Point Finals. Welcome back to Sapporo, Japan. A packed arena
कौन
here.
जीता last
Waiting
match?
to see if this will be the final game of our Match Point Finals. Team Falcons have crossed that threshold. They have the 50 points they need to go on and win the tournament and get their hands on that trophy. Gaskin and myself are set still on the mic here to talk you through this next game. And Dan, Falcons have that chance, that free shot now as the only team who are on match point.
When they do
बस मुझे इतना याद है जो जीती वो एकदम क्लोज नहीं थी।
5% win rate of converting it. So I think if they are able to get to that late game, stats are definitely on the side of Team Falcons. And of course, they're dropping at Skyhook West, one of the best POIs, or at least it was back in the day. Of course, it has slightly dwindled now with changes that have come through, but still a very strong position to be on the map, especially if the zone does pull a little bit further north, maybe even northwest if they're lucky. Will it be that one chance that you've been speaking of? Will Falcons get that moment here? Will we see an early elimination? Of course, there is only one way to find out. We are just about ready.
ये गेम में अब ज़्यादा टीम्स है ना क्लोज। Oblivion S8Ul 1 point away, NIP 4 points away, और भी होगी। 40+ I think एक और होनी चाहिए शायद।
Confirmation and ring information.
Well, let's give you the lay of the land of everyone else chasing though. S8Ul just 1 point required.
This is match number
Oblivion. 1 point for either of those teams.
Or
and
6.
They will join Falcons on match point. Ninjas in Pajamas only need 4. Crazy Thieves only need 7. And Grow Gaming only need 8. So if Falcons
6 है ना, अच्छा हमारे स्टार्टिंग के अच्छे गए थे ना, फिर 2 GG हुए। हाँ बे, 2 ज़्यादा ही GG हो गए।
Falcons need the win. We're on to World's Edge.
On to World's Edge, and we'll start things off with Team Falcons. And tell you what,
symbolic.
It is pretty symbolic.
It's not a Falcon, it's a Raven, but like still pretty symbolic.
Can they get the job done from Skyhook West? Now, interestingly, they don't have the entirety of Skyhook. Skyhook East was taken by Ninjas in Pajamas during the POI draft, so they will be somewhat contested. It's not going to be a free lay of the land up in the northwest. In terms of the zone, though, we're going to be heading, I guess, a little bit north. We're going to be going over towards, like, Monument Fragment
It's pretty
area.
darn central, Dan Gaskin, if you ask me. We're going to see Monument and Fragment be very populated by teams. Hot Dog
He doesn't know क्या मतलब खुद से कर लिया तुमने।
I told you he was going to bring something special to the main stage today. That man walked out to a $2 million tournament grand final dressed as a hot dog.
Watson ही ban है ना?
I've not seen it personally.
Yeah, I
We'll
don't
never
see
it
Watson.
again. Who knows? But
Yeah,
just to
Watson is
confirm,
banned.
14 catalysts
ए
on your
ये
screen.
में
So
जो
that will be
हाई
banned going
पिक
into the
है
next
वो
one. And of course,
उसका
then that's
नाम
when we
भूल
start
गई
to
मैं।
talk about
This
resetting those
lady,
controller legends and
this
causing
black hair and
equation once we get rid of all of
ऐसा।
them, which is going to be a little bit stinky for some of these teams.
Yeah, certainly a legend that everyone knows very, very well with the strength that, of course, Caustic has had in recent times with the continual buffs that have been given to the legend. That's what's needed for everyone outside of Falcons on the top right side of your screen. S8Ul, that's the points they need, just the one. Oblivion need 1. Ninjas in Pajamas 4, Crazy Thieves 7, Grow Gaming 8, and even Go Next and TSM are within striking
one-sided
distance. I mean, you
relationship
could argue
always
with big
Bro,
games as
if it's
well.
one-sided, it's
The
not
list
even a
below might have
relationship.
an
What are you
opportunity,
saying?
But it's the fact that multiple teams don't need a huge amount of points to hit match point now, Dan, that will be both good for them,
तुम्हारी
but also
बातों में point
concerning
देखना
for Team
भूल गई।
Falcons if they don't win it.
Red? No, it's not red. ये नीचे जो भी दिख रहा है left में।
Now Red Bull first
इसका
strike
नाम
goes
भूल
in
गई मैं।
favor of Hot Dog Mafia, but now Crazy Thieves are going to be on the back end of this.
भाई फनाटिक तो फिर से गए हो, इनको सही में डांस सीखना है।
4 of those 7 points they require to cross that match point threshold.
Yeah, fantastic shots coming in from Jen Burton with that R99. A Spitfire here for Phony. He hasn't had the
भाई
opportunity
फोनी
to
तो
even
मार
gather
रहा
himself
है।
his weapon of choice so far. Crazy Thieves with the quick rotate, and with those kills being secured, they now find themselves just 6 points shy of match point.
One other fact, statistics, I'm going to throw them at you again. The one win Falcons have got on World's Edge so far this tournament was from Skyhook West as well. Everything is leading in their favor right now. It's just a matter of converting now in front of them. As you can see, Rambo, not in a hot dog costume anymore, but instead invisible behind a van.
Visibility cloak may be the choice of wardrobe for him. Virtus Pro, who the first 2 games very rough for them. After a very impressive road to this grand finals, maybe they can start to turn it around a little bit here on World's Edge.
जाकिर भाई ने बोला है होता है देखो जाकिर भाई ने बोला है तो होता होगा भाई जाकिर भाई on top जाकिर भाई अच्छी बातें करते हैं मेरे को बहुत पसंद है
TSM have found themselves inside of zone as well. Or maybe looking for a kidnap again. It's actually Panic on the way to try and take someone with him once more.
Is Blinkster going to try and make a push here to try and get that one kill? I noticed that he certainly saw there was a knock on the E36 side in the other building.
49, 49, 46. 49, 46. सब safe के लिए.
Single point to crush match point.
यार but safe.
And now it's different, right? We talked about the previous game. Oblivion, their
safe खेलने की जगह ना मिलके सब Falcon को मार दो
भाई. Finish it off, job done. No one else is going to win the tournament. Now that's different because if they get the kill but then get thirded, get traded, yeah, they hit match point, but Falcons are still alive and could end the tournament. So it's a very different game.
भाई ने नाम ही I love you रख लिया
bro. Play the more traditional game, look to win it and deny Falcons as well.
ILY. उसको कोई बोलता नहीं होगा, वो सोचता मैं अपना नाम रख देता हूँ, फिर सब गेम में बोलेंगे.
The only way you can stop them is by winning yourself, and usually that'll come along with a nice amount of points.
शॉर्ट स्ट्रीम पे लूडो खेलो.
Going into the next one. We already have.
तुम मुझे उस कैटेगरी में भेजना चाहते हो? Seriously?
Next zone. Still a few late stragglers though, are just moving from the further POIs. The likes of Shopify Rebellion still moving, which Shopify
Rebellion तो 1 पॉइंट लेके Falcon पे रश कर दो. हाँ, but अगर मर गए ना तो फिर ज़्यादा जीजी हो जाएगा थोड़ा.
And get to potential match point. They are another one of those teams that could go on to win the whole thing. And that is the scary thing about these match point finals. If you do not take that opportunity that you're presented with, that Falcons have that opportunity right now, the more teams that get added, the more likely, and I guess the more difficult it becomes to actually secure it yourself, and you open the door.
प्रत्युष वो सब शॉर्ट स्ट्रीम देखता है चुपके से.
Taking ourselves down to the southern side of the map now. Shopify Rebellion looking to walk up towards more central areas. Actually kind of counter-rotating right now. They do have a blue bin near them. Maybe they're thinking about just grabbing that for a little bit of extra evo. As they find themselves quite far off the pace at the moment. 30 points Shopify Rebellion need to hit match point.
हाँ भाई आप पुलिस केस कर दो.
Long way away in context of where everybody else finds themselves in this lobby.
It will be a similar composition that we
12 घंटे Palworld देखता बस. Oh my god.
It's interesting we've seen less Valkyries
वो
since you
में सारे के नाम लिखे जाते हैं.
The core stick, it's much more difficult to try and plop yourself
I have
build up the
words.
base. No rampart to do it either. But remember, I was
Live है सिर्फ हाथ दिख रहा है. मेहंदी. चैट में तुमने नाम लिखा यश, मेहंदी से यश, फिर मिटाया. नेक्स्ट नेम प्रत्युष, प्रत्युष.
We once more get the addition of another controller legend coming through. It's going to be a back and forth
peak of
potentially of just constant controller unbans
and thousands of people are watching.
That's how things are looking right now.
This is our Indian audience, guys. This is our Indian audience, and you expect people to watch games.
Out towards the respawn building like we saw the other day.
आपने भी देखा, मैं एक दिन एक्सप्लोर कर रही थी कि हो क्या रहा है शॉर्ट स्ट्रीम पे. Why are stupid people getting so like lakhs of views? तो मैं एक्सप्लोर कर रही थी. Then I realized कि इतना बुरा हाल है इंडियन ऑडियंस का.
It's going to be an interesting one for them. I'm trying to see if Shopify have a ring console somewhere near them, and it doesn't look like they do.
Let's take Oats. If we win today, I will study Oats.
Evac back away. And there was a ring console there, so they're going to have the current information that's on your screen.
तुम Oats पे पढ़ोगे.
After this one, that I think is going to decide which teams are in the best positions on the map.
अच्छा Oats ले रहे हो आप, लो बढ़िया है.
Center, you could get ring console information if you are able to play on that northeast side.
पढ़ाई करना.
By the way, that we're talking about that southern side of where the potential zone could go. So they're trying to stay away from the build-up of teams in and around the center of Monument here. It's pretty smart.
So NIP need 4 more points. After an incredible victory for them, it will definitely be a confidence builder. Another team that
चलो भाई गेम देख लेते हैं भाई, हमारा अलग ही चालू है चैट में.
They find themselves in a position where maybe they could be up there with the greats like Team Falcons. But can Falcons deny anyone's chances of getting an attempt to win?
भाई अंदर से बहुत डर लग रहा है, ऐसा पता नहीं क्यों.
Remember they've been through
फीलिंग आ रहा है कि फाल्कन निकालने वाली है भाई. वो लॉक्ड इन लग रहे हैं, उनकी शक्लें देखो तुम जरा.
Different look, Team Falcons. We didn't really know
खेल
how
भी
it was going to
क्रेजी
go.
रहे हैं खैर. Too good,
Of
bhai.
course, that
Too good.
ALGS Open was it seems like forever ago, doesn't it?
Yeah, 300 games they had to play to win.
Yeah, it could be a very different finals for them here as well. Although saying that, at the ALGS Open, when they did get to match point finals, they made it look pretty
quick,
easy
yeah.
there as well.
I still look back on that game and I'm like, how is everybody fighting each other?
ये 1300 रुपए का Palworld कितने का है
You'll
जी?
take it if you're Falcons. The work that they did before that put them in the position to win it.
बस उतने का ही है.
So S8Ul and Oblivion still haven't found that one extra point. As a reminder, you just need to get into the top 15 for a placement, or of course, a kill. Easy, right? No.
Ooh.
1300 का नहीं है वो पता है.
Streamer building.
1,30,000.
We've got Grow Gaming. They are not going to be safe, you would imagine, when a big zone pull does come, unless we see one of those ping pongs back towards
आपने बनाना
them.
पिज़्ज़ा
But
खाया
they
है?
are completely and utterly safe. We've got about 60 seconds to go. If you're wondering why there's not much fighting going on at the moment, well, it's because everybody's pretty safe. By the way, Team Falcons on Limit is something to look at right now, because Team Falcons might have to hold off on Limit, who are coming through the tunnel down on that southern side of zone we were talking about. Go Next trying to do something similar, holding out Ninjas in Pajamas on your screen right now. And remember, Ninjas in Pajamas don't need many points to hit match point themselves.
It's almost identical fights happening on different sides of the map with these tunnels. Go Next and Light, excuse me, looking to try and be aggressive on that Pathfinder now. VP will get a respawn onto Slayer as well. And now here is the push you were talking about.
This is big, this is massive.
तुषार क्या फायदा 1300 रख के जब तुम्हें
The
खेलना
only
ही है.
team in the lobby. Big damage done to Unlimit. But the first knock not coming in as yet. It's actually Guild who will go down. How gets that battery off? But he's stuck in a fuse ult. A fuse ult.
Falcon जीत रही है bro, वो इसी मैच में खत्म कर रही है. वो लोग को नहीं चाहिए कि हम लंबी वॉच पार्टी करके थके. They're gonna end it bro. ये मैच के साथ वो लोग खत्म कर रहे हैं टूर्नामेंट. Trust me. Trust me. Falcon खत्म भाई खत्म GG bro. They are winning. They are winning. See मार दिया उसको. You see. Yeah, you see. मार दिया, मरने वाला है.
Boss is doing what he can to hold the line at the moment, but he has his shields broken as well. He has to slide away. But is this going to be Falcon's hopes?
मार दिया भाई Falcon ने. मार दिया Falcon ने guys.
Down to his knees, but the battery will be popped.
मार दिया
Can't get the kill. But Falcons are down.
Fafa Beef bro, I knew it. Fafa Beef will save us guys. Fafa Beef OP. Fafa Beef, yeah, let's go.
It was Unlimit who did it to Falcons as well, and that will open up the door.
W by Fafa Beef. W.
Oblivion, who have reached match point and will have hit that 50.
ऐसे ही भाई मैं ऐसे ही किसी प्लेयर को नोटिस नहीं करती हूँ. जिनको नोटिस करती हूँ ना टैलेंटेड होते हैं वो. Fafa Beef on top.
Crazy Thieves are in a great position for endgame, by the way, right in the center of zone.
Bro, it sounds like when T-Bone says Fafi
Now the
Fate
question
on
is,
top.
with Falcons eliminated, and the tournament
Fafa
continuing with one more game, how many
भाई
teams are going
T-Bone के
to
stream देख के अपना नाम रखा है.
How many? Because it could be 3, 4, potentially even at most 6. If it goes the right way with points being secured here, there and everywhere, I mean, actually, in theory, mathematically, it could be 7, but we'll get into that later if it happens. Now, Crazy Thieves, one of those teams that could be on match point, 6 away. Still 17 squads left, and the reason why there could be so many teams here on set is because there is so much KP available for teams.
It's 17 squads still remaining. You know, there's only 3 teams gone out of the lobby, so many bodies still to fall. So many teams that will have to find their way towards this endgame. And with Crazy Thieves still needing these points, they're in a really tough position right now. Do we play for some KP? Do we play for Zone Alliance?
मैम I'm building gaming PC तो suggest करो दुकान में डाल के कैसे बालूं. I will give you a contact of this year's start date. You can contact
Make sure you get into the tunnel with Gen G. Out of nowhere.
Gen G. 2 down. Gen G down. But Alliance from the high ground overlooking them at Epicenter might be about to move in and third party this.
That is terrible news for Go Next. They're going to try and get back onto their feet.
They're going to reset. Effect tried to slide down to stop this, but I think it was only him who fell down, and now Effect is going to be finished.
हो गया match point. Let's go.
Do not have Ulta available. Ulta is banned, so they cannot recall, and that is going to be them done.
Let's
S8Ul in the
go!
meantime have hit match point. They are on 50 points now.
It was just with that one knock across the map.
Yeah, Moy, this is really
Changed it
good.
as well. Alliance do get the respawn
This is
onto
really
event. Go
good.
Next is still struggling. Here comes Unlimit. Again, it's aggression as Go Next get eliminated.
Smash Point just और intense and interesting बना देता है bro. मतलब मेरे को मस्त लगा ये फॉर्मेट. EWC में भी देखा था ना, तब मेरे को एपेक्स देख के मजे आ गए थे एकदम. ऊपर से खुद की टीम होती है ना, ऐसा तो ज़्यादा मजा आता है देखने में. कोई भी गेम हो फिर.
But he certainly is being a menace, and yeah, they still have the Kraber. It's Gent who's now got it in his hands. Albrelele just found that one out, and he's not going to be able to get back up.
The future of this region, Unlimit.
भाई मैं तो CODM watch parties भी मिस कर रही हूँ bro. मेरे को इतना मजा आ रहा था CODM watch parties में.
For Ninjas in Pajamas, it's only 1 point required for them, as well as Hot Dog Mafia will be confirmed as out. Will we see a fourth team
Falcon
cross
मर
that
गए.
match
Oh
point
bro,
threshold?
Fafa Feef on top.
Or will we see them fall just short, just as teams did in the game prior? They still have to get into zone, and they are being focused.
Oh, Vayne does just about get to that fence
TNC
line.
में smash point होता है, but matches limited ही होते हैं, तो फिर वो fake smash point हुआ bro. It's not smash point then, okay? You can't have both things, bro. This is real battle royale का crazy sports with me. मजा आ गया भाई.
Single-handedly takes apart VP.
हम आपकी Palworld की watch party देख.
Hit match point. They're on 51.
And now we pass the baton over to Crazy Thieves. Can they be the next team that gets there? Legacy have lost 2. Alliance also falling. Unlimit continuing to be this aggressive force that doesn't seem to falter when anyone is in their way.
Ilari man just being careful not to overextend in this position. Peace. He fancies the barbecue.
We have
He throws the thermite
4
down.
teams.
Pajamas have been eliminated, but they have done their
4
job.
teams,
Alliance
guys.
will fall next. Their rough start to this match
भाई
point
next
finals
game
continue. Still
intense
down
होगा.
on this
4
low
team
ground,
match
though.
point पे.
Unlimit and 5 fears
5
and
तो नहीं आ
Grogan
सकती
overlooking
शायद से.
This would be quite the run from Unlimit if they can go on and find a position to play in this final circle. They have just continued to
Direct
hold
by
their
game
W
explain
keys
कर दो.
forward. But now they find themselves on the
इस
southern side of
खेल
the zone
में
with Grow
ऊपर
Gaming
से
in front of
एक
them,
जहाज
Supernova as
आता
well.
है. आसमान से वो खिलाड़ियों को नीचे युद्ध के क्षेत्र में गिराता है. फिर सारे खिलाड़ी बंदूक ढूंढते हैं और एक दूसरे से युद्ध करते हैं. जो अंतिम तक जिंदा रहता है उसे विजय प्राप्त
Crazy
होती
Thieves
है.
on the other side who are also looking for those 5 points.
Grow Gaming had a great game, number 1. Remember, Noct had a huge amount of KP in that game. Really was a
Yeah,
force
this
to
was
be
better,
reckoned with.
guys. Better Hindi, है ना, है ना, है ना.
Limit trying to sneak their way up towards zone, but so many players
Always
will be able
Hindi
to
on it.
put damage down onto them as they
In
try
my
and cross
defense,
into this
सिर्फ
central
8 तक
area.
हिंदी पढ़ी है मैंने. ठीक है, कोई कुछ नहीं बोल सकता
Where this
मुझे.
zone is finishing, by the way, is bang in the middle of the street. There is no playable spot whatsoever.
Unlimited did have a little bit of trigger
Air
discipline
hostage
there. They
जैसा
did not give
accent
away
था.
their
हाँ
position
क्या?
just yet, but now you kind of have to, because when you get a freebie like that, you have to take it. And now Unlimit can probably press on this southern side and actually have a relatively free walk-in. They're going to be pretty covered from any covering fire that's going to happen on the western side in particular. And the eastern side, they're all going to be occupied. Crazy Thieves, Grow Gaming, 5 Fears are all going to be fighting very shortly.
Crazy Thieves. They find one. That's 47
नहीं,
now. 5
the
players will be eliminated.
smash point thing applies next game से. जैसे ये गेम में जिन ने smash point hit किया है ना 50 या 50+ points, तो उनको इसके बाद वाले में से जो भी गेम जीत गया, जो smash point वाली टीम वो जीत गया. यार एक्सप्लेन करना ही नहीं हो रहा है भाई. उसके बाद वॉच पार्टी सीख रहे थे 8 के बाद.
Crazy Thieves will fall. No match point for you.
संस्कृत पढ़ी थी मैंने.
Another aggressive
ठीक
push
है.
from Unlimit here as well. Yulari Man continues to be a thorn in the side of everyone in this lobby. Grow Gaming still alive, still scoring points, and they are getting closer and closer to that match point threshold. They need 1 more point as well.
Well, that riot drill could start cooking some S8Ul players. Supernova eliminated in the meantime. Grow Gaming need just 1. And they are getting closer and closer to getting it, but close is never enough. You have to secure it. You have to get this job done.
They could do it via placement. They are one of the closest teams to where their zone's going to be finishing.
Smash
Naturally, other
point
teams are going to be
explain.
eliminated if you are
Mod
patient at
Bewkoof
this
2
point.
rupees fake mod padle pinned message.
This has been a generational run from this roster, who are trying to close that gap to match point themselves single-handedly.
Yo
in this
Adi
game.
was up. Grow का भी होने वाला है.
Don't forget TSM as well. 8 points they
अरे यार इतनी सारी टीम मैच पॉइंट पे यार. ज़्यादा डर लगेगा मुझे. 49 है इनको एक ही चाहिए.
Just a few moments of silence breaks out across World's Edge.
इनके नाम देखो Kion knocked dropped. Knocked dropped. Knocked dropped. Crazy.
Suvi's going to pop the ultimate accelerant here. He's trying to get that
I
exhibit
went to
back.
fight
Panic
Saya.
is Kraber.
I got knocked. My pants got dropped. Easy.
Panic. You're a young man with a lot of responsibility on
Ah,
your shoulders right now, but he
Gio.
can't quite connect.
SPI Esports
Disco
eliminated.
Gio.
And that might just open the door for Grow Gaming. They need one more placement. And they will be on match point as well. TSM can use this cat wall now just to kind of avoid all of the gunfire, potentially get into a spot, but Unlimited again, fearless
Disco सही
in their
में
aggression.
Gio.
Panic's weak. Your Larry man does not care for you. He comes in and he tries to
200 UPI का तुमने 2 लाख का पीसी बाय किया मेरे लिए. भाई आपकी स्कीम बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग है.
It's job done. Can anyone else get there? That's
आपको
the real
पॉलिटिक्स
question.
में
And
जाना
can Grow
चाहिए.
Gaming put a victory on the board alongside it. Unlimited
आपका अच्छा
eliminated.
फ्यूचर हो
TSM
सकता है
go
उधर.
down as well.
5 short TSM. They will not hit match point. But end of force 36.
A chance.
Hold on just a minute here. Blinkser, you're dead. 1 point remaining. Enter force 36. Welcome to match point.
पांच हो गई कि 6 टीम हो गई.
That makes 6 teams on match
6 टीम
point
हो गई
going
ना
into
मैच
match
पॉइंट
7.
वाली.
And it is some
Oh
local
my
favorites
god.
that get the
इनका
job
भी
done.
क्या?
The team that never says die. All tournament long, they have survived when you just
भाई इन्होंने
don't
क्या
think
एंट्री
they're
की है
going to.
लेकिन
Whether it's a revive, whether
एंड
it's a
में
wrap
जीत
play,
के
whether
भाई
it's
मैच
just
पॉइंट
avoiding
हिट
gunfire,
सीधा.
but this time they
भाई
dominate
6-7
the
टीम
final
हो गई
circle.
गाइस अब तो.
And they will have the chance
Shit,
to win
बहुत
this
इंटेंस
entire
होने
thing
वाला
going
है.
into match 7.
डर लग रहा है मुझे, बहुत डर लग रहा है.
Game of Apex Legends. Falcons had the
इन्होंने
free
22
shot at the
पॉइंट
tournament.
लिए हैं.
They go out relatively early.
22
One of the first
point
3
नहीं
teams
लिए,
to
bro.
fall in the lobby. And then every other team, it felt, who even had a sniff at match point.
पॉइंट का
found a
गेम
way
तो
to
चलो
get
अभी
the
इधर तो
points that
खत्म
they
हो गया है.
needed to join Falcons with a chance to win the whole thing. An
पॉइंट
exceptional
का गेम
game
खत्म है.
from Enter Force 36. 22
क्रेजी
points on
थीव्स
the
के
board.
नहीं हुए. चार हुए उनके.
So for
कितने चाहिए
6
थे उनको?
teams, and one of them
थोड़े
is
4 से
Oblivion.
ज़्यादा चाहिए थे
They
आई
do
थिंक.
cross that threshold. They were
जो
unable to
भी
get it done
इस
that first
स्ट्रीम
time
का
with Asking,
आनंद
but
ले
now
रहा
they
है
are not
कृपया
only
इसे
a
लाइक
team
करें.
that's on
स्ट्रीम
match
क्या
point,
होता
but
है,
they are
लाइक क्या
currently
होता है?
the lobby leaders in terms of points as well.
सीखा नहीं है
And think
इसने
about the
मुझसे.
journey they've had. They were not part of champs when it comes to Pro League. They went through the LCQ, and now they find themselves all the way
लास्ट
here
मैच
at
होगा
champs,
अगला.
at the number
मैंने तो
1
कहा ही था
spot,
2 मैच.
with the chance to try and win everything here in match 7. There's your confirmation.
Oh boy.
And you can hear what it means to the crowd as they notice just which teams could be winning it here.
Hi Nar, what is
Oblivion,
up?
Grow Gaming, and Falcons. All from the Americas
Crazy Thieves रह
region.
गई, मैंने कहा था ना
Enter
उनको
Force
ज़्यादा चाहिए थे.
36, APAC, S8Ul,
6
APAC
teams.
South, and Ninjas in Pajamas from the
Oblivion,
Americas.
Grow, Falcon, Interforce,
I will say,
S8Ul,
featuring a player from
RIP.
South
Oh
America
my
as well.
god.
We combined the 2 regions recently to
6
the
teams
Americas.
bro.
But it's important to highlight Kurev and
कृपया मेरी
his
हिंदी पर
journey as
संदेह
well.
ना करे.
In this next game, if one of those
संदेह ना
teams
करूँ तो क्या
wins
करूँ?
this game, they will become the AOGS
बस काम
Championship
करते करते स्ट्रीम
champions.
देख
And we're
रहा
one region short there. Where is Amir? Can anyone from Amir
डर लग
step
रहा है
up
मुझे
to the
तो guys.
plate to
मुझे
keep
डर
this
लग रहा है.
thing
I'm
going
scared.
and maybe give themselves the chance to become champions? Remember, Amir won it here last year. Go next. They got
I
that job
is
done
scared,
when no one
guys.
thought they could have. They were the underdogs.
I is very
this time, could it
scared.
be oblivion, perhaps, from
संडे को
LCQ,
संडे
the
तो करना ही
chance
पड़ेगा
to
ये
lift the
लो भाई
trophy.
एक और आ
Certainly
गया
have the
guys
opportunity to do so.
Yeah, an incredible run
कमी
from them.
पूरी
but
करना है
nothing
हमारे
has been
brain
won
rot
yet.
की
We will keep going here in Sapporo. We have at least one more game of Apex Legends to
इनको
bring to
बोलो
your
ना
screens.
S8
But
को
before we
दिखाओ
get there,
अभी
we're
बोलती
going to
हूँ
send it to the desk
कॉल
because
लगा
there
दी
is so much to talk about. We are in a wonderful situation with so many teams on match point.
It's a blast. Thanks, guys. Onset and Gaskin with another great set of games and a great set of games for us to watch here. Whether you're in the dome with us live or watching at home, thank you. Welcome back to the desk as we break down what has happened thus far and start setting up where we could be going, because an end is near. But if you don't win, we go again. My name is Rainy. I'm joined by Glitter Explosion, Snipe Down, and Jayhawk. Lauren,
सब जोक्स मारे मैं
we've
अभी
seen
बाजी
so many
रहने
different
दो
iterations for the start
रहने
of
दो
this 4-5-6, excuse me.
रहने दो
But really, the big story was, I think, in Game 4,
मेरी
Crazy Thieves
भविष्यवाणी
coming
के
out
अनुसार
and
ये
putting
मैच
themselves in a
में
position to
विजय
be a
नहीं
talking
मिलेगा
point here heading into this.
अगला
The team, we were
मैच
wondering, would
तक
they match,
जाएगा
would
ये
they put it
गेम
together for final state? They certainly have.
Absolutely, and we were talking about them as a team. We were looking to be towards the top at the beginning of the group stage. Things kind of
इसलिए
petered
वनडे
out a
को
little
मन
bit. They've
नहीं
had to now
लगता
kind of fight, claw tooth and nail to get back to where they are, and now they find themselves right outside, just
outside.
barely missing that match point, but they have really started to pick up the pace.
Another team that is, we talked about too, because of the legacy of winning. TSM's former coach who won with Verhulst, with Hal, with Rebs back in London a couple of years
गाइस
ago.
मैं
They
तो
split up.
बोलती हूँ
He's
अगर
found
लंबा
himself as a
चला
coach
ना
of
वॉच
NIP,
पार्टी
and Jayhawk,
तो
this
उसके बाद
team
अपन
has had
पालवर्ड ही
so many
खेलते हैं
things to talk
रिएक्शन
about,
मैं
from
कोई और दिन
McLovin's
कर
kind
लूंगी
of surge into one of the premier players to,
कल
as
कर
Onset
लूंगी
mentioned,
रिएक्शन कल
Kurev's
परसों
journey
कभी भी
from South America into this
तुम
roster.
लोग
Talk to me about
बोलो
NIP. How are you feeling with them having had a chance to cross match point?
because
journey
I
was
will be
incredible.
live
Bane, it looked like he was
till
on the brink of retirement and wasn't gonna be coming
5.
back. Like you said, McLovin, he was kind of an
5.
LCQ Pro League player,
was, yeah.
kind of bouncing around. And like you said with
5
Kurev,
तक
from South
तो
America,
5
he at one
तक
point
रह
had moved to
सकती हूँ
EMEA to try to compete there and hadn't found success. And so they were
हाँ
sort of thrown
5
together. And then at
safe
the mid-season
5 PM
playoffs,
is
they
safe
made their names known, and they have proven it is not a fluke. I mean, you can't talk about the experience that Raven brings to this team when it comes to winning on match
कितना
point.
लेवल हो गया
And I don't want to
पालवर्ड
give too
में
much away, but
मेरा
in terms of the
लेवल
POI
है
draft that they had,
53 या
19th pick,
54 है
absolutely terrible.
54 है
And we're
I think
going into Olympus where they have Summers University, the best POI on the map, and they have Zoo Station on Storm Point for the next 4 games. They're a legitimate chance
मेरा
for
50
that
के
team to
बाद
win it.
लेवल
I
अब
mean, let's take a
बहुत
look at
लो
some of the
हुआ है
plays here that kind of told the story over the
कि मैं
last
बेसी
few
बनाती रह
games,
जाती हूँ
because Snipe, obviously, we started off with Crazy Thieves doing it, NIP coming out as well.
बहुत मजा आता है
S8Ul,
बेस
also a
बनाने में
major topic here, and Ender Force 36 finishing
My
it off.
favorite thing
Walk
to
us through
do
game
in
4, how Crazy
Palworld
Thieves
बेस
kinda got
बनाओ
involved.
Yeah, I
सुंदर
mean, Crazy
सुंदर
Thieves
बेस
here just took the
बनाओ
bridge here. They started cleaning up people, and then you could see they just decided to take the height. This is one of Phony's best things. Once he
या
gets to
प्लीज
end
घर
game,
बनाओ
he is
आपने
one of
मैंने
the
छोटा सा
greatest
बनाया है रात
closers
को
of all time.
ऑल दो
Whenever
मैं
we
शायद
got
उसको
10
तोड़
games,
के
it was
बनाने
almost
वाली हूँ
always a win. I think we have
क्योंकि
like
मैंने
an 80+
उसमें
percentile,
ग्राउंड फ्लोर
and
पे
you can
ना
see they're just looking down at these
प्लांटेशंस
other
लगाए हैं
teams.
और
And then
उधर
we're
ना
gonna talk
पैल्स
about
जा
getting
जाके
into
स्टक हो रहे हैं क्योंकि मैंने उसको
those players,
एक
those
वॉल
teams
जितना
have
ही
won
हाइट दिया है
countless
क्योंकि
games
मैं
and
छोटा सा
managed to
घर
force
बना
the
रही
team,
थी
so now that they're on match point
ये
format.
सोच के कि नहीं पैलेस में नहीं जाएंगे बट वो जा रहे हैं उसमें घुसे जा रहे हैं
Trying to get their win.
तो
If we
देखती हूँ
turn the tide for them,
देखती हूँ
Lauren, and,
बाद
playing
में
from the
अभी
low
नहीं
ground is
करूँगी
not
वो
the
चीज़
easiest
या
thing
तो
to
रात
do,
को
but
या
there's
कल
just a
करूँगी
simple synergy. And what I love too is Kurev on the Sparrow, not a character we see kind of gone to as consistently
हमने
across
भी
the
विला
lobby
बनाया है
with
ब्रो
most, but now that we're
बहुत
getting towards
बहुत
those
फन
later
है
games, we're going to
honestly
start to see those types of picks.
एक्चुअली
come out,
पालवर्ड
especially
में
tougher
लाइक पूरा
picks like
गेम
that
ही
Kurev.
बहुत
Yeah,
फन है
they
बट
just had
हाँ
a really, really
बेस
well-timed push
बनाना
at the end
is
of that as well.
something I
Played it
really
perfectly
enjoy
for that trio. I know Jayhawk was really excited to see them get that win.
And E36, Jayhawk,
यहाँ अगर कॉफी में नींद की गोली डाल दे तो नींद आएगी या नींद उड़ जाएगी
the person or the
मैं बोलती हूँ
people
कि
to
आप इस पर
put this
रिसर्च
region
करो ट्राई
on their
करो फिर
back.
बताना
E36 started out this tournament as a top 2 seed coming in from the group stage.
कहाँ तक आई
They're
ऐसे
looking like a top
12
seed
बस
now,
एक
having
गेम
just crossed
जीतना
match
है
point.
Absolutely, and I
6
gotta say,
टीम्स
it's really
है
impressive that
मैच
they're
पॉइंट पे
all Korean,
उन
and
6 में से
obviously we
जो
think
भी
that
अभी
Korea
जीत
checked
गया
another
खत्म है
Korean team that
टूर्नामेंट
also won. I remember talking to Obley after that win, and he said Korea Korea doesn't really have that many talented players, but clearly the ones at the top of the game
Base
are
बनाओ, KD
incredibly
बढ़ाओ।
talented because they're making noise here.
कुछ सरप्राइज भी है सरप्राइज वही है कि मैंने छोटू सा घर बनाया क्यूट सा
America exports into the top team snipe down. We've seen that happen across the way. Another team I want to mention, Grow Gaming, who've been steady and solid. I mean, I don't know what it is, but look at Keon,
map
you
now,
look at
last
Dropped
कौन
and
सा था,
Knocked,
मैं
the
भूल
ability
गई।
for them to be so consistent, not just in getting into the right situations, but getting in the top fives very, very often. There's something about that team that is dangerous. You cannot turn your back on them.
Yeah, I mean, when we talk about players, a lot of the time, you know, Dropped goes unacknowledged. You talk about the empties who have made all these finals and all these top 10s but never closed it out. Dropped is another one of those that has made. He's only missed one grand finals, and he's always there in contention. He's never won the whole thing, but this is the best I think that they've done up to this point to make them into the match point finals. This team, you can just tell they really enjoy each other, they trust each other, and they're growing out there right now because they are looking phenomenal so far in this set.
And I think, you know, Lauren, a little bit onto that story as well. Keon, he's not known with Grow Gaming. He's known from being on Furia for so long with that iteration of that team with Madness. Having found maybe a different home, a new home,
भाई आज लेजिट अपन सब कम सोए ना
performed above or at least at expectations and now proving that they deserve to be considered.
भाई कल कुछ तो सीन्स आ गए नींद ही नहीं आ रही थी OMG that go commentator for Blue अभी नोटिस किया है मैं तो कब का किया
even talking to him about it, you can tell it's just a different vibe. He's talking about how well they're synergizing.
Hey, यार तुम मत बोलो हाँ you are not one of us.
Be an opportunity for them to really take it home. We're now seeing that reflected in this one of the now 6 teams on match point, but also finding themselves in a good spot in the overall leaderboard in general. This is an opportunity for them to take it home.
All right, guys, before we get to some things and move into the next game, I will ask your questions on how many games you think it's going to be going.
3 hours.
But I also want to make sure all of you at home know that we've got a brand new update to our ALGS website. If you want to keep in touch with all of the stats and all of the great things that we have going on in our league, from how these pros are transitioning teams in our mid-season breaks, or maybe how well they fared in previous tournaments, and check up on how they're doing now, go to our new ALGS.ea.com and all of the information there. It's a great resource, and honestly, if you're an ALGS fan or just becoming one, or maybe thinking about watching this tournament and saying, I can get used to this, that's a great place to start, ALGS.ea.com. We also, before we move to something else here, I do want to get a number from you guys because this is important. It could end at any time. 6 teams on match point. How long are we going? Lauren,
9.
start with you. 9? Snipe.
9. I think it's 9 as well.
9. Okay.
Yeah. My number before we started was 11. I'm sticking with it.
11.
Yes.
Long way to go.
The chaos.
All right, I'm going 25. No, I'm kidding. I don't know. Honestly, I was thinking 9 as well. That seems like it would be the right place to end. But you never know. These teams are in a position that is so hard to determine. And the beautiful thing about it is that they've got themselves in the best place ever to perform, in front of an amazing crowd and also in front of some amazing peripherals. That's right. We have Sony InZone that is actually powering our teams. The monitor and audio experience for the ALGS Year 5 champs. OLED monitors and their lightweight wireless headsets, giving our pros the tools to win. Check out our Sony InZone booth here at ALGS Champs. There's
like I don't remember anything.
Stuff here.
Beyblade and Pokemon दोनों की बहुत Beyblade का तो legit कुछ भी नहीं यार Pokemon के चलो फिर भी मुझे थोड़े बहुत याद है चीजें बहुत छोटी छोटी क्योंकि मैं बहुत छोटी थी तो मेरे को ढंग से याद ही नहीं है बट भैया और मैं पोकेमॉन बेब्लेड बहुत देखते थे और बेब्लेड लाके फिर हम मम्मा के किचन से कढ़ाई चोरी करके उसमें बेब्लेड फाइट करते थे और फिर मम्मा हमें मारती थी कि मुझे सब्जी बनानी है मेरी कढ़ाई कहाँ लेके चले गए ऐसे डांट पड़ती थी पर बहुत मजा आता था
In fact, it just so happens that they have won the most games out of any team in this tournament so far. But we always say this. Winning one.
Shiro, which is your favorite fall? Human fall flat, fall guys, Paji falling in every game. Paji falling in every game.
So
it's आपको लॉकडाउन प्रोटोकॉल क्यों अच्छा नहीं लगा था?
But you know, if we think about Olympus,
देखो honest answer मैं यहाँ बोल नहीं सकती हूँ.
As well, they haven't won there yet.
It's almost like a little bit of deja vu, except we've changed out the ALGS map rotation. Will history be made on a new map of Olympus with the changes that we've seen go down on this map here in the ALGS match point finals for year 5? Or
honestly मेरे को ना उतना मजा नहीं आता है ये ऐसे गेम्स में because इधर ना लॉजिक से ज़्यादा पता है क्या चलता है अभी कि बस तुम लाउड होके चिल्लाओ वैसा सब करते हैं सब तो पहले क्या है सब ना बात सुनते थे थोड़ा दिमाग लगाते थे लॉजिक लगाते थे अभी ना जस्ट कि चिल्ला दो बस जो चिल्ला रहे हैं उसकी सब सुन लेते हैं, इसलिए मेरे को मजा नहीं आता मंगल वगैरह में.
Ninjas in pajamas
Like
as
वो
well.
फिर गेम
Remember,
का
they
एसेंस ही
were
खत्म हो गया.
struggling in the mid stages
गेम
of this
ही वो है
tournament, but they're not
कि तुम
struggling
डिस्कस
anymore.
करो,
51
तुम फिर
points
लॉजिक
now.
लगाओ,
They
तुम फिगर आउट करो
alongside the
चीजें,
other
वही
5
गेम है.
teams on
तो
match
गेम
point
ही बदल
have
दिया.
a chance to close it out here and now. No team prioritized Olympus in the map draft. There was no first round picks. In fact, we talked about this before, the amazing little draft that
Reaction stream
Ninjas
कब?
managed to put together, and that
आज
actually
मैं
started
सोच
with
रही
a
हूँ
39th
नहीं
pick onto
करने.
Summers University, the first team
ठीक है.
to opt prioritizing to
Palworld
some
खेलेंगे.
extent Olympus.
And you wonder why, right?
और
Because
maybe
these
we
teams
can
still
watch
trying to get
one
used to Olympus at the
मतलब
same
video I don't know
time.
कितने
I've tuned
लंबे
into
हैं.
the comms of
Maybe
the
one or
teams,
two videos
and
जब
they
मैं
still
lunch
sound pretty
करूँगी.
chaotic. Obviously, we have
If तो तुम
legend
लोग
bands
सोच
coming
सकते हो
through.
कौन सा
No
videos
Watson,
and फिर lunch
no
के बाद
Rampart,
Palworld
even stemming up
खेलेंगे.
from the very beginning. Newcastle was the first one to go. Then Caustic. Comes to wonder how Olympus is going to be played. What Trident shenanigans will we be exposed to?
They can play in
6
controller.
teams
वैसा था कि
have passed
टीम में एक प्लेयर कंट्रोलर पे
to be
खेल
at match
सकता है.
point.
Caustic's back in.
ऐसा रूल
Oh,
है.
yes, because we get the reset on the control. Of course.
Like
Of
one
course.
player
As we
each
take
team.
a look
I
at
think
E36,
ऐसा है.
can
कोई
this
पहुंचा
team
6 टीम
win
आयुष.
it for
6
APAC North?
teams.
Talk about a team.
अरे
that is very
तुषार
consistent
भाई,
with taking
ये
wins.
रूल्स, ये
That's
मेरा
what
मॉड है.
matters.
जरा
They
रूल्स
went
बताना
today.
इसको.
They got it. They got the points. But can they win?
It's certainly not their most favored map. If we think about the teams who have done historically quite well on Olympus, it's actually more your Crazy Thieves. They have a ridiculous stat, 16.7 points on average coming
रूल्स
into
चेंज किसने किए?
our match point finals here. That's an incredible
ये रूल्स
record.
किसने
That's
चेंज
the
किए? इसमें
highest
लिखा था ओनली
average
टॉक
of
इन
any
हिंदी
team
और
on
इंग्लिश.
a map.
स्पेसिफाइड था इसमें, मैंने खुद से डाला था 6 साल पहले. किसने हटाया रूल?
The Limit fans, RKN by the way, over to the side here, showing his support. Lovely seeing him
भाई किसी
earlier
स्कैमर
throughout
ने
the course
रूल्स
of the week.
बदले.
Yeah, look, insane story.
मेरे
there.
रूल
He's,
में मैंने डाला था ओनली हिंदी और इंग्लिश अलाउड. नो अदर लैंग्वेजेस अलाउड.
Imagine that, an APAC North team, and he is the one sitting in the stands cheering them on. And my lord, he's had a lot to cheer for this tournament.
वो लोग और मुझे
It all
नहीं
comes
पता
back
कौन.
in full circle as we are
पता नहीं
rearing
क्या
to
लिखा है
go,
इसमें,
guys.
समझ ही नहीं आ
Will
रहा.
it end in Game 7? We were predicting how many games we're going to go today. It's my favorite little mini game when it comes to a lot of our ALGS lands. But here in the championships,
अभी वो लड़की बैंड है ना. हाँ वही है. मैं इसका नाम भूल
our
गई.
first place winners. History will be made in Sapporo.
हाँ बताओ कौन सा नियम मेरे को नहीं देख रहा है भाई. इसको ना नॉर्मल चैट से 3 टाइम्स एक्स्ट्रा लग रहा है हिंदी में लिखने में.
That's right. That's why you're seeing a lot of the Stinky Boy on your screen right now. Everyone going back to basics.
मुझे समझ आना चाहिए कि क्या लिख रहे हो. ठीक है. कभी वो चैट में नहीं है. गया ये गया. चैट की बात हो रही है. इन गेम IGN की बात नहीं हो रही है. हीरो मंगल फैन आओ भी खेलते हैं.
For the possible end of a year 5 here in Sapporo. Japan
Match 7. Guys, power of 7.
But the competition has been hot. Our legends have dropped.
इसने बोला 3x टाइम मैं जल्दी भी लिख सकता हूँ. 3x क्या होता है? X क्या होता है? हिंदी में कौन सा X होता है? हिंदी में there is no X.
Ninjas in pajamas, Grow Gaming, and E36. You heard that crowd go wild after E36 just took our previous game. Or will there be other teams?
ट्रिबल चैट वाला गेम मैं तो बोलती हूँ रिएक्शन स्ट्रीम करेंगे ना तब करेंगे ये वीक में.
At 45, even go next. I cannot believe how
Let's go guys.
This first half of the lobby is all the way down to TSM sitting in 8th.
मंगाही क्या है भाई? फर्स्ट टाइम
S8Ul, one of APAC South's best. They didn't take out the Pro League split, but I tell you what, they have powered up since then. They've found new heights.
Sherlock,
and they could be conquering Sapporo right here if things go their way. And talking about where it's going, it will be going very central
डोब
in the map
नहीं
right
जॉर्ड
now.
छो लिखना था गलती से
Is
डोब
going to
लिख
be
दिया
hosting the end zone here in
तू
match
गधेड़ो छे यश तू गधेड़ो छे
Oh man, go next. Landing by Hammond, by the way. Have that ring console and they have
डोबा
that
नहीं तू गधेड़ो तू डोबा
on the high ground, looking down at all the action to see where this zone is closing. And when I was mentioning the comms of these teams as they navigate through Olympus, seeing how the IGLs want to take these rotations, especially the compositions that we're currently seeing with the Stinky Boy coming back together as the Valkyrie. Also can make some really interesting rotational plays, but we also see the other side of the team going for the Wraiths.
Talented हूँ ना मैंने गुजराती पढ़ी
Yeah, Valkyrie creeping back in a little bit with the
शीरो
addition
वो
of Caustic, but not everyone going for that. Lots of Bangalores around. Considering we're in match 7, it is interesting to see Bang still sticking around here. There were a lot of Game 4 bans for Bang earlier on in the tournament, but I think the amount of, conservative play that these teams are showing, that's part of the reason why we're seeing a lot of these controller legends come out, especially more of them, as indicated by the
शीरो 2 नंबर की बॉट है
have reached match point.
नहीं मैं #1 हूँ everywhere let's go भाई अब गेम पे फोकस बहुत हो गया तुम लोग का
KP as crazy thieves. They're hungry. A team that had such a slow start are trying to stop Oblivion. Fun jumps over to the other side. Jen Burden, he pressures him out. He tries to juke him. Oh my goodness. When he was literally so low on health.
वो लोग अटैक कर दिया Oblivion पे.
1v1, but Fun. He gets taken out.
Full on push भाई इनकी कुछ तो बात हुई है guys.
Oblivion with only Blinkster alive.
भाग गया ये.
For Oblivion right now, they just need to reset. Blinkster gets out. This is great. Not on the Wraith this time. He's actually gone for the Bang. Interesting. I think partly because they've decided not to go for Rampart, of course, because she's banned, and we've got Caustic back in, and that means they need some sort of cover. Caustic is great, they don't provide cover, so that comes from Bang this time.
तो अपन S8Ul को इंक्लूड करके 6 teams है मैच पॉइंट पे. वो 6 में से जो भी हुआ हो गया.
Shopify Rebellion. We'll just switch quickly to another fight because there's a lot of actual.
अच्छा क्यों हुआ Oblivion मैच पॉइंट पे है भाई कुछ अच्छा नहीं हुआ मर जाती तो एटलीस्ट एक टीम आउट होती.
Right now, but it's Gen G.
Imperial has a tweet. I don't use Twitter.
Really seen struggle so far. They haven't placed higher than 9th so far, which is really sad, Vicky.
Life has been a lot better since I quit Twitter.
It's great to
जो unnecessary hate था वो 50% कम हो गया at
more
least.
important is finding this dub and getting even more points because with Crazy Thieves finding that last pick as a Fafa Thief, this means they join the Match Point Club.
कौन बाहर हुआ कोई बाहर हुआ शायद.
In hopes for Crazy
I was
Thieves.
not paying attention.
As we take a look at Blinkster hiding in a corner, you could only imagine how they're feeling while VP and How find themselves some KP.
7th match से पहले जीत जाऊंगा तो 7th match तो आ गया.
But it's getting very aggressive in a lobby like this, and even into these competitions in Olympus, a zone like this, you only have so much space before you have nowhere to go.
नहीं अभी नहीं है, but like points तो matter करते नहीं है. अभी match point hit हो गया. You just have to win.
Unlucky now, involved in a fight.
But अभी at this point top 3 में नहीं है. वो लोग starting में first, second थे, then first थे, then second हुए. But अभी they are #5.
One of our many strong teams left alive
Hi
in the lobby that
Hitat.
could easily take away a dub here and prolong the series even further.
आपकी चैनल में मेजरली सब गुजराती है. ये तुषार गुजराती नहीं है भाई, ये ट्रांसलेटर यूज कर रहा है.
Playoffs and they don't want a
इसको कुछ
repeat
नहीं
of
आता.
that. I mean, you know, last year in year 4 of ALGS, they were the most consistent team. And that's, I don't think, something they really wanted to let go of, and something that has actually surprised us a little bit throughout the year, because it doesn't feel like any of them have gotten any weaker. They're still their same, you know, their same selves that excel in so many areas of the game.
It begs the question is it the map rotation? Is it the lack of adaptability with the legend bands here? I mean, we know that Hockey's rocking out on that crypto, gets that information, and then sends out his units, but not having that fragging opportunity while NIP, the car is burning up. You talk about Tokyo Drift. And we're going to see where they're going to be drifting over to on the left side before finding themselves in the choke. It is smoking a little bit. They don't want to risk it breaking right in front of them.
starting से हर जगह लड़ाई हो रही है.
The line of sight of those rocks and holding this choke at the team who is having height coming out from the terminal side.
Zone pulls. Goes a little bit left of Hammond, and Ninjas decide to go back around through the terminal up towards Crazy Thieves. I think this is a good rotation from them.
Okay, we have to pinpoint where Falcon's position is right now, because considering they land in Dockyard and they see where the zone is pulling, as long as they clear their backs, look at the zone. It could continuously shift towards Falcons, or even out into the open between where Falcons and Crazy Thieves are. Even towards a little house where SBI have found them their own home. I've seen this zone before, a little bit open, but you do not want to get pinched if it does continuously pull over to the south side, because you could play around the lip of the mountain, but then you're forced to be playing on that path for a lot of the teams that do have their backs cleared, will take shots at you from the high ground.
Yeah,
Did we hit match point? Yes, we did. We did, and so did other 5 teams.
People should note here is that they have changed the architecture coming into
अगर ये कुछ कर नहीं पाया अकेले तो एक टीम कम हो जाएगी. गया eliminated Oblivion. One team less, guys, one team less. One less team. Match point
cannot hide out long enough. And this is so rough for a team who was sitting on 49 and then finally gets over the hump. It's not theirs in Game 7.
And Unlimit get the extra KP as well as a ring console if they haven't scanned it already. Happy after that one. This leaves 5 match point teams in this lobby.
21st को JEE का एग्जाम में क्या करूं? पढ़ाई करो.
Also just trying to claw the way to get some more KP. G7 R9 weapon loadout from 9 Impulse Elka.
I got
Looking overhead at the team that's holding onto the terminal side. We saw Crazy Thieves rotate here early on. They can gatekeep the other squads that want to try to push in through this choke, but lovely nades controlling some space, forcing them to back away with round 2 closing in. They don't have information on where that next zone is pulling, but you can see the pings in case they do want to backtrack away. There's a ring console on top of Hammond, but it's going to be incredibly risky as one of these teams could find that opportunity to get that information.
I think it's kind of only the Wraith teams. Maybe if you phase while you're climbing up the Hammond building, that might provide enough cover to actually slip in there, place the port down, and then have your controller character hit that potentially. But like, yeah, kind of a tough one. A couple teams are in that main building, of course. Shopify Rebellion, they're coming down from the south side, running into Fnatic on the other side of this.
Bangalore is only Legends smoke ability. I guess, I mean, नए वाले मेरे को Legends के बारे में idea नहीं है. पहले वालों में तो Bangalore ही था.
The championship here on Olympus in Game 7, I can tell you, it's
नए
not
Legends क्या मुझे उतना पता नहीं है क्या abilities है क्या scene है. मैं जब खेलती थी तब तो वो नया आया था. I think Ash नाम है उसका. तब वो नया आया था just. अब तो वो कितना पुराना हो गया.
A lot of people were expecting more from a team that we know has insane fragging potential, as now we get to see UNL trying to get into the zone.
It was actually Gen G who've come even further from the zone. Ziki got the reset as he has had to do so often, respawning Asia and Dexter back in, but Unlimit with the gatekeep.
Trying to get the knock into Asia, they get it.
Oh,
taking way too much damage. It's only these pieces alive. They're only in 10. They only have 35 points. They need this. Leaving Dexter one shot, looking to the side.
वो तो खेलते समझ आ जाता है. But मैंने खेला नहीं ना उसके बाद.
Here we go. TSM Panic pulls up. They've heard this. And Panic is pulling in. They're going to get the reset. Or are they? How quickly can TSM get on top of them?
Dun, 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 dun. TSM with the John Williams music.
Oh.
Jaws is coming to take a bite because they only need one more KP as Genji get eliminated before TSM find themselves with the invite to the Matchpoint Club.
Genji have the highest top 5 to win conversion ratio of any team. But as I was mentioning earlier, they have been placed higher than 9th. When the lobby quality goes up this high, Genji's plan isn't working.
Hopefully they'll have another opportunity. Now they could only wait and see what happens. More picks here in the feed as Lou goes down. VP picking that up. It's a trade though. Legacy 2 in trouble. Picking that up. 5 Fears have taken this fight versus VP.
Why you kill Fafa V, bro? He's the good.
Their priority is taking
यार
the win,
revive him, let's go.
Talk about not going to
Puffy
plan.
is back.
That's been
भाई
VP's day
अकेले
so
क्यों है
far.
इधर, ये मरने वाला है.
Slayer trying to
Slayer,
hide out here, but no, he's going to
die,
get
bro,
found
you
out
die.
here by Team Falcons, who are pulling up. It's not 5 fears, actually. It's Team
Nice
Falcons
movement.
trying to put paid to them, but Hal says, look, I'm not going to commit too hard for this. We've got match point on the line. We don't need
Sunday है ना, तभी खेलने आ गए ये लोग.
And that's a difference maker
चलो
in terms
भाई
of pacing,
बढ़िया
because
है.
I know that there's still Valk teams that can fly overhead as McLovin and NIP.
NIP तो चलो गई guys. 2 teams out, 4 teams left now.
Verholz with the rest of Crazy Thieves, who have already hit match point this game alone.
NIP थी ना match point
Continue
पे,
on,
wait, I
Fighters
got
get
confused.
eliminated. Shopify meet them back in the lobby, and VP are left
Falcon.
behind Falcons, which means Falcons do not want this
Entry
contention. They do not want to get 3-peat,
Enter
so
क्या
it's
था,
only
जो
2
भी
members of
grow.
Falcons looking at VP.
You got to clear back.
S8Ul.
You've heard this so many times. It is a mantra
हाँ,
in
थी,
Apex. You must clear your backside. Falcons are doing that right now. They hear the respawn behind them. They don't want VP to start looting some boxes and then become a problem. They're going to take care of it before it even comes to that.
With Alliance also eliminated here,
भाई
Falcons
Falcons
are
तो है
hungry.
बे, locked
They're
in
looking to
एकदम
swoop in for the dub.
जिंदा.
VP, they get taken out by the smoke launcher from the Bangalore. Hal placing that chef's kiss as now they hold the final zone pool. They hold heights on top of this platform.
चालबाज तो हर जगह ही जीतते हैं, यहाँ बाज जीत जाएंगे.
Are
क्या
not
बड़ी
on
बात
match
है.
point, but the zone is with the Falcons. All 3 members within it right now, the only 3 members within the next
Hal is
zone.
winning in Thana,
This
yaar.
is ridiculous.
Bro, look at the
Magnetic
position.
force here as they will
भाई
the
हमारे लिए
next
तो
zone
जीत गए.
towards them. Falcons are looking down at Crazy Thieves, a team on 54 points, but not
Our
on match
one
point,
player
who could
is
make
in
this go another
danger.
game.
Hal originally said 7.
गंदा
They were
position
looking
है.
at this map. They said
I
7.
think this is the end.
They're looking to make history on this map. Continue on a domination because they're going to go uncontested. But you know one team that could stop them? Crazy Thieves, who have not moved from the southern side of the zone by Terminal. And Supernova could grief Crazy Thieves, but I think a lot of teams could expect Falcons to be holding this position. Only a match point team will be holding on to that side of the zone as S8Ul trying to stay alive. TSM now move up. A team that just hit match point themselves are trying to put a stop to what S8Ul are doing.
Panic puts the portal out. The team doesn't really have many options.
Points से कुछ भी नहीं फर्क पड़ता है आशीष at this point.
The caustic damage.
Points
EMP
do
will remove
not
some of the barrels, but
matter.
S8 trying to hold tight. So many other teams getting involved though. Go Next are also on this. Fnatic look in. Sharky, he needs to win this cleanly, but I don't think there's a way he can.
It's too much of a pile
No!
of Fnatic, they wait for them on the other side. And it's Falcons! They get pushed by
मैं
Crazy
position
Thieves.
देख के
They
predict
moved
कर
up.
देती हूँ.
And the 3P from Hot Mafia.
Nine,
It's
Falcon
good.
is
Still
winning
two
it.
for Falcons. We could keep going, but again, with Legacy now getting eliminated, we have more opportunities from our match point team still alive.
2 is still alive from Crazy Thieves. Hal, he knows it's a 2v1.
कर
He
लेगा.
doesn't want to stick around. I mean, there's playing for the win, and then there's suicide, I guess. It's not good options either way for
Position
Team
price
Falcons.
के लिए हाँ
Pro
उसमें
Gaming are a solo
यार,
right
but-
now.
And they're
It
not
is
the only ones.
winnable,
With Hal
man.
still alive, that means our 2 match point teams are down to a solo. Dropped. Has to stay alive here. He's
Capable
got the
है यार
B20s
अपने
and the
players
G7.
यार
They're
मस्त
looking at him,
खेलते
but
हैं.
he's got to navigate away. This is what I was talking about, into the open area by the cliffs.
Oh, 1 respawn in. Guild will come in, but not Waltzy. By the looks of... No, Waltzy! Yeah, I think he actually crawled down, so they only needed the 1 respawn.
खैर
No
Falcon
way.
के अलावा भी 2
Falcons back up
teams
to
और है
3. Hot Dog
Falcon
Mafia have
2 हो
taken their
गए
place,
guys.
as we can see
Respawn
on
भी हो गए
top
तो
of
मेरे को
the
पता था
platform.
ये
So
कर लेगा बे
Falcons
ये
no longer have the positioning, but they got the firepower. That was never in question.
They're soaring. They're looking on to see who will contest them.
Falcons is
They were
winning it,
forced off their
bro.
high ground though. And I think that has
They
to be
are
noted because
winning it.
inevitably SBI will have to go from the east side of this zone. Some pressure from the crypto drone and still the solo that is left from Grow Gaming.
just
The
win
only other team at
everything,
match points.
man.
But all these other squads, they could stop Falcons.
Grow भी
They
गई.
could keep this
2 ही
going.
teams
Let
बची
Grow
है.
Gaming get eliminated.
Falcon and
It's
दूसरी
Fnatic with the
enter
Valkyrie.
वाली ना क्या नाम था
Libel
भूल गई.
Ace guides them up onto The second floor, it looks like, underneath Hot Dog Mafia, but still as a trio, they get in safely, break the barrel. Fnatic now with a chance.
Do these teams know that this is Falcons? Falcons
I
are
think
the
it's
only
over.
team running the
This
crypto,
is the
by the way,
last.
left in this lobby before Hal drops down. The RE45 with the gold extended energy mag is all they need
Just
to take
look
out
at
FBI
them,
Esports.
bro.
3 teams left, standing in their way from being your ALGS champions. And as Hal resets, he hears the fighting over their heads.
Surely the other teams have been keeping track. They haven't seen the Falcons name pop up in the kill feed just yet. As you said, only Crypto team left in the lobby. They won't know for sure what composition Falcons is running, but damn if Hal isn't so clean with this RE45. No weapon that everyone will pick up, but with a mag on it, it is incredibly impactful.
मेरी gut feeling सही थी bro. मेरी gut feeling सही थी मतलब.
Seeing the impact that he's been able to have, breaking records within the ALGS and his career kills. Verholst does find Skittle Cakes, his former teammate from a long time ago on the Caustic Gas, but we saw him get knocked earlier. And Fnatic, with the crowd rallying right on top of their heads, are giving them their energy, but they have to look at Hot Dog, who still has the height.
But Hot Dog Mafia, they're down to 2. They've lost the Caustic. In these endgames, the Caustic is the most important legend.
Serving them up the glizzies, Carlo Garcia.
भाई आपस में मत लड़ो बे, उनको मार दो.
They have to take this slowly. Last 3 squads
भाई
and
मिलके
Falcons
मार
are the
दो
only
भाई.
ones uncontested with the most space.
भाई दोनों मिलके मार दो. 5v3, let's go.
Right now, Fnatic do get the revive. They're back up. Hot Dog Mafia have lost Skittles, the OG Caustic. He doesn't have the barrels to throw. He doesn't have the gas grenade to take that space away from Falcons on the low ground.
In a clean
मार देंगे
3v3,
ये लोग.
with Hot
Falcon
Dog only
मार
having
देगा.
a duo, the script writers are hard at work with Falcons versus Fnatic.
There's only really one question here, Vicky. Do they know who Falcons is? Do they know which team is Team Falcons right now? Because if they do, it's a 5v3. Surely they don't take it. But if they don't, it could be Falcons' game.
I mean, it's Waltzy on the crypto. This is what they like to run out with.
Yeah.
These teams should know. But Fnatic are also worried about Hot Dog. Now with the
No,
zone
nah,
closing
ये
in,
लोग को
they're
जाना ही
all
पड़ेगा
forced to
ऊपर
go
में.
into the line of sight of Team Falcons.
There's a Trident in the final circle. Who knows how that's going to impact things? I mean, with the damage it does now, maybe they can push them into the zone. There's so many possibilities, but the barrels and the caustic grenades are what should decide this final fight.
Will this be it? They take to the skies with a desperate Hail Mary to survive, to stall the inevitable as Team Falcons. Victory in sight. Guild moves up, but after the res, he doesn't have an extended light mag on this R9, and now Team Falcons with the EMP move up.
This is great. It locks so many people down. Falcons have looked like they should win this tournament. Will they?
They're playing out of the line of sight. This is the chance. They wrap up behind Fnatic. They get the next knock. Waltzy takes a lot of damage. That's a lot of caustic damage here. With this gas, they get the knock onto Waltzy. 3 squads left. They have to look behind them, but there's still another chance. We get more Fnatic! They keep this going. No way!
Yeah! What the fuck?
They smoked out the Falcons!
We have one more game, guys!
And for Japan, we get more Apex!
We have another game. Damn, ये क्या था? भाई साहब. और मैंने इतना ऑलमोस्ट उसने मार ही दिया था, मुझे लगा गया खत्म. Bro, क्या भाई साहब ये तो क्रेजी था. आउट ऑफ नोवेयर फनाटिक जो हर गेम पहले ही मर रही थी. आउट ऑफ नोवेयर दिस गेम ब्रो. तुमने इंपीरियल हार की शक्ल देखी, इन लोग की शक्ल देखो. बिकॉज इतना ये लोग लिटरली इतना क्लोज थे. इतना सा लिटरली दिख रहा है. इतना सा रहा था. इतना सा उनकी शक्ल देखो.
And they helped Fnatic. They kept this going. It was a risk. Way worth taking as you take a look at your match 7 results, because you have to imagine with Fnatic taking this
out of nowhere. I am Fnatic out of
yet,
nowhere.
but it gets them even closer.
They came third.
Bro, उनकी शक्ल देखो भाई, उनकी शक्ल पे दिख रहा है. खत्म होते ही literally कैमरा ने उसको दिखाया है पहले.
That was a photo finish between Fnatic, Hot Dog Mafia, and Team Falcons.
भाई साहब क्या intense था वे, क्या intense था भाई. Crazy.
Their barrels forward and pushed the other two
मेरे
teams
दिमाग में
into
तो
a
उन्होंने
corner.
ट्रॉफी उठा भी ली थी.
The way they missed barely a bullet in that exchange and somehow don't come out on top almost feels criminal to me.
कि Fnatic सिर्फ बैलो में कमबैक नहीं करती है गाइस.
We see our top three. But then the next question though is, I mean, any person in this situation, you saw House face at the very end there.
भाई उसने almost मार ही दिया था, almost भाई मर ही गया था. यार मंथन पता नहीं अभी बहुत ज़्यादा टीम्स आ गई है मैच पॉइंट पे, अब और टफ है. 2 more teams entered, पहले 6 थी, 8 हो गए लोग.
In match point. The zone
Fnatic comeback करके भी 11th है अभी.
They get a late game.
भाई हम कहाँ #1 अभी 6.
How many times is that going to happen? How many opportunities will Falcons have on match point?
New entry
to realistically
is
get
Crazy
the game
Thieves
winner
and
with the
TSM.
trophy? That might have been the only one.
It gets harder and harder when you have to welcome 2 more teams at match point though. 8 total teams.
W prediction थी मेरी, ये मैच विनर नहीं मिलेगा. अच्छा और क्या भविष्यवाणी है, अगले गेम में मिलेगा. अभी ये मैच हमें विजेता मिलने वाला है. अच्छा ये भी बता दो कौन है. पर HP Crashbug intense था भाई साहब.
Falcons is probably the name that's top of most of these teams' mind, right? So if they haven't gone down
पहले तो मेरे के सिर्फ Falcon के लिए height advantage था. Actually पहले height advantage था, but वो जो जिन लोग को zone enter करना था वो लोग थोड़ा smartly खेले, वो लोग एकदम zone pinch हो रहा था तब आए. And उन्होंने कुछ तो ability use किया है, वो मुझे नहीं पता, शायद वो कोई और legend है, but तुमने देखा हो तो ऊपर उड़े थे. अब वो कैसे क्या किधर गए वो मुझे नहीं पता, बट एंड में तुमने नोटिस किया हो तो फैल्कन नीचे हो गया था एंड उनको फिर ऊपर आना पड़ा. सो फैल्कन ने रश किया एंड ऑलमोस्ट मार दिया था. 1 HP बंदे ने मार दिया, खत्म ही था.
Red Bull gives you wings.
ये बता दिया कौन विनर है तो सस्पेंस नहीं रहेगा भाई, इसी को सब पता है. बट कपिल रॉक के ऊपर चढ़ के मार रहा था. इंपीरियल ने रॉक के ऊपर चढ़ा, मारा, स्प्रे, एक नॉक, दूसरे को भी ऑलमोस्ट मार ही दिया था एंड वो मर गया. तभी तो उसकी शक्ल ऐसी थी. He was like this after the match ended. Because I think उसको लगा उसने मार दिया. He had already felt the win. Hello Izumi. Peak adrenaline rush, yeah. E-sport at its peak, exactly bro. Exactly. कहानी में ट्विच हो गया, ट्विच. Hi Maya. लॉल लक्ष्य. जरा मैं संभाल के आती हूँ. छोले भटूरों का क्या हाल है?
前にがステル蹴ってる。左前スイングしない？ダメだ。いやゆっくり絶対ゆっくりでいい。岩のボレ。左前ピーク。いや前進んでノック張って。いやゆっくりチルガルチル。俺チルしてる。だってここでもここある。ストレートだ。上にもくない？ローガスロ。ここでもく。半分。
Welcome back everyone as Fnatic, they keep this going. We go to game 8 onto Storm Point and the crowd rallying behind Fnatic, giving them the home turf advantage. It's been beautiful here in the lovely city of Sapporo. Even better, to be reunited with an amazing community that has turned out for our ALGS Championship. And Google Play, with their amazing booth, is powering a premium fan experience here in Sapporo for the ALGS Year 5 champs.
We had some premium team-ups between Fnatic and Hot Dog Mafia to keep it going. And like always when we're at LAN, Vicky, when you have one of those clutch moments and someone manages to eliminate the match point team and keep it alive, the crowd goes wild. I mean, you know, not at least to say the fact that it was Fnatic, the crowd's favorite team here in Japan.
They get so loud. I'm seeing so many signs, but with more teams making their way into the match point club, I have to say congratulations to TSM meeting the rest of these other teams there, because I believe TSM is the only squad that has hit match point that has yet to take a win throughout the course of this entire LAN.
That's kind of wild, huh? Imagine getting this far, being on this stage, and maybe the last fight is the last game is the one that gets you all the way. Look, we have to recap this. There's Bo. We didn't get to see him a lot while we were casting this, which obviously did change the factors, but there we go. There's that gas going down. I mean, how did Bo go down? I don't think we even
The ring at the very end.
It was
he
a
was
ring
one shot.
tick.
Yeah, it was a one shot. He was gonna die anyways because you saw Fnatic. They got the bow check ready. But it was the fact that Hot Dog Mafia landed right behind Falcons. It was the indicator. They knew what they had to do. If Hot Dog Mafia as a duo pushed from that platform, immediately they were gonna die. And they didn't want to greet Fnatic because they would rather take the placement points and keep this series going than have it end obviously right here, because you also have to imagine the more points you also get, even if you don't win with the match point, you still get put into the placing, and with a $2 million prize pool, that could be the difference between, you know, $300,000 or, you know, just maybe even $200,000.
Yeah, it's pretty tasty. Something no one wants to taste of is the caustic gas in that end game.
Oh,
and of
yeah.
course, Hot Dog Mafia.
Yeah, Tushar started
the caustic
imagining
available,
again.
but they did
I'm
have the
out, bro.
Volgol. So for them,
I cannot
it's an obvious play.
tolerate
you go
his
to
imagining.
the skies and you try
His
and
imagining
just
is
play
very
for
dangerous for
placement
me.
there. Maybe a lucky win. It's honestly kind of crazy how many times we've seen a late Valk ult come down.
Imagine करके देखा आपने declare ही कर दिया था Falcons को winner.
In one of these lobbies, it's
ये तो
just
समझा.
crazy now with the missile
तो नहीं
swarm
समझा.
and the way that you can
कोई.
slam people. Caustic has been banned, if you're counting out there, for the second
Yo,
time
Kevin.
in this series. But
Alliance
we
भी
also
है
should talk about
इसमें.
legend bans, I think, now, Vicky.
हाँ,
because
Kapil.
what tends to happen
After watching
once
7
all
games.
of the
Alliance भी है.
controller legends have been banned, including
S8Ul भी है,
Ulta. We're
इसमें
sort of
बता
bringing her in there as a
S8Ul खेल रही है.
pseudo ban.
FYI.
A pseudo control legend, I should say, is they just keep cycling through because, you know, people can't play Newcastle anymore, no more Ulta, and so we just get this repeat of Caustic, Rampart, Watson, and Catalyst.
And as the crowd makes some noise, they saw Fnatic wake up as we move on to match number 8. Back to Stormpoint we go. And we have to see where the zone is pulling, because as you mentioned, Gino, we can
Although watch
see the
party was शुरू हुआ
ramparts.
later में but
We can
seems
see
so
our
it
players
started like at
locked in
11.
8 total teams.
No.
Now at match point, will
It
it end
started at 8:30
in match
AM, bro.
8, or will we keep this party going? Fnatic landing over by Cascade Falls. They'll get some information.
Does the
shortly after
match
they get the survey
point
beacon, but
team-
they'll be happy to see.
Does
it's
a
pulling
match
right
point
close
team
to
in
them, but
match
even
8? Yes,
happier.
yes. Yes,
It's going
yes.
to be
It does,
crazy
it does.
Bees after
970
hitting
है
match
मेरे
point
पे
in that
सारा
previous
लगाऊंगी.
game. This zone is pulling
रुको
right on
collect करने
top
दो
of
1k
my checkpoint.
1k लगाऊंगी.
6 becomes 8.
Vote. Yes, yes, they do,
Turns
they
on
do.
teams
अबे 20 और आ गए.
take out the dub here on
खत्म करो,
match
खत्म करो.
8. Crazy Thieves, as you mentioned, one of those. Alliance, not. Alliance somehow, once again, through their very long, years-long campaign of bullying other teams at
Palworld
North
stream
Pad,
after
managed
watch
to get
party.
the Trident North Pad
बस बीच में जब भी
double
खाना
drop
आएगा
spot
I'll watch
combo.
कोई
And
S8Ul
this
वीडियो जो
time,
भी तुम
the
लोग
zone,
बोलोगे.
Vicky.
But yeah,
They're
उसके
running
अलावा
Pathfinder.
Palworld आज मैं proper reaction stream
Hackers
नहीं
will
कर
be
रही हूँ.
the only one in the lobby on that
I mean, you could call it a comfort pick, but let's be real. Alliance aren't the kind
तरुण
of
सो
team
ओवरऑल
to fall
पॉइंट्स में
back
जो भी
on
टीम के
comfort
50
picks.
या
It's
50
just
प्लस
that
पॉइंट्स
they think
है
it's strong and they
उनको
know
अभी
that
बस
Hack
एक
is
मैच
the
जीतना है
strong
जो भी
opponent.
उन टीम्स में से जो भी पहले जीत जाएगा वो टूर्नामेंट जीत जाएगा ऐसा रूल है so 50 is smash point इसको smash point rule कहते हैं
And it didn't even pull towards devastated ghost either, right? Like they had just gotten caught in the middle of a rotate in the group
Yeah,
stages,
Kevin,
but
it's a glitch.
it's crazy to see how many teams already have gone ahead with this rotation. I mean, you talk about S8Ul being one of the teams to get to that match point club very early on, already taking an early fight. It looks like against Legacy and Crazy Thieves, wasting no time. They want to find themselves in the trenches away from the teams that could pinch them, especially teams that could call out where their position is, because if they stay in checkpoints, teams already know that that is their POI. That is what they drafted in the POI draft. So they do not want to get pinpointed by the other squads that want to greet them.
I think Alliance get lucky here. Obviously, with their composition, they need Pathfinder to hit blue shields and then pick the Ringmaster perk. Luckily for them, an Evo Harvester spawns near
लास्ट
Trident,
गेम बहुत कॉस्टिक
and
था
they
वो
should
लोग
have been able to pick that up,
उसका
and
वो
then with all the
पॉइजन वाला लगा के
PvE got
बैठे
around
थे
there, they are able to scan the ring at North Pad, I believe, and that's why they've taken the Trident and gone straight to one of the gazebos near Down Beast. This is a great position to hold. We saw Team Liquid win from here just the other day.
Uh-oh, but NIP, they've lost out on McLovin. Now down to a duo with Curve in the back. He's the real Sparrow out here, but can he make the Legless magic happen? Now stuck as a solo. It's SBI Egoist picking up Vayne next. I'm getting a little bit of deja
ये वाला
vu,
मैप
though.
दूसरा है
Gino,
ये भी
when I
मैंने
take a look
खेला
at a
है
zone
इसका
like
नाम
this,
नहीं याद
the fact that we're in
यार मुझे
game
कोई
8
भी
on
मैप के
storm
नेम्स
points,
नहीं याद
pulling towards the outskirts of
but
Down
this one is
Beast.
also good
We saw a year
this is
and a
nice
half
this
ago
is
or
a good
so,
map
a respawn come out.
जो गंदा मैप है ना
But we
सबसे
kept
वो
seeing
एक्चुअली
some
इसमें
more
है ही नहीं
apex when
अभी
we saw it go what to game 12 or so. Can it happen again maybe? As Oblivion.
हाँ कॉस्टिक
So
तो है
much
एंड में
support for
too
this team.
strong
Monsoon, he rolled out wearing the main outfit, but now he has
but
to
I
run
like
like he's in
this
the Matrix
meta bro
around these nades. Blinkster
highest picked
looks here.
legend
He
gets
gets
banned
the
the
knock,
next
and
match
it is
it's
UNL
crazy
who are trying to get these trades, but Oblivion specifically Blinkster. He gets a finishing blow, but they can't stay alive. Oblivion, they get sent back to the lobby now. E36, they're clearing their path to take out these teams.
And of course, 36. Number 3 in the lobby. There's a 6 in their score as well. Maybe everything's lining up for them right now, except that Unlimited Peace has just stolen their Trident. It's on fire. They said goodbye with the Sheila. But he's pretty happy to get out of there, frankly, because he's the only one left alive.
I'm not happy that he's on the ash. I guess GTA Legends is out and about. Remember what I mentioned about the Trident shenanigans going into Olympus? Of course, it continues.
Teams are fighting to win. Yup, exactly. इंटेंस भाई अगर तुमने लास्ट मैच का एंडिंग नहीं देखा है तुम पीछे करके वो देखना
We're going to see it from anyone. Yeah, maybe from Peace, maybe from Asia as well on Gen G. We're sitting in 18th place right now. A couple teams are really struggling to get going. 5 years, VP, Gen G among those. Interforce 36 have not had that problem. And despite losing that car, they have managed to get set
मोबाइल में था but
on down base.
Oh no.
क्या बोलते हैं
Oh,
उसको
they catch him. The drive-by. They
ओए,
take his shoes
नाइटी
and
भी
they send
गई
NIP back to the
ध्यान
lobby.
ही नहीं दिया
Another
अभी
team
गई
out.
हाँ मैं क्या बोल रही थी ऑप्टिमाइज नहीं था प्रॉपरली लाइक मैंने जब खेला था बहुत बेकार चलता था और उसमें बग्स होते रहते थे एंड मेरे को तो उतना पर्सनली फोन पे वैसे भी पसंद नहीं है तो मजा ही नहीं आ रहा था खेलने में ए ये कब हुआ मैंने ध्यान ही नहीं दिया
You gotta show them where you're from sometimes. As S8Ul, another team on the bricks. S8Ul with only Jesco alive. They call him out. It's the crypto drone hovering overhead, scaring him a bit. They feel the pressure. Legacy is pinging, giving them the information because it is CSM. who have moved up into the trenches.
Yeah, and as we mentioned,
क्रॉस कर लिया
likely to be controller cycling on the legend bans from now on. Obviously, Rampart has just been unbanned. That's why everyone's rocking her this game. So Crypto very likely
to be a
This is
fixture
not
for the
good,
rest
bro.
of
This
this
is not
series, Vicky.
good.
Trying to get away from drones,
No,
well,
this is not
it's probably not the
good.
place for you. Bangalore actually just behind, 13 picks for her, 14 picks for Rampart. So far, if Bang was going to get banned anywhere, it probably would have been on Storm Point.
Yeah, exactly, because so strong, right, with those smokes and these rotation opportunities as Falcons. They get involved in a fight versus Go Next, and this is important because Go Next are the next team.
I don't think we are going to
have
have
and How
another
wants to stop that opportunity from happening, but he's one shot backing away. Lovely cover fire from Guild to find Light. Gets that knock, playing off the side and the corner. See Go Next, they're pinging, but good luck on a reset. As Henchman at least gets the knock onto Hal, but they are bludgeoned as 17 spots are left, and Walty
एक और तो नहीं जाने देगी, ये फाल्कन ही निकाल देंगे देखना।
Every time he pokes around, Henchman should have
हाँ ना यार, लास्ट गेम कितना खुशी हुआ था कि चलो अब ये एक और चांस है, बट ये तो स्टार्टिंग में ही जीत होगा।
When your two members down, we'll take out Team Falcons.
Stopping a legacy from happening unlimited.
Oh my god.
Set themselves up
0
with
MS.
points. They've been trying to grieve these match point teams.
But बहुत सारी teams हैं।
They have a duty
4 team
to
बची है
give
ना?
us more Apex.
There we go. Ring pulls quite predictably towards
ये आदि ये imposter मिल गया
over
guys।
there, very important. As it closes in
Imposter।
more, you'll start to be able to use
Vote
the
out
little
करो, vote
rocks
out
on the
करो
high
आदि को,
ground
vote
in the
out
terrain.
करो।
Crazy Thieves set up in the building at the south side of North Pack.
यार but अभी
That
भी
will
4
be good
teams
for a
है
while
bro।
as well. We'll just have to see if the next one pulls in a little bit more or goes up towards them. Another thing I really want to note here, Vicky, is that most of the teams on match point are the zone teams. So they're
Grow
already
and
getting
enter
in.
एक
We're
side
not
से
getting the zone
नहीं
actually
उधर से
any more clustered than it might
मेरे को
otherwise
लग रहा है
be.
इनका
It's
fight होगा।
really the edge teams that are still just all fighting each other on the edge, kind of hoping that they might make it, make some KP and then make it in for a dub.
Exactly.
Grow, enter, crazy, TSM।
Why you have E36?
4 out, 4 more
only 4 match point teams left. TSM are holding the choke in the trenches behind the
राइट में जो पिंक कलर में दिख रहे हैं ना वो है एलिजिबल हॉट डॉग माफिया तो है ही नहीं, वो तो टॉप 10 में ही नहीं है अभी।
Between Legacy, Hot Dog Mafia, SBI, Shopify, VP. Meanwhile, E36, not sure if they have that ring console to get the information on that next zone pool. But a team who could wait for that action in the west side between E36 and Grow Gaming, another team at match point, is Alliance.
They've been set up for the longest time here. As we said, blues coming from the Evo cache that they had over at Trident, but purples are actually probably going to be quite hard for them to achieve here, Vicky. They will most likely need some squad wipes for that, as I doubt they have much ammo
out,
to be poking endlessly into Zone 4, Zone 5 with.
But that's the clutch of the Rampart, because you're behind the Rampart walls and you don't burn through that ammo. It's something that is worth sitting behind and playing patiently.
Unfortunately for Alliance, they went for Pathfinder.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, hockeys.
Oh, it would have been so good. Oh.
Great plan, but now you're taking away the opportunity from being able to have that extra loot. Meanwhile, Crazy Thieves, a team that has really woken up throughout the course of this tournament. Coming out of the last chance qualifier to put themselves on the board, looking from Northpad, the zone. It pulls on top of Fnatic, on the outskirts of the trench building that Alliance is holding on the south. And with more teams now having to rotate in, Gen.G taking their time with a roundabout rotation. They hear the fighting ahead of them. Supernova, they're trying to take this fight versus Shopify, a team with still only 20 points. They get shot from the side, they get that information, but SN still hold height. Supernova had a great performance, but Hardeki with the heat of the nade, hurtling it up into the sky to find that knock. And then now it's up to Elka to jump up on top of the roof. I was talking about 9 Impulse not finding anyone, but maybe shooting his ghost.
Yep, बहुत ज़्यादा टीम। तुम सोचो स्टार्टिंग में सिर्फ अपन थे यार, फाल्कन एंड S8Ul 2 टीम्स, और वो मतलब इतना अच्छा स्टार्ट किया है मैं सिर्फ चलो S8Ul के लिए बोलूंगी, बट फाल्कन S8Ul दोनों ने इतना क्रेजी स्टार्ट किया और अभी देखो एकदम ही आ रहे हैं और वो आउट हो जा रहे हैं। इतना स्ट्रॉन्ग स्टार्ट के साथ अभी देखो क्या पलट गया ये। इतनी सारी टीम्स आ गई अब तो ये मैच अगर विनर नहीं हुआ 2 और आ जाएंगे, है ना। थर्ड मैच का अभी तक वो हो रहा है। It could have been different, bro. बहुत टीम्स आ गई अब तो मैच पॉइंट में, अब कोई तो उनमें से जीत ही जाएगा। मेरे को तो लग तो रहा है ये मैच भी पॉसिबल है कि कोई खत्म कर दे, क्योंकि फाल्कन भी नहीं है ना अभी, ये लोग ज़्यादा ट्राई कर सकते हैं। बट इतना स्ट्रॉन्ग स्टार्ट के साथ सोचो कैसे पलटा है गेम। कुछ भी होता, कुछ भी हो जाता है कभी।
On Yulari, man, they have to back away. Nomad Maggie to help them out, and when you're rocking an Ashe, after the nerfs, it can be difficult having to hide behind your own teammate. Knockdown shield.
Arcstars, defensive bombardment even coming out from 5 Fears. Ordnance all around the map. And Grow Gaming,
we
were just talking about them being able to potentially take away a #1 spot. Whether they win or not this game, but it's going to be pretty tough if Noct is the only one left alive to try and achieve that.
And that's what happens when you rotate even slower. As Dropped gets finished off, Skittle Cakes in the distance after the action we saw in Checkpoint is able to also re-knock Yulari, man. But it is Fnatic. The scriptwriters are hard at work. They're the only team in that next zone.
Oh my god, 2 in a row for these guys? I mean, Checkpoint is about to pop off, by the way. We've got Go Next, Legacy, Unlimited, Hot Dog Mafia, all jam-packed into a tiny little space that's left in Checkpoint. Unlimited do actually get the respawn for Yulari, man, and CRT now from the north.
इतने से जगह होने वाला है भाई, फिर से chaos होने वाला है।
Could force a 3P if 5 Fears hears this. They're trying to take a different off angle. They do have to rotate into that next zone in the next 43 seconds. And Fnatic, they know this. They want to clear their backs, and now 2 of the members of Fnatic move up.
Oh my god, yes. Being so aggressive.
भाई Fnatic is on a mission or something.
Fnatic. I mean, hey, if they don't win
भाई Fnatic is on a mission MP वाली टीम्स को मारने का। कर दिया उन्होंने भाई। टीम्स को भेज दिया।
As they clear the east side of the zone.
Yeah, that's what Crazy Thieves were worried about. They kept checking to their left, worried that someone would pull up, but they weren't there yet. It's only now that Fnatic have moved out of position that Gen G will be a problem.
This is an isolated fight for now, though, because all these teams are too scared to move up through the trenches. The only team that can look at this is Alliance and Gen G. They push up onto a bludgeoned Fnatic. They're trying to reset. Colonel, he pops the bet for now as Hot Dog Mafia get eliminated in your feet, but this is such an important fight as Gen G, they wrap around Fnatic.
TSM and E36 are the only match point teams left alive. E36 in a great spot as Fnatic get punished for their hubris.
Cue the green light though. We're talking about Alliance on Storm Point. 5F still alive. UNL, who have greased so many match point teams, but there are still 2 who remain. E36, TSM.
Guys, तुम लोग को TSM का चांस लग रहा है क्या?
With a different representation, with amazing young talent, have moved up with no jump necessary throughout the course of this whole tournament. Have 55 points.
It doesn't pull to them. They see the zone in their mini-map right now. Plans have to be made very quickly as they start using the CQ towards 5 Fears. Unlimited on a tear.
And TSM trying to jump in on this. They have to be careful. They cannot overextend. They know that they can wrap behind them. They're looking to their backs in case E36 push this. Because this is a 3-4 pileup. Legacy, Unlimited, Gen G showing face, and TSM wants to clear the south.
हो रहा है guys, winner आ रहा है. ये
last winner आ रहा है. In this as a match point team? Certainly not with E36 coming up on the back. Fair.
दोनों टीम बची हुई है भाई।
This is just too much for them, and they decide to play it safe.
ग्रो का तो वो एक अभी भी सर्वाइव कर रहे हैं।
History in the making with this young player Panic. He tries to get the beam, and Dexter doesn't look to the side. The
No end में TSM
blocked,
versus
and with some help
E3
from two,
हुआ
being
तो
on the crypto, no! Panic, he gets taken out, and Zicky, but
लो
Duke
भाई
is right
Zengi
there.
घुस गए
Gets down as he tries to get the reset. It's a trade. Zicky still up on the high ground, though. They're forced to play off the knockdown shield, and the
ये
three-piece.
क्या वो लोग
Now they make their move.
उड़ते हुए आए हैं बे
Everybody's low.
उबे सही टाइम पे थर्ड पार्टी कर दिया एंटर फोर्स ने
Are done for, and Gen G are on the run.
गई भाई ये जीत रहे हैं सही टाइम पे थर्ड पार्टी कर दिए ये लोग भाई उन्होंने एकदम टाइमिंग का वेट किया है लेजिट बे
Virtus Pro have the Gibraltar. There's the defensive bombardment. I was waiting for it, and Effect is trying to fly away from it, but it hasn't come too early.
I saw Hockeys on the drone.
आउट ऑफ नोवेयर नहीं वो लोग बैठे थे वो वेट ही कर रहे थे कि इनका फाइट होगा थर्ड पार्टी तो भाई बैटल रॉयल में तो बेस्ट चीज है भाई थर्ड या फोर्थ पार्टी भी हो जाता है
Should lose if there is a way for Enterforce 36
यार
to
एंटरफोर्स
force them
के पास
into each
कवर
other.
है
They can be champions right
बट
here.
जोन कितना है लोग को एड में तो भागना ही पड़ेगा यहाँ पे कब तक
that
बैठेंगे
this is E36. Neither of these teams want to extend on each other, and the only reason why I say that is because who else would run the Pathy? VP are running the Gibby. It's so important because you could still have a possible EMP in a final zone like this.
As we said, 8 match point teams, so that is a lot to keep track of. Will they be able to know who is left? The first knock is on to Justna.
Alliance said, do not forget about me. They have Pride Rock. They gotta back away. They see E36, but they do not want to push in.
Only just getting purple armor now. We talked about how hard it would be for Alliance playing that spot all game long and having to be chill and wait for their moment. This looks like it.
I think वो एकदम fight हो रहा होगा ना तब भागेंगे
revive by now.
तो भी बट होल्ड ऑफ हो जानी चाहिए
Pathfinder
पता
Alliance
नहीं
aside, VP looking at them from the rock. They notice E36, who will be forced to move in right now. Round 6 closing behind their backs. Will we get more Apex?
E36, one defensive character. VP have 2. Alliance don't really have any.
And now with E36,
यही क्या था सेम
it's to get information. It's to stall. They've left.
अच्छा ये वल्कायरी का वो यूज किए थे लास्ट गेम भी एकदम यही किया था इन्होंने एंड से के
As E36, they drop on their heads, but Effect, he gets the knock.
Alliance decide to pick a shield. It doesn't work out well for them. Just net down.
Nice, we have one more game. We have another game.
And they get the dub.
It's not over until it's over. हाँ भाई तुषार भाई मेरी भविष्यवाणी कहती है कि अभी हमें विजेता मिलेगा
That even when you got 8 teams on match point, there's still a ton that can take it out.
भाई बट और टीम आ गई होगी ना वर्चुअस प्रो तो काफी पीछे थी वो नहीं आए मैच पॉइंट पे बट बाकी कोई तो आ गई होगी
That was a match point team. They knew based off that comp alone. A match point team isn't going to get isolated and called out by playing Pathfinder and Gibby.
Fourth match में result आएगा.
All they had to do was stop fighting each other. They waited for E36 to land.
Fourth तो कब का हो गया ये 7th था.
It's better to keep this series going.
नहीं एक सेकंड ये 7th था.
Yeah, I think you're right. Who would be that insane to play Pathfinder when you're on match point?
ये तो 8th
Sure, they could have predicted that from the early pool. The fact that
कितने
Alliance
matches हो
was
गए
dropping
हैं.
there, they
अब
were
तो
in
मैं
the
count
area
भी
and
भूल
Hax is
गई.
one of the only players in this lobby who would pick up a
भाई 8 मैचेस हो गए हैं भाई ये लोग कैसे खेल रहे हैं
that was flying, thriving and succeeding when Gibraltar was meta.
अच्छा आफ्टर मैच पॉइंट वाला
use him to its fullest extent
आफ्टर मैच पॉइंट वाला तो 4th तो हो गया
end of a match point finals. Depth is important.
अच्छा आफ्टर 4 बोला था
the more legends that get banned out, the more you need that depth. And look, maybe we'll just keep getting the controllers banned.
भाई
But either
साहब
way,
8 games हो गए
The
हैं.
crowd's also really happy because I
8
think
games भाई.
being able to welcome another team to the match point club is unlimited. They were fragging out, trying to grief all the edge teams, trying to predict where these match point teams wanted to position themselves if they wanted to take their time on these rotates.
And if I'm not wrong, that's the first Japanese team we've got who now is on match point and has the chance to take it out into Force 36, or obviously also from APAC North.
भाई बट देख रहे हो ना कितना
intense
और chaotic होता है इसका
teams. And of course, Supernova for some reason.
End zone fight तो भाई देखने में जो मजा आता है ना
in our match point finals so far. That said, 37.
हाँ हम सोच रहे थे 4 में खत्म ब्रो फाल्कन ने जैसे स्टार्ट किया था ना अब तुम खुद सोचो किसी को भी लगेगा फाल्कन और एसिडल का क्रेजी स्टार्ट था भाई क्या मतलब अभी उसके बाद तो फाल्कन तो ठीक है बट अपनी टीम के साथ क्या हो रहा है दोनों इतना अच्छा स्टार्ट किया और अभी बस एलिमिनेट हो रहे हैं
that was storm point to see the teams that were trying to hold back like TSM. You talked about it. It just looked chaotic. Do you really want to take some of these fights? Sometimes you have no choice but to clear that zone. Unfortunately,
थोड़ा देखोगे तो समझ आने लग जाएगा. It's basically battle royale. तो तुम मान लो BGMI वगैरह देखा है तो वैसा ही फॉर्मेट है. Just जो सब उसमें लाइक नॉर्मल कैरेक्टर्स होते हैं कोई स्किल्स नहीं होता इसमें सारे अलग अलग लेजेंड्स हैं जिनके हर एक के अलग एबिलिटीज है तो वो लोग एबिलिटीज यूज करते हैं.
And it's great too because terms of timing. Genji was like always there.
Abilities है, guns है, grenades है, सब है इसमें.
To fight the teams that were looking to reset. You could get the Evo Shield swaps, but they're out in the open.
मैंने देख के मुझे तो लग रहा था 4
या 5th में खत्म है. Other teams are looking at them. Even Alliance trying to hold the split position without giving up that southwestern side of that zone.
And look, speaking of Genji, they actually picked up 12 kills there, Vicky. That's not too shabby whatsoever. Unfortunately, the prediction of well, I wasn't predicting, but you know, bringing up the fact of they're so good at converting top fives didn't come true, but obviously they were just farming kills on the way into that position. It wasn't necessarily on the cards for them that game, and therefore we've got plenty of teams still who can win more matches.
मस्त अगर जोन दूर चला गया उड़ो हवा में पहुंच जाओ जोन में easy.
You see Oblivion's face right there. It was like
और Bloodhound का अल्ट तो ऐसा लगता था मैं रेना हूँ.
Gotta wake up here. As we keep going into game 9, we will go back to Storm Point though, and that is important to note with the teams that found that success. We're able to go for those early rotates. We're probably going to see those different compositions line up. Maybe teams rocking unorthodox compositions to kind of let the other teams that aren't at match point know that, hey, obviously we're here. We aren't one of the teams that you want to grief. Maybe we'll help you grief them instead, kind of like a silent commodity.
हाँ वो तो फिर डिटेल हो गया ना मन ज़्यादा ही कि shields बैटरी से चार्ज होंगे and as you keep killing तुम्हारे shields upgrade भी होते हैं तो थोड़ा ज़्यादा डेप्थ में हो गया.
Comes into it. How much resilience do you have? Kind of hoping Genji has a little bit. Obviously they had a
Bloodhound वही ना जो footsteps वगैरह देख सकते हैं हाँ.
Finally.
लाइक वो उसका पैसिव स्किल होता है कि वो किधर भी ग्राउंड पे जाए उसको स्कैन करेगा तो फुटप्रिंट्स दिखा देता है टाइमर दिखा देता है कि कितनी देर पहले के बट उसका अल्ट वही होता है कि वो फास्ट मूव करता है एंड अल्ट में तुम फास्ट स्कैन कर सकते हो कुछ सेकंड्स में जब तक अल्ट है अल्ट का ड्यूरेशन है.
Looking at this final zone, I'm just
पहले काफी यूज होता था
Bloodhound. Crazy seeing VP with the opportunity, kind of like a handshake, a nod off to Alliance to wrap up on the other side of E36. A nice little flyby of where VP is currently situated.
And finally, some smiles. I mean, imagine going 7 games. MT's used to doing a lot better than that. And having to wait this long to really
मैंने ज़्यादा 4 ही खेले Bloodhound खेला है Lifeline Melkairi and उसका नाम मैं हमेशा भूल जाती हूँ जिसका अल्ट Phoenix अल्ट जैसा होता है.
Lou being on the Gibby, right? Like we've seen that so many times. Now they feel a lot more elevated. They can carry that momentum into match number 9. We got some more Apex, more action. And I wouldn't have it any other way, guys. This match point finals, it's heating up. I may have to clip onto Tencent. We'll have to see on the other side of this break.
Bamboozled वाला. नहीं. Not Wraith. वो उसके डरावना सा दिखता था जो. मैं उसका नाम ही भूल जाती हूँ. Revenant. हाँ ये सीर आ गया था ना बाद में, फिर ब्लड हाउंड कम यूज होने लग गया था, अब तो शायद और आ गया वांटेज मोबा में रैंक बहुत बेकार से सारे यार, मोबा का तो कुछ नहीं पता मुझे, एम क्लूलेस। खैर बट खराब टीममेट्स का सोल्यूशन कोई भी गेम में नहीं है। द ओनली सोल्यूशन इज कि दोस्त बनाओ, दोस्तों के साथ खेलो। अब वो सोल्यूशन कुछ लोग के लिए बहुत टफ है, जैसे कि मैं। तो इस मैच में विनर नहीं आया था, I'll be hitting 10 memberships. Oh my god.
Welcome back to Sapporo, everyone. Welcome back to the main stage. And boy, oh boy, this city has been a beautiful place for us to be in over the last few days. And boy, oh boy, that main stage could not be more electric as well. My question to you, Dan, I stepped away from you.
I think that Fnatic were able to stop Falcons from winning the entire thing. Then we saw E36 unable to win the entire thing, and somehow, some way, we find ourselves in match 9, resetting the maps once more. We go back to Storm Point as it snakes back again through, and it also means we reset the control legends again for a third time, and that means we will lose a Rampart and maybe get a little bit of Watson back on our screens.
Absolutely ridiculous couple of games. Shout out to Vicky and Gino for taking us through those games as well. Phenomenal job from both of those wonderful people, and as we finish those games, you have to wonder what is the next turn and twist in this incredible story that we are seeing here on Championship Sunday during our match point finals. It feels like just as you have a grasp of what is about to happen in front of you, boom, there's a change, a right angle, you turn around a hairpin, and all of a sudden, there's something new that you couldn't have even scripted.
We now have 9. I make it 9 match point teams going into match 9 onto Storm Point. And here's an interesting fact. Only 2 of those 9 teams have won a match on Storm Point this entire tournament.
I think it was last year.
Falcons, that is Enter Force 36. That is our number 1.
Because I was streaming every single day, almost every single day.
Well, shout out to everybody watching, not just here in Sapporo,
either last year or it can be.
I know you ain't going to bed very soon. This is just electric. The action that we're seeing here on our main stage. And if you have the opportunity to open up a device and of course tweet the stream, we would love to see you do that. Share that with your friends and make sure we get some eyeballs in here, because let me tell you, we are making history. And speaking of which, 2 match point teams are going to be very happy of where this zone is going.
Do you believe in plot armor? Do you believe in the script? We might just be heading down towards Team Falcons. Oh, actually,
UNL क्या नाम था
we
इनका?
are going to be heading down towards Team Falcons. TSM already moving down as well. Remember, they are also on match point. Can anyone keep this going? I mean, there's still 11 teams that can change and maybe stop this going that way. And there are some brilliant teams there as well. Think about it. You've got Shopify Rebellion. You still have Go Next. You still have Alliance. Virtus Pro, who we already just saw. Fnatic there previously. Fnatic, who have already found a win previously. There is no guarantee this is going to be done here in Nottingham.
Yeah, this is going to be another incredible game. And just looking at where the zone is going, we had that discussion before. You know, during match point, it feels like you get one chance to win it. I thought that
you know, because PUBG, the thing is कि
Fnatic clutch
मुझे वैसे भी टीम ज्वाइन करने के बाद खेलने इतना मिलता नहीं था, स्कैम जो कर दिया था। मैं तो बैठी रहती थी, वेट करती थी कि हाँ अब मुझे खेलने मिलेगा, अब मुझे खेलने मिलेगा, खेलने ही नहीं मिलता था।
And the plays that we've seen from this young man have been way beyond his years so far. He's fearless, which sometimes you get with that younger player, but he's also been very calculated
with some of those plays he's been making on Wraith.
वालों में बात ये एजेंट बैन किस उसमें होगा इसमें तो मोस्ट पिक्ड हो रहा है बिकॉज बहुत सारे टीम्स है उधर 2 टीम्स ही होती है अब सोचो 2 टीम में दोनों टीम में ओमन हो गया सोवा हो गया तो फिर क्या बैन
People want to beat the traffic there so they can start to cozy up, find somewhere to call home before it starts to get a little bit downright dirty later in this game.
Yes,
36 to the skies.
They were so close to winning that game as well.
So close. So close. It's crazy to watch it when you know where teams are, but you got to remember all those 3 teams are blind to who is in those final 3. So for E36, they're just trying to make something happen, just cause some sort of carnage and confusion to call themselves champions. But they're second in the overalls right now, 71 points, but second will feel like almost dead last if they can't close out here on match point.
And the second most winningest team on Storm Point, only beaten by Falcons. 3 wins this tournament on Storm Point for Falcons, 2 for E36. They're definitely the favorites. Now, go next. They've already got 1 knock here.
एक सेकंड रंपार्ट फिर से कैसे आ गया वो तो पहले ही बैन हो गया था ना रिपीट थोड़ी होता है इसमें
49 points for them. They still need 1 point to get onto match point. They'll be hoping they can play disruptors in this lobby and send us to
हमें क्या गलत पता था guys? We are seeing Watson also. I thought एक बार जो बैन हुआ वो बैंड ही रहता है. कि मतलब कि जो बैन हुआ है वो सिर्फ इस गेम के लिए होता है. नेक्स्ट गेम फिर से आ जाता है.
We're just going to be controller legend banning until we find a winner here in Sapporo.
S8Ul have been on match point for quite some time now. They're trying to get over to the cannon, which is going to be overlooking Echo HQ.
I guess reset हुआ है.
As ninjas in pajamas.
पता नहीं यार.
Might be ninjas in the death boxes pretty soon as they do manage to thread the needle just about. Kurev though.
Watson भी दिखा, रंपार्ट भी दिख रही है.
Slither away from being taken down out of the skies. The interception pylon being down from the Watson though is going to make those grenades flying their way ineffective, is going to gobble those things up.
And that's the biggest difference from the previous, where you had ramparts, but now you've got the pylon. That pylon going down protects you so much more than a rampart will ever really could, especially in areas like this where you have natural cover.
And especially, you don't have to play behind it and let Panic run in and get an easy kidnap. It's a little bit more difficult for Panic when you've got a bit more freedom to move about. But Panic is continuing to do that. He will continue to be a nuisance on the Wraith. Try and kidnap, try and get kills, try and steal your loot. To further TSM's cause here to become champions. Unlimit on your screens right now. They hit match point in the previous game. But they've got a long way to go here from Mill. They've got Alliance behind them as well. This is going to be a tough hold for them. Should Alliance try and move up on them?
This is what Unlimit like to do. They like to play as they go. They like to push teams and be aggressive. They don't like to play zone and hunker down. And you can see now, with the Wrecking Ball coming out, Alliance are going to be their first targets here.
Hilary Man once again with the double tap on that alternator. He is a problem. Zone starting to close. Unlimited and Stuvie just essentially playing bouncers, gatekeepers to anyone who's trying to move in. Alliance are just going to eat up the damage that the zone is going to cause them. They're not too bothered about making this happen quickly, this rotation. They just want to survive for now. By the way, behind them is Virtus Pro. I'm talking about Alliance. As the drone goes up, luckily they spot them out. So Effect and Co in a little bit of a sticky situation here. They do have the Pathfinder on Effect as well. They have the zipline available to get a little bit closer to zone, but not the most comfortable of areas to be in. The Trident will certainly help though.
And at this point, when there's 9 teams on match point, Alliance know they pretty much have to win the game to keep this thing going. You can't rely on someone else to do it. Now let's check out where that zone's going to be heading. Oh my goodness gracious!
You cannot write it! Oh my word!
Fnatic have just hit the lottery.
Oh my god, you thought everybody in this room, and if you were that one person who said this is a pylon zone, I'd call you a liar. That is absolutely insane. The entire lobby was banking on that going to Echo HQ. But one who's going to hurt most, TSM. They rotated from pylon, they dropped over to Echo HQ. And we have just seen the most mischievous ring pull that we've probably seen in Apex history.
I have yet to do a swear on an Apex broadcast, but I was very close there.
सबके सब बाहर है, but
Look at the amount of teams are going to have to move now at the same time. And do you know what the funniest thing is? None of them know yet.
Easily, I think.
None of them know.
Oh, we need
None of them will have that information.
I feel like ये मैच भी फिर नहीं आ रहा मेरे को तो लग रहा है आ रहा है
we see that bounce back
खैर मुझे
of
कब
the
से ही
teams
लग
that
रहा
are in Echo HQ. That is absolutely incredible to see that zone pull.
Now the winners, of course, are those who are already in Pylon, but also those who hit Ring Console late. One of those being Crazy Thieves now, who are going to be moving in a little bit later than others. S8Ul also have found somewhere to call home as well. Remember, both of those are on match point.
Well, one thing that Crazy Thieves do have is Ring Console information. They know where this zone is going. So they've gone to Pylon. However, they've lost Verhulst out of the skies. And Albrelele, with that bow check from height, is causing them a problem. Now, do they have a Moby?
आपको लग रहा है मतलब नहीं आ रहा excuse me
But Hot Dog Mafia, well, they don't give a shit. They're pushing straight in here. They want to take
ओ
him out
भाई
immediately.
They have an agenda.
दो फाइट्स चल
And
रही
the
है एक
agenda
साथ
is eliminating Crazy Thieves from that building, at least, if not the lobby.
अबे हाँ
You
तो
can see the beacon
तीन
did go
टीम्स
down from
आपस में
Crazy
लड़ रही
Thieves,
है
but they were unable to hit it. So now Phony is
फोन
about
से सब
trying
आ
to
रहे हैं
survive
ना
here,
यही
see if you
होगा
can get
सब
back
जगह
up.
लड़ाई
One of the
लड़ाई
benefits
लड़ाई
is it's not too contested here at Pylon, because we still have about 12 teams down in the south.
Well, that's the crazy thing. I think that Hot Dog Mafia probably don't know zones coming back to them.
No, not yet.
They see CRT landing on them, and they're like, okay, we can push this now. Like, nobody's going to be here to third party. Alas, other teams are arriving. Crazy Thieves are out. And the story continues. Another match point team has fallen.
One thing very interesting, Enter Force 36. I don't know if they smelt something in the air or they saw teams in the air, but they very quickly diverted their way from the south side and moved back up to Pylon. Now, when this next zone closes, everyone is going to learn that this is the case. Falcons down to 2. Hal is down at the moment.
TSM Panic with the kidnap. We are hearing off camera that Panic kidnapped Imperial Hal and has put Falcons down to 2.
ये पॉइंट पे तो क्राफ्ट नहीं होता ना
banner, and they do
इतना एंड में जाके बैनर
in the composition. Now, is that because of the fact that they feel that their composition may have been readable, or is it a Gibraltar pick based upon gameplay and comfort? Falcons are in a hole, and another one of our match point teams has questions now to answer.
So there are still now 7 teams down in that Echo HQ area who are all about to learn that they have predicted wrong with the circle. Everyone else has now found their way up towards Pylon, whether it was a late rotation or just seeing all the teams flooding in that direction. But this is one of those impossible rotations to find yourselves in. The one good thing for Falcons, bar the fact they are just a duo, is they are the furthest ahead on that western side to start moving up towards Pylon.
Oh, talking about Pylon zones, usually pulls away from the majority of the massive structure in the middle of it and towards, I was about to say, where Gen G find themselves. Now, Gen G, they ain't on match point. And sometimes they've been guilty of throwing games away by taking fights they don't need to take. Now, the fact that they have zone coming their way, they have their backs cleared as well. Gen G don't really have to do much here to be in a great position for this end game. So Gen G are a team certainly to keep an eye on those closing moments of this game.
All the teams that had Valkyrie, by the way, straight out
S8Ul के लिए ये तो मुश्किल होने वाला
everyone
है
does have Valkyrie. NIP without any way
बहुत
to go
टीम्स
into
आजू बाजू
defense,
हैं
but they
अंदर
do
जोन
have
में
an
भी
RE45.
And remember, the Go Next only needed a couple of points to hit
Go
match
next,
point.
bro,
Go Next
go
will
next.
be eliminated and do
Go
not make it. 49 points still.
प्लैंक होने वाले वैसा ही लग रहा है उनके आसपास 3 टीम्स है वे हर कोने पे बीच में है वो तीनों के
So the remnants of all the teams at Echo HQ now, it's just TSM, Falcons and NIP. And TSM are starting to approach what is left of Team Falcons here as well. And the bow check in the backside might just be enough to send Falcons running with their tails between their legs.
And let me tell you, Hal had some words to say about Panic, some positive, some negative. Averts Pro will be eliminated, but at the moment, if you're a Falcons fan, you will hate the sight of this man. He is doing so many of the things that are hurting Falcons' chances in this game. If it's kidnaps, if it's kills, or if it's just pressure. Panic is applying it all, and TSM fans will love it.
And of course, in Apex, we don't have like an NFL draft, but we do have roster swaps. And for me, Panic Apex might just be one of those #1 players that people will have their eyes on when it comes to team changes. But maybe TSM can win this whole thing, and then they won't need to make any
Falcon
changes.
के दो
He does
गए.
not have a respawn beacon here. He also does not have the banners. And I think for him, he's hoping beyond hope.
It's also a Gibraltar
that he doesn't get
इस
spotted.
बार MP वाली ज़्यादा टीम
Drone
दिख तो
all
रही
because
है
he's got
ऐसे.
a slightly thicker body than most. I'm
Unlimited
talking
भी है
about
भाई
Gibraltar
अब
in
तो.
game. Also, the muscular man.
Bro, imagine जो starting
But he's
में
got to find a way and maybe hope for a
एकदम
craft
dominate कर रहे थे teams उनकी जगह जो end में MP पे आए ना वो जीत जाए. Just imagine.
This is a fight that's been going on for quite some time. And Waltzy is going to be
बस
forced
unlimited
to
imagine
bubble
किया
here.
था मैंने
Have been
मर्जी.
eliminated.
Crazy.
Another match point team. TSM eliminated.
हो
Another
गया
match
imagine
point
मेरा.
team is out.
Sadly.
Surely not. Surely not.
All those teams that were down at Echo HQ, it was so difficult for them to get out of it. Only those who had Valkyrie really survived. Remember, Falcons still do have one.
I mean, one thing to point out here, Gen G, we were talking about them being in a great spot with a walk-in, where the zone is pulling slightly away, but it's Shopify Rebellion who have swept behind them and are now challenging Gen G on those buildings. It's the opposite side of Pylon that we're looking on right now, as S8Ul will have to move and hold out Alliance as well on this fence line.
That being said, zone does shift a little bit further west yet again, and the only team who's within it right now is Oblivion. The LCQ winners. The team that wasn't meant to be here until they put their destiny in their own hands by dominating that competition. Could they somehow, maybe, find a victory here? Still so much to do. Hot Dog Mafia and Legacy also in a similar area on that northern side.
बारिश कर
The
दी.
job right now is to hold out Alliance by taking out one of the best fraggers.
Reverse बारिश भी हो
All of the
गई.
right steps to do so. Effects finished off by Legacy as well. Shopify Rebellion have been eliminated, by the way. And Gen G have survived.
Sandwich यार फिर से.
Oblivion plus Gen G. Oblivion have got
Tough
an angle.
होगा bro
Walks it
इनके
down.
लिए.
Falcons
Falcons हो गई.
eliminated. Another match point team falls, which leaves us to just 5 still alive.
Alliance got the respawn onto effect. So he'll be back in the game in a few seconds' time, but it's Fnatic again breaking Falcons' hearts. Kraber in the hands of Libel Ace. Has a little peek through the window and says, I dare you. In fact, I think he said, actually, I double dare you.
So that leaves us with Enterforce 36, Grow Gaming, Oblivion, S8Ul, and NIP with the chance to win it here.
S8Ul taking to the skies, by the way, to try and find a way towards this zone. It looks like they're going to have to swing round and circle to find somewhere to land. It's not looking like a comfortable landing for them, but they found somewhere.
Find a gap. They thread the needle.
सीधा अंदर.
Where now?
भाई बहुत crazy होने वाला है एंड बहुत crazy होने वाला है ये chaos मचने वाला है अभी.
And you have to take it one step at a time.
The important thing is they've got control of that door. They've got the fences down. Anyone who steps on that door or tries to open it is going to be stunned by the effect of the Watson fence across the door. So now that they know that door is theirs and nobody's going to push through it without
तब देखो
really
Watson के fence लगा के बैठ जाते हैं.
protected as well. And Alliance somehow have got to the north side of this zone, up as a 3.
Really good position from Alliance. They are a little bit vulnerable, but they will be the only team up there. But Oblivion, you saw the pyramid building they had. Bless me, I sneeze. Oblivion have one of the most powerful positions at the moment, and it's fortified. Watson fences, pylon down as well. They can hold this for quite some time. And it is one of the very few areas that has solid cover. Everything else leaves you a little bit vulnerable. Other than that, maybe Hot Dog Mafia can hold on to the tip of the building.
One interesting thing to highlight for Oblivion, by the way, is how they're actually being helped out in a strange way by what happened to Crazy Thieves a little bit earlier. The reason I say that, that's the building that Crazy Thieves landed in. They got a respawn beacon down, a mobile respawn beacon down on one of those doors. Now, the doors have been blown off as to where that zone is going to be pulling, but having that respawn beacon down, it's just given them more cover. It's essentially an indestructible door for them to play behind.
Well, in 15 seconds, this zone is about to close. And there are about 8 teams outside of this circle as NIP. Another one of our match point teams eliminated by Supernova. Can they be the squad that keeps this thing going into match 10? This is about to be insane.
This is crazy. This is incredible to watch. Grow Gaming and Dropped, who's always been so
ये भी
close
सीधा अंदर जाने
to
वाले
calling
क्या?
himself a land champion Apex Legends so many times that he's been on the precipice. Match point, second place is in that big moment, hasn't got it done.
S8Ul भी उनके पीछे
is that day. S8Ul back to the skies as well.
This is where Alliance will have to hold. This is where Gen G will have to hold. Because teams are going to try and take this spot off of them.
And it's the Gibraltar who falls of all of the legends in the competition. You
Grow
didn't
गई.
want the Gibby down, no bubble, no luck, and Grow will fall.
Maybe E36 could be the next. S8Ul eliminated. It is just Enter Force 36 and Oblivion still alive. And E36 are just a solo. But remember, Oblivion still a full, healthy 3 inside that pyramid building. But Alliance dominate
the zone. Rotate करती. दो टीम rotate की, दोनों गई. Fnatic भी गई. Fnatic ने शायद अभी मैच पॉइंट. Enter Force गई. एक ही बची है. Oblivion अकेली बची है.
The underdogs, the unexpected, the LCQ champions.
मेरा prediction सच हो रहा है क्या? हाँ, मेरा prediction सच हो रहा है. मेरा prediction सच हो रहा है. Oblivion is winning this. Oblivion is winning this, guys. End में आके कोई जीतने वाला है. जिसका कोई chance ही नहीं था. एकदम से आके जीतने वाला है.
And it's a mere violence that could help Oblivion survive here.
Is that a lifeline for Oblivion? Legacy now eliminated. Hot Dog Mafia will own the south side. Alliance on the north, but remember, they're just a 2 right now. Supernova could be a real threat to this, but look at this position from Oblivion.
The Bang set the zone.
They fortified it as well. Technically, they have to go further than Supernova, though. But Supernova are going to be vulnerable to the Hot Dog Mafia push, and look!
They can get pinched. They can happily get pinched here. Oblivion, in my opinion, game-winning position, tournament-winning position.
Yep.
The trials and tribulations.
Position भी अच्छा है, traps भी है, सब है, bro.
Could he be
They have everything.
a champion alongside what has been a
Nah.
They're making the play.
भाई इनका game है,
They are making
खत्म.
the play to win a tournament. Sometimes you've got to be brave. Sometimes you've got to take that risk.
खत्म.
Oblivion into the top 3.
खत्म हो गया, खत्म.
And Supernova might just jump onto Oblivion. Oblivion have to be careful. They need to use this wall to their best ability. Fence up. Watson play a key.
Hot Dog Mafia looking to wrap. Supernova are kind of the key to this.
वो लोग भी आपस में लड़ रहे हैं.
Oblivion pinch them. Monsoon has to put the battery. Manages to do so to get healthy.
Oblivion का गेम है गाइस, ये तो पूरा Oblivion का गेम है. चांस ही नहीं है.
This young man from Canada, alongside 2 of the most experienced players in the Apex Legends Global Series, has the chance to win it, but they have to jump over this wall, and they have to deal with this quickly.
GG.
Oblivion versus Hot Dog Mafia.
GG.
From homeless to pro player to champion.
हो गया, GG. भाई एंड में आके जीती है ब्रो, आउट ऑफ नोवेयर. डैम ब्रो, इतना एंड में मैच पॉइंट पे आके दे विन दिस ब्रो, लाइक क्रेजी. कैसे भी मैंने बोला ना ये होने वाला है शायद कि एंड वाली टीम आके जीत जाएगी. क्रेजी था भाई, क्रेजी.
If you do not know the story of that man, Monsoon.
एंडी यार कितना अच्छा स्टार्ट था ना, बट अपनी टीम का मस्त खेल रहे थे. मस्त खेल रहे थे यार, ऑनेस्टली.
He couldn't have dreamed of at one point. From homeless to a Kraber shot that hurt Shroud so much that it made Monsoon a name. To FlyQuest, to pro player, to main stage, to international major champion.
स्टार्ट बहुत अच्छा था यार.
been doing it for the whole time as well.
कोई ना यार.
New blood in Blinksa. Oblivion are the ALGS Championship champions.
A moment that they will remember for the rest of their lives. They will tell their kids, their grandkids, as they cement themselves in history as champions.
यार I mean ठीक है Falcons के लिए भी बुरा लग रहा है यार.
Across the faces of all the other competitors.
They were भाई Falcons का वो गेम सोचो bro 1 HP bro 1 HP वो fight.
There will still be more opportunities.
ये लोग तो literally सबसे closest थे win के. Falcons से close तो कोई गया ही नहीं था. सबसे close थे सबसे close. भाई S8Ul के starting games इतने अच्छे थे ना एंड वाले सारे उतने ही गड़बड़ गए.
Seize the moment is the most perfect way to put it. Think of the push
Yeah,
onto
almost,
the
bro, almost.
The death blow onto Supernova. Every opportunity presented, they did not hesitate, they did not flinch, they did not back down.
The main outfit's back on.
And you're about to see a man lift a trophy in a maid outfit. It's classic Monsoon, but the story is Monsoon, understandably, a lot of love for him, but Blinksa and Fun, my God, what a journey it's been. Sapporo is the home of the underdog.
Position क्या रहा देखना पड़ेगा वो तो.
Oblivion previously had only won one match.
I love seeing Falcon guys को
It
देखो
wasn't even
भाई.
on Storm Point. Let's take a look back at that winning moment. Supernova were in such a difficult position at this point, but what was more impressive, Oblivion knew they had to wipe them and be healthy. Watch for this shield swap that you witness here as well.
यार एंड में बट जोन इनको फुल फेवर किया. यही तो चाहिए होता है जीतने के लिए बैटल रॉयल.
This is where you earn your paycheck. If you were on a team,
जोन तो इनकी
they
साइड
were
दिया
trying to
था.
look for a sponsor. They wanted a team to be playing for.
मेड आउटफिट कॉस्टली है. अच्छा यही तो था. अबे हाँ ये मॉनसून ही तो पहन के आया था शायद. मॉनसून था कि ये था भूल गई मैं.
And you said you wouldn't swear on broadcast, but Blinks has done it for us. It sums it up. World fucking champions. I mean, unbelievable. He can't believe it. I think most people here can't believe it, but I think everybody here
कोई बात
can
नहीं
respect the journey that those three have been on. Absolutely
It was a
incredible
good
to
try.
see
Winning in a
Oblivion
maid outfit is
as
crazy.
your
हाँ भाई.
ALGS Championship champions. Dan, it's been a hell of a ride. A hell of a ride once again in Sapporo. And like I said, it's one of the greatest spectacles in esports.
Membership आई भी नहीं है इसका हाई चालू हो गया.
Never, ever misses.
I mean, memories for them, memories for us, memories for every single person in this audience, whether you're watching at home or whether you're in this arena as well. When Fnatic took down Falcons in that game, the noise in this arena, but then to see what it means to all three of those players to lift that trophy. Well, we haven't seen them lift a trophy yet, but unbelievable scenes, and I couldn't be happier for nicer human beings. I mean, everyone on that stage is an incredible human being, but just look at the disbelief on Monsoon's face.
I mean,
it's a dream come true.
He could have been the laughing stock of the tournament. The tab out. He tabs out in a 1v1. And it's like, who does that?
And
Monsoon
comes out
does
in
it.
a maid outfit.
Then he comes out in a maid outfit, wins a 1v1, then gets them onto match point, and then fires the final bullets to win them a championship. It is an incredible story, and the main stage behind us, every team, every player is filled with these incredible stories. And if you're watching Apex for the first time, firstly, where have you been? Secondly, welcome along. This is what you can expect. And with the announcement of everything next year, we hope that you will join us on the journey as Apex Legends Esports continues to grow, continues to get bigger, and continues to capture the minds and the hearts of everybody around the globe.
And this is just it. Everyone will be chasing that feeling that Oblivion just felt. To be a world champion, to be on top of the world. You may have had that moment at a mid-season playoffs or an initial LAN, but to do it at a world championship here in Sapporo.
Well, Dan, brother, been an absolute pleasure to be on the call with you once again. Shout out to Vicky, Genome, Tiff, and of course Dia on the commentary booth. Everyone on the desk, we'll hear from them in a little bit, but I don't know about you. How do you feel about crowning the champion?
Yeah, sounds pretty good, doesn't it?
Let's do it. Ryan is on our main stage. It's time for Oblivion to have their moment.
ट्रॉफी लिफ्टिंग देखनी है कि क्या पालवर्ड चले क्या बोलते हो
ALGS Year 5 Championship の決勝戦いかがでしたでしょうかすごかったですね アクション満載の決勝でしたが、ただいまチャンピオンの入場です。チームオブリビオンの入場です。
चले Palworld टाइम ट्रॉफी देखनी है सिर्फ कपिल ने बोला है किसी ने नहीं बोला हो ही गया वैसे कोई बात नहीं यार एंड में आके जीता है इन्होंने कौन जीता ओब्लिवियन चलो खा ली कहाँ अभी बनी ही नहीं भूख लग रही है कोई बात नहीं यार नाइस ट्राई फॉर S8Ul गाइस एंटी गाइस तुम लोग ने ये लड़की को देखा ना ये देखा ना ये देखो सेम नहीं लग रही है एकदम लिटरली सेम यही बोल रही थी मैं शी लुक्स लाइक एमिली फ्रॉम फ्रेंड्स yeah that's what I'm saying not same exactly दिख रही है भाई दिख रही है काफी सुंदर यप आओ guys it's Palworld time we chill man we chill the winner takes it all some similarities yeah I mean first glance में she looks exactly same but थोड़ी देर बाद नहीं S8Ul Palworld what am I doing today क्या करना है आज capturing new pals and exploring dungeons exploring मेरी टाइपिंग मेरे पास मेरा पासवर्ड का थंबनेल ही नहीं है नया वाला मुझे भेजा ही नहीं गया है पुराना लगा देती हूँ I don't have my thumbnail guys how do I not have my thumbnail that's crazy यार अभी मैं कहाँ ढूंढूं थंबनेल छोड़ो बाद में ढूंढूं पुराना थंबनेल लगा रही हूँ मैं गाइस ठीक है आज ये ड्रैगन को पकड़ना है ठीक है वॉल्यूम 70 है हाय गाइस जुड़वा ये कब हुआ दोनों एक हो गए या आई वॉज वेरी टायर्ड यस्टरडे यार सॉरी मेरे को बहुत नींद आ रही थी ज्यादा लंबा खेल लिया था guys welcome to my new base guys do you like my new base are you liking my new base how does it look my new base is it nice mouse so talented अच्छा है ये मेरा बेस है, ये मेरा बेस है. It's really nice. बस इतना सा, ये नाइस है, ये नाइस है, ये. तो फिर ये क्या है? हैं? ये क्या है? ये क्या है? वो नाइस है, ये क्या है? इधर ये लोग स्टक हो जा रहे हैं. मुझे इसको ना डबल हाइट बनाना चाहिए था, तो वो मैं बाद में करती हूँ. अरे यार मेडिसिन का सामान ही नहीं है. मेडिसिन ला के रख देती हूँ मैं. वीकेंड हो गया है, वीकेंड. ये अभी टेम्पररी लगा दिए मैंने बेड्स, बाद में थोड़ा सा इधर भी कुछ बना दूंगी, बट अभी के लिए ठीक है, बाहर ही सो जाएंगे. फार्मिंग भी शुरू कर दिया. हाँ, ये हमारा छोटा सा फार्म है जहाँ पर सिर्फ लेटस एंड टोमेटोज ग्रो होते हैं. अभी मैंने ज़्यादा कुछ लगाया नहीं है. इधर मेडिसिन प्रोडक्शन लगाया है जिसमें कुछ प्रोडक्शन नहीं हो रहा, और मैंने सब कुछ यहाँ लगा दिया. माइनिंग वाले मैंने लिटरली पता है जा के रख दिए ऐसे ही रैंडमली किधर भी. ये हमारा किचन है. यहाँ पर सिटिंग एरिया बनाऊंगी, अभी बनाया नहीं है. ये क्रूड ऑयल एक्सट्रैक्टर है. यहाँ पर जनरेटर है. ठीक है. ये मेरे पाल्स का रिलैक्सिंग एरिया है. एक्सक्यूज मी, बताओ कपिल तुम्हें. ये मेरे पाल्स का खाना है जिसपे मेरा पोला पुप बैठता है ठंडा करने, वो भी सो रहा है. ये पाल्स का स्लीपिंग एरिया है. ओके, चिलिंग एरिया. ये यहाँ पर सुबह उठ के कॉफ़ी पीने का जगह है, फिर ऐसा वापस अंदर आ जाने का. थैंक यू. और यहाँ पर ये है अक्यूमुलेटर जिसमें सारा इलेक्ट्रिसिटी स्टोर हो रहा है. छुपा दिया अंदर. दिस इज हाउ इट लुक्स गाइज. अभी ऐसा दिखता है. सुबह करो, ऐसे नहीं होता. ये लोग ने सामान कितना किया है ग्राइंड. 587. ये रुकी जगह सेफ क्यों बनाए हैं आपने? पाजी इसको बैन कर दो प्लीज, वरना मैं मुंह तोड़ दूंगी इसका, आपका नहीं। ये आवाज कहाँ से आ रही? बन गया? हाँ? थैंक यू। आओ गाइस, कुछ देख ही लेते हैं जब तक ये हो रहा है। बताओ क्या देखना चाहोगे? मेरे को क्योंकि वो खाना है। भाई ये भी सुंदर है, आई वुड लाइक टू मेक दिस। जापानीज पाजी आपने बनाया है? मस्त लग रहा है पाजी। ये देखूं? बेस के ऊपर फॉक्स पार्क क्राइस्ट।
व्हाट्सअप दोस्तों, वेलकम बैक टू अनदर S8Ul वीडियो। पिछले एक साल में हमारे साथ जुड़े बहुत से नए क्रिएटर्स, विच इज व्हाई वी आर डूइंग पार्ट 3 ऑफ आवर क्रिंज रील्स। क्रिंज लाओ भाई, क्रिंज लाओ। पुराने को लेना भूल गए लेकिन।
मेरी आंखों में आंखें डाल के बात करो।
भाई साहब डर लग रहा है मुझे तो ये देखने में।
So without any further ado, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
क्या लगता है कौन जीतेगा?
सबसे ज्यादा क्रिंज बंदा अपने इधर पता कौन है? रेबल।
रेबल तेरे को क्रिंज बोले है।
सच बताओ तो।
मतलब सच ही बोला है। हाँ उसमें वो कुछ नहीं है। और सुन मेरे भाई, आज ये क्रिंज लग रहा है, लेकिन कल तू ही सितारा बनेगा।
फिर तू सोचेगा ये मैं क्या किया करता था।
तो ये जो भी रील्स है सब
जोकर भाई एग्री कर रहे हैं कि क्रिंज
हाँ मतलब कर सकते हैं वो।
कर नहीं सकते,
करना पड़ेगा।
हमने भी किया था। मैं तो करूंगा भाई। तेरा अच्छा मिलियन 100 मिलियन व्यूज है मेरी
रील पे। करेगा ना अपलोड। मैंने सिर्फ स्टोरीज सुनी है इस रील के बारे में। पायल, यू आर गोइंग टू बी वेरी सरप्राइज।
अरे मैं बता दिया, जीत गया मैं। तू सबसे मैं अपने लिए बता दिया, सबसे क्रिंज मैंने किया है और मेरे साथ मेरे पार्टनर ने। देखो हमने पार्ट 2 तक देख लिया ये वाला, ठीक है। उसमें पुराने क्रिएटर थे और हम लोग बहुत टाइम से साथ में हैं। अभी जो करंट आए ना 3-4 लोग, मेरे को उनका देखना है कि वो लोग ने क्या किया भाई। उनके लिए बहुत एक्साइटेड हूँ मैं।
यस, हम भी बुली हुए थे, आप भी बुली हुए।
ये तूने कौन सा किया? तो किटी कैट वाला किया था।
क्या बंदा हूँ। वेलकम टू बुकीज।
मैंने भी किया था उसमें, वो ट्रांजिशन किया था पत्थर ईंट मार के। और मैं जोकर बना था ऐसा वाला। ये मैनीक्वीन बन के हाँ जोकर
मैंने भी किया था
भाई। मैं तीनों पार्ट में, मैंने पहले में भी किया, दूसरे में भी किया, तीसरे में भी।
तो जो क्रिंज लोग हैं वो लोग है ही बाय डिफॉल्ट।
हाँ वो डिफॉल्ट आते हैं।
अच्छा इसलिए मुझे
आ गया देख
गाइस मुझे आंसर मिल गया। मुझे क्यों नहीं वीडियो भेजा जबकि मैंने मांगा भी था? मुझे इसीलिए नहीं भेजा सिड भाई ने। सिड भाई ने बोला जो क्रिंज है वो हर वीडियो में है, इसलिए उन्होंने मुझे नहीं लिया क्योंकि मैं नहीं हूँ, समझे तुम?
इसका टिकटॉकर बाहर आ रहा है।
मेरे को शर्म आ रहा है। अरे माँ
अरे मुझे लगा सीडी भाई खड़े पीछे।
तो सीडी भाई तो है।
नहीं
अरे नहीं
भाई, तुम दोनों साथ में ज्यादा रह रहे हो क्या? अबे तुम्हारे वो मिल रहे हैं, कुछ मिलता है ना जीन्स वगैरह ऐसा।
रेडी लेट्स गो।
कुछ मिल रहा है उनका दोनों का। 3 2 1 प्ले। अच्छा
ये पीछे वाला कौन है?
हेलो,
मेरे साथ डांस करोगे?
नहीं।
ए जरा मेरी आंखों में आंखें डाल के बात करो।
ये कौन है?
ये क्या था लास्ट में? भाई वो मेरे को पूरा सिड भाई लग रहा है ये तो। भाई तुम लोग ज्यादा रह रहे हो क्या साथ में? मेरे को बीच में लगा सिड भाई है। माँ कसम
दिस वाज वेरी नाइस।
ए आंख में देखना। ट्रूली क्रिंज था लास्ट का पार्ट है। हाँ ना लास्ट का पार्ट भाई। चलो कृतिका लेट्स गो। ओहो बाउनी,
मैं नहीं तो कौन बे? बोल मैं नहीं तो कौन बे? है कौन इधर? माना पेपर वाली भाई नहीं है। ओके प्रोसेस गाय नहीं है। आओ तो बैठो तो और तो फ्लो लगे दूंगी। आप कह दो तो सुनोगे क्या? अभी सोचा है। मैं नहीं तो
क्रू कितनी awkward लग रही है।
भाई इसने गाया है।
नहीं
भाई
क्रू कितनी awkward लग रही है।
मैंने इसको गाने बोला
एकदम
था।
मेरे जैसा बनाया क्रू ने।
ठीक है
मैं भी ऐसे awkward रहती
एंड
हूँ।
में सबको वो देंगे पॉइंट्स ना यार।
पॉइंट तो बाद में देंगे लेकिन हम लोग ऐसा एक्सप्लेन कर सकते हैं ना।
जीत रहा है क्या भाई? तू है ही क्रिंज ना भाई, तेरे अंदर तू खाता भी क्रिंज है। पैदा होता डॉक्टर ने बोला था वाह बधाई हो क्रिंज पैदा हुआ है, तू क्या किया? मैं अच्छा क्यूट है अपना, फेंकेगा नहीं कोई। क्रिंज लोग ही मचा रहे आजकल, मेरे को देख। कौन है?
हाँ भाई, मीठा आम कभी कच्चा नहीं होता।
हाँ।
मीठा आम कभी कच्चा नहीं होता। मेरे बाबू ने थाना थाया वाला प्यार कभी सच्चा नहीं होता।
भाई ये तो लग भी रही है सेम यही।
Oh my God.
लेकिन पक्की बात है।
अच्छा था ये एक्टिंग अच्छा था। हाँ whatever makes us cringe। ये था।
मीठा आम कभी कच्चा नहीं होता। मेरे बाबू ने थाना थाया वाला प्यार कभी सच्चा नहीं होता।
अंकी ने एकदम एक्सप्रेशन खतरनाक दिए।
अभी बोलेगी
मैं ये क्रिंज था।
हाँ,
Block me, it's okay.
आई एम श्योर ये क्रिंज नहीं
Ignore
होगा।
me, not problem. But be prepared to charge me.
ये देखिए मैंने
भी देखी है।
इसमें नहीं इतना क्रिंज नहीं था।
जो एक्टर में करता है ना। ये बोलना था, इन्होंने ऑडियो यूज की है, इनको खुद बोलना था।
अच्छा इनको बोलना था। वही तो मछली जल की रानी है, गाफ में उसके पानी है। तुम्हारे सच में बहुत
बढ़िया
पानी है
समझा
भाई।
तुमको रील वो जो दुबई में एक वो।
हाँ वो समझ
वही हाँ।
मतलब वो बंदे ने कहा ज्यादा क्रिंज था। तो नेक्स्ट कौन आ रहा है? कौन आ रहा है?
HF का भी तुम लोग पहचान पाते हो?
ये सब रील्स मैंने देखे नहीं है।
इंस्टाग्राम पे
किसने ढूंढे हैं भाई?
ये कितने रुपए का बिस्किट लग रहा है?
ये देखो।
ये वो है, रुको ये एक सेकंड
रुक पहले देख रील देख।
भजन आपकी गर्लफ्रेंड है? गर्लफ्रेंड तो थी लेकिन ब्रेकअप हो गया है। आपको याद नहीं आती उसकी? आपके पास फोन कौन सा है? आईफोन। आपको नोकिया की याद आती है?
क्रेजी भाई, ये तो बढ़िया
आईफोन नोकिया की याद आती
मैंने
है।
ओरिजिनल देखा है।
कारपेंटर या कुछ तो वो हर ऐसे
वो हर रील पे लास्ट में यही करता
स्टार्टिंग
है।
में तो लगा नेजी भाई आ रहे।
और हमारे पास है iQOO 15, तो हमें नहीं याद आती किसी और फोन की। क्यों? क्योंकि है इसमें इंडिया फास्टेस्ट प्रोसेसर स्नैपड्रैगन।
चने भी चाहिए?
मैं ले लूंगा आके।
ठीक है, चने भर के।
मस्त है,
मस्त है,
मजा आ गया।
भर के खाओ।
अब की खा रहा हूँ।
8 Elite Gen 5
और इसमें है गेम स्ट्रीमिंग लाइव असिस्टेंट, तो लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग बहुत इजी हो गया।
और आप भी iQOO 15 ऑन कर सकते हो फॉर जस्ट 7667 पर मंथ फॉर 9 मंथ्स।
क्या बात है भाई। चलो लाए अगला वीडियो।
गाइस हम अश्मित को ऐसे ही बोलते थे।
अच्छा हाय
ट्रांजिशन है क्या? ट्रांजिशन है।
नहीं ट्रांजिशन का है,
खत्म हो गई।
क्रिंज नहीं था। It was not cringe।
ये क्रिंज है।
उसके लिए होगा
क्या? तुमने ये रील भेजी?
मैंने नहीं भेजी है।
तो ये कहाँ से आई?
तो ये 3 की है ये।
तो आपने भेजी ना?
नहीं,
थोड़ी देर के लिए लगा वो ट्रांजिशन आ जाएगा।
मुझे भी वही लगा था। ऐसा करेगी और
मुझे लग रहा है ये पार्ट 1, पार्ट 2 एंड पार्ट 3 का लीस्ट क्रिंज वीडियो है ये सबसे।
नहीं बट
नॉर्मल
के हिसाब से आई थिंक ये बहुत आउट ऑफ हर कंफर्ट जोन ही है।
वाह, मैंने डांस किया था। शीक के हिसाब से ये आउट ऑफ कंफर्ट जोन है, जो कि ट्रांजिशन रील्स बनाती है हर हफ्ते। मैंने डांस रील बनाई है, डांस रील। कुछ भी मतलब, कुछ भी
को लाया जाए।
ओह मेजी द बा, मेजी द बा।
मैं एक बात बताऊं, मेजी का जब क्लिप लगा रहे थे ना, आदि वहां से ऐसे शक्ल बनाया ऐसा।
मेजी को देख के सीड भाई को अपने बालों की याद
आदि क्यों डिसअपॉइंट हुआ वो अभी पता चलेगा।
मैं खा रही हूँ, उसके बाद खेलूंगी।
बरसा पानी पानी।
ये क्या?
थोड़ा सिंक नहीं।
ओरिजिनल वाली जो लड़का है ना, वो करता है डीजे। सब देखा है, सब पता है।
आई एम वेटिंग फॉर मोर क्रिंज एंड इवन माय S8Ul फैमिली वेटिंग फॉर मोर क्रिंज। यस आई एम विद यू। अबे देना क्रिंज भाई,
क्रिंज लाओ भाई, क्रिंज लाओ।
हाँ चलो अब हमारे
मैंने इनमें से एक भी ओरिजिनल नहीं देखा है। माय फीड इज गुड।
ABCD से। हाँ
कपड़े सेम लग रहे हैं। कपड़े सेम क्यों हैं आपके? ज्यादा क्रिंज है।
अभी अभी बनाया होगा।
अरे पेट देख उसका।
Oh my God. Sid भाई।
तुम लोगों ने नोटिस किया जब ये वो हाथ लगा रहा था ना, पहली बार में इसकी आखिरी छूट गई।
भाई ये तो कुछ क्रेजी था गाइस।
लगा
भाई
ब्रो एपिक, ब्रो एपिक।
100 के लाइक आता है तो मैं अपलोड कर दूंगा ये सिड भाई को कोलैब करके।
रुको, सिड भाई ढूंढते हैं क्या हाथ अपना कुछ? क्या
अभी नहीं छूटेगा।
छूटेगा,
ये हाथ छूटेगा, अभी देख।
हाथ छूटेगा?
अब देख सिड को देखते रहो।
भाई ये तो नोटिस ही नहीं किया ब्रो, ये तो नोटिस में ही नहीं आया था फर्स्ट उसमें।
एक बार थोड़ा पीछे करना, एक बार थोड़ा पीछे कर, थोड़ा सा पीछे। बीट देखना परफेक्ट।
गाइस छोले खत्म हो गए, मैं थोड़ा सा खा के आती हूँ, तो कंटिन्यू करते हैं। आपके फील्ड पे कैट्स एंड पांडा आते हैं, नहीं डॉग्स एंड कैट्स।
बस
एंड सम फनी पीपल।
हाथ जो छूटा है, देख बीट पे।
अभी जॉन्टी को देखा, उसका पेट के ऐसे ना हाथ ही अंदर नहीं जाएगा। देखा देख, ये देख वो भी ट्राई करेगा।
हाँ वो करेगा, देख के करेगा, देख।
जॉन्टी को देखना,
देख।
अबे जॉन्टी क्या कर रहा है? पानी दो। ये तो देखा ही नहीं मैं, जॉन्टी क्या कर रहा था?
अगर ये 100 के एक दिन में जाता है लाइक तो ये अपलोड होगा। कोलैब करना पड़ेगा तुमको।
मैं अभी तक का क्रिंज है भाई ये वाला।
बट ये बाप था यार। बहुत बाप था।
हम अपलोड करने के लिए रेडी है, लेकिन 100 के लाइक करना पड़ेगा।
बिल्कुल। और सब
मैंने माफिया वाला देख लिया था क्योंकि कल इंस्टा पे अपलोड हुआ भाई। वो
1 सेकंड लगता है। चलो
आई थिंक ही वुड बीट एवरीवन। आई डोंट थिंक किसी ने उतना बनाया होगा क्रिंज।
एक्सपेक्टेशन हाई हो गई अब एक्सपेक्टेशन हमारी। ओए पीपी ने तो बोला था सीक्रेट सेंटा वीडियो में
इसका डेयर भी था।
वो उसका डेयर
उसको अपलोड करना है वैसे भी।
नहीं कौन सा? सन्नी डांसर।
अच्छा सन्नी डांसर किया इसने।
हाँ
चलो
सनी डांसर क्या है?
हाय हाय
हाय हाय।
कैमरे के बाहर सीधा।
ये क्या था? ये
क्यूट लग रहा था
इसका नाम भी
सनी।
सनी है। बीबी का नाम
अभी हार्ट भी सनी है।
पर अभी हमारे डांस के बाद आई थिंक स्टेक्स इतने हाई हो
गया ब्रो।
अच्छा था
ब्रो। ये भी ठीक था, लेकिन भाई जो सिद्ध भाई लोग ने किया है वो एपिक 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 अभी तक। अगला लाइन चलिए,
मेरा आने वाला है, देख प्लीज।
बिंग्स का लाओ।
हाँ पहले ही उसका ऐसा थम्स अप।
ओए ऐसा है बे,
बहुत खतरनाक वो
बदले
ओके तामियों तुक तक तक तुक तुक तक तुक तक
ट्रांजिशन है क्या?
तुक तामियों घर ओके।
अरे यार
ये मेरे का ट्रांजिशन आएगा अभी।
पिंकी जी बिंग्स को पिंकी बनाओ। मेरी वीडियो लगने से पहले
इससे अच्छा तो बिंग्स की स्ट्रीम ही चला देते।
कुछ लोगों को बता देता हूँ, ये मैंने किया है मेरे एक पार्टनर के साथ, जिसकी वजह से वो रील बहुत खतरनाक जाएगी, तो प्लीज जज मत करना।
अच्छा मैं बस तुम लोग को बता रहा हूँ, तुम लोग ने इंस्टाग्राम पे वो बंदे का रील देखा है? इसके ऐसे एकदम लाइट कलर के आंखें हैं, थोड़ा सा रेबल जैसा दिखता है।
हाँ
वो लड़कियों के साथ जो रील बनाता है, तुमको समझा? जो लड़कियों के साथ मतलब ऐसे थोड़े से टाइप का रील बनाता है,
रेबल की तरह तो दिखता
अब
है।
मैं कुछ नहीं बोल रहा, तुम समझ गए?
कसम से बोलूं ना, एक रेबल ने बीच में लुक रखा था, एग्जैक्ट दिख रहा था।
उसका रील दिया है मैंने। तो रेफरेंस ऑडियंस आप लोग को रेफरेंस आपको पता चल गया?
भाई ये कुछ खतरनाक है, मैंने देखा है ये कल इंस्टा पे।
भाई माफिया तू है क्या चीज?
इवन आई वाज शॉक्ड। आई वाज शॉक्ड।
अभी रुक जाओ, अभी होम पेज ही लगा है।
आई वाज शॉक्ड।
अबे तूने पहला फ्रेम यही दिखाया।
तो यही है, यहीं से शुरू होता है।
अरे क्यों ब्रो, ये किसके बंक पैड पे सोता है भाई? पहले देखो रील।
मैं नहीं देख रहा, ठीक है?
हर शाम बेबी तेरे ही नाम बेबी, आ तुझे प्यार करूं मैं सरेआम बेबी, है इंतजाम बेबी, कर एहतराम बेबी।
I was speechless.
कोई गंदा काम बेबी,
I was speechless.
खुलेआम करूं मैं हूँ मुतासिर तुझसे, दिल ये तेरे नाम करूं, आजा मेरी बाहों में। रुको लगू बेबी कहीं तो
I had no words.
ज्यादा क्रिंज कुछ दुनिया में नहीं हो सकता। भाई तू जीत गया, तुम लोग जीत गए। भाई तू क्या है? तू क्या नहीं, तू क्यों है भाई?
क्यों है सही में?
क्या करता है भाई तू?
पता नहीं।
मतलब करने
बोला माफिया तू लड़की बनेगा, तो इसने बोला हाँ ठीक है। सुनो, तो मैंने बोला तू ऐसा कर, मैं तेरे को सूट ऑर्डर कर देता हूँ, तू ऐसा पजामा पहना, ऐसा लगेगा ड्रेस है। बोलता नहीं तू चिल कर, मैं बन के आता हूँ। इसके
माफिया खाली माफिया। Guys, माफिया did it intentionally. That's even more crazy.
के जाएगा ना, इसका रिएक्शन देगा,
दली दिखाएगा अपना। ओहो
तुझे प्यार करूं मैं सरेआम बेबी, है इंतजाम बेबी, कर एहतराम बेबी, इरादे नहीं।
अभी रिएक्शन देखना। क्या अदाएं हैं? कातिल।
आजा मेरी बाहों में, मैं लगू बेबी कहीं तो मुझसे ये ना कह दे।
Bro. भाई
यार उसके साथ
क्या मजबूरी रही होगी, क्या मजबूरी रही होगी भाई। This is
मेरे ख्याल
crazy.
से ये लोगों ने ऑब्वियसली जो सिड भाई का जो बाहर सेट था वो तो क्रॉस कर लिया, सिड भाई एंड जोकर भाई का, बट मेरे ख्याल से टॉप 3 निकालना चाहिए। टॉप 3 वन पे
सेम उज्जवल, मेरा थॉट यही था कि माफिया अग्री कैसे किया, अभी बोल रहा है कि खुद से किया है।
फॉर श्योर। नंबर 2 पे आप, जोकर एंड जॉन्टी।
अच्छा इतना ही था।
नंबर 3 पे कौन आएगा? थर्ड
ऑडियंस को डिसाइड करने दो।
भाई मेरे को लग रहा है आप क्रिंजरी अवार्ड करना पड़ेगा हम लोग को।
भाई
भूल ही गई मैं कैसे
मैं तो ये बोलता हूँ तीनों सीजन का सबसे क्रिंज बनाया है ये।
100 के लाइक्स पे जितने भी
नहीं
पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं, जो लोगों ने इस वीडियो में पार्टिसिपेट किया, वो लोग अपने खुद के इंस्टाग्राम पर ये सारे रील्स अपलोड करेंगे।
माफिया के पेज पे जाएगा वो, माफिया अपलोड करेगा 100 के लाइक्स
इन कोलैबोरेशन विद रेबेल एंड जय।
आई एम एक्साइटेड।
एंड जय।
और हम शेयर भी करेगा,
हम शेयर भी करेंगे,
हम शेयर भी होंगे,
पूरा S8Ul शेयर करेगा उस चीज को।
तो जल्दी आप लोग लाइक करिए और सब्सक्राइब करिए। अगले वीडियोस, ये 2026 का पहला वीडियो था, बहुत धमाकेदार वीडियोस आने वाले, बहुत एंजॉय करेंगे हम लोग मिलकर। डू नॉट फॉरगेट टू
लाइक, शेयर एंड सब्सक्राइब।
फिर भाई की डोगोज वाली स्ट्रीम 520। अच्छा वो क्रू का तुम कह रहे थे ना कुछ? रिएक्शन यार कहाँ गया 520?
दिखाना चाहता हूँ, आई एम श्योर आप लोग ने नहीं देखी है, तो मैं आप लोग को दिखाना चाहता हूँ कृतिका ओझा का गाना। इस पे आदि ने हगास ये मचा कि आदि ने इस पे गाना एडिट कर दिया, बट कृतिका ने वो गाना एक्चुअली गाया था जो कि तुम लोग देख नहीं पाए, which is not fair, you know, which is not fair.
Yeah.
Which is obviously not fair. You need to watch this. You need
It's
to
not fair
listen
for
to this,
us.
brother. You need to listen to this. Listen, okay? Are you ready, chat?
Yeah.
Are you ready, chat? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready?
Yes, yes, yes.
Listen.
Yes, yes, yes.
मैं नहीं तो कौन बे? बोल बोल बोल, मैं नहीं तो कौन बे? है कौन इधर? हमारा रैपर वाली वाइब नहीं है, ओके, पर वाला स्टाइल नहीं है।
Bro, this is much better.
ऑन द फ्लोर रख दूंगी आज, कह दो तो सुनोगे क्या? अभी अभी सोचा है। मैं नहीं तो कौन?
Bro, honestly वो जो था ना विदाउट ऑडियो उसमें इसीलिए ऑकवर्डनेस आ रही थी। ये है, ये अच्छा बनाया, क्रिंज वे में अच्छा था ये। मजा आया, मजा आया। चीटिंग हुई है भाई क्रू के साथ, एंड आदि। ना 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 ना। कोऑर्डिनेट बताए? हाँ हाँ भाई ये कर लो भाई तुम। अरे मैंने ये भेजा ही नहीं था लॉल। अच्छा ये लोग का खाना देखा था क्या मैंने? 200। गाइस आज क्या करना है? डंजन्स करूँ कि ये आइलैंड के बहुत बॉसेस है और ये एरिया भी बाकी है यार। टेरारिया डंजन से शुरू करते हैं, मैं तो बोलती हूँ। ये आइलैंड के बॉसेस भी मारने हैं। ब्रुनेलिया तो ग्रास होगी, ग्रास का अगर और भी कोई है ना। जे ड्रैगन वाओ। तीनों एक्सो नहीं आए थे, 2 कर लिए फिर मैंने। 3 तो नहीं कर सकते यार। अबे फलेरिस आपको अभी तो था बॉस, भूल ही गई मैं। अरे आज 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 डेथ से शुरू करते हैं। आज डेथ से शुरू करते हैं। मैं जा रही हूँ गाइस, आज मैं डेथ से शुरू करना चाहूँगी। थोड़ा फन चाहिए मुझे, मरना है मुझे। ये बेस में एक अच्छी चीज़ है, आई थिंक ये ट्री अगर इन्होंने तोड़ भी दिया ना ये रिस्पॉन हो जाएगा। मैंने कुछ भी उसका आजू बाजू इसलिए लगाया नहीं है तो या बोथ डंजन्स टेरारिया के अलावा कौन सा कह रहे हो? मैं तो बोलती हूँ भाई मौत से शुरू करते हैं गाइस, मौत से शुरू करेंगे आज। लेवल एंड ड्रैगन, ठीक है इनको रख देती हूँ इधर, ये सब नहीं चाहिए। ड्रैगन में मेरा शिलेट एक तो स्ट्रॉन्ग, अजुरोब का 605 है। डीमन गॉड रिलैक्सोरस। कोई वन भी ले सकते हैं। 642 689 कोई वन लू की जॉर्मुंटाइड। डंजन करो यार। चलो बॉसेस तो रख लूँ मैं, एक्सपीडिशन भेज रही हूँ मैं तो उसके लिए बॉसेस क्या पैल्स रख लूँ। ऑस्ट्रेलियन 2 थे ना, 2 है 2 है। डू डंजन्स, अच्छा डू डंजन्स, हाँ हाँ वो करूँगी आज, वही करेंगे अपन, डोंट वरी। बट पैल्स अभी रख लेते हैं ताकि मैं एक्सपीडिशन भेज दूँ। सो टेल मी यू वांट क्विवन बॉटान या फिर जॉर्मनटाइड। 6-7 यही जॉर्मनटाइड सही है आई गेस। गाइस लेवल मैटर करता है कि इनका अटैक, ये मुझे आज तक समझा नहीं। जॉर्मनटाइड लूं? ब्लड ऑफ द ड्रैगन। नहीं नहीं वो मैंने इसलिए रखा है ताकि क्या वन मोर फ्रॉस्टैलियन। हाँ यार उससे अच्छा ड्रैगन बेटर रहेगा ऑनेस्टली, आई फील सो। वो बेटर नहीं रहेगा आइस की जगह। मेरा दूसरा फ्रॉस्टी कहाँ है, ये रहा, बताओ। ओ ये वाला रखना था 1194, या दोनों रख लूं? संभाल के रखो, वो है मेरे पास, मैं इससे ही फाइट कराती हूँ। 2 फ्रोस्टैलियन, आर यू गाइस श्योर? लाइक आई डोंट नो मैन, आई वुड प्रेफर 4। लोग उसके लिए तड़प रहे हैं, क्या बात कर रहे हो? शीरो कैम, हाँ कैम ऑन है पाजी, क्या सीन है? ठीक है तुम लोग कह रहे हो तो मैं तुम पे ट्रस्ट कर रही हूँ। इफ आई डाई इट्स योर फॉल्ट, इट इज योर फॉल्ट, इट इज नॉट माई फॉल्ट, इट इज योर फॉल्ट। ओके दोनों भाई को पकड़ो, अरे लुक जाओ यार। सबसे पहले मैं जाऊंगी पता है किधर, इधर। गैस क्यों, गैस क्यों? नहीं है, लूप मून नहीं है यहाँ पे, डर गया मुझसे। नूबड़ा। मैंने मारा प्रैट्स को, मैंने रात को भी मारा। चश्मा लगा ही लेना चाहिए भाई, सोया नहीं हूं मैं। ओ शिट, इधर खाना खत्म हो गया, ये इधर पहले आना था यार। एक सेकंड, इन्होंने ये वो क्यों नहीं किया? खा लो यार, खाना खा लो। हमने लॉक लगाया था ना इस पे। अच्छा लॉक तो दूसरों के लिए होता है, नेवर माइंड। बेचारे पाल भाई, मैं सुबह आके बना के गई थी, वो लोग ने बनाया ही नहीं, मैं क्या करूं? मैं ता तलूं भाई। मुझे एक तो गिल्ड चेस्ट खाली करनी है, बहुत भरी हुई है मेरी गिल्ड चेस्ट। इट इज टू फुल। बाद में कर दूंगी। फ्राइड चिकी। चलो इनके लिए तो बन गया, और इनके लिए सैलेड लगा दूं क्या? ब्राउन चेरी फ्राइड नूडल्स will increase your attack. अरे यार खाना खा लो, यहीं सो गए सब स्पॉन होके। Bro, I always have it with me, don't worry. अरे यार ये क्या है? This is very annoying. It is really very annoying. ये लोग तो उठ के खा ही लेंगे खाना। Research speed of handiwork, additional crafting research materials required for producing weapon. सब टूट पड़े भाई, सब टूट पड़े गाइस। Not enough electricity. ओए पैलियम सारा यूज हो गया। I have 90,000 stones guys. You see that? You see that? इसके लिए आइस चाहिए ना? Can I assign आइस पाल? कर दूंगी एक्चुअली, इसमें जल्दी बनता है वैसे भी। And this ये तो भाई कभी बनता ही नहीं है, हमेशा बनता ही रहता है प्लास्टीन। अच्छा इलेक्ट्रिसिटी का इशू आ गया क्या? अच्छा वो स्टार्विंग की वजह से हो गया, अब टाइम लगेगा इलेक्ट्रिसिटी आने में। कोई सीन नहीं है। मैं एक पाल चेंज कर देती हूँ। अजरो क्राइस्ट रखूँ। एक पाल किसको हटाया जाए? गैंगलर इग्निस। गैंगलर इग्निस को छुट्टी दे देती हूँ अभी के लिए। वेट वो मोटा सा था ना जो बहुत जगह लेता है, हाँ इसको डालते हैं। कोई तो लग जाओ। नहीं तू नहीं, तू नहीं। बस बस, ये तो ये कर ही देंगे। हो गया, इनका खाना भी हो गया। एक्सपीडिशन भेज के वी कैन गो। मलबल से बनाती क्यों नहीं? क्या थी मुझे ड्रैगन को मारा? चुप हो जाओ गंदे हिटर्स। वेट फॉर स्टैलियन नॉक के लिए डू वी नीड अपना वो वेपन अच्छा वाला जो बनाया है? ये कहाँ प्लांट कर रही है? इधर क्या प्लांट कर रही हो आप रुनेलिया भाई? %63 रुनेलिया को डाल के वापस निकालो। बस और तो कुछ चाहिए नहीं, मेडिसिन यहाँ रखनी है बस। ये देखो दवाई खाने आ रहा है स्लोली स्लोली। कहाँ जाना था? टेरारिया बोला ना तुम लोग ने पहले। टेरारिया इज हियर। चलो फिर टेरारिया के लिए कुछ अलग से तो चाहिए होता नहीं है ना। रुनेलिया मेडिसिन के लिए अच्छी है, वो प्लांटिंग वगैरह भी कर रही है। ऐसे भी मेडिसिन इधर बनानी नहीं है, जब बनानी होगी तब वो बना भी देगी। गाइस अभी मैं 2 आवर्स ही खेल पाऊंगी, कोई बात नहीं, कल खेल लेंगे गाइस। चलो और एक आँख पकड़ी। डैजी मार के आना। मारूं कि पकड़ूं? प्रेशर मैं सब लेके आई हूँ ना। आईवी का वैसे इधर काम है नहीं कुछ। चलो चलो गाइस, डीमन आए। मैं ब्लेजमेंट तो लाना ही भूल गई। अच्छा मैं ड्रैगन पैल्स लेके घूम रही हूँ, भूल गई थी चेंज करना फिर से। सीधा बॉस वाली साइड ही चले। अबे डालती है इधर, मार ही देती हूँ इसको। कैप्चर क्या करना है? Why are you running? I want Daisy Cloud. Don't run. Load bar. इधर होता है ना? अरे मैं अटक गई। वही डाजी एक और है, मुझे दिखी नहीं, कहाँ है? एक सेकेंड, दीवार के अंदर गई है क्या? अब फिर से नहीं दिख रही। यार देखा, डाजी हमेशा होती ही नहीं है इधर। डाजी है क्या? नहीं है डाजी, बोलो ना, ऐसे ही है। भाई मेरा जिलेट फंस गया है क्या? अभी स्वॉर्ड भी आ गई। आई थिंक उधर से था रास्ता, वहीं चलती हूँ। मेरा शिलेट 1 HP हो गया है गाइस। So many swords. यहाँ से नहीं था, आगे से था रास्ता शायद, सीधा आगे जाते पहले। नहीं, इधर चेस्ट था। हैलोड फूड तो वही है ये तो। ओए ऊपर से ये गिरता है तो मुझे पता ही नहीं था। अच्छा ये है क्या? मुझे लगा स्वॉर्ड है। ये नहीं चाहिए। ये तो एक बारी में ही मार देता है स्वॉर्ड्स को। Ta-na-na. Hello guys. आपको पकड़ो, यस जहीं जा रही हूँ। अरे अरे छोटियाँ Lord of the Dragon. ओ नाइट ग्रो schematic मिला मुझे। एक अनकॉमन मिला है और एक कॉमन मिला है। और ये फिर से सेलेस्टियल सिजिल मिल गया गाइस। बनाना पड़ता है ब्रो प्रीडेटर कोर्स से। अब जा, तुम लोग की सुन ली मैंने, अब जाओ मरने। यार मुन्नाल मैं डेली आऊंगी, मैं ना भूल जाती हूँ। अभी मैं आज डेली आऊंगी और मैं पीछे वाले छोटे पैल्स को छोड़ूंगी। अंटिल एक्सपिरेशन क्या मतलब 2 मिनट में वापस आ जाएगा क्या गाइस? 2 मिनट में वापस आ जाएगा क्या? जाऊं फिर वापस? अरे फिर तो एक और रन करते बे, फिर तो एक और रन करते। आ जा, तब तक तू आ जा छोटू। पालूंगा मार दूं? ओके, मारना है कि पकड़ना है? अबे ये चेस्ट भी तो होती है, भूल जाती हूँ। वाटरिंग नहीं लाई ना मैं। नहीं वाटरिंग नहीं है। जब इलेक्ट्रिसिटी चाहिए होता है तब मेरे पास वाटर होता है। वो आपकी किस्मत के ऊपर है क्या चीज? किस्मत तो गंदी है, किस्मत पे जो भी है वो भूल जाओ। आ जाओ भाई। भाई बेटी नहीं हो रही है फिश तो, भाई तो बेटी नहीं हो रही है। आई नहीं आई, आई नहीं आई। पीछे मार दिया क्या थोड़ा मैंने? नहीं आएगी ना, वापस मारूं? नहीं आ रही भाई, दूर जा रही है। आगे मारती हूँ थोड़ा। मुझे इसके पंख के थ्रू नहीं दिख रहा। कैप्चर या किल? अले मतलब पालूंगा। रुको मुझे डिस्ट्रैक्ट मत करो। मतलब पालूंबा भी 10-12 तो करने हैं ना। ओह शिट, व्हाई एम आई टॉकिंग, शट अप। ये छोटू सा है, टर्टिकल टेरा। टर्टिकल भी टेरा है? ये फर्स्ट टाइम मिला है भाई। वो वाली मछली बड़ी लग रही है गाइस, उस पे मारती हूँ। चिड़ू थोड़ी है जो बेट हो जाएगी। हार्ट ऑफ दी कुछ अच्छा लिखा था। अबे दुमुद गिल्ड। फिर से वही आया है, मतलब कुछ अंजाम मिलेगा। हरबिल है, पालूंबा है ही नहीं। सीधा बॉस पे जा रही हूँ मैं, सीधा। डैजी दिखी तो रुक जाऊंगी। अंदर आते ही डैजी दिख गई गाइस। अटक गए। अरे यार रुको, मैं पढ़ती हूँ तुम जो कह रहे हो ना। जो हेलो, हाँ ये हटा रही हूँ अनपिन। जो हैलोड बार तोड़ के दूसरा साइड एक रास्ता है ना, वहाँ भी जाना। वहाँ एक हार्ट मिलता है, उसको तोड़ने से परमानेंट एचपी बढ़ाने का पोशन मिलता है। अच्छा, जो स्टार्टिंग में एक राइट और एक लेफ्ट होता है। हाँ पाजी, ठीक है, समझ गई। डैजी दिख रही है क्या भाई? उस दुनिया इतनी सारी। और श्रूमर है, मैंने श्रूमर भी नहीं पकड़ा। एक पकड़ लेते हैं। डैजी तो नहीं दिख रही। बूमर नॉक्ड भी आ गया। मेरा इन्वेंटरी फुल भी हो गया। अरे ड्रॉप नहीं वो करना था जिस बार। मुझे एक और मिसल मिली, डिफेंस फ्यूचर टेक्नोलॉजी कोर्स अब हो बस। वेनम ग्लैंड है और क्या तो मशरूम ही तो है। चलो Yeah, can do. इसके अटैक से भी तो टूट सकता है ये। बस यही था ना या और आगे? यहाँ कुछ भी नहीं होता ना। ये जो 4 मिनट की थी, इधर एक पिंक हार्ट आता है, उसको तोड़ने से मैं वापस उधर ही। कौन सी मटकी है बे? अच्छा मैंने तोड़ी तो ओके नहीं मिला ना मुझे, मुझे लगा मैंने छोड़ दी। मतलब आप उसको करना है ना। अभी मुझे इसका वो चाहिए टेंटिकल तो अरे दूसरी भी मार दी। कोई नहीं, एक ही मिला है 2 से। क्या हो गया ये? और तो कुछ नहीं है ना यहाँ पर, कोई और पाल वगैरह जो कुछ ड्रॉप करते हो रेयर चीज? वो इनको कैप्चर करना है। मैं ही मारूं क्या? वो पूरा मार देता है। अरे अरे हेलो फ्रस्टालियन भाई। मेरा जॉर्मेंटाइड कपिल क्यों बन गया? कोने में जाके बैठ गया था मेरा जॉर्जमेंट टाइम फॉर सम रीजन। अभी भी नहीं मिलेगा, देख लेना। टेरा ब्लेड शिमेटिक, टेरा ब्लेड तो दूसरी है ना। पेंडेंट ऑफ डिलिजेंस, ओके ओके। ओ टेरा ब्लेड अच्छा मिला है, एपिक वाला मिला है। नहीं ये अच्छे नहीं मिले शायद। ओ नाइट ग्लो का एक कॉमन मिला है, अनकॉमन कॉमन। ठीक, एक एपिक मिला ब्लेड का, चलेगा गाइस, नॉट बैड। क्या बोलते हो, यहाँ की एक भी ब्लेड का एपिक तो नहीं मिला मुझे। थोड़े दिन डेली आके चक्कर निकालेंगे। एक सेकेंड, फिर से एक्सपायरेशन है। मैं तो यही करती, सिमुलेटर कर लूंगी ऐसे मैं इसका। नहीं अब नहीं, बाद में आएंगे। इधर ही बैठ जाऊंगी मैं, इधर ही बैठ जाऊंगी भाई मैं। फिर से 1 मिनट दिख रहा था। जेंशिन इम्पैक्ट में मेरे को मजा नहीं आ रहा था यार। फॉर्ट भाई यही सिमुलेटर खेले इसलिए उन पे लेजेंडरी है। अरे मुझे नहीं पता था इतना जल्दी वो हो जाता है बे, वरना ये तो रात को करने वाली चीज है भाई। मैं करूंगी अब, मुझे भी चाहिए लेजेंडरी। डुडुम 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 डुडुम। Oh Wimboe, 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 oh Wimboe। अंडे भी नहीं खोले गाइस हमने। प्रूनेलिया, गिल्डेड। एक सेकेंड, मैं जिसके पास जा रही हूँ उसके लिए ये चाहिए ना। 458 बहुत है, छोड़ो। फंस गई भाई। सिल्वेजिस सिल्वेजिस, सब में सिल्वेजिस सिल्वेजिस। किप्सुन नॉट। पलेरिस एक्वा की तो दुकान लग गई है। चलो गाइस, ओ ये रह गया। लग ही नहीं रहा। अनुबिस तू कर ले भाई। चलो गाइस, चलो गाइस, रेडी रेडी रेडी। मरने का समय आ गया है, मरने का समय आ गया है। कहाँ है? मरने का समय आ गया है। अभी नहीं बना रही मैं, रुक जाओ, पहले मर के आना है मुझे। यार मेरे हिसाब से तो 4 ड्रैगन लेने चाहिए थे, बट कोई ना। यहाँ उड़ सकती हूँ क्या? शिट, मैं ऊपर कैसे जाऊँ? मैं ऑल्सो वर्ड, मैंने तो पूछा था, चैट ही बोलती 2 फ्रस्टेलियन थे, कहाँ गए? मैं कहा भाई डार्क है, ड्रैगन चाहिए, बट नहीं, चैट को तो 2 फ्रस्टेलियन चाहिए। चैट को मेरी पिटाई देखनी है। अबे यहाँ तो पहुंचना ही बड़ा टेढ़ा काम है गाइस। इसको है फ्रस्टेलियन नॉक को। ओ यहाँ उड़ सकते हैं, नेवर माइंड। लॉन्चर लियो। हाँ देखी जाएगी बे, मरे तो मरे, बाय, बाढ़ में जाए। डाइंग इज अ पार्ट। अबे इसका यहाँ से रास्ता है, इधर से टनल। ओ डैम, चलो एक बार तो मरना बनता है ना गाइस। क्या? You do not have the items? ये कब से हो गया? स्प्लैटरिना बाउंटी टोकन, अजूर माने सिल। अच्छा इनको मारना पड़ता है। सेलेस्डेर, सिल्वेजिस, अजूर माने ये रहा, ठीक है। स्प्लैटरिना ये रही, और सेलेस्डेर ये रहा। सिल्वेजिस का है, वो भी मुझे दिखा था, मुझे याद है, मैंने देखा है। ओके, ये एरिया के 4 बॉसेस मारने पड़ेंगे। हाँ बच गई मैं मरने से। ब्रो डैम, ये केव में फ्रॉस्टैलियन और प्रिटी लग रहा है। मैं इसको मार करती हूँ, इधर से ही जाएंगे। अच्छा नेवर माइंड, मार की जरूरत नहीं है, ये इसके लिए ही है। पैशनेट पैल ब्रीडर, अरे रुक जा, उसको कुचलना नहीं है। Another, see, I'm trying to train myself a whole team of splatterinas. Think you could catch about 10 of them? They hang around this area. भाई 10 मांग रहा है तो पक्का कुछ अच्छा ही देगा ये। फर्स्ट टाइम आया? हाँ फर्स्ट टाइम आया। तो रुको, हम एक्चुअली अजूर माने को लड़ सकते हैं। सेलेस्डेर का मुझे यार, मुझे इनके एलिमेंट्स नहीं पता, या तो चली जाती हूँ भाई। लेवल 60 है वैसे तो, मैं मरने ही जा रही हूँ। अरे क्रिस्टलाइज्ड एंशिएंट ट्री। ये लो भाई, पिंकी मिली शीरो। ऑल द गर्ल्स आर प्लेइंग। ओए ये क्या था? न्यूट्रल है, कोई नहीं, ट्राई करते हैं, देखी जाएगी। यार यहाँ पानी में तो मैं लड़ ही नहीं सकती। एक सेकेंड, पानी में थोड़ा सा दीजिए। काम करती हूँ मैं, यहाँ ऊपर जाती हूँ। अरे रुक जा। भाई ये कैसा मैजिकल अटैक है? भाई उसका 1500 HP था। मैं नहीं खेल रही है गेम, मैं नहीं खेल रही। 1500 HP था उसका, 1500 नहीं 1500 था, 1500। मुझे बाउंटी टोकन तो नहीं मिला, मैं टेस्ट कर रही थी। भाई 1500 HP था उसका, 1500। मैं मेरे को नहीं खेलना। 1500 HP था, मेरे को नहीं खेलना। भाई 1500 में वो कैसे मर रहा है भाई? वो लेवल 60, फेक लेवल 60 है, गलत दिख रहा है। लेवल 60 कैसे हो सकता है? अच्छा मिला, अच्छा टोकन वो होता है। सॉरी मैं कंफ्यूज हो गई। बट ये चीटिंग है यार। 1500 कैसे है ये लेवल? ऐसे मरता है 1500 लेवल का बॉस? मैं तो ग्रेनेड लॉन्चर निकाल रही थी उल्टा। चीटिंग है। मेरे साथ अन्याय हुआ है, मेरे साथ अन्याय हुआ है, मेरे साथ अन्याय हुआ है। मुझे नहीं खेलना। अब एक तो इस जगह से बाहर निकलने नहीं आता है मुझे। ये देखो भाई, ये लोग रुला देंगे मुझे किसी दिन तो। ओ मैं यहाँ नहीं आई। तुम्हारा काल भी बिल्ला तो कोई जल्दी कर देते हैं। 1000 आने के बाद वापस बुला लो। 1000 आया ही नहीं, वही कह रही हूँ। 1500 से ऊपर HP था उसका। 1500 1700 HP था। हाय एक सेकेंड, ये जगह डरावनी क्यों है? फेंगल ऑफ लक्स, लक्स मतलब इलेक्ट्रिक। इलेक्ट्रिक के लिए तो ग्रास, तो ग्राउंड के लिए चाहिए था। इलेक्ट्रिक के लिए ग्राउंड चाहिए था ना। ग्राउंड तो नहीं लाई मैं। arrogant pal critic, bounty intel dealer, cannibal, attention seeking monster, horse rustler, breaking entering, serial borrower. Wow. I came to this city but it got away. I'll give you the honor of showing me Gildane. Foolish to ये वही बंदा है, बार बार अलग अलग पैल चाहिए इसको देखने के लिए, नौकर समझा इसने हमको। इधर नाइटमेयर ही है, उसको भी मार दे, पकड़ लेती हूँ। ऊपर है शायद नाइटमेयर ही। अरे उड़ने दो ना मुझे। ये भी किल का गेम है। हाँ किल का गेम है, तभी मार रही हूँ। गेम में किल ही तो करने होते हैं। ऊपर है क्या? आई थिंक और ऊपर है। मुझे उड़ने में डर लग रहा है अभी। एक सेकंड, यहाँ तुम लोग ने किसी ने मार्क भी डलवाया था, थोड़ा बाद में देखेंगे। अरे गुस्सा हो गई। I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. अरे भाई इनको भाई यहाँ सारे बॉस का यही सिस्टम है क्या? है नहीं, सब बॉसेस का यही सिस्टम है क्या इधर? अभी सिल्वेजिस पे जाऊंगी, वो भी ऐसा ही बोलेगा। अरे नहीं नहीं, पहले उसको मार के आओ। ये तो भाई मुझे घुमा रहे हैं भाई इधर उधर। मुझे तो लग रहा है सिल्वेजिस पे भी यही आएगा। चल बे, ये तो वो है सिल्वेजिस। यहाँ राइट में ऊपर है। नहीं, ये रास्ता जा रहा है यहाँ से, यही दिखा रहा है। हेलो, वेयर आर यू सिल्वेजिस? आई डोंट सी यू। आर यू हाइडिंग? केव में है क्या गाइस? केव में लग रहा है मुझे तो। ओबे मिली है इधर, मैंने देखा ही नहीं। गाइस सिल्वेजिस नहीं दिख रहा। केव होगी, केव पे मिली क्यों खड़ी है? उसने मार दिया होगा फिर, आई गेस उसने मार दिया होगा इफ केव पे वो है। ओए अंधा कर दिया, कुछ नहीं दिख रहा। भाई इतना 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 भाई मार देगी मुझे गाइस, दिख नहीं रहा कुछ, रुको भागना पड़ेगा, अंधा कर दी मेरे को। भाई तो फुल ओमन है, टीपी भी करती है, पैरानोया भी करती है। पैर में जाने के बाद अटैक करती है भाई, सो बैड सो बैड। स्मोकी 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 नहीं किया, स्मोकी है मेरे पास, एक है, इसको भी ले लेता है। वो AFK लग रही है गाइस, वो उधर बस खड़ी है। एक तो मैं उड़ के जा भी नहीं सकती। Bro, I am not in a mood to। ये क्या मेरे पीछे पड़ गई है स्प्लैटरीना। Oh shit, I'm gonna fall। मेरी AFK है guys। Until अभी तो है, तो मिली यहाँ क्यों खड़ी है? मैं जाऊं कि नहीं जाऊं? मुझे लग रहा है मारने आई है इसको और ये AFK चली गई। अच्छा ये तो फैब्रिक केवर्न है गाइस, ये तो दूसरा है, इसका केव कहाँ है? इधर से इधर है, इधर है। अबे किधर है? वो साइड है। इसके नीचे तो है ही नहीं कुछ, कैसे जाते हैं? फास्ट ट्रैवल के पास, देयर इज नो फास्ट ट्रैवल हियर, उधर है। शील्ड ड्रैगन टनल पे जाना है। नहीं ना, मुझे नहीं लड़ना है, मुझे नहीं लड़ना है। गाइस ये फास्ट ट्रैवल तो नीचे है क्या? नीचे है या ऊपर है? पता चला नीचे गई फिर जीजी। पीस लविंग पर्सन, वही तो यार। मुझे तो नीचे लग रहा है फास्ट ट्रैवल। या तो ऊपर है। ये रहा। यहाँ से है एंट्री। ओ ये एंट्री है इसकी। अरे नहीं उड़ रही ना भाई, ये कैसी एंट्री है बे? कैवन मशरूम। ओ Oh, not bad. मेरा फर्स्ट एलियन तो फोटो की तरह घुस गया उसके अंदर। एक अटैक बस, कम ही डैमेज कर रहा है। इसको ज्यादा डैमेज नहीं हो रहा। उड़ा दिया। इससे थी तो म्याऊ म्याऊ है। आई एम ऑन फायर। डॉज करता है। आ गया। मेरे पास स्मोक ही नहीं है ना यार। क्रोमाइट दिया इसने मुझे। प्रेशियस ड्रैगन स्टोन। फाइबर को फेंको और इसका भी यूज भी पता यार। वैसे दिस इज नॉट बैड। प्लास्टील का रेयर हेग, अच्छा नेवर माइंड, प्लास्टील से बेटर है। हेक्सोलाइट में तो अभी वैसे भी टाइम है। टाइम नहीं, मैंने डैमेज देखा था कि कम हो रहा है, तो इसलिए मैंने फिर लेट बुलाया। पिछली बार तो भाई एक बारी में 1500 डैमेज दिया है बे, पता नहीं कैसे इतना, तो आई डोंट नो। खैर, नाइट मैरी के लिए तो टोकन चाहिए। न्याफिया को भी शायद मार सकते होंगे भाई। एक तो इसमें ना ट्रैवल करना बहुत बीटी है भाई एरिया में। स्मोकी, या आई वांट स्मोकी। भाग क्यों रहा है, रुक जा ए छोटू। अरे डैमेज ही नहीं हुआ इससे तो, ए छोटू सा है। अले बे तू फ्रस्ट एलियन। म्याऊ म्याऊ ठीक है मेरी। पहले पॉकेट खाली करनी पड़ेगी। लेजर गन बनाओ। नहीं बनाऊंगी, डेली ये बनाओ वो बनाओ, ये भाई मेरे को शिमेटिक मिलेंगे मैं सब बना लूंगी, शिमेटिक नहीं मिलेंगे मैं कुछ नहीं बना रही। ओ मुझे दोनों फर्स्ट टाइम ही मिले हैं। अच्छा, कोल्ड रेजिस्टेंट हेक्सोलाइट मिला था, वही मेरे को याद था कि कुछ तो मिला था करके। और किसको मारना था नॉक्ट के लिए? स्टारियन को मारना था क्या? एक तो ये था सेलेस्डेर, सिल्वेजिस और अजूर माने। एंड फोर्थ कौन था? फलेरिस एक्वा तो दूसरे का था शायद, मैं भूल गई। हाँ ना, सब बना लेती हूँ भाई। ओ स्प्लैटरीना थी, मतलब ये दो को ही मारना है ना, ये तो आजू बाजू है। चली जाती हूँ। आना तो है हम पे। हाँ स्प्लैटरीना थी, याद आ गया मुझे। तो ये तो वहीं पे है ना, स्प्लैटरीना इसके क्लोज है, मेरे पुराने बेस के, और ये इधर इसके क्लोज है। तो ये पहले स्प्लैटरीना पे जाते हैं, फिर इधर से जाऊँ ना? हाँ इधर से सही है। वो मिसाइल्स लगे हुए हैं यार, वो मारते हैं। अगर तुमने कोई एरिया का मिसाइल डिस्ट्रॉय कर दिया, हैक कर लिया, तो फिर तुम फ्लाई कर सकते हो, बट जब तक नहीं किया है तब तक नहीं कर सकते। और हम सारे तोड़ नहीं सकते क्योंकि बहुत लोग गेम खेल रहे हैं, तो उनको भी वो चीज़ एक्सपीरियंस करनी चाहिए, तो इसके लिए। इधर ही है बे, मिसाइल बाजू में ही है, जो पंगे ले रही हूँ मैं। कहाँ है? गाइस प्लैटरिना नहीं है, मार दिया किसी ने। केव है क्या इसका भी? अभी केव तो कैसे ढूंढूं? मुझे लग रहा है केव है बिकॉज दिस डजंट लुक लाइक बॉस का कुछ एरिया। आई थिंक केव होगा। मेरे को तो केव लग रहा है गाइस, बट रास्ता ढूंढना इज द मेन यू नो। नाइट स्पॉन है, या तो नाइट स्पॉन है या केव है, बट या नहीं, मुझे तो कुछ दिख नहीं रहा वैसे। और तो कोई है? रिबूनी बोटन को मार लूं? केव में नाइट स्पॉन? केव तो नहीं दिख रही, केव तो नहीं दिख रही, नाइट स्पॉन ही है। भाई नींद की कमी महसूस हो रही है भाई, नहीं करना मुझे। फ्लाई कल मर चुका है मेरा फ्रॉस्ट एलियन, नहीं करूंगी। नीचे ही है शायद रिबूनी तो। अच्छा नेवर माइंड, ये इत्तू सी बॉस है, दिखाई नहीं मुझे। भाई ये तो जल्दी मर जाएगी ना। शिलेट डालती हूँ। रुक, पहले छोटे वालों को मारना है। ये मेन बॉस है। अच्छा छोटे भाग गए, इसको छोड़ के ही चले गए। ड्रैगन है तो चलो कम होगा डैमेज। भाई ये बाकी मारेंगे मुझे। भाई सब आ गए इसके लिए, तो पूरा खानदान आ गया भाई। पूरा खानदान आया है इसको बचाने। भाई साहब पार्टी हो गई। भाई कहाँ कहाँ से मुझको सबने अटैक किया है। जरूरत के टाइम फैमिली अवेंजर्स असेंबल। हाँ ना, इसको भी पकड़ते हैं। भाई ये वाला अटैक बहुत गंदा है इनका। उसका AOI बहुत ज़्यादा है। ओ ये क्या है? अंधा करते हैं भाई, लोग अंधा करके मारते हैं। ब्रो वैलोरेंट में फ्लैश कम था जो इधर भी ले आए। मासोचिस्ट भाई स्प्लैटरीना आएगी क्या? हाँ वैसे स्प्लैटरीना दिन में नहीं दिखती है, मैंने नोटिस नहीं किया। रूनेलिया अरे अजुर्माने मार दो। हाँ वहीं जा रही हूँ, इधर है। पीपी लिए बिना ही जा सकती हूँ ना उस पे तो। आई होप अजुर्माने नीचे है। मैप के अकॉर्डिंग तो नीचे ही दिख रहा है। इलेक्ट्रिक टाइप है यार। मैं तो टाइप के अकॉर्डिंग तो मैं लाई नहीं, क्योंकि मैं तो फ्रस्टालियन नॉक्ट के लिए आई थी। वैसे देख लेंगे। ऊपर है आई थिंक। अजुर्माने ऊपर है। आपको केव में मिलेगी यार। इधर तो ना केव्स के। ओ ये रहा, नेवर माइंड। ओबे इलेक्ट्रिक के लिए तो ग्राउंड चाहिए होता है। अबे फैब्रिक वॉरियर मुझे छोड़ दो। कहाँ गया जुर्माने? ओ भाई मेरे पे कर रहा है। शॉक लगा, शॉक लगा, बहुत जोर का लगा। एक सेकेंड भाई, कहाँ से अटैक हो रहा है मेरे पे? अजूर माने अच्छा पीछे चला गया। गाइस सबने अटैक कर दिया। थोड़ा सा साइड में जाके आती हूँ। वो तो 1 HP है बट बाकी लोग मार रहे हैं। मैंने नहीं मारा, अब मेरी गलती नहीं है। इस बार मेरी गलती नहीं है, तुम लोग को भी पता है। अब तो मेरी गलती है भी नहीं, तुम लोग बोल भी नहीं सकते कि मेरी गलती है। हर बार यही होता है मेरे साथ, हर बार यही होता है। सब मुझे मार रहे हैं आके बेवकूफ़ जैसे। मैं ही दिखती हूँ इन लोग को, नुबड़ों को। मेरी गलती नहीं है, मेरी गलती नहीं है, मेरी कोई गलती नहीं है भाई। मुझे कोई बोला ना, मैं बात ही नहीं कर रही। केडी फार्मिंग मैंने मारा ही नहीं। कौन सा केडी फार्मिंग? मैंने मारा ही नहीं है, मैंने मारा ही नहीं है। हाउ इज दिस माई फॉल्ट? अब तो मैंने पैल भी वापस ले लिया था उसकी HP देख के। पैल वापस लेने के बाद भी मेरी गलती भाई? ना ना ना, दैट्स चीटिंग गाइस। भाई इधर थर्ड पार्टी, फोर्थ पार्टी, सब पार्टी होता है भाई। बहुत पार्टी पसंद है लोग को, नुबड़ों को। तीन क्यों लिखा आ रहा है भाई? ऐसे इस बार मैं मुंह तोड़ दूंगी। एक सेकेंड, ये लग रही है मुझे कि हाँ प्लैटरीना की केव है ये गाइस। गलती से मिल गई भाई, ये तो गलती से ही मिली है मुझे सच्ची। इस प्लैटरीना तो नहीं लग रही। ओ छोटू सी है। मेरे पे टीपी नहीं भाई, मेरे पे नहीं। निकाला तभी क्यों आई है ये? मतलब तभी मारती है। पहले जला दिया, फिर फ्रीज कर दिया, सब हो गया इसके साथ। इसका मतलब नहीं, ये बहुत ओह यार ये उसमें जाते जाते भी मुझे मार देती है। 4 4 5 6 7 कितने हैं? हाँ हर बार लो कर रही है। Bro is deed. Bro doesn't want to come in my sphere. अबे इतना तो कोई अच्छा बॉस भी दिक्कत नहीं दिया है। ये पीना ही पड़ेगा, मार देंगे। इससे तो हुआ ही नहीं, तो धीरे धीरे होता है। फाइनली हाँ ना, आ ही नहीं ये भाई, ट्राई हार्ड करा दिया इसने एंड में। बस एक ग्रेनेड लॉन्चर खाने की देरी थी, हो गया ना इसका। आ गई लाइन पे। यार ही नहीं, आना ही नहीं है उसको, आना ही नहीं है उसको। ठीक है बस, और तो कुछ नहीं है। हाँ फ्रोस्टालियन भी इससे जल्दी आ गया। दैट इज ट्रू ब्रो, इज हीट ब्रो। बट अब मुझे लग रहा है नॉक के सामने तो मौत है बे। इसने कितना लो कर दिया था मुझे। केव एंट्रेंस मार्क कर लो। हाँ ये तो गलती से मिली मुझे। जो 2 मर गए ना उनको भी अपन बाद में आके कैप्चर कर लेंगे। बॉस के लिए अब कौन सा मार्क लगाऊं? मैं भूल ही जाऊंगी कि मैंने क्यों लगाया। छोड़ो, मैं यही लगा देती हूँ। एक सेकेंड, हमको वो केव से आना है तो बेटर है टीपी कर ले। गाइस बस एक लास्ट फाइट ले सकती हूँ मैं, तो मर के जाते हैं। चलो ये फिर मेरे जाने का समय हो जाएगा। चलो भाई, जाते जाते मौत, लेट्स गो। आज तो गए हम, आज तो गए हम गाइस। $29,000। ये स्वॉर्ड मारती क्यों नहीं है? ओ मेरे पे नहीं। अरे शिट, एक तो मैंने वो रिंग वगैरह भी नहीं पहनी, भूल ही गई। AFK जाने देगा क्या ये मुझे? नहीं, AFK थी। Hey! मेरे पे ही कर ले तू। मेरे पास से मारा इसने मुझे गाइस। गया उससे जल्दी। कैन यू इमेजिन, वो स्प्लैटर इतनी ढीठ थी, इतनी ढीठ थी स्प्लैटर ही ना, नूब। ये आ गया 3 स्पेयर में, उसको 10 लगे, 10। क्या ही बोलूं अभी। चलो बेरीज खाओ इसी खुशी में सब लोग। गुड वर्क गुड वर्क, सबको एक एक बेरी मिलेगी। चार्ज पाल सॉल प्योर कॉर्ड्स की तो कमी ही नहीं है मेरे पे। ये पैसिव अच्छा है। आईवी क्या था? आईवी मैंने देखा ही नहीं। आईवी देखे बिना मैं तो फाइट ले ली। चलो गाइस, नहीं मरी मैं, आई डिड नॉट डाई। जीरो मेरे नहीं, आज का गोल पूरा नहीं हुआ, कोई सीन नहीं है भाई। लेकिन आज मुझे इतना फील हो रहा है ना फर्क, मतलब नींद का बहुत नीड महसूस हो रहा है मुझे क्लियरली। खतरनाक। ये वापस थोड़ी आया होगा इतना जल्दी यार। इधर बहुत थर्ड पार्टी होता है ओपन में। आ गया है इसको, रुको। है तो दूर, मैं तो डॉज कर रही थी। फिर से आ गए लोग। ए उनसे मत लड़, मार दे। इस पे चलो। नोबड़े लो, रुको। मार सबको, मार सबको, मार दे। मेरे को खेलना ही नहीं है अभी। मैं क्या करूं बताओ तुम लोग। है इसमें कुछ, ये लोग ने मारा फेब्रिक वालों ने। हाँ ना, इधर बहुत पीटी है। मारो तुम नूबड़ो सबके सब। बेटी दे दी भाई। ऐसे ही करते हैं ये आइलैंड पे, बहुत यही होता है। मैं जब भी कोई कैप्चर करने आती हूँ ऐसा ही होता है इधर। बेकार आइलैंड है, एकदम बेकार। कोई नहीं गाइस, बाद में करेंगे और तो क्या। मैंने तो इसलिए 500 HP पे ही स्फेयर फेंक दिया था, यही सोच के कि ये मार देंगे फालतू। फिर आप इनको पहनने वाले हो? अरे वो मेरे को पहले दिखे ही नहीं। नेक्स्ट टाइम मैं यही करने वाली हूँ, पहले साइड से जाऊंगी, उनको देखूंगी एंड मारूंगी उनको, फिर बॉस फाइट लूंगी। ऐसा ही करना पड़ेगा। फ्रैट्स देखते हो, इस रात को खेलूंगी तो पता नहीं, अभी तो मेरे को जाना है। ओके 1000 पे कैच किया। भाग रहा है वो मुझसे, मैं उसके पीछे भाग रही हूँ। इफ़ यू कैन सी एंड इफ़ यू कैन नॉट सी देन आई डोंट नो। उसके पीछे पीछे भागी हूँ मैं लिटरली बॉल फेंकने, क्योंकि वो फैब्रिक वालों से फाइट ले रहा है। उसमें मैं क्या करूँ? भाई उसको ये भी नहीं है कि हमारी फाइट चल रही है तो लड़ ले मेरे से, बीच में भागा है मेरी फाइट छोड़ के। क्रेजी भाई। रिसर्च स्पीड, एडिशनल क्राफ्ट मटेरियल्स रिक्वायर्ड। ठीक है, डिफेंस ऑफ बेस पैल्स, मटेरियल्स रिक्वायर्ड फॉर प्रोड्यूसिंग आर्मर। ओके खाना। अबे शिट, ये लोग हंग्री है, मैं भी हंग्री हूँ। बना ही देती हूँ वे। 850 खा लेंगे, खुद के लिए ऑमलेट हो जाए थोड़ा सा। इतनी जल्दी कैसे खत्म हुआ इनका खाना? बहुत सारा था। सिंडिकेट लेजेंड्स। सब एक साथ हो रहा है। सेलीन है। अबे भाई नहीं, तुमको मार ही नहीं रही मैं। मेरा मीटरराइट दे दे। भाई साहब ये क्या है? मर गए मेरे सारे पैल्स मर गए। जीजी। मारना उनको। भाग गए क्या? भाई साहब भाग गए। वापस आ जा। भाई भाग गए वो लोग, आधे लोग को मार के भाग गए। हट। अच्छा नहीं, चिक्की पी है, अपने आप रिवाइव हो जाता है इधर से। आई थिंक खा के ठीक हो जाएंगे ये लोग। क्या लैग भाई, खतरनाक लैग हुआ था भाई। भाई इधर इस एरिया में सच में बहुत गंदी रेड आती है भाई, बहुत गंदी रेड आती है, खतरनाक ही रेड आती है इधर। अब कौन लड़ रहा है? भाई मैं थक गई हूँ इस चीज से। खाना है तो सही, बाकी बन रहा है। भाई बहुत गंदा लैग हुआ लेकिन लेजिट। रॉकेट आर्मर भी तो रखा था मैंने। लो भाई एक बार के लिए मेरा आधा खाना ले लो। एक्सक्यूज मी। खा क्यों नहीं रहे ये लोग? इनको उसमें डाल के वापस करती हूँ, रुको। रॉकेट एमो मेरे पास था, है ही नहीं। थैंक यू। मुझे तो दिख ही नहीं रहा है फीड बॉक्स। गाइस रात को नींद नहीं आई तो मैं ट्विच पे आऊंगी, ठीक है? बट अगर लगा कि हाँ स्लीपी फील हो रहा है तो रहने दूंगी। उसको उस पर साइन, अच्छा वेटिंग टू रिफाइन उधर है ही नहीं। वेटिंग टू रिफाइन क्यों दिखा रहा है? अभी रिफाइनिंग हुआ। फिर से कौन आ गया? ब्रो व्हाई आर यू हियर? हाउ आर यू हियर? ये मेरे बेस में कैसे घुसी? अरे बस 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 बस। शांत शांत। सबने अटैक कर दिया, सारे पैल्स ने अटैक कर दिया मेरे। सबने एक साथ अटैक कर दिया भाई। जी 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 जी। चलो इधर तो हो जाएगा खाना। यहाँ का खाना देख के चलती हूँ। ओनर के कहने पे रोक दिया। हाँ जरूर। मस्त बॉल डाल रही हूँ, उस पे सारे पैल्स भी लाए। कैसे किसी नहीं डालने देते बे। ये लोग केडी प्लेयर्स है। इधर भी खत्म हो रहा है खाना। $800 would be enough I think। 800 बना लो भाई, तुम सैलेड खा लो बना के। ठीक है, एक्सपेडिशन लगा देती हूँ मैं। ओ इस वाले में 2-2 मिल रहे हैं बे। डब्लू इसका रिक्वायर टाइप वाटर है ना। 2-2 कोर मिलता है इसमें। सही है ना, मस्त एकदम। ये देखो कैसे आए जा रहा है सामान। कैसे आ रहा है, सैटिस्फाइंग टू सी। स्फेयर्स क्यों चले गए इसमें? ओ मुझे ये वाले स्फेयर्स भी बनाने हैं। चलो चलो गाइस, थैंक यू फॉर वॉचिंग। इसी के साथ आई एम गोना एंड द स्ट्रीम। इफ मुझे लगा थोड़ा एनर्जी रात को आती हूँ। हेगलर इतना ही आता है क्या? एक स्टैक भी नहीं हुआ क्योंकि 2 ही नोड है ना, उसका साइट नहीं है। बाकी चीज़ों का साइट है, तो साइट पे ऑब्वियसली 9000 बन जाता है। अब कॉर्ड्स तो स्पॉन होगी तब सब तोड़ेंगे, फिर आएगा। स्पॉन होगी सब तोड़ेंगे। 2 ही है, ये देखो दोनों टूटी हुई है, तो ऑब्वियस है कि वो कम होगी। सो या चलो बाय गाइस, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर वॉचिंग द स्ट्रीम। बाय बाय, टेक केयर गाइस, सी या, बाय बाय।